Buenos dias from Spain. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the sun-soaked slice of karting paradise. We're here at the iconic Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, a track that quite literally has everything you need for an action-packed weekend of racing. Fast straights, sweeping turns, tight hairpins, and fabulous chicanes as we're about to go racing once again for the 2025 edition of the IAME Warrior Finals. Welcome to Valencia, year of opening 2014. Event record set earlier on in the weekend by Gavin Adam in the S125 category. That was a 55.270 with the challenging mixed conditions we've had so far this weekend. No one has been able to beat that time just as of yet. But the circuit itself, though, let's take a closer dive into it. It is an amazing facility. It's around 210 meters down that start-finish straight, 135 meters down the back straight into the flat-out turns 15 and 16. It's about 1.4 kilometers in total track length, around 9 meters wide. No elevation change here. It is a flat circuit for our drivers to go racing on with just slight inclines here and there. Turns in total, there are many of them out there. You can count them with all your digits on your hands and feet. 19 out there, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them, of course, into the fast sweeping right-hander of turn 1, into the pinch point of turns 3. They then come round the into the second sector, into turns 6 and 7, 11, 12 and 13 as well as that final chicane. They top out down into turn number 1 at around 135 kilometers an hour, and they'll average around 108 kilometers an hour in that brand new S125 class. Certainly going to be a challenging weekend for the drivers and for everyone else as well. It's a very early start. We may not look it, but we are wide awake here in the commentary box at a fabulous 20 past 8 in the morning. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, and Nicole Sutherland, who is out there bracing the morning conditions. And at the moment, Andrew, it is one word only: cold out there in the morning.
It is. Good morning, everybody. Welcome once again to Valencia. Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero is ready to see what day 2 of competition here for IWF 2025 has in store.
Indeed it is. We're going to head, though, down to the pre-grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Good morning from the grid then, boys. Thank you very much. Like Anthony and Andrew just mentioned then, busy day of racing coming up. Early morning start for our drivers then, and on the front row we have Alex and Jarlath, who will be hitting the circuit as the first 2 on the front row. Let's not forget that Jarlath Sayer, pole in juniors this year. He was pole a couple of years overall as well in the Mini, so keep an eye on the driver for XL Motorsport. The 1-minute board has shown. Then we'll head back up to our commentary box because we're shortly going to be going racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, and everyone primed and ready to watch the racing. And there in the middle of your screen, very briefly, was Harry Platten, a.k.a. Hair Force 1, there here at the circuit. He's going to love me for that. But the X30 Juniors, this one that's about to head out, first race of the day. This is groups C versus D. Now, these 2 groups did race yesterday. And this is going to be their second race of the weekend. And the pole sitter for this one, Spanish champion Alex Martinez, 4th yesterday. Well, he's 4th in the points, a 2nd on track in his racing. So a good start to his day, Andrew. Yeah,
a very solid day to kick things off for Alex Martinez, the reigning X30 Junior champion in the Spanish Championships. Problems for Jacob Backler.
Yeah, it
has not got off the grid. So we got our first bit of drama here this morning. Let's go through the grid, though, to kick us off for day 2.
Indeed. Alex Martinez and Jarlath Sayer will be locking out row number 1 for this one. They will have, hopefully, Jacob Backler there. If he can get that kart fired up and going from the grid, which I can confirm he has now got going. So that's good to see. Aaron Richardson will be joining him alongside on that front row of the grid. Rock Pineda and Alfonso Lopez go from row number 3. They'll see Max Yule and Kian Bernard on row 4. Daniel Oliver and Alejandro Campos will lock out the top 10. All the way from Thailand, Porsche Anashankal is out there on circuit, being joined by Teo Polican of France on that 6th row of the grid, Didier Krief and Dario Miswood from Malta going from row number 7, with the first half of the field being Orion Meta and Alexia Diaz.
Row number 9 then, Archie Owen and Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani had a very good race yesterday, up to 6th place. Albert Lombard and Archie Rogers-Tyler complete the top 20 for the start of this race on row 10. It's then Arturo Aguillon and Charlie Blair going from row 11. Bing Schindel starts on row 12 alongside Fabio Pelleretti. Row 13, Hernan Rodriguez is alongside Ray Healy. Bautista Panetta and Amelia Byrne, that's quite a heavyweight row 14. Can they move up from the back of the field? Christian Lochmatter and Ella Johnson go from row 15. The 32-strong field is completed by the 16th row of the grid. Pato Medina, who had a battery fire yesterday in qualifying, didn't set a lap time. That's why Pato is at the back of the field. He'll be alongside Leo Aina.
Indeed. There you can see race control, Joanna Falcao, David Manchester and Sam Fisher watching a grand total of 43 cameras out there. You cannot get away with anything. They've even got a camera in the commentary box. They can see our commentary. That is very scary. So, yeah, I don't like that at all. But no, they can keep an eye on all the racing out there. They're in constant communication with these guys here. Martin Bean on the right of your screen, race director this weekend. He is joined by always finding himself on a camera at some point of the weekend. Chris Lambret, who's one of our stewards here this weekend.
Indeed. So the smoke rises over the circuits. Cool morning here in Valencia.
So early.
It's not even 8:30 in the morning yet if you're joining us from round the world.
I'm still in bed at this point.
We are ready to go. Trust me, we are ready to go for day 2 of IWF 2025. Dan Ashton, Deputy Race Director, has the field under starters orders. They'll go through the cut through, around the final chicane, into those tram lines. If Martin Bean is happy, we're happy to go racing once again here in Valencia. Away we go then for this second round of heats. Steady start down towards the first few corners. Martinez trying to wrap around the outside. Has swapped positions. Several drivers in the second half of the field having problems. Bautista Panetta amongst them.
Yeah, that was the worry we were going to have going into this one, of course. The choice of tyres this morning was so difficult. A lot of rain here last night in Valencia. And, of course, with the cold temperatures, it has not dried the circuit, which means it is super slick out there. And it's not actually a fully dry circuit. There's a lot of wet patches still out there. It's very greasy still. But the drivers have elected to go for those slick tyres, and I think it is the right choice. However, with the temperatures so cold still, this is going to be really, really important to keep this car on the track in these early stages, and they're doing so just now. Saya under investigation, starting procedure infringement. They had switched sides of the grid. Alex Martinez elected to start from the outside going in towards turn 1.
Yeah, I like that move from Alex Martinez. Clever thinking early in the morning here in Valencia. It'll just be interesting to see if Jarlath Saya, where was he in relative position to the pole man? Moves going on further down the order. That was Rock Pinera going down the inside of Alfonso Lopez up into 5th place. Looks like the number 4, Max Yule, is having going, oh, and there, Pinera just got a little bit deep and round out of turn number 4. Well, that shows you how slippery it is. One of the strong drivers in this field, Rock Pinera, very experienced in European and international X30 racing, on home soil as well, getting it wrong.
Yeah, indeed, and that is just that bit too much curb there, the back stepping out, and it unsettles it as action here down the inside in towards turn number 11. This is Alfonso Lopez trying to get past Rock Pinera. Not able to do so just yet, staying behind. Well, obviously, Rock Pinera, going down the order. This is Alejandro Campos he's trying to get past at this moment, but he has not found that way through just yet. Eyes on this one. Daniel Oliver did get that move done on Jarlath Saya. He is now there in 2nd place. He is trying to close the gap to his fellow countryman in the Axion racing machine of Alex Martinez, but at this moment has not got the pace just as of yet, but on that last lap was significantly faster, I would say, so we could see something near the end of this race.
Question, Anthony. Slippery, damp, greasy morning, greasy track. What kind of driver do you need for these kind of conditions? May I present to you a Welshman, Archie Owen, at 9 places so far in this race in the BMR at number 40, having a really, really strong run. These conditions feel very early morning Glanigore to me, so not a surprise that Owen's coming through the field.
That, and I'm going to counter-offer you on that one, and I say you need a German, because then I'm going to look back to Emilio Bernd, who's on a 13-place gain right here now, and those early mornings that you would find in the Ardennes Forest and all of that in the south in Bavaria. Very cold, very wet in the winter times, and yes, you can get some good track positions done there, and we are seeing that. To the inside here at turn number 1, that's a nice move there for the treble 1 machine. This is Tia Polican now on Jarlis Sayer. The change for 3rd place now, as Sayer seemingly just dropping back now at this point of the race.
Yeah, Jarlis Sayer, obviously one of the younger drivers in X30 Junior. He's quite literally smaller than the rest of them. He's maybe struggling a little bit with being able to transfer weight around. Oh, now there's been a significant incident. Where is that? Is that down at turn 3? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Out of the race, Alejandro Campos, Emilio Bernd and Albert Lombard, they've all gone off. Thankfully, it looks like all drivers are okay, but that's a real shame for Emilio Bernd, just seeing him there sat on the barrier. Well, all those 13, 14 positions he's gained, they've all gone.
Yeah, that is a big shame there, and investigations coming out already to Ray Healy there of Ireland for potentially causing a collision there. And we'll keep a close eye on that one, and this might be a little bit of the replay. Oh, dear me, that's not what you want to see. But again, that is, you're looking into the sun. It's still very early in the morning, slick tyres on a greasy circuit. These are possibly the worst conditions for a driver you can imagine.
Yeah, that was Albert Lombard going and joining the scene of the accident.
Nice
change for 4th place. Yeah, Max Yule. You can see just a little bit taller is Max compared to Jarlath. That'll be useful for this time in the morning. We can just shift your body weight around as a driver, get the heat into that tyre a little easier than those drivers of a smaller stature, shall we say. We're into the second half of this one. We're on lap number 5. Alex Martinez is still your race leader from Daniel Oliver. Daniel Oliver's nicely got on with his work early on this morning. Another of the Spaniards. I think Spain have got real big hopes in this category. This is, of course, an X30 Junior category that has been dominated by the Brits for the last decade. But here this week in Valencia, I think they're going to have a very, very hard task on their hands of keeping the X30 Junior title, particularly with the likes of Martinez and Oliver. Teo Policand is running in 3rd place, just there in the Dream Racing machine, that white, purple and blue liveried kart. Yule and Sayer 4th and 5th. Richardson and Lopez 6th and 7th. Here on your screen for a brief moment, that was Alfonso Lopez in the number 12. Directly behind him, there he is, Archie Owen in the number 40, now at 9 places in this race.
Yeah, indeed, doing a very good job here as they push their way forward, but still, you watch it, even from these camera positions that you're seeing here, you can see how wet the grass is the morning. You can see the shine off the circuit from that low-lying sun in the morning. Usually you would have to deal with the conditions like this in the evening time after a full day of racing, but right as you've just woken up in the morning, a lot of these drivers will have woken up very early in the morning. Here we go, though. This is going to be a good one. Change for the lead. Daniel Oliver, we've waited a bit of time for it, but he's got it done. MDC Racing versus Axion Racing here in Valencia. And it is Oliver who now leads the way as we go on to lap number 7 of this race. We'll apologise for the missing graphics on the screen. But we are on lap number 7 of 8, and it's nearing its conclusion. This one could kick off as well. Tia Polican and Max Yule still on your screen as well. That is now Max Yule ahead of Tia Polican, so changes happening in and around that top 3.
Warning flag for Archie Owen in the number 40. Further down the order with a good drives up through the field. Sugmani Kira is up 7 places in this race into P11. Remember, the drivers today and tomorrow, they'll be looking to at least get themselves through to the top 72 in those intermediate points. That will get them through to the superheat, and then of course top 36 in the final.
Oh, that's a risky line.
That is a risky line from Daniel Oliver, who's going to open the line. Alex Martinez, good use of the track and the grip available. Back into the lead goes Alex Martinez. Daniel Oliver gets a big slide there, does very well to catch that up.
Yeah, but so does Martinez on the exit. Martinez gets sideways out of turn number 3 and 4, and that's kept them into play. Max Yule here is sneaking in the background. Might have an opportunistic move here if he can find that gap down in towards turn number 11. Again, that tighter inside line. And you saw the spray that got kicked up there for Daniel Oliver. Oh, Martinez is backing them all up into each other. Here we go. Teo Polican is right here now. He's going to try and go the long way round. Here comes Yule down the inside of Oliver. He's done it. Teo Polican follows through as well as they all push their way through. That's a beautiful drive there from these two. They're not going to close into Martinez. Martinez did exactly what he needed to do. Back them into each other as they cross over the final chicane. It'll be Martinez who takes it. Yule will take second, Oliver third, Saya will take fourth, Teo Polican. We saw him, he outbraked himself into the chicane, he went over it and fell back into that order, but that is what you would expect to see from a reigning Spanish champion.
That's a very shrewd, very mature drive from Alex Martinez that really announces him in this IAME Warrior final for 2025 as a contender. Alex Martinez takes the lead in the provisional qualifying standings, so 94 points from possible 100 after 2 rounds. That'll do. That's a really, really strong start for Martinez. Max Yule comes home P2 ahead of Daniel Oliver. Jarlath Saya gets 4th place in the end in that race. Teo Polican up 7 spots to 5th. Showed he had good race pace here today for Dream Racing. Aaron Richardson a bit quiet in that race, but P6, another solid amount of number of points for the runner-up in the British National Championship in this category earlier on in the year. Archie Owen up 10 was one of your biggest movers. Alfonso Lopez, Didier Krief and Sukmani Kira all in the top 10 from that first heat of the day. Jacob Batchelor, after those early moments, that little bit of a scare on the pre-grid, recovers and in the end comes home P11. Porsche Anna Shackle starting the day with a 12th place, just ahead of Bink van Schijndel in 13th place. Arturo Aguillon comes home 14th and then completing the top 15, Roque Pinera.
Indeed, a very, very competitive little race there in the morning. And for Alex Martinez, comes away with his first win of the weekend. Let's have a look at the start here. So, Saya was actually under investigation for the start of that race, Andrew, potentially being out of position. We'll have to see what happens after the race for that one. Very interesting start, though. Great control for Alex Martinez there right at the beginning of the race around the outside. For some others, not so much control there. But again, very difficult conditions here for the first race. This is the first track action this morning after a huge amount of rain last night, completely into the unknown there in towards turn 1.
Yeah, big thunderstorm here overnight up in the hills above Valencia. And, of course, no warm-up for the drivers to have got themselves in tune with what the track is doing on this particular day in history. Drivers who made good early progress in this one include the likes of Alfonso Lopez going through past Teo Polican there. Polican would respond back with a move through turns 12 and 13. This is the reverse angle of that move with Campos also getting involved. In the end, Campos having another solid result. Got some points on the board, but yeah, did not want to be falling that far down the order.
No, indeed. All the way down to 28th place, but did take that checkered flag. In that midpoint of the race, we did see this coming together. Unfortunately, Emilio Bernal, Albert Lombard, and Christian Lockmatter as well, all getting involved in that incident. And Ray Healy under investigation, I believe, for that incident, who unfortunately saw him finish a little further down the order. This was an important move here. Oliver to the inside. It was later on in that race, though, Andrew, going on to that final lap where we saw that run to the inside, that defensive line on the inside line, really put him in a dangerous spot. This was after that fact, and you can see how both of them were pushing in that early stage, both of them nearly losing control of the cars.
But a very measured way that Martinez drove that last lap and a half. Was very impressed by how he dealt with that. Took the win and 50 provisional qualifying points as well to add to his tally. 44 will go in the direction of Max Yule, 41 to Daniel Oliver.
Indeed. Well, a very strong opening race then for Junior X30. Let's head down, though, to Nicole Sutherland, who is still bracing those conditions.
Post-heat interview then with Daniel. Daniel, great race there for you. The move to the lead, it was busy. Can you tell us how you pulled it off?
Yeah, I did a good start. Then I have very good rim. I'm fast, so I moved to the lead. And then on the last lap, I can't stop because I closed. They pushed me, and I was P2. And yeah, and then one guy switched me, and I finished P3.
And having that track knowledge of the circuit, how has that helped you this morning with the conditions where it's a little bit greasy out there after the rain yesterday?
Yeah, for me, I like these conditions. The slippery, I don't know. I like that. I'm fast on these conditions. So very confident for the next heats.
Well, we'll see how those heats play out. Thank you very much. Up to the next races coming up shortly. Plenty more to come. Anthony, Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we're not the only ones bracing the conditions, though. There's the banking around the circuit. Everyone here fighting for a spot to watch the racing over the course of this one. But, of course, it is still very early on in the weekend, isn't it, Andrew? The IAME Warriors Final, it's not a well, it is a one-off event, effectively, but it's a long event. It doesn't feel like a one-off because you're racing from Wednesday, yesterday, all the way until Saturday. So many, countless heats. We have 13 races in the morning before we go for the lunch break. Then we've got another batch of that after the lunch break. We go all the way to very late on in the afternoon. About 5:30, the last race goes out on circuit. And that's a long day in the office for the field.
I mean, it is. The juniors and the seniors, if I've got my facts right, will have 6 rounds of heats before we even get to the more serious stuff of those super heats. It does almost feel and act like a mini championship over the course of these 3 or 4 days. 3-minute board in the air for this next race. This will be X30 Senior. It'll be groups C and D taking on one another in this this almost round robin phase of the competition. All of these groups were determined by timed qualifying yesterday. From 4 groups of timed qualifying, assigning the drivers to each of these groups. There on the front row, you briefly saw Toby Gale in the red and white Birol ART from Thailand. Very experienced driver on the international karting scene. Let's head down, though, once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Andrew just mentioned his name then, Toby Gale, who will be going from the front row right next to me here, sat in the Birol. Toby, this year, you know, we've seen you out in the OK category. This weekend, you're back in the X30. The track, what's it like to compete at, especially in this chassis?
It's definitely very unforgiving. I have to say, you know, conditions have been difficult, but at least, you know, we've made the most of it and starting in a good position, so we'll see how it goes.
And from what you've just seen from our junior group, the track conditions may be a little bit unpredictable, a little bit greasy out there. How do you manage that in the early stages of today's racing?
I think it's just taking it safe, really, knowing the lines, not doing anything too erratic that might take me out the race, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. The sun's out, so obviously the track is, you know, drying very quickly, so we'll just see how it goes.
We absolutely will. Toby, thank you very much. Like we said then, Toby Gale going from the front row. Let's head back up. Let's see how he gets on.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there. And yeah, indeed, this is going to be a pretty exciting race on this one because you look at the list of drivers that had entered into this event. And, of course, a lot of these drivers won their tickets in various championships all around the world, of course, in the British Kart Championships in the IAME, of course, the Spanish Championships, the French Championships, and many, many more, of course, all over the world in the IAME classes, winning their tickets to represent their nation, to represent themselves in this IAME Warriors final. And again, in this grid alone, you've got quite an extensive list of names. Of course, Freddie Lloyd there on that front row of the grid, prolific racer in the world of IAME racing in the Euro Series, of course, former champion in the juniors, as well as more. And you know, it's still a really strong contender. But again, not alone, because you've got Marc Granada just behind of Spain, another very strong contender, and looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Indeed, it's the spectators and the mechanics gathering trackside for this one. This should be a really, really tasty way to get things going for X30 Senior today. Let's take you through the grid then. 34 drivers heading out on circuit.
Indeed, and it all starts with Toby Gale and Freddie Lloyd on the front row of that grid. Angelo Melli and Marc Granada will take row number 2 honours ahead of Hugo Marti and Vivian Guillaume on row number 3. Aaron Garcia and Patrick Ogrodovchik go from row number 4. There we'll see Alois Girardet and Dylan Patel on row number 5. Santiago Alves and Florent Panet go from row number 6. They'll see Otto Pukkanen and Jukka Poe on row number 7. Aaron Vida and Marius Barryberg will go from row 8 with Andrea Messienes and Sem van der Heijden locking out the first half of the field on row number 9.
Gabriel Still put a chain fall off on the formation lap yesterday. Starts this one from row 10, needs a good result. Roman Saleh alongside. Lewis Bird as well had a difficult day yesterday. Starts on row 11 alongside Leo Robinson, who qualified for this event through the Shenington Super Prix back in the summer. Row 12, Robin Harporina starts alongside Antonio Machado. Raul Martinez and Rafael Camalgo from row 13. It's then Yves Royce starting on row 14 alongside the experienced driver from Malta, Kyle Mikolev. Rafael Rajani and Merrill Pelves, they go from row 15. Andre de Beja didn't have a good day yesterday as well. Finished on the podium, of course. Eswera 2024 starts this one from row 16 is alongside Joachim Matheson. As we say, 34 drivers out in this one. Row 17 forms out the grid with Christian Fuente and Guillaume Rocha.
Indeed. Well, looking forward to this one. A reminder of those results yesterday in the seniors. Van der Kerkhoff took the honours in one of the racing. He's got 50 points to his name. Freddie Lloyd, of course, on the front row of this grid, needing another P1 here to keep that momentum up this weekend. Can he do it with Toby Gale alongside? Zach Drummond as well, also taking the honours with a win. So some strong names there at the front, but you have to look at the drivers who sit just further back. Toby Gale with that 3rd place yesterday, still 41 points. He's very high up there in the points still. Eloy Gonzalez as well, 2nd. Danny Caronini and Daniel Bretz as well. So all of those drivers also gaining really strong results. So these races still, at this moment, are still vital for the seniors with how competitive it has been at the front.
Indeed. So this will once again be 11 laps for the drivers. Run down to turn 1 is going to be super
dicey.
important.
Yeah.
Again, these drivers have not had any warm-up this morning, straight into it with the heats, but these are some of the most experienced drivers, the fastest drivers in this paddock. They've all got the talent to deal with it. Are we going to be underway at the first time of asking into those tram lines? We are good. We are green on our screen. Away we go then down towards turn 1. And Angelo Melli's got a really good start from the second row of the grid. In fact, will take the lead. They all bunch through. Yep, once again, we've got drivers spinning towards the back of the field. Carl Mikolev this time having a problem into turn 1.
Yeah, indeed. Again, it's just so slippy out there, and these drivers just have no idea how the track feels with no morning warm-up. So they're straight into it, and drama striking at the back of the grid as well. Not good at all. Christian Fuente as well out of the race. He's got it going again, but yeah, not the start he will have wanted. At the front end, though, like you mentioned, Angelo Melli, great start for him. He managed to get the reaction time off the line, but he also had the traction. You saw how Toby Gale tried to put the power down. You saw the back end of that barrel. Just, it squirreled around, and that's what's put him down to 4th place. Here now, though, it's Lloyd back in the lead. Freddie Lloyd at the front of the field now as they enter into the chicane. And again, you can see how slippy it is. The cart just moving left and right as they put the power down. But it's Lloyd from Melli, Garcia there in 3rd, Gale from Granada, Marti from Alves, Guillaume from Pukkanen, Mustienes and Ogrodovchik, who lock out the top 11 at the moment. But you're still getting this pack of 4 at the moment, Andrew, that are trying to break away from that chasing field.
Yeah, indeed. I tell you who's had a good start as well. The IAME Winter Cup winner from here back at the start of 2024 in Valencia. Mustienes up 7 positions. Just lost one of those to another one of the experienced drivers in this field, Patrick Ogrodovchik. Aaron Garcia down the inside. That's the kind of move that's made him this year's national Spanish X30 Senior champion. And of course, he won that title last year. He then went on to even greater success in 2025, up to 2nd place now, as Gale's looking for an opportunity behind Melli as well. End of another lap. Lloyd leads from Garcia.
Yeah, indeed. Down towards turn 1 again on this one. And all these drivers here, such a long setup for this racing. They've been here for many weeks. They've been really putting in the work to get the times in on the board, testing here at the circuit. But of course, that was all effectively gone to waste a little bit when the rain came down. They had dry testing. As look at this from Toby Gale on Melly, trying to get that nose down the inside on the exit of the likes of turns number 7, 8, and 9. And he has managed to get that done now and up into 3rd place. However, in that process, they've lost out on these two. But Garcia's gone down the inside of Lloyd. That will keep the fight on for the top 4. New race leader with a 6th place gain. It's the Spaniard for MDC Racing who leads here in Valencia. Drama. Patel's gone off the track. He's been joined by Andre de Bija and I think Raul Martinez have all had a moment and they've tumbled down to the back of the field.
Yeah, it was through turn 7. That just caught my eye out of the commentary box window. There were many karts flying in many directions and none of them the optimal line out of the corner. So those drivers, I think, at least possibly Mikolev as well, have been involved because they've further fallen down the order. Well, Carl Mikolev was trying to recover back from the very start of the race. New fastest lap of the race from Gabriel Stilp. That's good news. Stilp needs a good result here just to get things back on track. Has a winning record, of course, in previous editions of IWF. There he is, or was, in the number 242, up to 9th place now in this race. Lewis Bird making similar moves up through the field. Meanwhile, here is your fight for 6th and 7th. The likes of Pikkonen, Marty, Gabriel Stilp now gaining another position there past the Finn. Pikkonen trying to find a way back through. In fact, he's losing more positions here. This is very unlike Otto Pikkonen to go in that direction.
Yeah, indeed. But you're seeing the body language here, and here's some good stuff here. Wow, Toby Gale has reacquired himself here now after that shaky start. He's found some pace once more and has put himself back into 2nd place now. Fastest driver out there, 56.629. Toby Gale is looking to catch up back again to Aaron Garcia, but the gap 0.4 of a second will take a bit of work, but he's got plenty of time to do it if that is the case. So we'll keep an eye on that battle. But yeah, coming back to what you were talking about there, Otto Pikkonen is still on a 3-place gain so far in this race, but he is, again, a name that we have seen at that top end fighting with the likes of Gale and all of this. Guiane's just had a bit of a tumble there. He's dropped down to 14th place now as Vivian Guiane, and we'll keep a close eye on that one as there you see the provisional classifications. But the midway point of this one, Andrew, still a good stage of the racing for these drivers, but I've got to say it feels like this second half is going the way of Gale.
It does, but he's still got to find a way past the reigning IAME Euro Series champion. Another new fastest lap indeed from Thai driver, 2nd on the road right now. Aaron Garcia is not going to be an easy prospect for anybody to go wheel to wheel with here this weekend, or this whole week I should say, only on day 2 of IWF 2025. As things stand, Lloyd would take the lead in the provisional points, by the way, but still very early stages. We've not even seen Group A come out yet with the likes of Gus Lawrence and others. Fred Lloyd, of course, took the British national title away from Gus Lawrence earlier on in the autumn. And from personal experience of watching him race a lot this year, this is a really top performance for both Gale and Garcia that they seem to have the measure of him at the moment.
Well, yeah, indeed. And we are keeping that very closely to us. And let's see what happens as it goes on. This is the fight a little further down. This is nice overtakings here. Pikkonen trying to push his way through. Guiane as well on that fight back. Hugo Marti as well having a good run. But it's Marius Barryberg who's on the charge now, getting past the Kids to Win driver of Adrian Mastines. That is a 14th and 15th place out there on track. Lewis Bird, not so much about him on this one. 12 places gained here. Privateer this weekend, running the Kart Republic chassis. He's got no liveries, no sticker kit on his kart. Well, he's doing a good job at the moment.
It has a good record round here as well. It's had a number of really, really strong runs when there's been previous international X30 race visits to Valencia, as Toby Gale starting to put Aaron Garcia under a bit of pressure here. Fred Lloyd just waiting in the wings right now. He's in such good form. Took the win at the IAME Euro Cup at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. Into turn number 7 they go. Garcia still leading from Gale. Garcia very strong in the middle sector there, in the twisty stuff. That's good news for Aaron Garcia going later into the round. Indicates that he's got good tyres underneath him and a good chassis and a good setup.
Yeah, indeed. And the fact that he's probably had someone from the sideline, a mechanic most likely, has said to him, probably go because they're closing in on you.
Yeah.
And this is, not what you want to see. But the fact that, he's got that machinery underneath him to be able to communicate that still on the track, even though I don't think it's going to help him out.
Oh.
Gale's gone for it. It's a late lunge. It's not worked out for him as Lloyd goes up and skywards here over the curb. I think he says he's okay, but he slots back into third place, and that is not what you want to see at all. Fight is on here, Andrew, with still 2 laps to go.
I was going to say, we had an Air Force Lloyd there for a second. There was that'll be a screen capture and a half for the viewers back home. We're on the latter stages of this race then. Garcia again, look at him breaking away through Sector 2 again. Gives him a good advantage by the time they get down to the braking zone of turn 11. And
I think that is just the case of, yes, after this move here, I think I need to go for it.
Yeah.
Watch it now. Nice and slow. Goes over the curb. Clips the curb and the rear bumper at the same time. That effect sends him absolutely skywards for Freddie Lloyd here. Look at this. Wow, so lucky to land it back. But I think we got a thumbs up from him. Yeah, he did. A thumbs up there, just saying, no, I'm all good. We'll carry on and we'll have another attempt at it. But like you mentioned, that's definitely, take a screenshot of that. That's your new phone screensaver.
I was going to say, Fred, if the karting doesn't work out, have a go at the ski jump in the Olympics, perhaps, with that one. Lap 10 then, penultimate tour of the circuit in this heat. Aaron Garcia, this time not quite breaking away as much from Toby Gale. So maybe Toby Gale just changing the way and adapting to the conditions out there. There's the battle for 4th place on your screen. Stilp, Granada, Melli, and then further back as well, Alves, Ogrodovchik and Bird all racing for spots inside the top 10.
Indeed. This race now nearly coming to its conclusion. Lloyd still there in 3rd place, would still inherit the points lead, but of course, long way to go. There were only a couple of races into this, and yeah, still a long way to figure this one out. Eyes looking further in the field here, and still no changes right now, but Garcia having to go defensive here from Gale, who has reacquired this front-running spot. And as we go on to this last lap, you can imagine the tension now starting to build here for Garcia.
Gotta say, that was great control from Aaron Garcia. You just saw him move to driver's right a little bit and picked up a little bit of dampness on his tyres. Didn't wash out at turn 1. That's the marks of a true driver. And in fact, Toby Gale is now having to deal with Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd trying to get Toby Gale off the racing line. Gale nearly gets crossed up on corner entry. This is going to give the race to Aaron Garcia. Garcia is away and gone. Lloyd still trying to get down the inside. Oh, that's brave stuff from Freddie Lloyd up to P2.
Yeah, that is beautiful stuff there, but he's going to have to defend it now into the final chicane. He'll take that inside line. Gale will try and get the up and under out of the corner. Won't be enough to catch up Garcia, though. Aaron Garcia wins across the line. Lloyd will hold on to 2nd place ahead of Gale. Still, Gabriel Stilp, the disaster from earlier on, he finds himself in 4th place on a 15-place gain. Incredible drive.
Really, really good stuff, and that's what he needed as well after the disappointment of yesterday. But Aaron Garcia takes 50 points, adds it to his tally, and reminds everyone of why he is one of the favourites for this year's IWF X30 Senior title. Further down the order, in 5th place, Mark Granada, Angelo Melli, P6, Lewis Bird, nearly your biggest mover in that race. 14 places gained for the 224. Patrick Ogrodovchik comes home in P8 ahead of Santiago Alves, and then Jean-Paul Girardet, Jean-Pierre Girardet is the entry. Yeah, Alois Girardet P10, Hugo Marti P11, Marius Barryberg P12 ahead of Anouta Sorts Otto Plikinen in that race. Sam van der Heyden 12th ahead of Adrian Mustienes, Aaron Vader, Yucapo, Roman Saleh, Antonio Macedo and Vivian Guillaume, all inside the top 20 there.
Indeed, that's a strong race there. A lot of drivers going backwards, a lot of drivers going forward here. Other drivers as well, Graham Rocker as well. Also, very strong race there, a 12th-place gain. Vivian Guillaume not having the run in that one, unfortunately, like you say, dropping to 20th place. The drama that struck as well in that sort of early midpoint of the race as well that had Dylan Patel, Carl Mikalev, Yves Rees, Florian Panet and Raul Martinez all struggling, and 2 retirements from that race being the 2 Swiss drivers of Florian Panet and Raul Martinez. This was the start of that race, and a carbon copy of what we saw from the juniors there, Andrew. Just a bit slippy at the start, and some drivers who are effectively unsighted going into turn 1. They're at the back of the grid, they've got a whole field of karts in front of them, and then all of a sudden they find themselves being loose at the rear axle, and it's sending them round in an uncontrollable spin. But that being said, drivers at the front having relatively decent starts. There was that unfortunate moment there for Raul Martinez, who found himself a little further backwards. Christian Fuente as well was that first spin in the early stages. But it was a good fight from the front and a good fight from those crop promotions who had the disasters yesterday. Gabe still 15 places gained up to P4.
Yeah, and reminds us of the strength that Gabe Stilp has got going into this competition. It's always been there or thereabouts when I've seen Gabriel race across the course of 2025. Moves further down the order. Rafael Rajani gained 4 places in this race on the way to a top 25. This was the dramatic moment for the top 3. Pop up in the air there went Freddie Lloyd, got it all back on 4 wheels. And they carried on. Garcia doing his level best to keep the lead.
I'm sure a song title came into his head there when he went that way, but yeah, not the one he wants to see at that point, because that can still be quite painful on a drive.
Oh, yeah.
No real suspension in these karts. When they land, and it's on your backside.
Yeah, but having watched Freddie race for many years, he's built of tough stuff, so he'll be absolutely fine from that. Aaron Garcia takes the win, takes the 50 points through these heat stages. 44 to Freddie Lloyd, 41 to Toby Gale. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, I'm with Aaron Garcia then. Aaron, good race from you, good progress up the order as well, places gained. Pulling that off around this circuit, what's it like? What are the overtaking opportunities?
Well, it was a difficult hit, it was a bit wet. The start was a bit chaos. We managed to go to P3. It was good, then we have the pace to go to P1. Toby was so fast also at the end, so he tried to overtake on the last corner. He missed. Then we need to defend, so it was good. We gained the gap for the last lap and we managed to win it.
And diving into your mentality going into this weekend, of course, you've come off the back of a Euro wing. That's a huge result. Would you say that's given you confidence or put you under a little bit of pressure going into this weekend? Which one would you say it is?
I think it's more confidence. We know we are fast. We know we beat a lot of the drivers that are here. So also we are here in Chiba. I have done many laps here, so we need to take advantage of that and we need to be calm through the weekend and go for the Saturday.
Well, Aaron, thank you very much. Great to hear from you. That's race 2 done and dusted. Race 3 will be up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, we've got a little bit of time before we see Junior X30 qualifying heat A versus B. They've had to wait a bit of time for this one, Andrew, but we finally see Groups A out on the circuit. The fastest drivers from qualifying who are going to be out there, and well, for a lot of those drivers, with the mixed conditions in time qualifying yesterday, with the wet conditions that they haven't yet deployed their first initial set of dry slick tyres, which means that, yeah, there was a little bit of some drivers here that have got brand new sets on.
Yeah, they might have a little bit of trouble with that. I think some of the drivers, the likes of George House, if I remember correctly, was in the last session of qualifying.
Yeah, he's fine. He's used his slicks.
So he'll be okay. But it's strange how the sport works sometimes. So you get into Group A, you don't have to race yesterday. You get a little bit more rest, a little bit more time to prepare for this first race. And then the weather gods kick in and give the drivers actually quite a tricky prospect of not only going onto an unknown track, but the first time in race conditions for them this weekend. I'm sure they're up to it. They're the best junior drivers in the X30 planet. But a penny for the thoughts of George House right now, who, of course, has only just moved up to the juniors. Is this year's X30 Mini champion in the IAME Euro series. A little thing I saw on social media last night. George's account, run by his parents, put a picture up of him and Jarlath Sayer, obviously in the same team, but also racing together back in their Bambino days. I want to say Clay Pigeon 2021.
Clay pigeon.
If you want a little tug at the heartstrings, go and have a look at that one. But the drivers are underway then for this race. A versus B heats. We always enjoy these. Anthony, take us through the grid.
Oh, and it's quite a grid we've got here. George House, first appearance then out on the circuit in a race capacity after qualifying yesterday. Starts it on pole position, and he'll be joined by Max Endicott, who had a race yesterday and finished P3 on track. Daniel Miralorente will be joined alongside Charles Konia, who had a P5 yesterday. Aurelio Agostinelli and Jos Mulder go from row 3. Jos Mulder taking the win in Groups B versus C yesterday. Jake Kostecki of Australia and Freddie Wood go from row number 4. They'll see Jolina Denzel and George Clark on row number 5. Sam Mott and Veer Chopra go from row number 6. Andy Stewart and Franco Escotto go from row number 7. They'll have Flavio Cara and Finlay Lines. What a great race yesterday. 11 places gained to finish in P4.
But indeed, second half of the grid, Zoltan Koyne and Lorenzo de Kock go from row 9. Max Becker and Christian Freylund go from row 10. Christian Gunderson and Jamie Mulvey, they start in the 11th row of the grid. Row 12 is a cracker. Bruno Greeling and Zeni Babacek both go from that one. Greeling, of course, won the Winter Cup at the start of the season here in Valencia. Next row, row 13, John Foley Jr. and Romeo Mello is another strong set of contenders. Danish Chen and Sophie Campbell go from row 14. It's then Benji Westwood and Derek Rivera completing the top 30 on row 15. Oliver Moxon and Emma Boschetto go from row 16.
Indeed, again, packed field in this one. Some of the fastest drivers in qualifying.
Oh,
but
now.
as we were mentioning, is
that
Jos Mulder? Yeah, indeed, the driver of the number 92 machine. Winner yesterday in the first race for Groups B and C. Now seemingly struggling this morning. He's out there and he's got it going, but they're on their formation lap now, Andrew. Not going to have the time to get that car to his original starting position, which was on the 3rd row of the grid, and that's a huge deficit in this second race of the weekend for Jos Mulder.
Yeah, he's going to join the back of the queue. He might have half a chance here of at least getting a few rows back before they get to the red line.
No, but I think he's best to just stay at the back here, Andrew. If he does that, then he starts to misplace people, and then you get people trying to switch sides, thinking, well, he's going to go for it. Jos Mulder is sending it down the inside, and is he going to try and force a false start here and then try and go for another lap and try and go? That's maybe something. There's the red line. He can't go any further now. He's stuck there in the middle of the pack, and let's see. You can see the missing spot there where he should be. Let's see if we're going racing. Are the lights going out? The answer is yes. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside row, but watch them on that really wet part of the track. Do they have the traction? The answer is no. Drama striking in the background. Heavy front end damage there to the 47 machine. A little further down in the order. Well, Christian Gunderson's had a moment. Zoltan Koyne as well out there. And unfortunately, they will try and get restarted, but that's, I think, a technical flag if I've ever seen them for that Nassau panel.
Yeah, Zoltan Koyne is not going to be allowed to continue with the carts in that condition. Daniel Miralorente has taken the lead of this race then for the distinctive and recognisable colours of Fusion Motorsport. The dark blue and orange at the front of the field, down towards turn number 15 and 16. George House has still got second place. Decent start from Max Endicott as well. And Aurelio Agostinelli there in 4th place. End of the first lap. 7 more tours of the circuit to go. Miralorente's lead already a second.
Yeah, indeed. The cracking start there. Drama into the chicane, though. Jamie Mulvey of Ireland having a bit of a spin there, and he throws his hands up in protest as down the inside here. This is nice. Aurelio Agostinelli on the charge in towards turn number 3, getting past Max Endicott and pushing his way forward. Veer Chopra under investigation early stages of this race for potentially causing a collision. Eyes on the rest of the field here as they push their way through. You can see the charges there in the background. This is Sam Mott on the attack and pushing through down the inside of, I think, Jos Mulder in the early stages here. Also Jamie Green on the move. This is Freddie Wood. Both of them getting past the likes of Charlene Konda. Down now to 8th place now in this race.
Good moves from Freddie Wood, who just like this circuit. Oh, that's a bit close through turns 15 and 16. Mighty brave stuff there from Christian Freylund in the number 45. How did that not end up being a bit of a more confirm incident. Either way, they'll continue on. Further down the order, just to check in with drivers who are coming through the field. Bruno Greeling up 8 spots. Also, Denny Babicek up 8 spots, 15th and 16th place respectively. Also, Oliver Moxon up 10 spots to 21st. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Justinelli through to 2nd place ahead of House.
Yeah, indeed. This is a nice fight that we're seeing here for the front runners. And Jos Mulder trying to push forward in this race down the inside. That's going to be a feisty one there for Justinelli to have to deal with. And it's happened, though. Nicely done, and George can't get on the charge.
Oh.
My goodness, at that speed, that was robust but clean.
I was going to say, George House, welcome to the junior class. That was a wide bit. Here comes Mulder. What a recovery this is from Mulder, back into 2nd place after those scares on the formation lap. Endicott has followed through as well, up to P3. Justinelli down to 4th place. This all could be quite good for Freddie Wood. Sitting there in 6th place whilst these drivers fight. They'll give him a chance to close in. Meanwhile, in front of the field, though, Daniel Miron-Lorente is on the charge. Another new fastest lap of the race. The lead now nearly 3 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. But he's loving this fight happening for 2nd place. And this is all helped by the fact that, obviously, Jos Mulder wasn't in his starting position. His dander was up. He wanted to push forward as much as he can, and that's what's caused this fight that's happening. He's not been like, right, no, the best I can do is 2nd place. That's still a plus for me after that pretty dreadful start. And there's been some moments further down the field. We'll keep a close eye on that. But, yeah, we'll keep our eyes focused here at the front of the field. Miron breaking away, though. Beautifully done for him. 3.1 seconds clear ahead of this 2nd place battle. Jos Mulder, Endicott, Justinelli and House. George House, I can imagine, would very much like to fight back here on Aurelio Justinelli, but you can see here the size difference between the drivers. You know, Justinelli, who's a high-ranking junior, who's been doing it now for a couple of years, versus a driver who has just progressed up into the juniors from the minis. You see that size comparison as they go through, and this will help out, actually, George House quite significantly going into the back straights here. He'll get the ultimate tow.
He will indeed, and we'll be learning a lot in this first heat of the weekend as well. Further down the order, more updates. Finley Lyons has just got up to 9th place. That's a gain of 7 now for Lyons. Up 12 is Bruno Greeling. Into 11th place now, and Dennis Show and Rui Chen also having a strong run now in 17th place. That's a gain of 10 positions. We're well into the 2nd half of this race now, just starting to spread out a little bit at the front of the field, which in itself is also good news for Daniel Miron-Lorente, because they're not really effectively working as a 4 or even a 3 right now. He's able to hold that advantage over Jos Mulder to the best parts of 3 seconds. Credit to Daniel Miron, because similar to what we've been talking about with George House, Daniel, another driver who still quite recently moving up to the junior category, and doesn't seem that long ago. You do this job long enough. I remember when Daniel was racing in the Bambinos, did a bit of racing in England, and here he is in the first of the full-size kart categories, leading a race at the international level. Has just gone purple through sector number 2 as House has a look down the inside of Justinelli. Justinelli down to 5th place. Good move by House.
Yeah, well timed, I think, there into the chicane, and just utilising that. Immediately going defensive, though, here now. And that's, again, that phase of, yes, we're nearing the end of this race, but it's a case of you've got to think of that bigger picture of pushing forward in this stage, and that's why Justinelli will be thinking, right, I need to try and get past immediately here now, because as soon as he's got past, he immediately goes defensive.
It does indeed. So a lap and a half of this one to go. Daniel Miron's lead is back up to 3 seconds. Here is Bruno Greeling on your screens, and kart number 67 has just got the 82 of Sam Mott ahead of him right now. That's all around 8th, 9th, 10th place. Charlene Cordier has had a bit of a difficult race, has fallen back through this pack. Driver who was in the top 5 in the French National Championship this year. But here, to start the final lap.
Look at this.
This is a superb drive from Daniel Miron, and a reminder, okay, Fusion Motorsport may not have many of the, should we say, familiar names that they've had in their ranks over the last few months, as that was a moment involving Mott down the order and out the top 15 now. That's a really sad moment for Sam Mott. But Fusion, they've got another driver in the ranks with a lot of talent. Daniel Miron is very much announcing his intentions with this race.
He certainly is. Fastest lap of the race as well, going on to this last lap. This is the Mott moment earlier on. I think this was with Charlene Corner as well there. The two just tangling through the final corner, and suboptimal, I think, in their first race of the day.
Yeah, just a little bit too much ambition over adhesion on that one. But Daniel Miron from that race started third in this one, comes through the final chicane and starts his IWF race week with a victory. 50 points to Daniel Miron in the first run for Group A. Just Mulder, after the dramas before the race, recovers back to P2, has a share of the lead in the provisional standings right now, 94, with Alex Martinez, Max Endicott third, George House in fourth, and Aurelio Gustinelli in fifth place. There were dramas late on. Did I see John Foley Jr. possibly falling down the order?
No, I believe it was Jolina Denzel and Denny Babacek who were caught out in an incident there. They've tumbled to 31st and 32nd out of the race there, though. The biggest mover, Bruno Greeling, started 23rd, finished inside the top 10 on a 14-place gain. That's obviously for the likes of Bruno Greeling. Started alongside Denny Babacek, so one going forward, one very much going backwards. There's a look at your provisional results then after qualifying heat A versus B. Daniel Miron from Jos Mulder, Endicott from House, Gustinelli from Wood, Clark from Lines, another good result for Lines, Bruno Greeling 9th, Flavio Carrier rounding out the top 10.
Good results, good points for all of those drivers. Lorenzo Lecoq, Charlene Corder, all in the top 12. Max Becker, Benji Westwood, good drive from Benji Westwood as well, up 15 places in that one for the House Racing team. Dennis Chen comes home P15. Sam Mott drops to 16th place in the end ahead of Romeo Mello, Derek Rivera, Oliver Moxon. Those two drivers both moving up 12 positions into a top 20 completed by Sophie Campbell. Trouble in those laps for the likes of Christian Phelan, 21st. Jay Kostecki, difficult start to the day for the Australian at P22. Andy Stewart, great qualifying yesterday from Andy. Big step forward for her. Unfortunately, that first race saw her fall 10 places to 23rd. Veer Chopra and John Foley Jr. completed the top 25. Here was the race start. A good one for George House, leading down to the first corner. Daniel Miron holding that inside line as well. There would be some thrills and spills in the middle of the pack. Most of all out of the race, the number 90, the number 47, the 47 of Coyne, and the number 90 of Gunderson would go no further than in terms of main competition in that one. Gunderson would rejoin. Coyne would continue for a while as well.
Yeah, indeed. Other dramas that had happened. Jamie Mulvey at the start of that race into the chicane. Another person who struck out in the early stages. Did recover, though, back to 28th place during that race. Then we saw the real fight here. Jos Mulder, I think, after that drama right at the start, the kart not initially starting, he'd have to start the race a little further back, really pushed his way through the field, brought everyone nice and close, and we saw those dramatic overtakes there through turns 15 and 16. The flat-out corners here. George House getting a very rude awakening to the world of junior X30 racing as well. Gustinelli certainly not giving him, or certainly giving him a good introduction into the class. George House, though, certainly giving it back, though. Wasn't afraid to get those moves down the inside. But it is when we got down into 15 and 16. This move here, oh my goodness me, that is an introduction.
But a very heads-up bit of driving there from House to say, oh, they're driving down my inside here on the fastest corner of the circuit. I'm not going to turn in. That already shows to me a good racecraft from this year's X30 Mini champion in IAME Euro Series. Mulder continues his drive through the field. House actually fought back in the end to retake 4th place in this race, but no one was going to be able to touch Daniel Miron. There's another look on the reverse angle of House re-overtaking Gustinelli up to P4. Bruno Greeling showing the kind of form that we saw from Bruno last time we raced here for a big race in X30 competition. That was the IAME Winter Cup that kicked off the season. This was the moment for Sam Mott. Charlene Corder as well, not faring too well in all of that. But Daniel Miron takes the 50 points, gets a very good start to his IWF campaign, we'll see more from Group A later on in the day.
And we certainly will, as Junior X30 for the moment done and dusted for those ones. We'll see them out a little bit later on today. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, though, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, like the boys said then, down here in Parc Ferme and down here with Daniel Miron. Daniel, 3.5 seconds out there for you. And do you think, you know, coming from just an hour away from this circuit down in Alicante, that's helped you with that track knowledge since this is where you first started?
Yeah, I think it helps a lot, of course. When you're testing a lot and done more than 1 million laps on this track, it helps a lot. In every condition, you can... Oh, and the chicane is a bit greasy. When it dries a bit later, can adapt to it.
And with the track adapting lap after lap, what do you do mentally to make sure that each time you're going into these corners, you improve time after time? Because, you know, the grease was being cleared from the circuit. Is it the braking? Is it the handling of the kart? What do you change?
So usually in the start, I was braking aggressively to warm up the tires. And try just when the track is greasy, try to get the tires warmed up and just try to take a gap like I did and just drive.
Well, we'll see if you can try and get some similar gaps out there in the front in your later heats, Daniel. Thank you very much. Plenty more racing action to come up, but we're going to take a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the 2025 IAME Warriors Final. If you're only just waking up in the morning and wondering, how are you already live? Well, we've been live for nearly an hour now already, and you've missed, at this moment, 3 races. This is going to be race number 4 of the day, and the first time we see the seniors for Groups A out on circuit, the pole sitter from time qualifying, Gus Lawrence, here on the grid for the first time today, joined by race winner yesterday and current intermediate classifications, effectively points leader in the seniors after his first race, Matthijs van der Kerkhoff. what a front row this is going to be, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this race will bring us.
We always look forward to an A versus B race.
We certainly do.
But I'm really looking forward to this one. This should be a fantastic taster into what we're going to see across the course of this weekend. Let's take you through the grid then for X30 Senior, qualifying heat A versus B. Gus Lawrence starts on pole position. First race for everyone in Group A, of course, on that side of the grid. Matthias van der Kerkhoff will start alongside on the front row. Row 2, Max Radek de Silva starts alongside Jack Buckley. That's a competitive row as well. Donovan Bonilla and Sebastian Mins go from row 3. Row 4 is one to keep an eye on. Daniel Brozovic starts on the inside. Danny Caronini starts on the outside, second yesterday for the Italian. Oliver Stadler will go from row number 5. He's joined by Kai Burke. Row 6, Kevin Bakker and Louis Comat in the 301. Cam Nelson has been doing a lot of racing around the world the last few weeks. Starts this one from row 7, is alongside Joaquin Pinto. Brodie Whitmore of Australia starts on row number 8. It's joined by Mattis Michaud, completing the first half of the field. On row 9, it's Noel Sundberg and Marlon Bayer.
Row 10 sees Alex Priniera, brand new set of tyres that he didn't deploy during the qualifying, wet qualifying for the Spaniard. Starting this on row number 10 alongside Clement Outron. Max Anderson and Uno Kalari go from row number 11. They'll see Zarefrakal of Malaysia and Luca Mann for Great Britain. Alina Rolson of Norway and Felipe Cares going from row number 13. They'll have Lucas Ochika and Daniel Sria Isa on row 14. Senior Onball and Dennis Bjerke go from row 15. They'll have Matthew Higgins and Arav Dewan on row number 16. Isaac Dale and Daniel Kavanagh going from row number 17, with Mayan Patel rounding out the 35 kart field. But I'm seeing on our screen here, Andrew, that Donovan Bonilla and Max Anderson not out on circuit at the moment. Are you seeing the same?
Yeah, I did wonder. There was a Fusion kart parked, just no driver, out on the pole side of the grid. So yeah, that's going to be Donovan Bonilla. Really not sure what's happened there, because the kart's made it.
Yeah.
But where's the driver? Where's the driver?
Hasn't.
So yeah, that's a bit of a, I don't know whether Nicole can hear us and try and find out what's happened there with Donovan Bonilla down on the pre-grid. Gus Lawrence, though, front of the grid, has looked in really determined and a really determined frame of mind this weekend. Last time I saw Gus was at the end of the British National Championship, where, of course, he lost that title that he'd held for 3 years in a row to Freddie Lloyd. I know it would be very, very special for him to get a big result here this weekend, but we're a long way off that, of course. The first bit of racing business is to be taken care of in this heat. Once again, it's going to be a tricky run down to turn 1. It's more of a dry line down towards turn 1 now. Let's see what Lawrence and van der Kerkhoff can do.
Indeed, it's going to be a feisty one. Senior qualifying heat, A versus B, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights out, fights on. Down in towards turn number 1, and it's great reaction time for the inside row, but it is Gus Lawrence who holds that inside line. A little bit shaky there in the mid-pack as they go through. Max Radek clipping the curb on the inside there, goes a little bit backwards in the rest of the field. Into the pinch point for the first time, massively outbraking themselves, does half the field. Completely missing the chicane, but all of them getting through. There you can see drama still happening in that front section. Is that Matthew Higgins there trying to push his way through? Is getting a little bit tangled up. Of course, Matthew Higgins, who had a massive accident earlier on in this season, fighting fit once more. Down the inside, this is a great start. Van der Kerkhoff in the lead, sideways under braking, takes it away from Gus Lawrence.
It does indeed. Matt van der Kerkhoff had a good win yesterday in the first round of the heat, and he's got support as well at the front of this field. Victory Lane looking pretty good in the early stages. Keep an eye out for Danny Caronini. Out of the race is the number 200. That is Isaac Dahler, who started at the back of the grid in this one.
Now is that Sebastian Mins again missing that chicane? I know he happened a couple of times. And that's a rear wheel that's come off on one of the karts. That is the 200 you were talking about. So that is Isaac Dahler there on that Parallel Norway machine, who, yes, has unfortunately not seen that one. Right, it wasn't Mins who cut the chicane. That one, it was Radek, Max Radek in the 289. has dropped down to 6th place now on this one. Sebastian Mins is going for the move on Gus Lawrence. Got it done. Lawrence isn't going to be happy with that one. He won't be happy with this one either. Danny Carinini being the ever opportunistic one down the inside. Takes that position away. Will have to fight with that one. That's Lawrence losing out from 2nd all the way down now to, I think, about 7th place now.
But it's there's a good number of laps in this one to go that Lawrence can re-find his rhythm and move back up the order. He's got Matas Mirshad just behind him at the moment. Towards the chicane they go then. End of another lap. 9 more remaining in this one. It's victory lane 1-2 at the front of this field. Van der Kerkhoff from Mins. Jack Buckley, sorry, Robbie's in another one of the classes this weekend, but Jack Buckley there in 3rd for the Mick Barrett Racing team. Mick Barrett Racing had some great results at Zuera in the 2024 edition of IWF. Big hop across the curb there from Mins as trying to fight through the order. This is all in the region around the 248 of Noel Sundberg. You've got Cam Nelson in there as well, Louis Comin, the Frenchman coming through the field. Feeling quite fraught at the moment, this heat for a senior race.
Yeah, just that little bit. They are pushing quite firm at their sharp end, but I feel like they've settled into that rhythm now going on to lap number 3. Van der Kerkhoff still in a good position here. Saying that, Sadler's just had a bit of a drop there. He's gone backwards. Matthew Higgins on the charge here, though, Andrew. 20 places gained. He's just outside the top 10 right now.
Yeah, this is more like it from Higgins. Was a bit of a surprise to see a driver who's finished on the podium in the FIA World Championships. Had a good result in this race last year as well. Could well have won the senior race at Zuera just under 12 months ago. And, well, he's announcing his intentions with this drive through the field. He's got Cam Nelson for a bit of support right now as well. So two Brits trying to move their way up the order. Danny Carinini, a little bit quieter so far in this race, Danny Carinini, in comparison to what we saw yesterday. But Danny was very confident with his dry pace yesterday. Makes light work there of Buckley up to P5. Carinini, last year's IAME Euro Series champion, of course. Points forward for the Zanki Motorsport team. He's on his way.
Can confirm that Max Anderson is out there. Was missing from our screens earlier on in the racing, but can see he's making the moves and is actually fastest driver out there, so looking good for the moment. Crossing the chicane once again, not the optimal racing line around there, but still the fighting going on in and amongst that mid-pack area. Eyes on this. Danny Carinini has closed in to Sebastian Mins. Now remember, yesterday Carinini really good pace, and he's still got that pace today. He said his dry pace was quick. He is showcasing that now. Van der Kerkhoff just ahead is the driver who he missed out to yesterday because the gap was just too large. This time around on lap number 6, I think he might be with a better chance of taking this one to the front. Yeah,
Danny Carinini's looking quite dangerous now for Victory Lane Karting in terms of their hopes of winning this race. Carinini really does like that move into turn 7. We've seen him pull it off many, many times before over the years in big X30 Senior races here at Valencia, and he's cruising towards Matthias van der Kerkhoff now. End of lap number 5, on to the 6th lap. We're at the halfway point pretty much of this race. Buckley still there. Lawrence in the bright orange and black PF International karting effort still there as well. Where does Carinini make his move? Does he go for it into turn 7 again? He did it 1 lap ago on Mins. No, thinks better of it for now. Van der Kerkhoff continues to lead. Swap for 4th place. Lawrence through past Buckley.
Yeah, Lawrence fighting back now at this point of the race. And I always chat to Gus whenever I get a moment. And he's a very reserved driver when he's not in the kart. He's very, we'll see how this weekend goes. Very polite. And with that politeness, he expects that same courtesy on the track as well. And when he races, it's always one of those things. If it gets a bit feisty, the frustration kicks in, but he stays focused and he deals with it, and he comes back later on in the race. It's exactly what we're seeing here now.
Has a standard of racing, firm but fair. Does Gus Lawrence, as Chichka is under investigation for an earlier collision. Van der Kerkhoff trying to kick here, trying to break away from the rest of the field, trying to beat Carinini with pure pace at this moment. Here, a little bit further back in the field, this is Kevin Backer. Apologies, Kevin Backer in the 254. Not another driver that was mistaken with earlier. Matthew Higgins directly behind. Matthew Higgins, who has had quite a 2025. and looking for a way through, wants to finish his season. I did have a chat with Matty earlier in the day, asking him how's the hand, how are those injuries that he, of course, suffered early in the season. He said, no, back to full pace, back to 100%.
Yeah.
Is Matthew Higgins, and trying to find a way through past Kevin Backer here, through back with the leaders. What I am going to have to get used to, though, is seeing Matthew Higgins in an Excel Motorsports livery. It's the same base energy chassis that he's been using in, say, his FIA racing. But yeah, that one's going to take a while to get used to. It's out of the race there.
Yeah.
They're rocking Pinto in the 205.
Yeah, it is. Pinto out of the race. The Cali Kart by Jorge Pescador going no further in this race. But going further in it, Danny Carinini again closing that gap. And it's at a dangerous gap now, level to Van der Kerkhoff, because Carinini will, I think he likes that final chicane here, Andrew. The braking zone always seems to nail the braking zone into that final chicane. You can see him tucking in here, might be lining something up. If he does go for something, you can imagine Gus Lawrence goes to the same move at the same time, but not into the final chicane. Could it be, though, into turn number 1? Is he going to think about it? He looks for it, and he goes for it down the inside. Nicely done. Seb Mintz tries to follow through as well. Can't quite get that move done on his teammate. Stays in 3rd place. Lawrence holds on to 4th, and I think it's just going to wait to see how this one unfolds. Is Van der Kerkhoff going to re-attack Carinini for that front run? But with Carinini's pace that he's got over the course of a lap, how he's able to close in on people, now he's got the clear air in front, he might be able to just drive away here.
He may well do so, Anthony. Van der Kerkhoff, observing his body language this last lap or so, looked to be having to throw more into it than Carinini. Carinini looks very composed, very relaxed. Touch wide there out of turn 14, but gathers it up by the time they get to this big stop at the chicane. A couple more laps to go then. Van der Kerkhoff was very good there through sector number 3. Might be within striking distance. In fact, he's going to go for it down the inside into turn 1. Carinini holds around the outside. This is great racing. Mintz has a go as well, trying to get through into 2nd place. Lawrence waiting in the wings once again there in P4. Van der Kerkhoff's had a bad turn 3. Mintz is down the inside on his teammate. This is for 2nd place. Through goes Mintz. Lawrence can't quite find a way through, but that might be the crucial moment, Anthony, because Danny Carinini is gone.
Yeah, he has. He's opened up that gap immediately with that fight. That's incredible kart control through turn number 1 when that Van der Kerkhoff went down the inside, where he was able to position the kart. Look at this one for Gus Lawrence. 2 for 1 round the outside of turn number 13. My goodness me. Where did that come from?
I suppose probably the victory lanes were having an inter-team battle, and Gus Lawrence read that and went, hello, I'll go round the outside and get both of you. Brilliant driving from the former British champion. Onto the final lap we go then. Danny Carinini's got this race won. He's 1.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. This will be a good feeling from Carinini as well. I got the sense that yesterday he caught Van der Kerkhoff, probably had the thought, it's the first heat. Let's not go full out now. This is how it happened with Lawrence. So Mintz has got through to 2nd place ahead of Van der Kerkhoff. No, he just drove straight round the outside of them. Wow, what a move that is. I told you Gus Lawrence was in determined fashion here today. He is here to win.
And that's the track's evolving as well. Of course, you remember the track is a lot lighter now. It was very dark this morning with the water that was down on it. He found that traction, and that is absolutely outrageous. Max Radek having disaster out there. But here, though, Danny Carinini, this is more like it. Over the line, P1 for the Italian. He joins, Freddie Lloyd joins on 94 points in the intermediate classification as the race continues there all the way through. My goodness, that was 8th place all the way down to 18th, and the likes of Clement Utron, Louis Comin, Noel Sundberg, Cameron Nilsson, Alex Pinera, Daniel Brazovic as well, all fighting for position. Mayan Patel, 20 places gained. Matthew Higgins, 25 places gained in that race. He is the biggest mover from 31st to 6th.
Yeah, and that's really good news for Matthew Higgins, that he's got the race pace to come back through the field. He's going to have to be quite patient this week. But those kind of performances will get him into the top 36 once we get to Saturday. And once you're in that race, once you're in the big long final, you know, you've always got a chance here at Valencia. It is a circuit that you can overtake around. There's your provisional result then for X30 Senior and Groups A and B. Danny Caronini, brilliant victory from the Italian. Gus Lawrence comes home P2. Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Sebastian Mins take 3rd and 4th. Jack Buckley home in the top 5. Good results as well for the likes of Kevin Backer, Matthew Higgins, Noel Sundberg, Louis Coman and Max Radek. We will see Groups A and B out later on in the day, of course, as these heats start to shake out. Very much looking forward to seeing what those drivers can do.
Yeah, indeed. There, Danny Caronini, thumbs up for him. Job done, but he knows this is still early into the weekend.
Oh, yes.
That's only his 2nd race. Many more to go for Groups A. Of course, that was their 1st race, and that's still a great drive for many of them out there. But certainly, Danny Caronini looking to be one of the favourites going into this weekend. Here's the highlights from that race. Lawrence, good start for him. The inside line, but you could see how slippy it was there just as they were getting to the braking zone. The kart not wanting to stay in a straight line.
I think Lawrence also just trying to get a little bit of feel for what the tyres were going to do down into turn 1 there. There was a little bit of chaos in the second half of the field, but actually everybody kept running off of the first chicane. We did have 2 or 3 retirements later on in the race. This was the move for the lead by van der Kerkhoff. Van der Kerkhoff taking it away from Lawrence. Early couple of laps for Gus Lawrence were a little bit shaky. I wonder if that was more of a setup thing, that with the tyre pressures set the kart up to be strong later on. 3 wheels on the wagon of Isaac Dahler. Dahler would be out of the race in the early stages. That is a suboptimal way to leave the race. Sebastian Mins very aggressive as well. This was the move for 2nd place on Lawrence.
Yeah, indeed. Seb Mins at the end of that one dropping to 4th place, but still on a 2-place gain at the end of it. Charge from Higgins as well in that race as well. 25 places up into P6. That was a long slog of a race there for him to get through. Danny Caronini, though, utilising his track position, getting those moves done in the early stages. There, Jack Buckley just getting squeezed down to P5 in that first half of the race, but still a good result for the Irishman, for Mick Barrett Racing. Gus Lawrence as well on his charge back through the field. He had that moment he dropped down to about 7th place where the train went through. This outrageous move here, beautifully done. The power he could get down, the traction level that's there, I think will be shown later on in the racing when we see more moments, I'm sure, like this. 2 for 1, round the outside. That is how you do it.
I think that's the early contender for overtake of the race week. But for Danny Caronini, that is a fantastic result. And the fact that he got the measure of Matthias van der Kerkhoff as well, because they're in the same group, they'll keep racing each other all the way through the rest of today and tomorrow. That is a feather in the cap for the Italian that he's going to be able to, despite having had a little bit of an issue in qualifying, be able to rise himself up the order. There's the scene very briefly down on the stage. Really looking forward to the drivers' parade and the formal ceremonies tonight to introduce everybody to IWF25, but we're going to get moving on. X30 Mini is up next.
It certainly will be, and we'll be seeing Nicole Sutherland up here very, very shortly to deal with that. So I'll head down there, I'll relinquish my spot, and hopefully I'll be chatting to a few drivers a bit later on.
There are your minis on the grid then. Looks like we've had an elective swap from our pole sitter to driver's left-hand side. A few details being dealt with on the circuits. You're watching live coverage of IWF 2025 here from the Cartodromo International Lucas Guerrero. The X30 Minis all heading now into what is their 2nd round of heats. They had a full round yesterday, 6 groups of minis here this year. Another bumper entry. We're still in the early stages of what is a 5-round round robin to find who will initially be the 72 to go through to the superheats on Saturday morning, and then ultimately the top 36 for the final to see who will succeed the likes of Manny Nuvolini, Will Green, Giammatteo Rousseau, Lewis Werrell, who've all had great results in this category in years gone by for the IAME Warrior final. Bit of an update on what we saw from yesterday. Timed qualifying went the way of Charles Ural by 0.02 of a second ahead of Achilles Peruzzi. John Hahn and Daniel Ferguson were third and fourth. John Hahn, with this being a Group C versus F race, will have pole position for this one. Race winners yesterday as well. John Hahn took one of the race victories. You also saw the likes of Hugo Fuentes and Chester Fawkes in the end taking a top result. Whistle goes then to instruct the Minis to head out onto circuit. Let's take you through the grid of 29 who will be competing in this one at the start of this second round. John Hahn has pole position, but we should note has swapped two drivers left-hand side. Wants that wider line, that wider entry into turn one. Charles Clough, as he's known when he's racing in Europe, will be alongside on the front row. A potential good result on the way here for Charlie. Aaron Bordenova and Colby Patterson go from row 2. Leo Devahive and Hugo Fuentes go from row 3. So let's see what Fuentes can do there for MDC Racing, whose minis looked very strong yesterday. Arhan Qureshi and Mika Shervers go from row 4. It's then Max Lofer and Rin Godshall completing the top 10. Max Cruz and Nahil El Gahudi, plenty of experience there on row 6. Cruz, the Spanish champion in X30 Mini this year. Abraham Shelvis and Posh Kongchol go from row 7. It's then Kiko Correa and Atika Mir completing the first half of the grid.
Second part of your field, row number 9, it looks like Artur Konolov with Alessandro Salas. From 10, completing your top 20, we have Corey Lyons with Gonzalo Glelio. 11 is Jim Wolf alongside Louis Petronot. And going from row number 12, we had Adam George with Bodie Batch. 13, your top 26, it's Jack Harney with Ada O'Brien. And the penultimate row of your field, Danny Murphy alongside George Desmay. Running out your 15-row strong grid, 29 karts in total to go for your first X30 Mini qualifying heat of the day. It's Burke Bendiskoff School on the last row.
It is indeed. So formation laps underway for the drivers here in Valencia. It will be 7 laps once again for our competitors. And this has got all the hallmarks of once again being a really competitive race to get things going for the Minis. As mentioned, how things stand overnight from that first round of heats. Hahn, Fuentes and Fawkes, currently the 3 drivers on 50 points apiece. Peruzzi, Lopez and Shervers on 44. Alfie Davidson and Leo Devahive on 41. So quite a few of those drivers, Nicole, in this race.
Absolutely. An early drama out there then for one of the CRGs. That's Adam George Pivu. That has parked between turns 3 and 4. So early drama for him within his first qualifying heat of the day. Clearly some technical gremlins out there for the CRG who will go no further.
It's a real shame for the Romanian driver. That's going to be a low score in the intermediate points. So John Hahn will take us through the final cut through the final chicane to get us going for this race. Charles Clough alongside on the front row. The revs build. Are we ready for racing? Yes, we are. Away we go then for X30 Mini, round 2 of the heats. Good start for John Hahn. Straight across to the low side. Defends first position. There's a spin in the middle of the pack there for the 552 of Max Cruz. So that's quite a big one straight away. The Spanish champion in trouble here in the early stages of this heat. But apart from that, Nicole, looking pretty good through the infield. John Hahn has converted that pole position well.
Absolutely has. Hahn out there then in a bit of a unique position where he's the first driver to be hitting those damp and wet parts of the circuit. He's got no marker in front of him to really gauge, you know, where to take the line, where to brake. But for the time being, out there in the front, he's managing this one well. Change for P2, I believe, for the time being, as the XLs out there on the track right now are having to fend off the drivers behind. The 2 inside the top 5, of course, being Charles Clough and Colby Patterson. For the time being, they are having to think about this one as we head through the chicane for the completion of the first lap. Your top 5 for the time being then looks like John Hahn with Aaron Budanova. Charles Clough has dropped to P3, and it is his teammates of Colby Patterson, P4. Hugo Fuentes there for the time being in P5. Through sector number 1 they go once more. Already they're starting to bunch up here now, Andrew. I think a bit of holding up by John Hahn
to get the other drivers to collect each other, trip over each other, could be deployed. Change for P2, that's Charles Clough going down the inside. Gets himself into second.
Yeah, Charles had a really good run here at Valencia at the start of the year for the IAME Winter Cup. Changed teams in the middle of this season as his teammate Colby Patterson goes down the inside for Excel Motorsport Bordenova in that deep red and black PB kart down to 4th place at this stage. So yeah, it's been a bit of a strange season for Charlie. But this is just the kind of event where he can strike back and get a big result.
Question for you then, Andrew, some of the drivers inside the top 3, Charles and Colby, this is the time of year that at home in the UK you have very similar conditions, unchangeable change for P2. It looks like 3 wide on the entrance towards turn number 1. There's a change for the race lead as well. John Hahn has now been demoted to P2. The XL's given it a good go out there. Charles Clough really impressive there at turn number 1 to read it well and becomes your race leader with that fastest lap also. But I think maybe Charles and Colby helped then by it being the time of year at home where they're dealing with very similar conditions out there.
Yeah, as I say, it's been particularly cold in England over the last few weeks. But I know a good number of the Excel Motorsport team also, get used to some of the warmer conditions at this time of year as well, doing an increasing amount of driving out in the Middle East, out in places like Dubai. So continuing to build their talents. Down the back straight they go. Charles Clough has the lead of this race. John Hahn in second spot ahead of Colby Patterson, but it feels like there's a move coming in here from Patterson down the inside. Sweet move from Colby Patterson through into P2. It's an XL Motorsport 1-2 as things stand. Hugo Fuentes still looking pretty dangerous though there in 4th place as Hahn really attacks down the inside. Good counter from John Hahn, and Colby Patterson now shuffled down to around 6th place.
John Hahn looking strong within this race as continuous moves go on at turns 2 and 3. But Hahn, maybe we could notice, Andrew, the height difference between him, Charles Clough, and the likes of Colby Patterson as well. Hahn is a little bit taller in the karts, and maybe with these damp conditions, him being able to shift some weight over the tyres and generate maybe a little bit more temperature could be benefiting him within the first half of this race as off the road, the mid-pack go. Side-by-side moments for these drivers on the exit sector number 2 is Colby Patterson there on your screen. He's really having to fend off the drivers behind now. Is him and Qureshi really going for it? Yeah,
Colby Patterson trying to just reaffirm himself in this race. There was a problem for Max Lowe for a few corners ago as well. One of the MDC racing drivers in this one, down to 12th place in the 586. End of lap 4 then. Charles Clough leads this race from Hugo Fuentes. John Hahn, there's a battle raging on as well. Once again, the OMS Denny Curl run efforts of Arhan Qureshi down the inside takes another position, so that should be Qureshi now up into the top 5. Fuentes, Hahn, Bordenova, 2nd, 3rd, 4th there. As getting down the inside is the 555 of Wyn Gottschalk. Gottschalk has done a lot of racing this year. Races on an American licence, but of course it's from the Caribbean, isn't he, Nicole?
Absolutely. Gottschalk then from Curacao, a Dutch-speaking nation, of course. Wyn has been competing all over the world, actually, in 2025, the USA, Europe also, as that's the retirement of the CRG that we experienced earlier on in this race. But Gottschalk, I think, is progressing really nicely through all categories and is currently here in Valencia at the IWF for the first time inside of the top 10. Eisner's back on this one though, exiting out of the chicane. Fuentes still trying to hold off your previous race leader of Hahn. Bordenova still very much within this fight as well. The trio go bumper to nose cone on the exit of turn number 1. Good exit there for Fuentes on the exit of the corner. Just gives himself a little bit of room there on the exit. I think maybe committing to turn number 1 a little bit more on that grip compared to Hahn and Bordenova.
Yeah, indeed. They do have a chance here of catching Charles Clough. They were 2-3 tenths quicker than the race leader last time around. We are on lap 6, so a lap and a half to go. It's a bit further back. Here's a good scrap. Colby Patterson right in the middle of all of that with Shelvis. I think Shelvis has taken 7th place away from the Briton. Gallego Fernandez is under investigation for potentially cutting the track. Most likely that might have been at the last corner, as Dan Ashton, Deputy Race Director, watches on. getting to the latter stages of this race, then Bordenova got through past Hahn, so they've reorganised themselves a little bit in that chase group. I think that means they're not going to have enough time to catch Charles Clough here. It's been a proper return to form for Charlie. Leads this race by just under 3/4 of a second as we go on to the last lap. Fuentes still looking at some good points here. This score would put Fuentes to the top of the league table, 94 points from a possible 100. Meanwhile, scraps continuing to go on here as Patterson looks down the inside of Shelvis and takes that position. So that's again all in around 7th, 8th, 9th positions. But this has been a comfortable drive, Nicole, for Charles Clough, and Fuentes knowing now he's got to do a bit of defensive work ahead of Bordenova to keep hold of his second place.
Absolutely is. Charles Clough then within this has done a good job out there in the front to not fade away at all. You know, he's maintained that rhythm sector after sector. He actually matched Hugo Fuentes on that previous lap, despite Fuentes maybe having the advantage of having the drivers behind him push him forward. Still, the battle rages on through the final corner, side-by-side moments. But there you go, Charles Clough will receive that checkered flag to take a heat win. 8/10 clear of Hugo Fuentes, who finishes in P2 ahead of Bordenova. Good stuff there for XL Motorsport to kick off their day.
Well, that's what Charlie needed. Charles Clough had 28th on the board yesterday. A win there gets him going at IWF 2025. Fuentes second to the top of the order then. Could still be displaced by other drivers through the course of this second round, but I think Fuentes will be pretty pleased with the work there. Bordenova, Hahn and El Gahoudi all in the top 5. Good drive there from Nahil El Gahoudi. The Moroccan up 7 places and very quick late on in that race. Was your fastest lap holder in that heat. Leo Davahive in 6th. When Godshaw comes home P7, Abraham Shelvis home in 8th place. Shelvis, who's been a strong runner on Spanish circuits so far this year. Max Lofer home P9 ahead of Mika Shervis. Bodie Batch, good to see Bodie, a driver who's been doing a lot of cadet racing, stepping up now to the full X30 Mini, the full Water Swift platform engine category, and has got pace for Argenti Motorsport at 13 spots. And has beaten out a driver with 2 years of experience at this level in Colby Patterson. So that's a really good effort. Same for Jack Harney, the Irish driver, the privateer, up 12 spots to 13th ahead of Kiko Correa and Artur Konovalov. Alessandro Salas, 16th ahead of Corey Lyons, Atika Mir, Max Cruz. So Max Cruz, after that early spin, recovered back into the top 20 ahead of Posh Kongchul. Bendixfol, Damer, Gallego, Murphy and Wolf take us down to 25th. Paternotte, Ada O'Brien, Arhan Qureshi, the last of the 28 finishers. One retirement in that race was Adam Purvu. There is Charles Clough, winner of that race. Let's have a look at how he did it. Before the race had really got going, Adam Purvu out of things. This was the run down to turn 1. Good use of that outside line, Nicole, from John Hahn to hold that early lead.
Absolutely was. Read the road really well there, could see the different shades of grip and just took that line to really stay committed and for the first couple of laps stay out there in the front. Shortly behind John Hahn then we did have those battles going on quite quickly for P2, and originally Colby Patterson was quite far up in the order, and this was the stage at turn number 1 that we saw almost close moments between him and teammate Charles Clough. Charles Clough then did snatch that race lead away from John Hahn at turn number 1, and momentarily it did look like it was going to get a little bit busy between Amanis before they shortly sorted themselves out. Chicane section where these drivers really do clip those curbs to straighten up that corner and get a good run down to here. Turn number 1 was demonstrated by our top 10 time and time again. Throughout the race then, Patterson did slightly fall short and ended up a little bit further down as other names in the field like Wins Godstrok really got themselves all involved. The race concluded, though, in the end of things with Charles Clough out at the front while this battle unfolded shortly behind him. Side-by-side moments, big lunges into that infield section of turns 6, 7 and 8 as well. And this was overtakes by Patterson once more to try and fend back, try and snatch back some of those places that he lost. But called home by XL Motorsport in that number 1 spot was Charles Clough.
Indeed, so we'll see Groups C and F later on in the day, but right now let's move to Groups B and D, the second race in X30 Mini's second round of heats. Let's take you through the full grid of 30 for this one. On pole position, Achilles Peruzzi, very good run yesterday, the driver flying the flag for the Arab Emirates. Daniel Ferguson alongside on the front row. It'll be Miguel Martins and Nico Lopez going from row number 2. Julian van der Kortele goes from row 3, is joined by fellow Benelux driver Mattis Parsons. Mattis Braccio is one to keep an eye on from row 4 alongside Pablo Segura. Johnston Stewart, great qualifying yesterday from Johnston, is on an all-British row 5 with Riley Morrow. Luca Pavel and Valentin Lefebvre go from row number 6. Row 7, Danny Dempsey and Vincente Capella. Row 8, completing the first half of the field, it's Ava Lawrence and Milo Cornell.
Part 2 of your grid, starting from row number 9, we have Lumi Putinaysen with Dimitar Uzanovs. From 10, your top 20 is Charlie Page with Engan Assen. And from 11, it's Oscar Bronkanowski with Baptiste Augustine. 12, Noel Hallin with Harry Chapman. And going from row number 13, rounding out your top 26 drivers, is Martin Gomez-Chechin alongside Isco Alonso. 14, penultimate row, top 28, Marcus Alberg with Oscar Ramo. Rounding out your 30-strong field, final row is Santiago Barros and Ilan Tomitin.
Very well observed formation lap here from the Minis. They're pretty much already in 2x2 formation as they come out of turn 13 and 14. No winners from yesterday in this race, so someone's going to get their first full complement of points in this race. Best positioned in the standings, Peruzzi, a P2 yesterday. Same for Lopez, starting the outside of row number 2. Keep an eye on Danny Dempsey as well. Danny had a really good race yesterday, the Irish driver using a KR chassis.
Does manage to sort themselves and get back on. Does manage to sort themselves and get back onto the road. It looks like 4 karts are lost, maybe even 5, as I think we've got a big spill for one of the drivers out there. That is drama, and hoping that every single one of those names are okay. I think somebody could have had a bit of a large one, as we've got damage for drivers further back as well. And see the 544 with a missing side pod.
Yeah, 5 drivers not coming through sector number 1, Nicole. Julian van der Kortele, Pablo Segura, Oscar Bronikowski, Harry Chapman. Bronikowski and Chapman both had retirements yesterday as well, so that's really not good news. And I think Ilan Timotin has also had problems on that first lap. Hope everybody is okay down there. It's a massive catch there from the 501 of Mattis Braccio. That will have been just a little bit of moisture in the curb on driver's left, and Braccio did very, very well to hold on there. As through goes Ferguson into 3rd place. So it's Peruzzi from Martins, then Ferguson. Up as well is the Falcon, that teal, green and black liveried machine. Marcus Engen Assen has had a really good start, in fact. And Assen started, around 20th on the grid and is already up to P4. Now there's a missing side pod on the right-hand side of Riley Morrow's kart, so don't be surprised if we see a flag coming out for that. This was the moment, over there went the 541. That was Pablo Segura, and I think the throttle was stuck on there as well. That's why you could see the wheels spinning frantically. Yes, indeed, technical flag for the 544 coming out, so that's going to be the end of the race for Riley Morrow. That's a safety concern because there's no crash feature, no safety feature on the right-hand side of that kart. Looks a bit old school. End of the second lap then. Peruzzi leads from Martins. Morrow, yes, 3rd, but now we'll see the meatball flag and should be in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, shame for Morrow there, as we're going to probably have another technical flag go out, this time for the 539 further back in the order. There you can see the NASO panel completely covering the vision of that driver, as down the inside goes Daniel Ferguson to pick up another place. That is Mattis Braccio that he switches positions with. But Morrow, despite going fastest, despite being inside the top 3, like Andrew said, it will be forced to come in probably very shortly. So now Ferguson looks hungry and down the inside, swaps positions with Riley Morrow. Mattis Braccio uses that pace off Ferguson, uses that toe to also pick off that place. Busy stuff then so far within this race for your top 5, but a name out there in the front who we've not hardly even mentioned, Achilles Peruzzi, 6/10 of real estate now between him and Martins.
Yeah, this is a great drive from Peruzzi. Right now would go to the top of the league table. Now, I don't think Riley Murrow came in that last time around. He just needs to be careful here. Needs to get that mechanical flag served. I don't think you're going to be able to argue that one, Riley. And of course, if a driver doesn't serve a mechanical flag, it becomes something considerably worse for the sporting efforts. That's Harry Chapman going round with that NASA panel. He has, of course, also received the mechanical flag. Bit of a rough start for Harry and his dad, Mickey. Had a retirement yesterday. Another British effort that stepped up from having started the year in the cadet and the restricted water swift categories back in their national championship. So I think this is the first time Harry's raced internationally. We've been hoping to get a bit more racing in during the third round of heats, Nicole.
Well, just looking at the duo out in the front then, absolutely keeping Peruzzi honest is Martins. It was over 4/10 that split up the 1 and 2. Now there's absolutely nothing in it. That nose cone is welded to the back bumper of the Fusion driver, now going down towards turn number 1. Martins will have the toe, but thinks against it for the time being. No gap exists to try and swap out that P2 for the race win. Looks over his shoulder at the gap between him and Ferguson. He knows if he goes too risky, if he goes, not completely committed for this move, he's going to allow the 3 behind him, the trio of Ferguson, Brageau and Murrow, the time, the position to catch up to him and Peruzzi. Doesn't want to turn this into a 5-kart battle. He wants to just get past Peruzzi and try and drive away, but it doesn't look like that's going on now. 3 karts are better than 2, and Ferguson, Brageau and Murrow are actually catching up to your duo at the front at a rate of knots.
Yeah, they are, but they're about to lose one of their comrades out there because Riley Murrow, well, we said this might happen, has received the black flag, has not come in to serve the mechanical flag. That is him out of this race. He'll get that news in a couple of seconds' time as he comes out of the final corner. Leaders pushing on. This is classic mini racing. Martins has decided this is the time to go down the inside of Peruzzi. Takes the race lead through turn number 1. Clean move. Peruzzi didn't fight that one too hard. He checks over his shoulder and sees that Daniel Ferguson is not that far behind. So this is good tactical play from the front 2. I like that swap from Martins. It gives him the opportunity now to show Peruzzi what kind of pace he's truly got. They didn't lose too much time there to the chasing pack.
Absolutely not. So 19 turns in total for these minis to tick off, and for the time being, Martins is absolutely doing that. That pace between him and Peruzzi, there is nothing in it. He is out there in his clean air, really doing a good job to stay just ahead of the driver for Fusion. Now then, we take off these laps and we are coming closer and closer towards this end. Head over his shoulder goes Martins at Peruzzi, signals to say push ahead, because he's not just looking at the Fusion driver, he's looking at the BMR restart driver of Ferguson as well, who I'm sure he's aware of how quick he is. Defensive posture now on the entrance towards turn number 1. Peruzzi decides to follow him on that defensive line. They hook around turn number 1 on that white line, nothing in it. Doesn't close the gap between them and Ferguson, who's still chasing, still trying to go for it as we head through this final lap. Wider line goes Ferguson. Is he going to have a look down the inside? Not just yet, because Peruzzi goes white line once more. No door is open, but Ferguson is knocking on it now. He has arrived. He is right there, and as is Mattis Brageau.
It is indeed. I think we've got 4 drivers here with a chance of race victory. Riley Murrow has indeed pulled into the pits, is out of this race. Martins gets all crossed up there, was off the main racing line. It's still a little bit damp on this drying circuit off the racing line. Look at Brageau trying to go around the outside, trying to do a bit of a Gus Lawrence from earlier on in the seniors. He might get one of these places, but not quite all of them. To the inside defence, Martin sweeps back to the middle of the track. That's where the grip is, down towards the chicane for the final time in this heat. Great racing here in X30 Mini. It's going to be Martins out of the final corner, who takes the win just on the line by just over half a tenth of a second from Peruzzi. Ferguson P3, Brageau P4, and another great drive as well from Danny Dempsey, the Irish driver, up 8 places in that race, completes the top 5, Nicole.
Yeah, your following drivers that round out your top 10 then includes Engen Assen, Nicolas Lopez, Santiago Barros, Baptiste Augustin and Milo Cornel. And that gain then by Danny Dempsey, impressive, but not as impressive as the promotion by Santiago Barros. 21 positions gained in total to finish in P8. Another big movers shortly behind Santiago, Baptiste Augustin up by 13.
Well, another heat done then for the Minis. Ava Lawrence home in P11, continuing the really good form that Ava's had the past few months or so. I was watching a race out in Italy a couple of weeks ago and very, very much impressed. He's continued that form here to Valencia. Vincenzo Capella and Julian Vadakotal had finished in the top 15 that was completed by Noel Hallen and Valentin Lefebvre. Dimi Uzanov, another driver who's just stepped up to the full X30 Mini category. P16 there for the Jade Racing team. Lumi Purstinen comes home P17 ahead of Johnston Stewart. Isco Alonso, a decent drive up 7 spots to 19th. Charlie Page completes the top 20. Luca Pavel, Marcus Ahlberg, Mattis Pricens's difficult race there for Pricens, down 17 places in the 5-4-5. Martin Chekin-Gomis, P24 ahead of Oscar Ramo. Ilan Timotin was the last of the finishers. 4 retirees in that race, or drivers that didn't see the checkered flag. Chapman, Segura and Bronikovsky all out early on. Chapman with a mechanical flag. Riley Morrow also did not see the end of that race. Mechanical flag turned into a black flag. Here was the race start. This is where, for those 4 drivers, it would all go wrong. So this one actually starts from Julian van der Kotel at a good degree further up the order. He spins out at that point, and then it's just a chain reaction for everybody else. There you saw the 502 of Bronikovsky up on top of Chapman, and this was how Pablo Segura left the race as well. Throttle stuck on. Great response from the marshals to get to the driver's aid and get out under his own steam. Meanwhile, back out on track with some decent racing at the front of the field. Chapman would return back to the pits with that broken front nose cone. A real shame for the privateer. That's a second retirement out of 2 rounds, Nicole.
Yeah, it's a shame to head into his debut weekend with 2 retirements out of 2 heats, but it didn't put off the drivers further ahead in the field. This was when Miguel Martins went for that race lead on Achilles Peruzzi, and Peruzzi could not return the favour at any other stage in the race and was later put under pressure by other drivers behind the likes of Daniel Ferguson and Matis Brajovic. Also headed into this weekend with some great pace. These 4 drivers looking exceptionally quick, and it was absolutely a run to the line out of the final corner on the final lap. But Martins held on to it, snatched away that race lead.
Did indeed. The race continuing on then for finding who's going to be top of X30 Mini. Another heat coming up between groups A and D. But for a moment though, let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed. I've had to wait a bit while, but the sun is still shining. The wind's picking up, but Achilles Peruzzi, P2 on that one, very close right at the end, 0.06 of a second. Tell us, that race looked a bit tough for you. How did it feel?
The first few laps was quite easy for me because my mechanic told me I had a gap, so I just went. Then obviously I wasn't really expecting the guy who finished first to overtake me, but it was my mistake, and I'm gonna learn from it, and I'm gonna come strong in the next heat.
A lot of races this weekend, or this week I should say, and you're still ready for the rest of it because it's so many more races to go.
I'm quite energized, even though it's really cold for me here, but it's good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. We'll see you out there a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Achilles Peruzzi, and yeah, he says he's energized. I'm still energizing. It was a very early start, but I'm sure you guys are energized in the boxes as well. Back over to you.
Oh, absolutely. We are ready for the next race, Anthony. Groups A and E heading out, Nicole, for the next race, another 7 laps. And a number of drivers here who impressed us yesterday. Charles Ural, of course, with that pole position in a very, very close session. But one of my stars, I know it didn't end up going that way. I think there was some post-race judicials, but Ilyas Sami was one of my stars of the day yesterday. A huge step forward in terms of performance, and another opportunity for the young driver here for the DK Academy, starting 5th on the grid.
Absolutely. Ilyas Sami, yesterday was his first big win, first heat win internationally. And I think from the smiles around the paddock after that race, he was running over to the fence to both his team and dad. It was a big result for him. And I'm hoping that despite those post-race decisions, it doesn't put him off, because he's got some pace, he's got the Danny Curl Academy right behind him, and he is now just leaving the grid to go racing.
Just to be clear, the result from that A versus B race, at least on our screens here in the box, is still a provisional result, so I think that is still being reviewed at that 5-second penalty from yesterday. We'll put that to one side for the moment. Let's take you through the grid then for Group A versus Group E. Charles Lerell starts on pole position alongside on the front row Mason Kwong. Efren Owen and Alfie Davidson on row 2. Keep an eye out on Davidson in this race. Ilyas Sami and Albie Stubbs starts on the third row of the grid. Stubbs needs a good result here after difficulty yesterday. The French champion Mike Menard starts on row 4. He's joined by Belgium's Milan Beku. Row 5, Ben Artin alongside Sasha Miras. Chester Fawkes was a star yesterday as well. Starts on row 6 alongside Aurelio Longitano. Ollie Simstad and Nicholas Ingelmo starts on row 7. It's then Kyron Fan and Gustavo Oliveira on row 8.
Row number 9 houses Francisco Rojas with Oliver Meredith, and then 10, your top 20 looks like Paul Dessart with Ruben Sagu. 11 looks like Marvin Bai with Shelley Sander, and 12 we have Mattis Nobbs alongside Artur Lureo. 13 we have Portugal and France with Guillaume Aguiar and Paul-Andre Alagna. From 14, Ollie Telsted with Mason Hibbert. Watch out for Hibbert. He will be weaving his way through some traffic in this race. Rounding out your 29-strong field for your last X30 Mini qualifying heat of this rotation, we have an Ace Oriana there on P29.
So results for the front runners in this one so far from the one round that we saw yesterday. 7th for Ural, a couple of 8s for Kwong and Owen. Davidson got a top 3, but as I say, Chester Fawkes inherited the win as a result of the 5-second penalty at the moment provisionally given to Ilyas Sami in the race involving, that was the A versus B race yesterday. So I really like that in X30 Mini we've got a lot of new drivers who perhaps we've not seen earlier in the season in the IAME Euro Series, but have been having some really good national campaigns to qualify for this event, to find the globe, the planet's finest in 2025 in X30 Mini. You're watching live coverage of IWF 2025 from the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, just outside Valencia, up in the hills, just past Chiva. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you this morning. A bright sunny morning here in Spain, not a cloud in the sky. That is good news for the drivers on this still drying circuit after a thunderstorm rolled through after we finished racing here for day 1. What are we about to see here in X30 Mini? Through the cut-through, if Martin Bean is happy with this start, we'll go racing for 7 laps in X30 Mini. Away we go then down towards turn number 1. It's a decent start from Charlie Rowell, starts on the inside. No need to switch the position anymore. Through the first couple of corners, they just about make it through turn 1. It's going to get tight through 2. Rowell continues to lead as they go down to the pinch points of turn 3 and 4. Couple of drivers across the curb there, Nicole, but apart from that, a clean start for the Minis.
Absolutely. Nobody so far getting swallowed up like we saw from our previous group of Minis. Everybody bolted down to the circuit for the time being, as actually, as I say it, somebody runs wide on the exit of turn number 5, just all over that rumble strip. Side-by-side moments, 2-3 wide for some of these drivers as they just try to file themselves into order as we head through this second part of our first lap. There on your screen, you can see Chester Fawkes being hustled quite hard there for that top 10 position. Through the chicane section we will go. We'll very shortly be able to take you through your top 5. It did look like the DK Academy driver of Ilyas Sami was going to have a look there for P3, but has to think against it, has to tuck back in Charles Lerell, the driver that started on pole position, then still holding on to that #1 spot and holds on to it by just under half a second. Is then Owen in P2, Aiton P3 with a 6th place gain earlier on, Ilias Sami P4, and for now it's Maynard there with 2 places to his name to round out your top 5. Sends then down the inside. That's the likes of Beku trying to get involved and trying to turn this one into a nice scrap.
It does indeed. So there in the bottom right-hand corner are your provisional scores at the moment. Fuentes would lead at the end of round number 2. As there is Maynard again down the inside, holding position, gaining another position in fact ahead of Aiton. So Ilias Sami is up to 3rd place, Maynard up to 4th place, and then Aiton there, the driver from Switzerland, racing for the Spirit Karting squad. Very experienced team, of course, in X30 Mini. Recent times led the likes of Dan Alaman to great results in this category. Ilias Sami has a second think about going down the inside. Yeah, go for it, Ilias, down the inside, takes 2nd place. That's the kind of confident move that we're starting to see now from Ilias Sami that perhaps we didn't see 6 months ago. The DK Academy team have done a great amount of work in recent times with this driver. They've got other hopefuls in this one as well. Chester Fawkes is up 5 places to P6. Ollie Simstad for the Action Racing team is up 6 to 7th. And Oliver Meredith as well, another one of the Brennan Tech drivers. Big squad from the Republic of Ireland racing here once again at IWF. Meredith at the moment up 10 places to P8. Meanwhile, scrap going on as Aiton trying to find a way through past Maynard. Maynard for the 2N Racing team, just losing out a bit there. Down the back straight once again go the leaders. Charles Lerell looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Nicole extending his lead.
Absolutely is. Of course, Lerell's previous heat yesterday, he did lose a fair few positions. It was 7 in total that he fell short by, as now Ilias Sami tries to go defensive from the driver behind of Mike Maynard, who goes down the inside at turn number 1 and pulls around Owen and Aiton closer to the back of Sami as well. But going back to Ural as your focus with that 8.5/10th lead. Lost positions yesterday, but for now he looks like he's regrouped, he's thought about it, he's been more precise, and this is a circuit that rewards precision. And now, night and day difference from what happened in yesterday's heat. He leads this one in strong form and continues to open that gap. This quad then, on the back of Aiton there goes Fawkes almost. Looks like he was going to miss out on that one, but these drivers sort themselves out. Fawkes there comfortable in that P4 as Aiton and Owen now scrapping quite nicely in the background. The duo will head into the chicane section, but they are on your screen. Just sorting themselves out, line of stern those two are, however, as now that's the 519 who will tumble down the order, tumble down your timing screens. Has managed to keep that kart going, but a name will fall over.
Yeah, Marvin Bye there falling down the order for AD Motorsport. Meanwhile, fight for 2nd place. Mike Maynard having a really, really strong run here for the 2N Racing team. It's a French 1-2 at the moment. France, of course, won this category last year in the hands of Manny Nuvolini. It can always be a very close race in this category, but Ilias Sami pushing on here with his teammate Chester Fawkes not too far behind. Fawkes again, this is what I've seen Chester Fawkes do since he was 6 years of age. He has this ability of being very consistent and just driving his way through the field, building it up. Maybe not necessarily a driver who goes for the biggest, wildest overtakes, but he's always there, particularly at a race end. In his British Championship campaign last year, he finished every single round on the podium. Didn't win the championship, but was very, very consistent across the course of the season. It's great to see him racing here, as well as another of these other drivers who we've not seen in the IAME Euro Series earlier on in the season, showing what they can do on the international scale. End of the 5th lap then onto lap 6. Ural's lead is 0.8 of a second from this duo here, Maynard and Sami. Fawkes 4th, then Aiton, Owen, Meredith continuing the progress. So Ollie Meredith up 11 spots now to P7. There's been a change as well. Mason Kwong and Ollie Simstad and Aurelio Longitano all moving up in the top 10, Nicole.
Well, your top 4 then includes 2 drivers from France, 2 drivers holding British licenses, and they are Charles Ural, Mike Maynard, Ilias Sami and Chester Fawkes, but those gaps, those duos, have actually broken up. So it's Ural versus Maynard for now, and Sami versus Fawkes as we watch a replay then out of the back section, completely cutting the corner. Goes one of the drivers further back down the field. I think investigations will go under that. Our team and racing control so hot this weekend on drivers cutting corners.
So I think that might have been Oliver Meredith. Apologies, Ollie. I think we just hit you with the commentator's curse there, because after gaining all of those positions, he's lost them now down to P16. Just to note as well, Mason Hibbert out there having a really good race. Did not have a good quali, but is up 15 places in this one to 13.
He was 16 in his last heat.
Yeah, so it's showing that Hibbert's got the speed to come through the field. We are on the final lap of this one. Looking good for Charles Ural, because he's got a good gap to second place, and there is now a big scrap going on for that second place. Menard and Sami. Fawkes still there in 4th. Ben Eiton not out of a shot of a top 3 in this race, because we know it will get close down towards the final chicane. Sami pointing forward to say, come on, let's get on with this. Let's try and catch the leader. But I don't think Mike Menard is going to be of the position to really help with that cause right now. He wants to hold on to this second place. Ilias Sami's got a really good run out of turn 15, down towards the high-speed flick through the right, and it's got through. Great stuff from Ilias Sami that may well give him second place in this race. But Charles Ural is showing that he is on form here. Pole position yesterday in time qualifying, and now a heat victory. Could France win in X30 Mini again? Charles Ural is here for big results for the PB Karts team. Second place for Ilias Sami, showing that yesterday's performance was no fluke. Ilias Sami is here to get big points this week. Third for Mike Menard. 2N Racing definitely have another shot at this category. They, of course, won it last year with Manny Nuhalini. Ben Eiton, great stuff on the last lap from Ben Eiton. Got past Chester Fawkes for 4th place. Fawkes completed the top 5. Another good race there, Nicole, from the X30 Minis. And can't really call this one at the moment. I know it's only round 2 of many rounds through the course of these heats. But X30 Mini, as we've become accustomed to, looking very, very close at the top of the table.
Absolutely. You know, we have 90 drivers in total in this mini competition. I wouldn't even want to predict who could take it. So unknown, and there's so many quick drivers, not just within this qualifying heat, like Ural, Sami, Maynard, Fawkes as well, but so many groups of them to go. Your drivers behind the top 5 then that round out your top 10 include Efan Owen, Aurelio Longitano, Mason Alexandra Kwong and Alexander Sorel. We then have Alfie Davidson that finishes in P10. Further behind Davidson, Sasha Miras, Kevin Fwan, Mason Hibbert, Oliver Meredith and Paul Dussart finish in your top 15. Then Milan Buku did not have the race he would have wanted, drops 8 positions to finish P16, shortly in front of Shelley Sander, Francisco Rojas, Abby J. Stubbs and Gustavo Oliveira as your top 20. This is how it's unfolded then. Right at your race start, down at the inside, hugging that white line was your pole sitter, the Frenchman of Ural. Held onto it nice and cleanly as the remaining drivers in the field, especially at the back end of the order, did go side by side, did go 2-3 wide, but didn't have those dramas that we saw from the mini heat before. It was an early breakaway from Charles Ural there out in the front. He was sort of caught up halfway through as Ilias Sami, down at turn number 1, got himself into P2 originally, promoting himself up the order and proving to us that result yesterday, like you called it exactly earlier on, Andrew, was not a fluke. No,
not a fluke at all. Ilias Sami has got some good speed here this week, as has the French champion Mike Menard. This was a move down the inside for second place at turn number 1. Getting involved as well, the 537 for the Spirit karting team. That was the great move from Chester Fawkes, nipping through, gaining 2 places without too much trouble. Oh my goodness, that was a bit close there for the 519 spinning out. That was by having a problem earlier on in the race. Issues as well for Oliver Meredith falling down the order. This was the great run from Ilias Sami that in the end gave him second place. Compliance there from the driver on the outside, Mike Menard, but a win in this one. Once again for Charles Rural. He'll be very, very happy with that race result. We will see the Minis again later today. They have their third round of heats going from 3 o'clock local time, so do the calculations from wherever you are watching in the world. But for now, Nicole, we turn our attention back to the juniors. It's about to get busy again. Groups D and F about to head out on track.
Absolutely, I expect nothing but busy and dramatic racing from our junior grid. We have so many names in the field, and the entry number in total, 150 drivers. Some big names, some fresh faces, and some drivers as well that maybe we haven't seen too much of this year in IAME racing. Jalasea starting on the front row there, on the left-hand side of your screen being one of those. Has been competing out in FIA racing in direct drive category, but has jumped into the IWF field and replicated what he did in 2023 as a Mini, put it on pole over all. Off the grid they go then. Andrew Mather, who have we got in our field?
We've got Jalasea on pole position for this one. David Minchuna alongside on the front row. Aaron Richardson starts on row 2. He's joined by Gautier San Juan in the number 38. Alfonso Lopez and Edgar Rodriguez will start on the third row of the grid. Kian Bernard, quite a light entry for IWF 2025. Starts on the fourth row of the grid for this one alongside the Irish driver Jack McLaughlin. Alejandro Campos and Teo Guiotto starts on row 5. Teo Polican had a good start this morning. Starts on row 6 for this one alongside Sweden's Charlie Jonasson. Dario Mifsud, Igor Ivanchenko, they're on row 7. Completing the first half of the field on row 8, it's Alexia Diaz and Neil Nachmush.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 9, we've got Kart Republic and a Cali Kart. Sakmani Kira alongside Zach Scaluna. Row number 10, your top 20, Archie Rogers-Tyler of Great Britain alongside Jana Anjuman. 11 houses Charlie Blair and Silas Athelson. And from 12, we have Fabio Pilerti and Tony Cacciaferro. 13, Ray Healy with Chad Le Mans. And from 14, it's Emiliano Bernd with Christos Fodruchis. 15, your top 30, your penultimate row of your field, Ella Johnson of Sweden alongside Leonie Martinez of Switzerland. And on that 16th row, all alone for the UAE, is Leo Ayner.
Very good stuff. So 31 drivers ready to go in this one, at least from the timing information that we've got here in the box. I don't think we'll see Leo Ayner. I also don't think we'll see Dario Mifsud, which is a disappointment for the Malta karting fans, hoping to see their driver from 13th on the grid. So I hope both of those drivers are okay. Yeah, we are down to 29 in the field for this one. Situation in the points heading into this next set of races for X30 Junior. Martinez and Mulder both on 94. Endicott on 82. Richardson is the highest ranked driver in the field, in this field. 82 points as well. Lopez and Sayer, 72 and 68 points respectively. Polican and Lines also on 68. But should note as well, some drivers have done 2 races, some have only done 1. Things will really start to shake themselves. This is a very busy part of the day for Group D, who will be the first to get to 4 heats. They'll be actually 2 races ahead of some of the other groups, but that's all the semantics that we don't need to worry too much about right now. We do focus aboard the X30 Juniors then for Groups D and F. Ready to go towards turn number 1. Jalasea will take us from pole position. David Minchuna on the outside. Away we go then once again for 8 laps here in Valencia. Good start for Jalasea. Richardson looking around the outside. Needs to not open too much of a lineup, but he has done. Through will go Lopez. So great driving there by Alfonso Lopez. Alfonso Lopez now looking for the race lead through turns 3 and 4. This is where it gets tight and twisty, but the juniors just about have made it all through. Good start for Jalasea. Nicole, he leads this race.
Absolutely great start from Sayer there. I'd say at turn number 1, he caught Minchuna half asleep as off the road goes, I think that's the 45 further back down in the field. The 46, however, actually, it's Jana Anjuman who falls off of the road. Eyes back on the front end of the order, still led by Jalasea in that XL Motorsport branded kart. Straight at the lights when the lights went out, wasted no time to hug onto that white line and hold on to that number 1 spot. Through the chicane section, they will go. 1, 2, 3, looking very comfortable out there as a trio for now. But we still have David Minchuna right there down the inside at turn number 1 for that P2 spot. Richardson finds his way past Aaron Lopez there, gets himself into P2, and now it's the 2 great Brits out in the front.
Yeah, really good move there from Aaron Richardson, who's had a breakthrough 2025, is now hustling the back of Jarlath Sayer. No Riley Cranham racing in this X30 Junior category. He's already taken the steps up to senior racing after his victory in the IAME Euro Series earlier on in the year. So Aaron Richardson effectively is Fusion, well, not effectively, he is team leader for Fusion Motorsport in this category right now, as Minchuna back down the inside takes 3rd place away from Lopez, and here comes Rodriguez. Rodriguez up to P4. Great move for the RC2 Junior team driver, flying the flag for the United States. Meanwhile, the 2 Brits at the front of the field fighting out for the race lead. Oh, there's a near clash there between Rodriguez and Minchuna over 3rd place. That's going to bring the others back in. San Juan almost on the scene as once again Richardson takes the race lead away from Jarlath Sayer. This is what we come to expect, Nicole, from X30 Junior Racing. Fierce, fast action. Give us your driver's perspective from what the drivers will be dealing with right now, because it feels like the ante has gone up a couple of notches.
Absolutely has. I would say Richardson and Sayer out there in the front, you're 1 and 2. They're aware of how each other are going to operate within this race. I would actually question if maybe the 2 have got a bit of trust out there as a duo. Maybe they will work together to push away from the rest of the field, their drivers who have competed against each other back in Great Britain. So maybe throw some question marks. Are they going to hold it together? You know, as a previous driver in this stage of the weekend, you've got to be so careful. You've got to have nerves of steel because you've got so many heats left to come. One small mistake could really cost you a multitude of points in that intermediate classification, which is currently led by the race leader, Aaron Richardson, who has got 132 to his name. These 2 drivers not giving anything away to each other, and as we expected, Jarlath Sayer just holding things nice and calmly there in P2, as you just saw Richardson really clatter that curb at turn number 3, bounced over it, did land flat on 4 wheels, held onto the wheels strongly, but you sometimes see drivers make mistakes in that corner and then end up a little bit crossed up on the rear end, but Richardson then holds on to it, holds on to that 2/10 gap.
It does make me wince whenever I see that. We'll come back to tabletop mountain discussions later on, as we're having a look here at Teo Vieto coming through the field. Sugmani Kira also on the move, the Alpine Race Her Academy driver in the number 14. Likes the one-off events. Had a very good run here at IAME Winter Cup earlier on in the year. Had a very good run at the Kart Masters British Grand Prix as well. Didn't get the result that she deserved that day. But keep an eye on the number 14ers. Working now with Grieto. There's nothing that Rodriguez can do about that. So through goes Grieto. Very strong season in IAME Series France, the French National Championships this year. So goes up to P7. And following through now for Kira in 8th place. Back with our leaders, Richardson under a bit of pressure now from Sayer. I've been very impressed so far this week with David Minchuna, the driver flying the flag for Spain in the Monlau Motorsport team. Very experienced team in junior motorsport are the Monlau Motorsports outfit, and he's closed in to the 2 Brits. This is why we were saying earlier this morning, you look at the record, you look at the history books, as here's a move from Archie Rogers Tyler and Leon Rodriguez. The Brits have dominated this class. The last time a non-Brit won IWF in this category was 2014, David Malukas for the United States of America. I think that runs under threat this year. The Spanish drivers in particular on home soil are looking very good. The French drivers are also looking very strong. And the Brits amongst themselves, we sometimes see this with the British drivers, they have that trust, but they also want to get one up on one another. As Sayer goes down the inside of Richardson, that's going to open the door for Minchuna as well. Minchuna up to 2nd place. This is great racing once again in X30 Junior. Sayer defends in towards us. Oh, Richardson looks around the outside, but there's not enough grip there for the Fusion Motorsport driver to take 2nd place back, but that's going to also bring into play Lopez. and Polican. Polican continuing to have a really strong day here, Nicole. 5 drivers fighting for the lead.
Well, you were just talking about that country-to-country competitiveness then, Andrew. You know, they do know how they operate and sometimes they do trust each other, but there's also that thing of, I want to be the best driver from my nation. Busy stuff as we head down that 210-metre straight at the fastest point in the track, down at turn number 1. Full commitment there for Jarlath Sayer in that XL. Leads this train of karts that are right behind him as now he gets that race lead snatched away from him at turn number 3 by Minchuna. Minchuna down the inside, steady as you like, really just uses that grip that is being laid down there now on the track as it develops, as those track temperatures raise now to 16 degrees, and makes himself your newest race leader. Jumps on the defence to Sayer and Richardson, as well as Lopez and Theo Polican now, and backs up these drivers. I think Anthony Jordan is down there with some paddock information. Anthony, what have you got for us?
Well, it's not paddock information. I'm actually stood at the chicane here and I'm watching them coming directly towards my face, and they're about 3 wide. It's incredible from this angle to see how close they all are, and they're fighting all the way on this last lap. Guys, take us through this.
Well,
Really firm stuff there, as into the lead comes Aaron Richardson against Sayer and Minchuna. We're right up to the track limit there. Richardson was able to nip through and retake the race lead. We're on the final lap now, but look how many drivers could be getting a big result here. Jack McLaughlin's right in the middle of all of this as well. The Irishman up into P10. Campos has joined the fight. Rodriguez is still hanging around in there. This is really started to be fireworks in X30 Junior. Lopez holding on for 3rd place ahead of Polican as they run through turn number 11. This is good news for Richardson, good news for Minchuna. They're breaking away at the front of the field now, out of turn 14. Down the back straight once again. 5-second penalty for Minchuna. That's going to change things in this order, and with a tight race, that could be a costly penalty. Into the final couple of corners, Lopez, Polican and Sayer, as Minchuna thumps his steering wheel, not because he's lost this race to Richardson, but because of that 5-second penalty. Aaron Richardson takes 50 points, adds it to his tally. A great result for Fusion Motorsports. 2nd place on the road is Darren Minchuna, but that 5-second penalty, Nicole, by my calculations, is going to drop a driver who was on potentially for a perfect score after his first 2 races. Well, he's not going to get it now. He will drop all the way down to 18th place because it was so tightly congested at the end of that race.
Absolutely, that domino effect that we saw in the last couple of laps, where everybody just sort of bunched up into one long train, is really going to throw a huge spanner in the works for David Minchuna, who, like Andrew just said, will drop way down the order, will drop probably after your top 15. Your top 10 then is, of course, rounded out after P6 by Guto Sandran, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Jack McLaughlin, Edgar Rodrigo and Tio Golitu. Then we have Sukmani Kira, Neil Nekmush, Alejandro Campos, Leona Martinez and Emilio Bernd as your top 15. Martinez and Bernd being 2 of those big hitters within that race. We then have Igor Avencho, Charlie Blair, Tony Cacciafero and Kian Bernard, as well as Alexia Diaz-Ruz in the top 20. And we have Fabio Piloteri, Charlie Jonathan, Zach Skiluna, Elliot Johnson and Chad Leman as your top 25 in what was a very spectacular race. Spectacular in the last couple of laps specifically.
We're up and running now. Properly up and running for IWF 2025. That result, as things stand, puts Richardson up to the top of the league table. So 132 points from a possible 150. Nicole, take us through the highlights.
Well, at the start then, it was Jarlath Sayer that caught David Minchuna half asleep. Sayer doing the textbook move down at turn number 1 to hold that white line, hold on to that number 1 spot. Side by side went Lopez and Aaron Richardson momentarily, as at turns 2 and 3 through those curbs, everybody did get themselves filed together, but of course you see those side by side pod to side pod moments. Minchuna managed to pick things back up and remain inside the top 5 in that first couple of laps, despite it being very busy around him and very busy for other drivers in the field like Sukmani Kira and Neil Nekmush. Now then, turn number 1, this is when Richardson really decided to light the race up. found his way past Lopez. Just, you know, it's one of those hot spots at turn number 1. You get the run out of the final chicane, you use the rev, you use the toe, go down the inside and pull it off.
David Minchuna moving back up the order. That was a move for 3rd place on Lopez. The two Brits went wheel to wheel, Sayer and Richardson. This is a bit of a clash between Rodriguez and Minchuna. Minchuna, of course, later on in the race would receive a 5-second penalty. Lopez continuing to fight. This was the move by Richardson to take the race lead. And very much in the spirit of how he's raced across the course of his 2025 national campaign. Made a breakthrough result at the very start of the season, has carried on from there. Polican strong as well. Teo Polican in the 111. At the end would finish this race P4. Sakmani Kira as well is another driver I would say to keep an eye on as the week goes on. If she keeps this performance up, this consistency, she will rise up the order in the standings later on in the rounds. This was a move against Sayer and Minchuna past Richardson. Richardson would win out though after those 8 laps. Minchuna second on the road, but that 5-second penalty is going to be quite costly in terms of intermediate points. Not for a place later on in the weekend, of course. I'm sure Minchuna with the speed will be able to come back through, but that's not how he wants to finish that race. Let's head down to Parc Ferme once again. Anthony Jordan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Indeed, quite the exciting little race there. And Aaron Richardson here joining me. You said the very same thing to me just a moment ago. You say that was tough work. Talk us through that race, because it looked like a lot of work.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had a good start, and then I was behind Jarlath. Jarlath was defending. I just got through going into the first corner. We pushed for a couple of laps, and he did a good move on me through the left, and then he got done as well. Then we just started defending. Then going on to the last lap, Lopez pushed me through them both when they were wheels, and then yeah.
You've got an early lead of the intermediate classification. Of course, there's a lot more races to go, but is that a nice confidence booster for the rest of the week?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, to be leading out of 126 drivers so far, well, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, excellent. Well, great work from you, and we'll see what you can do later on today.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Aaron Richardson and the juniors. Plenty more racing to go. We're going to take a short ad break, though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with plenty more racing.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a karter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MBA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MBA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MBA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Warriors Final 2025. The sun is shining here in Valencia as qualifying Heat D versus F for Senior X30 is about to make its way out onto the track. And so far in the seniors this weekend, it has been mighty, mighty close. But at this moment, still, it is being led by many, many drivers. And the one driver who will be starting this right on the sharp end of the field is the 298 of Freddie Lloyd, who will be starting this one on pole position. But he won't be alone. He'll be joined by the 2025 IAME Euro Cup Ladies Cup champion, Roxanne Lantinga, who will be joining alongside on that front row of the grid. This is the Lando Norris kart versus the Croc Promotion. This is always a fun fight, and when we see the likes of Mark Granada and Kasper Hagman just behind as well of Sweden and Spain, it brings a great package. Myself, Andy Jordan, Nicole Sutherland now in the box. We've kicked Andrew Mather out into the coldness that is out there, but the sun now shining. It's picking up a little bit in those temperatures. Green flag now fluttering at the front of the grid as the field of seniors makes its way out onto the circuit while they warm everything up. Let's take you through that full starting lineup, which we'll see Freddie Lloyd on pole position, joined by Roxanne Lantinga, Mark Granada and Caspian Hagman on row number 2. They'll see the likes of Vivian Guillaume and Ruben Moya on row number 3. Patrick Ogrodovchik and Thomas Hansen go from row 4. They'll see Dylan Patel and Morgan Moore on row number 5. Florent Panet and Daniel Mota go from row number 6. They'll have Yuka Poe and Oscar Goodshow on row number 7. Marius Barryberg and Gimes Merkelbach will lock out the first half of the field, and they'll go from row number 8.
Row number 9 houses Sam van der Heijden alongside Samuel Branston, and then from 10 we have Roman Sale with Noah Miguel. From 11, Leo Robinson of Great Britain starts alongside Ireland's Sean Hogan, and 12 is Antonio Machado with Oliver Meek. 13, Kamal Raphael with Jonathan Lamstrom of Sweden. And then from row number 14, we have a CRG and a Tony Kart. It looks like Carl Mikulev alongside P2 Namelstead. 15, Mero Peldes of Estonia with Portugal's Louis Aguiar. And then shortly behind on 16, it's Jalko Madsen with Martin Foley. Final row of your grid, row number 17, we have Guillaume Roca. Emmanuel Leodikis rounds out the 34-strong field, going into this next rotation of Senior X30 heats, which include Groups D versus F. Of course, like Anthony said a moment ago, we have already seen Group D this morning. Fred Lloyd, starting on pole position, was very much within the fight for that race. He rounded out that one with a P2, and shortly behind him on the second row, Mark Granada finished this morning's heat with a P4. Mark the drivers on that anti-pole side. Drivers like Roxanne Lantinga, Caspian Hagman, Ruben Moya, Thomas Hansen are yet to race this morning. They are yet to actually touch the tarmac because, of course, we had no warm-ups this morning. This is the first time they have been on the track.
Yeah, precisely that one. And, of course, the only benefit that they've got now is there's been some rubber put down on the circuit, albeit not a lot, but they've got some rubber down now. The temperature is up in the tarmac. It is dry-ish now. There are still quite a lot of damp patches still out there, but it is a fast track now, which is good, and so they will have that confidence going into the turn 1, unlike the confidence we saw from the first races this morning. Very slippy, very slow pace in those opening laps, but that's now cleared itself up. Field here then of Senior X30, D and F, heading into that final chicane. Front of the grid, pretty far ahead of the back of the grid. They are taking a while to form up here. Let's see if we're going. And right now, it looks like Lloyd and Lantinga are ready to go racing into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on. Senior X30, good starters. Whoa, there. Hagman sandwiched in the middle of the field there as it's a good getaway for Lloyd at the front of the field. Roxanne Lantinga trying to squeeze her way to the inside. Did make that contact. It's not worked out for her. Drama in the background. Carts into the tyre walls. Marshals quickly on the scene. Thankfully, all drivers okay, but that's not the start the field would have wanted, which has involved the likes of Daniel Mota and I think Gimes Merkelbach, as well as Jonathan Landstrom caught out in that one. There is the 3:02 there. Unfortunately not going around anymore. That's the fusion of Gimes Merkel back. He's out of this race.
Well, you just saw the 2-1-4 of Kyle Michalewka absolutely spun round by one of the drivers regaining traction on the circuit. Driver left the circuit and actually clipped the CRG as he got back round. Eyes back on, though, the field, who have managed to complete the first half of this lap, will now exit out of the chicane and down the start-finish straight to round out their second. Freddie Lloyd is your race leader still. He is ahead of Vivian Grenay, who is up by 3 positions. Mark Granada, no places gained just yet for him to be currently P3. Then it is Ogrodovchik, P4, and Caspian Hardman, P5. Where is Roxanne Lantinga? Has not had the start she would have wanted within this one. Has dropped all the way down to P17, outside of the top 15. Drama for Roxanne in that crop promotion kart. Is not where she would have wanted to be after such a successful qualifying. Now, though, on the exit of sector number 2, Fred Lloyd still holding on to this one. Just under 4/10 that splits up him and the Frenchman.
Yeah, indeed. And it was all down to that initial race start for Roxanne Lantinga, I think, was the main thing, because when you saw the start of it, and I'm sure he will again very soon, actually, as I say it, on cue. So watch Roxanne Lantinga on the outside line here, but keep an eye on Caspian now. Caspian's gone to the inside. She's tried to come across. He's right there, gets unsettled, falls back into the field. Now she's right on the outside, and the train's gone through. And when you're on the outside here going in towards turns 2 and 3, you most likely find yourself on that rough part of the curb, which there you see 1 or 2 drivers did happen. Then you saw the drama unfold at the back, which unfortunately saw Daniel Motor and Gimes Merkelbach retire from the race in that opening lap of the race. Eyes for the back of the grid there. Yeah, you can see how that action again just unfolded, and then more drivers there in the early stages dropping back in that early stage. And I think Fran Panet was one of them there as well. He lost the 232. That was Daniel Motor with the drama. There is Lloyd fighting away. This is all the early stages of the race. And albeit Lloyd held on to the lead, but he's going to have to fight on for it for just a little bit longer. Vivian Guiane on that rear bumper on the PB kart, and is trying to get involved. Mark Granada there, joined by Caspian Hagman, who is trying to get involved in this fight. But the 4 karts at the front here, in control and trying to break away. But keep an eye on the second group behind. Ogrodovchik, Barry Berg, Marius Barry Berg, who's there on a 9th-place gain, has deployed new tyres here. Half a set on the right-hand side of his kart. So keep an eye, seeing if he can push forward.
Absolutely. It's up to these drivers when they decide to deploy those tyres, when they decide to deploy those overtakes. Is now going at it is Renata and Guiane, swapping positions on the exit of sector number 2. Now down that big run towards the back straight, through into the final couple of corners, and again swapping positions time and time again. That's now going to leave the driver behind slightly vulnerable to this pack, which are all getting bunched up, all getting busy on the entrance towards turn number 1. Lloyd has been gifted a little bit of a gap now because of Granada and Guiane really fighting it out on that previous lap. Round they go off the circuit, and absolutely tumbling down the order. Ogrodovchik for the 2nd time this weekend, huge drama, and Barry Berg is collected as well. Those 2 drivers trying to get those beached karts off of that curb, as almost Barry Berg there almost got collected by another back marker getting round that chicane section. Was big moments for Patrick and Marius.
Yeah, indeed. Just getting tangled together there through turns 3 and 4 as the field now settles down once more. You're seeing here the fight for P4 right now. Ruben Moya now leading that charge. Hagman just behind here. Guiane and Mark Granada are just ahead. We saw on that previous lap Roxanne Lantinga setting the fastest lap of the race. She is back up now inside the top 10. On that recovery drive back through the field. This is the fight for 2nd place. Granada and Guiane, they have got about a 1-second gap now to Lloyd just ahead. They want to think about trying to close that gap up here, but Lloyd, as soon as he gets that clear air up in front, very used to driving away from the rest of the field. Loving seeing a Tim Wilson Motorsport livery pushing its way through the field here in the Senior X30 category. A little further down in the field here, but eyes on this, and Hagman Robinson in that fight. Leah Robinson on a 12th-place gain here.
This is that scrap going on shortly behind Roxanne Lantinga, who just a moment ago you saw wrestle her way through on the show. Really aggressive moves there from Lantinga. I'm sure she's got some fire in her belly now to try and promote herself back up inside of the top 5 where we saw her start this race from. Eyes and ears back on this trio up at the front. We've still got Granada trying to weave his way past Gune there for that P2, trying to hunt down where he lacks in pace, where he's maybe not as committed on the brakes, on the rubber, when he can really try and pounce on his prey. Warning flags, penalties going out. This time it's 5 seconds going to Mamelstedt. Mamelstedt further down in the order. Currently P20, and that 8th-place gain that he has gifted himself will now massively be reduced unless he can pull something out the bag the last 3 or 4 laps remaining in this race. Other big movers going thick and fast through the traffic. Louis Aguiar, 18 positions gained to sit now just outside of the top 12, just out behind Dylan Patel.
Indeed, this is that Leah Robinson battle once again. Mengal there, Patel, Aguirre and Hansen all fighting for 9th place out there on circuit, so they're keeping a very close eye on the field around them. This is that fight just ahead as well. Sem van der Heijden now on the charge, 13 places gained as a bit of Guillaume Roca out of the race. He joins the likes of Daniel Motor, Roman Soleil, Marius Baribo, Patrick Ogrodovchik and Gimes Merkel back as the retirements in this race. This is that moment at the early stage of it. And you can just see how drivers were able to cut the chicane there, outbraking themselves into that part of the track. So easily done here, as this was moments. Oh, Ruben Moya, my goodness me, how lucky was Ruben Moya still to be in this race. That was with Dylan Patel. Live feed there on the right-hand side of your screen. Fight is still unfolding as well as you see the replays here on the left-hand side of your screen. That is the Marius Baribo, Patrick Ogrodovchik moment, and yeah, I think just tried for a move down the inside and it didn't work, and that's very unfortunate there. But this one here on your screen is still unfolding. Fabulous little fights we're seeing up at the sharp end of the field. Oscar Goodshow fighting away here for P6 out on track. So many of these drivers here, Nicole, have gained multiple positions here.
Absolutely have. In a field this big with this much drama, like we saw at the chicane section for drivers like Ogrodovchik, it opens those opportunities up for drivers to really shove their way through the field, really make up some good progress. Down out of the chicane now, Ruben Moya still being chased by Godstow for that P4. Moya, of course, this weekend, a newer team for him. He was previously part of the Pantano camp. Now, a couple of months ago, he moved over to KB Racing. Didn't have maybe the day he would have wanted yesterday after being caught out in the early stages of his first heat, but now very much once more finds himself inside of the top 4. Now finds himself weaving his way through the traffic, as is Kozchor there. Now gets past Ruben Moya, so Ruben Moya has to settle now, still inside of the top 5, still very much glued to the back bumper of the driver ahead as we now start to head into the dying stages of this race.
Indeed, lap 10 currently. We'll be going on to that last lap very soon, and here is Roxanne Lantinga, who has managed to close her way back up to this leading battle here on screen. We go on to the final lap of this race. Lloyd leads by 0.4 of a second down the inside. Nice run there for Sem van der Heijden on Morgan Moore. The change for P6. Morgan still in a good position here on a 3-place gain. But the field really pushing through from the background here for the likes of Goodshow, Sem van der Heijden, 10 and 11 places gain. Mengal there as well, also 11 places gained. Aguet 19 places. Peldis, Meryl Peldis gaining 15 places. Malmstad 10. Leodikis 14 places. Some real big senders throughout this race. But someone who's not had to work too hard on this one, Freddie Lloyd, has got Vivian Guillaume closing in the background, but not enough laps in this race to do any damage. out of the final corner. Freddie Lloyd takes the lead of the intermediate classifications early on with 144 points. That's 2 wins and a second place now for the young Briton, who is certainly looking very strong in this opening stage, finishing ahead of Vivian Guione, Mark Granada and Oscar Goodshow, Ruben Moya from Sam van der Heijden, Morgan Moore from Roxanne Lantinga, Noah Mangal and Dylan Patel will round out the top 10, but Louis Aguirre there, biggest mover, 19 places gained, 30th to 11th. That's a good day in the office, I think, in that race.
Absolutely is. Fast Fred Lloyd, though, you're number 1 within this race. You're number 1 in the Senior X30 British Championship. Top 10 in Europe in Senior X30, and now here this weekend, hunting down for an IAME Warrior Final Championship also, and is on the charge to try and pull that off. It's a heat win for him, adds to his tally of good results so far within our qualifying heats. The drivers sub top 10 then. In P11 we have Louis Aguirre, Thomas Hansen in P12, then Leo Robinson, Mero Caldes on a good charge of 15 in totals, and then Oliver Meek rounds out your top 15. Yuka Poe, Antonio Machado, Sam Branston, Pito Mamelstead and Emmanuel Leodikis round out your top 20. Then we have Kamal Raphael, Jalko Mattisons, Sean Hogan, Caspian Hagman, Florent Pan, Martin Foley, Kyle Mikulev and Jonathan Landstrom as your 28 finishers. We did miss out on some big names for the remaining couple of laps of those races. Guillaume Roca, Patrick Okrodovchik, Marius Barryberg, Roman Sell, Daniel Motor and Guillaume Markelbag did not manage to complete that qualifying heat. This is how it's unfolded though. These are the best parts of your heat. Freddie Lloyd down the inside at turn number 1, holds on to that number 1 spot very strongly down towards turn 1 and through the exit as the back park of your field did get all involved and almost some big moments further back in the field. I think that was one of the Zankies getting all over the grass, did manage to get back onto the track, but we did lose a number of drivers out at the barriers and some big impact actually for somebody.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that would be the moment for Gimes Merkelbach and Daniel Motor that had those unfortunate moments as well. Then you saw the likes of Florent Panet who had that off as well, managing to rejoin. Early overtakes at the start of that race. PB Kart SG drivers Vivian Guione pushing through in that early stage. A 3-place gain to finish in 2nd place. This initial attack for Lloyd here. The first change of the lead. Lloyd would fight back to take it. That was the moment there for Mark Granada over the course of the chicane. Just completely misjudging that one there and going straight over, holding on to position over the course of that race. There was the moment for Ruben Moyer and Dylan Patel. How on earth did they manage to, one, get that dialed in and both of them actually remain in the race? That's quite good going for them. Then, of course, we saw the re-overtake. Lloyd back in the front. Mark Granada trying to fight his way through again. Would end up dropping back to 3rd place at the end of that race and holding on to that one. But question mark still over that finishing position. This moment here, unfortunately, for the likes of Marius Barryberg and Patrick Okrodovchik. They did both get going again, but I think both did retire. Reports from Andrew Mather down in Parc Ferme saying a retirement to save tyres for later on, and that's a smart way of thinking about it, I think.
Absolutely. You know, if you're already at the back, what's the point in driving around in around about 28th, 27th when you can hold on to some of that tread that you have on the rubber? Andrew Mather is down there then in Parc Ferme, and he will be able to tell us a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Nicole, here with our race winner again, Freddie Lloyd. Fred, that looked like a fairly straightforward drive for you out front, but I'm sure behind the wheel it was anything but.
I mean, got a good start again. There was a bit of a squabble at the start, and then managed to get a gap, and then I was just chilling towards the end, really. Didn't really need to push too hard, and yeah, got a win.
And this form that you're in, British Championship, followed it up with a win at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago as well. You've been consistently at the front so far this week. Do you think there's any more performance to be extracted, or is it just about managing the tyres now for the next few rounds?
I mean, I'm not sure yet. I mean, we've had some good results in the past year, this year especially, and yeah, see what we can pull out.
One last question. That little flight moment that you had in round 2, how did that feel?
Oh, I don't know. It all happened so fast. Came out the corner and just went Lloyd Airlines. But yeah, it was definitely scary, but just kept racing.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Freddie. Back to you guys in the box.
Lloyd Airlines.
I like that.
I like that as well. I'd fly on it. Right, here we go then. Back over to the juniors now. Junior X30's a qualifying heat, E versus G. Their 8 laps, 11.5 kilometre race is moments away from being started, and you can see the crowd is hyping themselves up, ready for it. Wind, though, Nicole, is picking up out there. Thankfully, as mentioned earlier on, not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful blue skies all the way around us, but the temperature still trying to rise a bit there. It's still just 16 degrees air temperature, but I've got to say it's nice and warm in that sunshine. We spoke earlier on to Aaron Richardson. That last junior race put him in the lead of the intermediate classifications, 132 points to his name. However, you have got the likes of Manny Nuvolini in this one, Dan Alaman, that we're going to be seeing racing out on track for this one. Evan Purcell, Priam Bruno, again, all of these names, big names in the world of IAME racing, and they're going to be fighting their way forward in this one.
They absolutely are. I think this is an interesting setup then. You've got your mini champion from last year, Nuvolini, he's number 1. Alaman, who was an IAME Euro Series contender this year, he rounded out that championship P2. Then you've got your pole sitter from 2024 of Evan Purcell shortly behind on the second row. And Priam Bruno as well, a big name in IAME racing. So this is going to be interesting indeed.
It certainly will be. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Manny Nuvolini and Dan Alaman on row number 1. Evan Purcell and Priam Bruno on row 2 with Stig de Rademaker and Jug Rana on row number 3. Alexandre Point and Max Lequago from row number 4. They'll see the likes of Sarah Kojima and Andre Galimberti on row number 5. Aryan Singh and Rasmus Koskinen go from row 6. There we'll see Noah Grenier and Zach Burke on row 7. With Mattis Mush and Ludwig Grenquist, who round out the top 8 rows.
Row number 9 houses Bautista Delic and Nilas Milik, and shortly behind them on row number 10, as your top 20, is Leonard Rucker with Luca Narroway. 11, it's Rosalind Schreier-Isa with Beatrice Costa, and then shortly behind row number 12, we have an all-French lineup with Ignacio Pombacon and Nino Molon. From 13, Chris Kazimup alongside Unso Hoiver, Unso Lakanen. And then from 14, it's Conrad Garrow with Elias Ebersdobler. 15 houses David DeGosto with Sebastian Delaggio. And row number 16, your final row, all alone there for the UAE. E31, it's Savali Kage.
Indeed. Well, again, a packed grid of 31 drivers. Thankfully, can report all of them have made their way out onto the circuit. There is one of 2 grandstands here at the circuit this weekend. This one is always here at that final chicane. What a place to watch the racing from. And there you can see filling up nicely. You've got another grandstand as well that's been set up at the exit of turn number 1. Also, that's been filling up nicely over the course of the day, but it's a bit of a walk from the paddock to get to that one. So not many people have made the treacherous, muddy walk through the back paddock there. But still good to see plenty of people here this weekend. And if you are, of course, not far away, it's an open paddock. Do come on down, enjoy, watch the racing, have a walk in around the paddock and have a chat to some of the team's drivers out there. If you are local to the area, do come on down and enjoy the racing with us in the sunshine here. Right, X30 Junior heading round into the final corner now. This is their formation lap, hopefully. So they pass the red line here, no overtaking is permitted. They should be in 2x2 rolling start formation, which they now are. Manny Nuvolini and Dan Alaman. What a front row this is. Into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on in Junior X30 down in towards turn number 1. It is a consistent start there at the front for the field, but it's Manny Nuvolini on that inside line with Purcell de Rademaker, who are able to slot into those positions. Alaman there has gone down to 3rd place. It is Purcell there in P2. Where did the Rademaker go? I think he's there in P4 currently right now. I am seeing Priam Bruno and that Parallel cart currently circulating in 5th place at the start of this race. So it's a good start for the juniors here, Nicole. Calm and controlled and being led by the Mercedes junior driver of Manny Nuvolini at the front of the field.
Well then, the last drama back in the background then. I think that's one of the victory lanes getting going again, as is one of the CRGs. the back and the front though. Eyes and ears back on your front pack. Yesterday, when these two drivers, Nuvolini and Purcell, faced each other, they were P1 and 2. And this is that replay of the moment further back in the order then, both between David Augusto and I think that could have maybe been Samle Kagay as well. As now down the inside to take that race lead goes Evan Purcell. So he is your newest race leader. Going back to what we were saying though, Evan Purcell took a win yesterday ahead of Mani Nuvolini. He's now currently on the charge to replicate that for the time being, but very interesting setup between two drivers that actually didn't see each other last year because Nuvolini was a mini. This time though, they're both juniors and they're both at the sharp end of the field. Kagay then, as we saw in that replay just a moment ago for that collision, is under investigation. So our team looking to see how that unfolded. Purcell leads the way then ahead of Nuvolini and Alleman there in P3. I'm quite excited about this one, Anthony. I'm predicting this is going to get very interesting.
It might get very interesting here as you're seeing Alleman all over that rear bumper of Mani Nuvolini. Nuvolini going defensive here immediately and at the same time trying to go for the move down in towards turn 1 on Evan Purcell. He will have lost down a bit of time there, but crucially, not too much here. But yeah, you know what? I'm going to say you're right there, Nicole. This could be quite a feisty one all the way to the end.
Alleman then yesterday had a good result. Gets caught out there by Stig Redemakers there on the back bumper. He's going to lose out on 2 positions, not just to Stig, but to Priam Bruno as well. Alleman, within this race, you know, he's going to want to charge through the field. Despite good results yesterday, he was given a penalty in one of his heats. 5 seconds he lost because of that. So now he's trying to pick off those positions. He's trying to pluck off some names, as we've just seen from him. He now weaves his way through the Redemakers once more. Through the chicane section we go again. No change between Purcell and Nuvolini, but the changes between the 3 behind him looks like that it is Priam Bruno P3, Dan Alleman P4, and Stig Redemakers as your P5 for the time being, but don't count on it staying like that because through turns 3 and 4 they get busy once more as retirements go out. This time is the number 83, Zach Berg, falling down the order and joining names to not finish this race.
Ludwig Granqvist and Luca Narraway are at the back of the field. They are still in this race. They had drama earlier on at turn number 11. Unfortunately, 2 drivers on the Falcon machinery. Unfortunately tangling with each other. A bit of a suboptimal way of starting your races for the day, but they are still in this one. But got to give it though for Luca Narraway, first time this weekend out in the junior outfit. He stepped up, so a big learning curve for some of the drivers this weekend. Here we go, Mani Nuvolini, 3 wide here down towards turn number 1. He's lost out there to Priam Bruno. Alleman trying to go through as well, and has done so. And that now, Mani Nuvolini down in the order quite considerably here.
Absolutely, loses out on 2 positions there to Alleman and Priam Bruno. Is he going to lose out on a 3rd and 4th? Because right behind him, Redemakers looking very racy indeed, all over the back of that victory lane kart. But the Fusion is actually sandwiched in between the 2 victory lanes. So if he goes for the move, no, he's not going to be able to, because Point really tries to go for something there further behind. He's going to find himself maybe some team tactics being deployed there by the victory lanes. Out towards the back straight, drivers go once more. This is a nice little battle going on between Rana and Kojima for that P7. Through the chicane they go. Everybody being filed into order. A hot spot where we've seen so many penalties so far this weekend, Anthony. Drivers really not managing to avoid cutting the track.
Oh, indeed. That's a nice move down through turn at number 1 for Noah Grenier there on Kojima. Got that one done through the apex. This was the moment further back. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's as close as you would like to be to another driver's rear axle. And that's a very close moment there for Lenore Rucker in that number 7, dropping down. Beatrice Costa, the one driver, try to go for that move down the inside. This, though, back with the front runners. Priam Bruno there in P2. Alleman now 3rd. Nuvolini 4th. Look at the lead Evan Purcell has got. 1.1 seconds currently You were talking about penalties in that final chicane. Oh my, that was a very close moment there. Near carbon copy of what we saw from Ruben Moyer in the previous race on Dylan Patel, but we're seeing that in the further back, and it's so easily done, you know, in karting. I know there's been a lot of work with safety of karting. You may have saw earlier on this year in Corona and other classes.
Big
things
move down the inside. Dan Alleman absolutely jumps at Priam Bruno there through turns 3 and 4. That's absolutely as nice as you like, as I think Andrew is down there. Andrew, what have you got for us?
Yeah, Nicole, got an update on Zach Burke. Zach Burke out of this race, bent rear right axle on the rear right corner, so that's the reason he's out of this race.
Well, thank you very much there, Andrew, down there. And obviously he can see some more things that we can't see. We can see that, which is Brian Renault communicating to Manu Nuvolini to go. However, it's hard for him to go when Alleman in front is going defensive. So now you're starting to think, right, what's going to happen? They're all hugging that inside line here. Is someone going to take the long way round? Yes, they are. Steve Rademacher is that driver, but it's not worked out for him because down the inside, Alexandre Point has gone himself through. Now he's going to attack on his teammate here, Manu Nuvolini. Nuvolini goes over the curb, Priambrino goes sideways. And now Nuvolini on the outside line is going to lose out to his teammate going into the corner. Exiting the corner out of turn number 7. He will retake that position. That's nicely done. But that's a shaky middle point of this race. And as the final lap board comes out, they've lost time now to Alleman. First and second place here, Nicole, have broken away.
Absolutely. Evan Purcell then has collected his shopping throughout this heat and absolutely checked out, unbothered by the drama that's unfolded behind him. 2.4 seconds clear from the remaining drivers in the field, has allowed that OTK product underneath him just to dance under him, receives that checkered flag and takes another heat win here in Valencia. Adds to his tally, and I would say absolutely adds to that positive mentality and that confidence. Evan then had some strong results in 2024 and is replicating it here in 2025. Clear then, like I just mentioned, by 2.4 seconds from Dan Alleman, who rounds out your top 2, and followed behind by Priam Bruno, who really had to hustle hard for that last spot inside the top 3 on that last lap. It was not gifted to him. It was not easy comparing him to the likes of Manu Nuvolini, Stig de Redemakers and Alexandra Point as well. We called it, we said it would be exciting, and it absolutely was. The drivers then just outside of the top 5, it is Alexandra Point, Yug Rana, Bautista Bdelic, Nilis Malik and Sierra Kojima. Noah Grenier, Arian Singh, Max Lacroix, Mathis Mouche and Conrad Garrow rounds out your top 15. And then Andre Galimberti, Rosalind Schreier-Isa, Matteo Gompaken, Unto Oliver Lakanainen and Beatrice Costa are your top 20. Rasmus Kospissen, Chris Casimir, Lias Ebersdobler, Sebastian Delagdo, Nino Milon are your top 25. And then the following drivers did manage to finish, but maybe not where they would have liked to. It's Savali Kugay, then we have Leonor Rocca, David Cremona, Ludwig Granquist and Luca Narroway. And of course we did lose Zach Burke in the first couple of laps, but there on your screen you can see him. Evan Purcell snatches that heat win.
Indeed, and that is now 2 wins out of 2 for Evan Purcell, meaning theoretically he is the points leader, even though he does sit there 5th in the points overall. Other groups have already had their 3rd racing of the weekend. Here's the highlights of that race. Nuvolini, good start there. Alleman slotting back, not getting the initial getaway off the line. He tried to carry the speed around the outside, did slot back into 3rd. Not the start we would have wanted. That was the moment for Savale Kagay there in the early stages. He got caught out with David de Augusto. That not the start they would have wanted, tumbling them down the order just that little bit more. There was the moment, unfortunately, for Luca Narroway and Ludwig Granquist. Unfortunately, those 2 Falcon drivers tangling together out there. Evan Purcell, early lead for him. Nicole able to drive away at that point as the fighting happened behind. Stig de Rademacher pushing his way through. Priam Bruno as well as Dan Alleman, all drivers well known with each other. And of course fighting at that sharp end. They just lost touch with the drivers up ahead as those retirements came in for Zach Burke with that rear axle damage. But certainly very feisty still at the front, which is where we were starting to say it was going to be an exciting race, and it certainly was.
Absolutely was, but for Evan Purcell, it was sort of out of sight, out of mind for him. He was not thinking about the drivers further back. He was not thinking about this pack of karts that were absolutely catching each other out through that final chicane. For Evan, it was a case of tick off those technical 19 turns, head through this roller coaster circuit and just put everything down on the tarmac. He didn't trip over himself. He cleared away from the rest of the field and let them battle behind him. Manny Nuvolini and Alexandra Point, teammates, victory lane teammates, being two of those to really go at it. And this was the stage where Nuvolini almost, very almost caught out Priam Bruno. Bruno did manage to hold on to that wheel and get back into a straight line for the next sequence of corners, but lucky to get away with that run. Andrew Mather is down there then in Parc Ferme. He's going to catch up with some of our drivers.
Thank you very much, guys. Here with Evan Purcell. Evan, another win, a dominant win in that heat.
Yeah, I just drove away, just kept my calm and drove off.
And you really seem to be continuing the progress that you've been making over the last 18 months. Remember, probably last year at Genk was your breakthrough event. Do you feel like there's more to come, or have you hit the peak already?
No, I'm far from the peak already. I've still got loads more to come, but I'm really happy with my progress, and I'm hopefully going to get a win soon.
Temperatures rising across the course of this afternoon after that wet start this morning. What do you think you'll be discussing with the team to potentially change for the next race?
Just make sure the kart's grippy enough to go round and when the track's not as fast as it was yesterday, and that's really it.
Good stuff. Well, Evan, we'll catch you later on. Thank you very much for joining us. For now, though, we'll take a short break before our next race.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a karter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MVA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MVA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MVA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
sun is shining here in Valencia for the IAME Warriors Final 2025. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, joined by Andrew Mather, who is roaming around down there in Parc Ferme and the pre-grid area. A Senior X30 qualifying heat E versus G is next out onto the circuit. And still, the vibe here in the paddock still very nice. A lot of smiles on faces. Drivers from all over the world representing their nations here this week. And, of course, plenty of action to come up for today's racing. We've obviously got this next senior race. Then we go over to the Masters, then S125 for their first races of the day. Before we then go into the lunch break, where we'll be all on the stage talking over the next rotation of races, going over a lot of things happening over the course of this weekend. Engines firing up then for Senior X30 qualifying E versus G. Take through that full starting lineup. Daniel Britt, P2 earlier on in the weekend. Starts to one on the pole position spot. We'll have Zach Drummond alongside, who did take a race win yesterday in that first race. Andy Rattel and Tyke Buckley go from row number 2. We'll have Alexis Janole and Zach Green going from row number 3. Row 4 sees George Edgar. Strange hearing George's name in a senior grid. Fabulous to see him getting through his racing career nicely. Tobias Norman joining him alongside of Denmark. Arthur Huang and Xavi Lloveras go from row number 5. They'll have Xavi Suarez and Eloy Gonzalez on row number 6. Bertram Saxa and Isaac Say go from row number 7 with Kian Gauchi and Sam Woolley on row number 8. The first half of the field being Kevin Lantinga and Armin Kari Osman, who has elected to go for a full set of new tyres.
Part 2 of your field is started by Kevin Lantinga, who achieved a P8 yesterday in his heat. A good promotion by Kevin so far. Watch his name as we head through this one. He's starting alongside Amin Kara Osman, and shortly behind them, as your top 20, row number 10 is Elias Leman with Jean-Paul Carras. 13 of Great Britain, we have Sam Lewis alongside Adam Albassoni of the UAE. From row number 12, we have a Kart Republic and Red Speed. It's Bernardo Pinto with Mark Lapiccolo. 13, Harrison Whitacombe and Charlie Gardner. And then shortly behind on 14, it's Mike Garrich with Harrison Mackie. 15, William Lambeau with Luke Agnew. 16, Maxime Doffler with Martin Wallström. And rounding out your field of 34 karts for this final Senior X30 heat of this rotation, we have Tixel Menji and Sophia Sage. Sophia Sage then rounding out your field on that P34 spot, needs to put in some good work within this qualifying heat. Was disqualified yesterday, so lots of drivers being watched as we head through these multitude of heats. Other drivers that receive penalties and will be looking to redeem themselves, names like Luke Agnew, Mark Lapiccolo as well. As these drivers get themselves squared away and filed up, just those final moments to weave across the track, get that tyre temperature nice and high so they can complete these 11 laps.
Indeed, and this is all going to be the fight between Daniel Britt and Zach Drummond. That race win yesterday, another one here, puts him on those 100 points, and he will join the high runners in this one for Zach Drummond. But like you say, Andy Rattel's going to have something to say about that. Tyke Buckley as well, Alexis Janole and Zach Green. You can't take it away from anyone on this one. The only thing you could take away from them is their formation here. They're not really formed up, but they're looking better now. Let's see if we'll be going for Senior X30 qualifying heat E versus G. It has got Daniel Britt and Zach Drummond on the front row of that grid into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on in Senior X30. Down in towards turn number 1. Good start for the inside line, but Drummond will try and sweep it round the outside. Drama for Tyke Buckley. He's off the road, and I think that may have been Zach Green he got tangled up with. There is Daniel Britt getting squeezed out wide as well. Drama in this one. This is not a clean start at all, as they're going off the circuit is the 288 machine in the early stage. So we'll try and figure out who that one is in the early stage. I think that's Elias Leman from Switzerland. There, the 270 is off the circuit, not going through. That is Bernardo Pinto, unfortunately. And also, I think Elias Leman also having dramas out there. That was the one that cut across that chicane right ahead of Jean Carras. who is out there. Cruci at the front. Oh, no, that's still Brits in the lead. So Daniel Brits is still in this race. It was another one of the Monlau Motorsport machines I saw going off the circuit. So we'll try and figure out that one a little bit later on. Across the line they go. It is Brits who leads the way from Drummond. Rattel from Bertram Saxo, who's had a brilliant run in this one. 9 places gained for the driver from Denmark to be in P4.
Well, it's a win or lose weekend then, I would say, for Zach Drummond. Has made an appearance here at IWF. We don't typically see him in competitions like the IAME Euro Series, but he's jumped into this entry list and has now jumped into the race lead. Overtakes Daniel Brits as clean as you like, and will now lead the way from the remaining drivers inside the top 5 who are bunching up, as are this pack in the field shortly behind. Everybody after that P5 spot having a nice little scrap out of the exit of turn number 5. Drummond leads the way then down the back straight from Brits. Rattel very much within the fight as well is Sash and Huang as well. Oh, side by side moment on the brake and completely gets it wrong and takes the cut through is one of the drivers. And that's the 252 who completely get it wrong. It's the 262 of Karas. You could just see the smoke, the dust on that line that hasn't been used get kicked up underneath Karas's car, and it's just going from bad to worse now as he tumbles down the order into that mid-pack section. Was inside the top 10, now has fallen back to P17.
Yeah, indeed, right in the middle of this scrap here in that mid-pack. This is very feisty bit of racing here from the Senior X30 grid. Eyes on the front here though, as down the inside, that's another change for the front running positions here as they go through. Drummond's got the lead currently still in this race. That top 3 is actually broken away massively from the rest. It is George Edgar who's on the charge in this race as well. A 2-place game right behind the likes of Bertram Saxo, who's holding on to position here. There you can see the Jamie Green racing card of Isaac Sayer pushing his way through as well. All of these drivers looking very feisty, but it is Drummond at the front of the field here, Nicole, leading that first group of 5 karts. This is all further down in the order. Jean Karas there again on your screen, trying to get involved in that. Harrison Whittingham down the inside there, trying to get involved. It is Wallstrom there on a 20-place gain. This is drivers who are really pushing through the field here now, getting involved with drivers who are still trying to gain 1 or 2 places here in that sharp end of the field.
Harrison Whittingham then in one of his heats yesterday promoted himself up by 14 positions in total. Hasn't quite managed to match that just yet. Is only on 9 places now to sit just outside of the top 15, but is getting really stuck into this battle, as is on the screen there. George Edgar, like Anthony mentioned, one of the drivers who's just jumped into the senior category for his first time, right there in the fight, right there on the back of P4 of Bertram, trying to push round, and has absolutely just done that. Trades places there for that P4 and pops in that fastest lap. In doing so, 2-kart breakaway out at the front then, Zach Drummond and Daniel Brits. Maybe an opportunity for us to talk about, chassis this weekend, Anthony. To me, around this circuit between, Eloy Gonzalez, Daniel Brits, and Toby Gale as well, the Birrells looking incredibly comfortable.
The Birrells are looking good, but you can't take away the good performance as well from the Kart Republic chassis that are out there. Very soft chassis that can deal with the curbs here in Valencia. This is a good example of how the Gillard chassis works. Moved down the inside there, but not able to do so. And staying behind is Ty Buckley, holding on to his position at this moment. A little further down in that order there, but still fighting away nicely. Eyes on this one though. There you can see everyone pushing forward. There is Andy Rattel. Now he has just lost out on that position to George Edgar, on your screen. So it's Edgar who's gone through and still in control of this one. Now is that Edgar? Because that's definitely, yes, it is. The timing screen wasn't updating until for half of the lap. then it suddenly did.
Edgar then, maybe, you know, something to highlight why he could be so fast within this session. You know, lower centre of gravity for George. He's one of the smaller drivers within this field, and I think that's benefiting him as we head through some of the longer sweeping corners. Now has broken inside of the top 3 for one of the first times this weekend and is on a good charges in the background time after time. Theme of the weekend, drivers having to cut the track at that chicane section. Karas now being one of the newest names to be put under investigation for that. It's slightly unavoidable for some of these drivers. You know, you're going into that side-by-side. You're trying to open up the corner as well on the rumble strip to get the front end pointed in. And if you've got somebody, you know, putting their nose cone down the inside, these drivers just keep getting caught out, keep straight lining it and hopping over that curb and end up missing the corner.
They go in side by side, but it's a single file line through it. Yeah, they can go through that chicane side by side, but trust me, the speed is a lot lower than if you could just go apex, apex, apex and make it through. So yes, you'll always see drivers fighting saying, no, it's my corner, no, it's my corner. And this is a perfect example of it. They go in side by side, they try to bring it back in. When it doesn't work, one goes over and then you just can't go side by side through that chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. These drivers then clipping those curbs to also create a straighter line for them through the corner. It will be more optimal, it will be faster for them. Still continuous moves going on. This time that is the 3-3-2 picking off some positions. The pack still getting busy. There's always going to be that point in the race where those drivers are incredibly busy indeed. Now, still got changes. This is Albasoni going for the move. Him and Lantinger were those two drivers just trying to fight it out for that P11. Edgar then, pace-wise, still P3 on the road, and on those times, he's actually faster than the two ahead of him, especially Daniel Britz, was about a tenth and a half quicker than the Birrell. I would say maybe, just maybe, he's got a little bit more time to convert a P3 into a P2 here. Eyes on Rattel and Huang shortly behind Edgar then. They have fallen off the back bumper of that Gillard. They're still going for it for P4, and going for it once more is Harrison Whitacombe, who's trying to redeem himself. He was up 1 point in this race by 15 positions, but it's just not gone his way. He's now dropped further down the order, and it's only now a tally of 3.
Indeed, and this fight now getting into that backstage of the race. Nice and calm at the front here. However, Arthur Huang slowly reeling in here. Andy Rattel not close enough for that lunge into that final chicane. You can see how more confident that Kart Republic VK is through the chicane. But still not able to get that positioning down the inside. Two drastically different lines there. You see Rattel utilising the curbs there on that Parallel machine going through for the KBK competition team. And how Arthur Huang avoided the curves. This is a good fight further down. Still being led there by the likes of Harrison Whittingham. This is quite a bit further down in that order. Keane Gauci around that, Gardner Green, Agnew as well. Everyone just pushing forward in this one. One driver, or quite a few drivers have stepped up in this order. Wallstrom on a 22 place gain, Elba Soini on 10, Harrison Mackie with a 13 place gain. The Mackie name, a very common name in the world of IAME racing. Not finding himself in the position he wanted after time qualifying.
No, Mackie's first IWF then without the Fusion Motorsport name on his side pod. This year he is, of course, with Eichmann, and it's just not gone his way in qualifying, and he hasn't just managed to string things back together. He hasn't managed to promote himself very well just yet. Plenty more time for him to go, though, through these qualifying heats. Maybe it could be the case that he could redeem something. A big moment at turn number 1, shortly behind Zach Green. Green lucky to get away from that one unscathed. I think that's Charlie Gardner and Luke Agnew that just took each other off on the exit of the corner. It is Charlie and it is Luke. I think both have got back onto the track. Both lucky to get away from that one. There was some airtime taken for those two drivers.
Yeah, very fast. Well, the fastest part of the circuit there for the seniors, topping around about 135 kilometers an hour. Last ditch attempt of overtakes as Zach Drummond claims his second win of the weekend. George Edgar battling with Rattel, just holds on to it. Arthur Huang finishing in the likes of 5th place. Daniel Britt's taking 2nd. Calm race for them at the end of that one for Drummond and Brits. 1.4 seconds separating them. George Edgar very close at the end there, coming away with the 3rd place.
Absolutely, was committed to the pace, and it was a run to the line between him and Britt. Just not quite enough, but keep an eye out on the Edgar name. Big within the sport, and I'm sure will be big within this weekend. But let's not take it away. Let's not take the attention away from the Fusion Motorsport driver of Zach Drummond. Takes that heat win. 2.5 clear from Brits there in P2. The drivers after P5 then include Bertram Sash, Eloy Gonzalez, Isaac Sayer, Tobias Norman and Martin Wallström. You then had Kevin Lankentinga as your P11, Adam Abusoni, Xavier Suarez, Xavier Livares, and then Harrison Mackie just inside your top 15 with 13 places to his tally. Samuel Woolley finishes in P16 ahead of Mark LaPiccolo. Ty Buckley is in 18th, just shortly ahead of Jean-Paul Carras and Elias Leman as your top 20. Zach Green, 21st, Amankara Osman, Kia Gauchi, Alexis Genele and Sophia Sage as your top 25. We then had Harrison Matake, Harrison Whitcomb, William Lumbo, Sam Lewis, Charlie Gardner, Maxim Doffler, Luke Agnew, Sam Tick and Bernardo Pinto.
Indeed. Well, a very busy race there in the mid to backpack. Calm at the front of that race. And here's the highlights of how that started. A good start initially for Daniel Brits, the inside line working very well now that the track is dry. Drama there in the early stages. Ty Buckley off the road, I think caught out there with Alexis Genele at the start of that race. Then we saw the quite violent spins there right at the start of it. Bernardo Pinto going backwards at the start of that race. He would fall down to 33rd place, which is where he would finish. This was the lead change, and Zach Drummond getting through past Daniel Brits. That would be cool, calm and collected for that one. John Carras there having to miss the chicane late on the brakes. That dusty part of the track there being squeezed to the inside really put him into quite the frenzy in the middle of the pack there. Harrison Whitcomb able to get through, but the fighting just went forward. There was Mackie pushing his way forward in that early stages. Then we saw fighting going on once more. We saw the breakaway for the top 5. Completely clear from the rest of the field. Drummond, Brits, Edgar, Rattel and Arthur Huang. Bertram Sash would battle with Eloy Gonzalez and Isaac Sayer as well in that mid-stage. We'll leave you with these highlights, but let's cut down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather is ready with some of our drivers.
I am indeed. Thank you, Anthony. Here with our race winner, Zach Drummond. Zach, another win on the board. It's going well this week.
Yeah, it's going really well. Just got lots of speed, lots of pace, and we're just consistent as well.
But it's only going to get harder from here. Who have you been looking at as possibly your biggest threats this week?
Dario Carinini is definitely very fast. He was very fast in tests, and Freddie Loy's also pretty fast, and many others, but I'm not quite sure of the names because that's my first race.
You're just here to beat them all. Give us a little bit of an insight. You've got a limited tyre, but everybody's got a limited tyre allocation this week. How tricky is that to manage at this stage of the event?
Well, definitely it's hard to manage. As well on track, I'm trying to manage the tyres so we can put the new tyres as late as possible to have a big advantage in the race where others have old tyres and we have new tyres. So yeah, it's just hard to manage the tyres.
Well, we'll see how you do later on this afternoon. Zach, thank you for your time. Congratulations once again. Zach Drummond there, your latest winner. Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. There's a live view of the stage here. Plenty of people watching along the racing from that position ahead of the next races that are heading out onto the circuit, which is going to be an exciting one here. Nicole, qualifying Heat 2 of the weekend for the X30 Masters. They will be heading out onto track next. It was a very good day yesterday for one man. Pedro Ives clear by 3.7 seconds from the rest of the field there. The Action Racing driver on pole position, left-hand side of your screen for Spain, looking to be the favourite. John Norris did take a P2 yesterday for Ireland, Mathieu de Bluff as well. Also very quick. Francois Xavier Venot also gaining good positions. Unfortunately, penalties did go out. Gary Edwards saw one of those. Alexandre Benoit Bessec also seeing one of those. Sylvain Leon as well. And Shane Crosby all seeing penalties, as well as Matthew Swanston also. But the field relatively spread out at that sharp phase. But now we see the likes of Ivaz and Eric Chapin back on that front row of the grid. Chapin for France, of course, had the work to do, but did drop down to P5 in that first race.
Absolutely. Completely different conditions for our drivers in the Masters class then today. We saw really unchangeable, really unpredictable weather yesterday when they were completing those racing laps, and that really threw a spanner into the works for many of the drivers. Today, though, no rain for them. Complete sunshine, complete dry track as we head into their first outing of today.
And already drama striking for John Norris. That's 4:01, the champion of the Masters last year, now gets started. Unfortunately for Mathieu de Bluff there just behind, was caught out. I think was able to get started, but not going through, and already you're seeing drivers saying we're going to go around again or something like this. So we'll keep an eye on that, but let's have a look at the starting lineup. Pedro Ivaz on pole position. A race win yesterday would be on the cards today if he can get that good start off the line. Eric Chapin joining him alongside Tommy Nordvang. Good to see that Nordvang is out there. Big incident yesterday, and thankfully is okay and racing once more, starting alongside John Norris on that second row of the grid. Francois Xavier Venot and Mathieu de Bluff go from row number 3. They will have Gary Edwards and Jack Dex on row number 4. Alexandre Benoit Bessec and Edmundo Loya go from row number 5. They'll see Ludovic Francois and Thierry Daré on row number 6. Matthew Swanson and Jari Malaya go from row number 7.
Row number 8 houses Tero Sari with Antti Olpanainen. And then from row number 9, we have Shane Crosby alongside Jerome Rousseau of France. 10, Ati Kataja with Sylvain Laurent. And from 11, we have Manuel Codrello with Tony Vilander. Row number 12 looks like Miko Saxman alongside Louis Diamond. Keep an eye out for Diamond. And today, I'm not sure if he's still got on Riley Cranham's race suit. Row number 13 is Francois Coulet with Harriet Joe. And from row number 14, rounding out your 28-strong field for the first X30 Masters qualifying heat of the day, we have Gigao with Federico Salerno. Going into this one then will be interesting indeed. Big drivers yesterday had big incidents, so I think some names will be trying to climb up the order. I think some names like Gary Edwards, who got that track limits penalty, will also be trying to redeem themselves, trying to get some points on the board for that intermediate classification.
Obviously, you say about those big incidents. Yes, Tommy Nordvang with that spin out of that final chicane, then collected by Tero Sari on the CRG from Finland. Both drivers thankfully okay. Karts taking the brunt, though, completely bent chassis from the rear of Nordvang, the front of Sari's kart. And thankfully, I think they've got that all squared away. They're both out on track right now, which is good. The question, though, remains on the tyres out there for them. Of course, now, Nordvang will have had that spin. That would have flat-spotted them a little bit, then had the incident. But that happened on the opening lap of the race, which means that the tyres are still actually relatively fresh on Nordvang compared to Pedro Ivaz, who had a whole heat race yesterday. So we could see something here, but we'll have to wait and see as the Masters now bringing the pack nice and slow as they head round into the final corner. Who will get that whole shot in towards turn number 1? Could it be the Spaniard? Could it be the Frenchman? Or could we see a charge from the back of the field? Pedro Ivaz and Eric Chapin into the tram lines. Lights out, fights on in Masters in Heats 2, and it's a good start at the front. The drama in the background. Karts off the track left, right and centre, but they all get to rejoin at the back of the field there. I think Francois Collet is one of them. There's more coming together a little further down the straight as well. That is a very suboptimal start for the mid-pack there, where unfortunately I think we've lost Ludovic Francois out of the race. Thierry Sari as well has had another moment. Jerome Rousseau, Antti Kataya as well, also getting caught out. At the front here, look to the front. Axion Motorsport, it's no longer there. You have to look to Tommy Nordvang. Yesterday's incident has not phased him whatsoever. He's out of turn number 14, onto the back straight and into the lead of this race.
Great stuff by Nordvang then in the early stages of this one. Holds on to it well through down towards the chicane ahead of your race one winner of Ivars yesterday. Ivars then is a coach around this circuit, teaches younger drivers how to do things like this at turn number 1, snatches away the race lead once more, gets through on Nordvang, who still holds on to that P2, but this is going to back up Nordvang into the hands of the drivers behind, which include Venet, Chapon, Gary Edwards and John Norris as well. Out of the infield section they go as retirements go out there. That's one of the Zankies pulling in. The 405 of Harith O will go no further. A drama at the first lap, at the first corner, I would predict, is what has caused that retirement.
Yeah, indeed. Lights went out a bit. Well, there was a long hold on the lights on that one, and then I think the back of the pack got a better start than the front, and then, yeah, you had the resulting oof there, which is a bit of a shame. But eyes on this, and as they head down into that final chicane, it is still Ivers and Nordvang in control at the front of the field. Chapon trying to close in, but is defending from the man just behind. Venard down the inside, steps up into third place. A nice calm overtake there in towards turn number 1. And that is now the Euro karting machine up the order into P3.
Absolutely is. Jack Dex goes fastest as he appears on your screen. Jack Dex then one of the drivers inside of this pack of karts, fighting away, trying to push through into P7, currently in 8th. A driver who in the UK is actually a team owner, has raced year upon year, but now in later career only appears every so often. And I think that's the case with a lot of these masters. They competed when they were younger, and now they are the sort of weekend warriors of your sport. They have appeared just to go racing and see what they've still got left in store. Do you agree?
Yes, indeed. And like you say, I mentioned this yesterday, the Masters, they do love this class because, again, it makes them feel young again. It makes them feel back to the days they were racing junior, senior, anything like that. As, oh dear, someone's pulled off on the start-finish straight here. This is the start. It was a long hold. You can see drivers at the background, they wanted to get going. Then they just piled into the back of each other there, and you can see carts off to the left, carts off to the right. But that all stemmed from the middle of that pack there, Nicole. Not the start they would have wanted. Yeah, look, you can see how carts have pushed forward. They're already 3 wide pushing forward, and then, yeah, drama just unfolded. And thankfully, no one getting caught out in a big moment there, but definitely a suboptimal start there at the front, and unfortunately drivers just getting tangled in with each other.
Yeah, down at turn number 1 then, it is one of the fastest points of the circuit, so these drivers lucky to not get away with too much damage within that first lap. Here we go then, down into turn number 1 they go once more to tick off more laps. It's still Pedro Ivars out there in the front ahead of Tommy Nordvang. Renee there rounds out your top 3 ahead of Chapon and John Norris. As now within this point in the race, it is starting to bunch up again once more. And it's starting to heat up as well then, Anthony. These drivers in that mid-pack section might start to experience a little bit of overheating now as we head into almost 20 degrees air temperature. They're going to be right behind the engine of each other, getting warmer both with tyre and engine temperature. And that's a unique challenge that these drivers will probably be thinking about. They are some of your most experienced and some of your best to try and deal with that situation. But maybe that's going to come into play as we head through these heats. Just a moment ago then, you saw Jack Dex getting the jump through the second sector. Now heads down towards the start-finish gantry in a comfortable P8 still trying to push forward, but under a bit of pressure now towards turn number 1.
Indeed. Well, as they push through, and confirm that retirement earlier on was the GP Racing Finland driver of Mikko Saxman. The latest retirement out of this race, and on point, Jack Dex, fastest lap of the race again, still holding there in 8th place. There he is on your screen. Has got the company, though, of Edmundo Loya just behind. Now, Loya's not dropped off the back, still involved in that fight. This is the fight at the front here. Ivers, Nordvang and Van Aert, they're all closed in once again, but no lunges yet. John Norris has closed in also at that stage of the race, and watching them through the chicane here, I've got to say, looks like Francois Van Aert looking like the fastest, and now defensive postures here from Ivers. Nordvang tries to go down the inside, but so does Van Aert at the same time, nearly tangling. And that is smart positioning there as John Norris now tries to get involved in the fight.
Absolutely does. Van Aert lucky to get away from that one unscathed, as now Jack Dex finds himself under a bit of pressure from Loya, Del Rey and Olkanainen there behind him. In, through and towards turns 6, 7, 8 and 9 now, and it's getting feisty as we head over that halfway point in this race. Dives down the inside. Drivers just jostling for position as Basak now gets overtaken by Chapon, who is on a 6th place reduction in the order. Has fallen down the order by quite some way, not what the Frenchman probably would have predicted.
No, it's been a very interesting day for them so far. They've had to wait quite a long time. Local time here, we're pushing at 5 to 12 here. Local time. So again, a lot of work they've had to do in the morning phase just to get everything prepared for this race. It is the only second race of this one. This was that initial attack at the front, so you can see how Nordvang wanted to go down the inside, and there Van Aert very lucky there not to come away with a much bigger incident and a lot more damage, and that's just opened up those front runners once again. John Norris, though, might have a chance here on Francois-Xavier Van Aert, who is just ahead of him. He has closed the gap up, still very close between the two of them, only 0.3 of a second, and we'll keep a close eye on that one. This is a little further down in the order as well. This is Basek and Champon. They are still fighting for place as here we go now. Van Aert's back on Nordvang. Nordvang's going to take the defensive line into turn 1, holds off that attack. But they've allowed Ivers now to break away. Pedro Ivers is looking for a second win here.
Well, it was a 3.5 second win yesterday for Ivers in his first heats. This time he is on the charge to be on just over a second. Still plenty more time to go, but has started to clear off from this battle shortly behind him. Nordvang, Benet, Norris and Edwards still going for it now. Down the inside goes Benet, trying to weave his way back past. John Norris is trying to fend off, but they do swap positions. They do invite the drivers behind of Edwards and Dex as well.
Norris through, gets through past Van Aert, and that is nicely done there. Edwards now trying to close in just in the background, and so is Jack Dex, but it's not over yet. Van Aert's going to look back down the inside here, and so is Edwards as well. Looks to the inside. Beautifully done there for Gary Edwards, reads the road beautifully and gets up that order nicely into 3rd place now. And there, John Norris slots into 4th, Van Aert down to P5, P6. Jack Dex has managed to get through now. Nicely done in this top fight, but all the meanwhile, Nordvang and Ivers now have broken away from the rest of this pack. The fight is on for 3rd place as John Norris again looks to the inside at turn 11, not close enough for the attempt.
Well, Norris there going on the defence to Jack Dex shortly behind him, just trying to hold that white line, trying to not give up that P4. Down the back straight, these drivers will go again, and there on your screen you can see the gap that Pedro has given himself. It was a second on that previous lap. It's now over 1.4. Back in the background then, side-by-side defensive driving from this pack, which still includes John Norris as its leader. Nothing too untowards between these drivers yet. And actually, Anthony, I'm seeing some really clean racing from everybody within this field.
Yeah, indeed. The Masters usually are like that. It's kind of gentleman racing. They've been in the sport for a long time. They've watched a lot of it. They've mechanicked and they've tutored a lot of drivers. Of course, you have to remember, Pedro Ibas here is one of the drivers who teaches young drivers how to race at this very circuit. So he knows this circuit quite well. Of course, his younger drivers who he's helped teach and learn their racecraft will be watching this and think, right, maybe we should listen to him now and then because he keeps winning the races here. And he's doing a brilliant job. Final lap board has been out for this one, and they're heading into the final corner. Pedro Ibas, 2 wins out of 2, 100 points to his name ahead of Tommy Nordvang. Nordvang now puts points on the board after that DNF yesterday. Nordvang with P2. Gary Edwards takes third ahead of John Norris. Jack Dex from Francois Xavier Venon. Alexandre Bessec taking seventh ahead of Eric Chapon. Thierry Del Rey from Antti Ollikainen rounding out the top 10 with a good gain. But that there for Pedro Ibas had a little bit more work to do in this race than the first one, Nicole. Obviously, it was a comfortable 3.7 second win earlier on. Only a 1.4, but he did not have that sort of lead in the midway point of that race.
No, I think yesterday's gap, would have been massively helped with those wet and slippy conditions. He's a driver that would have definitely experienced more of that round the circuit, and I think you could probably put down that gap to that. I think today, the second and a half that he's just won by still shows that track knowledge, but so many names in this field are going to know a dry Valencia, so maybe that's why we didn't see a bigger gap there this time for Ibas. Drivers sub P5 then, we have Francois Vernet, Alexandre Bessec, Eric Chaperon, Thierry Del Rey and Antti Ollikainen. They round out your top 10, and then shortly behind with a 13 place gain, it's Louis Diamond, Edmundo Loya, Mathieu Delboeuf, Manuel Caudro and Jari Melila as your top 15. Shane Crosby, Tony Voilander, Sylvain Lehom, Ludovic Francois, Matthew Swanston, Francois Collet and Ji Zhao round out your top 22. It was only 22 drivers to finish that race.
Indeed, there he is, Pedro Ibas there on your screen. 2 wins out of 2 for the Spaniard here. And the local man who teaches the Johans how to race around this very circuit. Staff member here. Unaware of the action that unfolded behind him there, Nicole. Not the cleanest getaway for the Masters there in that early start of that race. Multiple retirements. Terasari, Jerome Rousseau, Antti Kataya there, Harith Ora as well. And I think non-starter there, Federico Salerno as well, not getting away off the start. The later retirement as well from Mirko Saxman. He pulled off on the start-finish straight earlier on in the race. But that still continued on. Chapon going backwards here. This was the early charge from Francois Xavier Venon, who did manage to get up into third place in the early stages. Tried to fight for second. There was the GP Racing Finland driver of Mirko Saxman out of the race. This was that close moment here, Nicole, and first attempt and I think last attempt there for Venon, who later dropped back in the order.
Yeah, absolutely did. Maybe he got a little bit rattled, a little bit shaken up after what could have been a big moment down at turn number 1 then. He did end up falling down the order. He did end up giving position away to John Norris. Norris then trying to go on the charge throughout the race, but didn't manage to actually make up any positions in the end. Finished that one off exactly where he started in P4. The driver, though, that has absolutely taken this weekend on a charge so far, the Spaniard, the driver with excellent track knowledge, excellent X30 knowledge, Pedro Ibas makes it 2 out of 2.
Certainly does here. Let's head down though to Parc Fermé, and once again over to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And with a driver that I'm very, very glad to see here, not just finishing P2, but after yesterday's crash, Tommy Nordvang. First of all, how are you feeling after yesterday's incident?
Actually, I'm feeling very good. Many people have come to me and ask how is my back, how is my neck, and I also see the YouTube after the crash, and I don't understand why they ask the question, because I was totally bent backwards 180 degrees. But luckily, I have a very good physics. Not to brag about myself, but I'm 41 and I'm still in good shape, and I think that was what saved me yesterday.
Absolutely. Let's move on to that race. A really positive start. P2, you're on the board. But Pedro Ivars, he's looking very good so far this week.
He's been looking strong from the first practice last week. This is his home track. He's been driving, coaching here for years, 7 days a week. So we just need to try to find the last bit. We had him the half race. And we almost had one pass, but we failed, and that's when he pulled away. So
1 minute before this next race, a big scrap for third place. How was that going on with the drivers behind you?
Yeah, I think it was John Norris or something in the behind. I needed to block as well, so yeah, that's how it is.
Tommy, as I say, really good to see you. We'll catch you later on. Guys, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down there. And, you know, I can't wait till I get to the age of 41 and see if I've still got a good working spine. But there we go, I probably won't. Right, S125 coming up next. This is their qualifying Heat 2 as well. And they've had a very busy day yesterday in the S125 category. Heat 1 was a blinder that saw Andy Rattel take the win after gaining 4 places. But on the front row of the grid, the pole sitter from qualifying, there you can see the 722, Gavin Adam of France, poled it in TQ. Fastest driver out on the circuit on the qualifying day. Yes, it was a wet circuit. It did dry. But still, these karts much faster than the senior karts themselves. The S125, a mixture of the OK and X30 engines combined, giving it a good bottom and good top end of the revs. But let's take you through that full starting lineup then for this one, as S125 is engines on and heads out onto the circuit. Gavin Adam and Max Bouyer on row number 1. Luna Carre and Rian Damadasa go from row number 2. Andy Rattel and Jamie English go from row 3. They'll see the likes of Sebastian Verga on the 4th row of the grid alongside Nat Johnston, who had a very troublesome start to yesterday's racing. Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Mirko Vutters go from row number 5. They'll have Ewan Carrott and Francois Delati on row number 6. Row 7 sees Jackson Sullivan-Harlow from Australia and Robbie Buckley of Ireland. Mohamed Menemni from the UAE will start alongside the Belgian of Keanu Wellens, who will round out the top 8 rows.
Francois Fontaine and Mick Blankspoor will start from row number 9, and then from 10 we have Owen Meyer with Knard Nielsen. From 11 it's Charlotte Till from Germany alongside Anton Bafbou. And from 12, it's Joel Murphy with Manuel Corona. 13, Kimi Alanko with Emilian Koistener. And from 14, it's Manolo Sendin with Emmanuel Kamata. 15, we have Ima Carey alongside Jagrat Detroija. 16, houses Manuel Itzkovic alongside Omar Jorge. 17, Viti Vainanen with Tudor Osechino. And from row number 18, your 35th kart on your field, we have Miguel Sarmentio.
Indeed. Well, yesterday's race was a little bit feisty, as we were imagining. A lot of penalties went out post-race in that first race. One driver to keep an eye on is the driver from India for MDC Racing, Jagrat Detroija. 11 places gained in that race, had gained a significant amount more, did come away with a penalty, with a driver who is pushing their way through the field. The risk of picking up a nose cone penalty is much higher, many more overtakes that you've got to try and achieve. So that is what caused that penalty to go backwards. Other drivers who are looking to see if they can get a better result in this one from yesterday. Jamie English at 30th place, finished from the 6th spot of the grid yesterday. So really needs a good result in this one. Ewan Carrott was a retirement, Mohamed Menemni, and of course, as mentioned earlier on, Nat Johnson, also a retirement. So quite a few drivers there at the sharp end of the field yesterday in this class that did drop backwards. But like you say, quite a few drivers who did manage to push forward. Jackson Sullivan-Harlow, another one of those drivers, finished inside the top 5 after gaining 8 places yesterday. But that was yesterday. Today is today. And Gavin Adams got another attempt from the front row of the grid alongside Max Bouvier. Lights out, lights on in S125. It is a good start for the front row. But keep an eye in the background as the Zanki Motorsport car tries to push its way through in those early stages, but doesn't manage to do so. Rian Damadasa holding on to position for the time being there in third place. Field going through. It's not the cleanest exit out of the chicane. Some drivers going very slowly, some trying to get through down the inside, but crucially at the front, Gavin Adam holds on to that one. Drama has ensued in the background. That's the 702 machine that's had a bit of a spill. That's further down in the order. But not the start they will have wanted. All of these drivers in those early stages trying to push forward. Joel Murphy, that driver in the 502. The driver who's not come through and is now walking away, I believe, is Charlotte Till, the Nies Racing driver from Germany, out of this race.
Well, night-and-day difference of a start for drivers like Nat Johnston. Really does push forward and holds on to a good position in the first couple of laps of this one, currently P7, so completely different from what we saw from him yesterday. Shortly behind, we've got a battle going on between Jamie English and Wylands there. They're fighting it out pretty aggressively there for that P8, as now it looks like Berger is trying to get involved as well. Out in the front, it's Gadam Adlin that is your number one driver. A penalty yesterday after a nose cone really cost him as a result, as retirements within this one. He's not sure which number that actually is. That Nasso panel has been damaged and has been pulled off of the kart. The name will quickly tumble down the order, I'm sure.
It looks like to me it could be Jagrat Troja, unfortunately. That MDC, I said good things about him at the start of this race. It was a great race yesterday. Unfortunately, it's not happened today. Eyes on this, down the inside. Andy Rattel on the charge, through, past there. Luna Claret, two drivers working with the same team here, the KBK competition team. There is three of them now there as well. Francois Delati, all French drivers as they push their way through. But they are holding off the likes of Damadasa, Bouvier and Adam, who are still just a little further up the road here. Nat Johnson, better start to today's racing. The driver of the 712 pushing through as Andrew Mather, who's watching trackside. What can you see?
Into the second half of the race, guys, Max Bouvier's race pace was very, very strong yesterday. Now, obviously, the conditions are very different. They're much warmer. The wind as well. We talked about there being no wind at all yesterday. It's changed a little bit. It's not a strong breeze, but it is a breeze. It's also just coming across the circuit now. Might make slipstreams a little bit less effective as we go through the day.
Thank you, Andrew. While you're talking there, Damadasa getting the overtake for second place on Bouvier, and that has pushed himself forward now. Rian Damadasa, this is a good performance here for the driver from Sri Lanka as he steps forward now into P2. Blanco Sport under investigation for potentially cutting the track, so clearly he's had a moment, possibly at that final chicane. This is Nat Johnson now trying to get the moves done, pushing forward in the race as unfortunately off the track. That is the Zanki of 4714. Rian Damadasa. Has that been a mechanical failure there for him on the back straight? But he had gained all those positions. He'd got to P2. And for Rian Damadasa, he is out of this race. He exits out of turn number 15. Yeah, he's got no drive. And then he pulls it off the circuit. I think something just went on the kart there because you saw that it was straight into the back. Max Bouvier tried to get past. That is so unfortunate there. More happenings out there. The Haas driver off the circuit as well. I believe this is Knud Nielsen of Denmark, also out of the race, and that looks to be at turn number 1.
Well, as all of this drama has unfolded for these drivers, we've headed almost through the halfway mark of this race, and we still have Adam out there in the front as our race leader, now with a 1.7 gap and a fastest lap as well. Has been helped by that drama that just unfolded shortly behind him. Bouvier there now down towards turn number 1 is under some pressure. Rattel and Johnstone are now starting to arrive on his door as we exit out of turns number 3 and 4. Over the curb, these drivers go once more. Nat Johnston looking very quick indeed. Fastest lap, takes that wider line as now down the inside goes Rattel on Bouvier. They switch positions for P2. That brings the Mick Barrett driver closer and closer on his debut in the class. And again, we're seeing the same thing from Nat, taking that wider line, trying to keep that minimum speed nice and high to open up a gap like this.
Yeah, this is nicely done, and Johnson through into 3rd place now. Andy Rattel just ahead though. This is still a close fight in the dying stages of this race. Bouvier again trying to sweep it round the outside through the chicane. Not going to work out as they come back through. Big check over the shoulder for Rattel. You can see that there's a 2.7 second gap between himself and Gavin Adam, who has broken away considerably at the front here. But Bouvier trying to get involved once more in this fight, but Nat Johnson with the much more, I think, fresher tyres from yesterday's early retirement, looking so much stronger in today's racing.
Absolutely does. Will be benefited from that extra rubber. Under pressure now as we head through the infield section. Looks like he's going to be overtaken, and that position for that P3 changes once more. Bouvier manages to weave his way back past. Down the back straight they will go once more. There you can see Maxos just adjusting that radiator flap. It's hot out there now for these drivers. They're going to be trying to get a little bit more air through the rad, trying to cool that engine down now as we hit 19 degrees air temperature. Johnston still trying to challenge, still trying to get back into that P3. He's absolutely not giving up within this one. Drivers, though, further back down are drivers who will have to give up on their hopes within this race. Jamie English tumbles down by 22 positions. Oh, good move down the inside. Johnstone absolutely sending it.
Yeah, Nat Johnson there just squeezing the gap there down through turn number 7. Manages to do so. Luna Claret now able to close in and join this fight right now. But Bouvier once again attempting those different lines here. Down the back straight through 15 and 16. Flat out here into the heavy braking zone. Bouvier to the inside. Retakes it. Claret right there. But here comes Johnson once more. Gets the power on the exit. A little bit squirrely there as they go through, and Johnson gets the move done before they even make the braking zone.
Claret there read that one well. She had both drivers ahead, just cutting in her way. She had to read that, make sure that she didn't get caught out. More retirements out there now, this time for one of the CRGs. That's a 706, and I think that maybe because of a missing rear fairing block. We've had an update from Andrew Mather down there. I think he spotted that out on the road. Johnston then still leading this pack of carts behind him for this final spot inside the top 3. Bouvier's just fallen off the back bumper slightly through the past couple of corners. Whoa, big damage out there, and absolutely parked on the apex of one of these corners. Buckley will go no further, and like you just said, Fontaine there, you can see the side pod damage. Big impact, I would say.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate in their second race, especially on the last few laps of it as well. This, though, on your screen, still Johnson and Bouvier fighting 3rd and 4th place on your screens. You can see how Andy Rattel has broken away. He's not closing in on Gavin Adam. That lead is over 3 seconds now at the front. This is a much better start to the race with this race. But right now, you can just see how they're all trying to close in. And once again, another attempt from Bouvier. He's got it back through on Johnson. Johnson's going to try and carry the speed around the outside, but it's going to lose out now to Luna Claret. Claret goes through. And, well, Nat Johnson not happy at all, just saying, why are we fighting like this? Rattel's right there. Why aren't we closing in? This is going in through that chicane. Andrew Mathers down there. Andrew, this is all kicking off, but what can you see? Well, we're trying to get Andrew Mather down there in a moment, but yeah, we can't quite hear him. Adam, at the moment, though, still in control of this one. But this fight at this moment is still very, very controlled by Bouvier for 3rd place. Claret now looks more confident. Nat Johnson now getting a little bit unsettled here as Berger's closed in, as well as Reuters. They've all closed in now to fight for third place here.
There they absolutely have these overtakes then backing the drivers up into the hands of the others, but only half a lap left to go for the drivers to really battle it out, to really confirm these positions. We do have, though, of course, out in the front, Gavin Adam, clear by 3.2 seconds. We've hardly even seen him on our screens, but there he is, and there he receives that checkered flag. Oh, big moment there for Johnstone on the exit of the chicane. Absolutely clatters that last curb. Does confirm a P7 despite that. Going back to our race winner there on your screens. A job well done for Gavin Adam there. 3.5 seconds ahead of Andy Rattel. Absolutely confirms strong posture within this race. He's shown his pace. He's shown that he's got some racecraft at these starts, and you know, will go back to the tent, I'm sure, with a big smile.
Yeah, indeed. Vetti Vananen as well, a biggest mover out there, 17 places gained to step forward through that field. That's an incredible drive there at this stage of the weekend, but a bit of a clean-up operation underway ahead of the lunch break here for the IWF25. There is your full provisional results after the second qualifying heat for the S125. Adam from Rattel, Bouvier from Claret, then it's Berger from Reuters, Johnston from Carol, Delati from Menemni. Much better race in that one for Mohamed Menemni for the UAE. Gets up into the top 10 for that one. Keanu Wellens from Jackson, Citizens Harlow, Jeremy Montgomery Swan ahead of Emilian Krosner, 12 places gained there. Corona finishing in P15 and a 9th place gain. And then, of course, we mentioned it earlier on, Vetti Vananen, 17 places gained, biggest mover there in P16.
Good stuff by these drivers to try and weave their way through the traffic. Not easy at a competition like this. And we also lost so many drivers within that race, almost 10 in total. So as we head through the next rotations of heats, both today and tomorrow, we're going to have some big names like Jagrat Detroiter really having to pull something out of the bag. These drivers can't leave anything out on the circuit.
Indeed. Well, excellent running there for the drivers, and these guys will be squaring themselves away for their next races later on. We will obviously take that break now, but do not go anywhere. We'll be back for the second half of the day, where you'll join myself, Anthony, Jordan Nicole Sutherland and Andrew Mather on the live stage here, talking over the racing. For now, we'll see you in a few.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IWF 2025. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland and Andrew Mather on commentary duties this weekend. As the first half of the racing is done and dusted, we're heading into the second half where now 15 races are ahead of us. And already, guys, we've had such a very busy day. Andrew, we start with you. The morning half, very frantic, some interesting conditions in the morning. What we saw with the rain overnight, damp conditions, no morning warm-up either, straight out on track.
I think from the expressions on a number of the team managers' faces this morning said it all. No warm-up, straight in. What tyre do you go for? In the end, I think, yeah, dry tyres were the right choice for everyone out there. But it feels like the competition's got going now. Now we're into the meat of all of these heats running through. Drivers starting to find out what kind of weeks they're going to have, but now it's just going to get harder from here.
Yeah, it certainly will do. Nicole, your thoughts on it? I'd say your second IWF in this category, and of course the first one that we had too in Zuera. A lot of fog there, drastically different conditions here. Beautiful blue sky, but yeah, tell us your thoughts of the racing so far.
Well, beautiful blue skies for this afternoon then, but that's not what we saw, yesterday for our last rotation of heats. We had some adverse and difficult weather conditions for our Masters and for our S125s as well. The rain came down really unexpectedly, but most drivers managed to deal with it very well. The IAME classes, they're busy. We've got over 380 drivers in total. We've seen some spectacular racing. We've seen some drama, but there's so much more to come. Specific races that I really enjoyed, the Minis. I thought they really put on a class act for us earlier on, especially that second heat that we saw.
Yes, indeed. And those heats are continuing now on the big screen behind us as well here at the circuit. But this second half of the day, it is only the first full day of heats. They've got another one of these tomorrow. So this is why we start to feel like this is that very long stage of the qualifying heats. Effectively, they're all fighting to get on into those super heats, into those finals, of course. But it's a long process that they've got to go through, isn't it, Andrew?
It is indeed. It's one where I think you've just got to keep your head, really. It doesn't depend on whether you have had a good start or a bad start. You can still go the other way. There's still enough races left in the programme to get a bit of momentum going, make that top 72 first off to get through to the super heats and top 36 for the final. And the other way as well, you could have had a really good start, 2 solid heats. You think, oh, we're going through here, and then it can go wrong. Hopefully it doesn't go wrong for any of the drivers out there, but you've got to keep your head down and believe that if you've got the speed, you'll make your way through.
Yeah, indeed. It is one of those tough things to do. You can see that the grandstand's filling out nicely here. A lot of people here to watch the racing. That may be helped out a bit by the weather, but I think more so that the talent that we've got here this week, Nicole. So many drivers from all over the world, big names as well from the likes of people who've raced in Formula 4, drivers who have stepped up from Mini, drivers who have stepped up from Junior, champions from all over the world as well. So many. It's such a big pool of talent here at the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely is. And you have different drivers, from different corners of the world, and drivers that we maybe don't typically see race in X30, one of those names being maybe Zach Drummond. He's not usually within this field this weekend, however, though, has joined the senior X30 grid and has been particularly fast indeed. Another name that is a bit of a similar setup to that, I would say, is Jarlath Sayer, who we'll be shortly seeing out on our junior X30 grid. Not a driver that we see too much of in X30 in 2025, but he's here and he's at the sharp end of this field and he's now just taking to the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Now, this is going to be a very different approach to the world of commentary that we've been doing over the course of this weekend. Of course, we've usually been in the commentary box, in and around the paddock area and the Parc Ferme area, chatting to the drivers, but we're going to be on the stage for this one. We're going to be interviewing a lot of drivers, a lot of people, officials over the course of this weekend. We're going to be kind of soft commentating on the racing that you see coming up, and at the moment we've accumulated quite the crowd. No one here at the moment, but but you can see how they're all getting themselves ready on this one. We'll quickly fire you through the grid, guys. If you've got that, you've got the grid right there in front of you.
Yeah, George Howe starts this one from pole position. Alex Martinez, who's looked very good so far this week, starts alongside on the front row. Daniel Miron and Jacob Bachler on row 2, Aurelio Gustinelli and Rock Pinera row 3.
Jay Kostecki, we've not quite seen the full Jay Kostecki yet, but this could be the start of things in a positive fashion for the Australian. Starts on row 4 alongside Max Ewell. Jolina Denzel and Daniel Oliver row 5. Sam Mott and Portia Anashakal on row 6. Andy Stewart has been very good so far this week. Starts on row 7 alongside Didier Krief.
Well, row number 8 then looks like Flavio Cara with Orion Meta, and then shortly behind, row number 9, it's Zoltan Coyne with Archie Owen of Great Britain. Row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Maxim Becker and Albert Lombard. And then from 11, it's Christian Goodison with none other than Arturo Aglion. 12, Bruno Grayling, who didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted. Neither did Bink Van Schneidel. 2 big names, I would say, to watch out going from row number 12. 13, we have John Foley Jr. with Hernan Rodriguez. And 14 is Ewan Shen with Bautista Panetta. 15, Benji Westwood with Christian Lockmatter. Rounding out your field for this next X30 Junior qualifying heat is Olivier Moxton with Patricio Medina.
Indeed. Well, crowd's still here quite nicely, which is always good to see. But like we say, this is that, again, it's not the tense part of the weekend yet. It's still very early on. A lot of these drivers have only done about, 1, 2 qualifying heats so far. So the karts are still relatively fresh. The tyres are relatively new as well. Of course, all the karts, they get their 2 full sets of tyres that don't get anything new for the final. So they do have to look after these quite significantly. And the one thing you can take away from the Lucas Guerrero circuit is that if you have a moment where you go off on the circuit, you're on that gravel, you're on that really rough part, it can really mess up the tyres quite badly. Do you agree?
Yeah, we kind of saw that with Tommy Nordvang before that last heat before the lunch. Now, obviously, once his tyres cleaned up, he was spot on. You're absolutely right, Anthony, to point out the less laps that he did yesterday were a help. But just looking at the tyres before he rolled out, it's like, wow, they've really taken a bit of punishment before that race. The race getting underway now for X30 Junior. A little bit of bumping and barging in the midfield. But, yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Anthony, that at this stage of the game, you want to take care of your materials because you're inevitably going to need them further down the line.
I think this is also the stage in the weekend, the stage in the day where it's warmest. And at this point is when drivers are definitely going to be thinking about that tyre preservation even more, because the hotter it gets, the more rubber that gets laid down and the easier it becomes to chew through, as we've had drama out there on the track then already. Drivers being clean-up operation. That's one of the excels, I believe,
Andy
massively
Stewart.
being caught out. So Andy Stewart, despite that really good qualifying we saw from her yesterday, just a bit of bad luck to start off her heat today.
Yeah, indeed. And this is that midway point like we were talking about. Moments like that, start of races, they are suboptimal. They do happen more than you realise over the course of this one, as, they're fighting through that chicane quite fiercely throughout it. Yes, okay, it's that midway point. But still, for these drivers, every single race matters. As you can see, super close at the front here with Martinez and Daniel Miron. These are 2 very talented drivers now racing. And, at this point of the weekend, the pressure's not there. It is just a case of putting the points on the board.
Absolutely. The 2 at the front then, we've got Miron, we've got Martinez, 2 drivers who have got some spectacular track knowledge around here. Miron is from Benidorm. He's from an hour down the road. He knows the circuit well. This is where he first started. And then Martinez, a quick driver from Spain, has done plenty of laps round here before. I'd say that's why you're seeing them right up at the sharp end. They aren't out of trouble, though, because George House is now getting involved. He's now into P2. And I think he's a big name, a big hope for Excel this weekend.
And I think, unfortunately as well, there may have been a bit of a moment out there for quite a few drivers, because I'm seeing Martinez's name now go back to P2, actually, so I think he may have a bit of a transponder moment out there. But, again, for these drivers, the pushing at this stage is necessary, because there's one moment that you don't want, and that is you get to the end of the qualifying heats and you're missing out by like 1 or 2 points. Those points can be gained at this stage of the weekend. So in theory, every race for the drivers is an important one.
Yeah, I see what you mean there in terms of as we go on through the rounds of heats, Anthony, the stress levels will go up. Those, say, 50-50 moves that drivers may not pull at this stage, they'll start going for them when we get to, especially to 24 hours time, to that final couple of rounds of heats. What I mean by that is you can maybe pull off a move a little bit easier at this stage, take
like
a bit more
that?
risks. Well, a move, yeah, exactly like that. But no, I see what you mean. It's going to get harder and harder as the week goes on for these drivers. So yeah, if you can make good hay now, not take too much out of yourself, it's a good reward.
Yeah, indeed. I completely agree with that one. Got to say, even at this stage, the morning races were a bit feisty as well. This afternoon, you would think it would start to simmer down a little bit, try to settle into their races. It doesn't look like they're doing that. It feels like the lunch break has egged them on a little bit more.
Well, I would say we had a really early start this morning, so
We
maybe
did.
some drivers have taken a little bit longer to spring into life. You know, we got going before 8:30, so maybe some drivers were on track earlier than they would even wake up some days. Now, as well, as we head through more rotations of heats, you're always going to see things light up. I would say, you know, when I used to race, you know that the further into the rotations of heats you get, the busier it's going to get, because more drivers find themselves out of position.
One of the things I've been thinking about with the juniors so far this week, and this race is a great example. Daniel Miron is an example. George House is an example. The wider kind of IAME family and the step up through the levels. I first watched these two drivers race. Actually, we've not got this particular engine here this weekend, but back in M1s, M1 Bambinos, and how the platform has allowed them to step up. As I say, George House is a brilliant example of it. Has only just stepped up to juniors. Yes, I know he won the Mini Euro series earlier in the year, so we know how good he is. But how strong these younger drivers are doing. They don't seem to be perhaps struggling as much with that mini to junior step as they have done in previous years. And I wonder if that earlier start, back when they were 6 years of age, is probably helping them now when they're 12, 13, 14.
And that's quite something, isn't it? Because the jump from a mini into a junior is actually still quite a significant one, isn't it? It's a lot smaller chassis, much smaller engine, much higher speeds, much wider karts, and that being demonstrated right now. And, you know, these sort of situations, it is a completely different style of driving, because when you're in the minis, it's all about the slipstream, about the tow. You get the trains of karts that go through. You don't get that in the junior or the senior category.
You absolutely don't. And you've also got a unique challenge as well for the drivers that have jumped into the bigger kart with the tyre. You know, they're used to a mini tyre that you don't experience the sidewall folding. You have a stiffer carcass so that they can focus more on the driving aspect rather than the setup of the kart or the tyre. So now to jump into a big kart where you're going to experience that sidewall fold, you're going to experience the tread really being chewed up. That's something that comes into play for these drivers, and drivers like George House, who's currently P2, has definitely jumped into a big car and instantly got used to that.
Yeah, indeed. And we saw some of the races earlier on this morning. George House certainly getting a very abrupt awakening to the world of junior X30 racing. Andrew, we were talking about that race, and certainly was a very exciting little one. I think it was Gustinelli, wasn't it, fighting with him?
Yeah, it was Gustinelli, and we were talking earlier about what a brave move looks like at this stage. That's exactly the kind of move I think we mean. When that move gets pulled later in the weekend, I don't think the driver on the outside is necessarily going to be come on through. Whereas, so that I liked that one from Gustinelli because it put himself on the front foot. Yes, for George House, it was probably a bit of a, I wouldn't say a rude awakening to juniors, but you know, it was a good choice from Gustinelli to say, right, here's a driver that's new to the category. I need this position. Let's go for it now, whilst he's still getting himself up to speed. George House will get himself fully up to speed, and you could probably arguably say right now he's doing so in this race because he's in P2. But yeah, that's what we mean by actually going out and doing a more bold move at this stage has a greater chance of reward than in this stage than if it goes on later on and gets a bit tighter.
Yeah, a bit riskier to make those big moves when it's your last race of the day.
And no one's going to be handing over any kind of positions at all.
Exactly. Everyone's in that sort of same format. Nicole, of course, you've raced in karting. You know this sort of pressure to get into this sort of final stage of racing and these long weekends. From your point of view, back when you raced, what would you be thinking about at this stage of a weekend?
I think the main thing on so many drivers' minds is always just to get through into those super heats, into those finals. There's so many names in the junior field, 150 in total. So that's the first thing that you're going to be thinking about. And I think I used to personally think, you know, stay out of trouble. Don't get in those silly, unnecessary battles. You don't need to do those high-risk, high-reward moves too soon on, because it definitely can cost you when you've got this number of heats, when you've got this number of competitive drivers. And in this race then, the most competitive of which has been Daniel Miron, has just received the checkered then clear from the rest of the field and adds to his tally of wins once more.
Yeah, indeed, a very, very competitive drive there. A win from third place as well, so showing that it's not just your front runners who have that chance here. Yes, qualifying was important, but, you know, if you can get those overtakes done in the early stage, it's all fine. And there you can see Bruno Greenling, biggest mover as well. We've seen a lot of that over the course of this one. A lot of drivers who didn't qualify well because, again, the conditions were like that in the morning, wasn't it? We came back after a lovely night's sleep. We came back in the morning, track was soaking wet, and, you know, they were straight in. They had like 3-minute warm-up sessions. A lot of people were like, we don't really want to do those warm-up sessions. We kind of just want to wait and see what happens to the track. And a lot of drivers did wait for that one, but the first qualifying session that went out was a wet track, and it wasn't optimal at all.
No, and it's why you're seeing pretty much everyone, whether it be juniors or seniors, if they were in that first group, yeah, they're going to be a little bit further down the order. But you can overtake around this circuit. It's one of the things I love about coming here to Valencia. You said it right at the top of the show, Anthony, that you've got so many different places where you can make gains, and we've seen, you know, Matthew Higgins jumps to mind. What was it, 23 positions this morning in his first heat. So even if you do have a bit of a not so good qualifying, again, lots of heats, you've got those opportunities to race back through.
Yes, indeed. Well, great little race there, and we'll take this time now on the big screen here to go over these highlights, because that race there, pretty feisty right at the start there. This was it. Now, the initial getaway here for George House, really good. That inside line, once again, always works well. For Alex Martinez, stuck on that outside line this time around. That train that comes through the inside, it's not easy to get your kart down the inside. You have to wait for a gap, and sometimes that's easier said than done.
Absolutely, and you know, that outside part of the track as well, it's dirty, where the drivers get caught out, end up over the grass, and then pull the dirt over back onto the circuit at those race starts. That's why you see the drivers that end up on that outside line really do struggle to get back in and to make up positions at those starts.
Yeah, indeed. This action through the chicane as well. We said it time in and time out. You can't really go too wide through there. It's like a single file racing line. You're gonna get caught out on the curb, and we've seen that time in and time out over the course of this one. This moment here, never nice. The exit of turns number 2, where you've got the fast sweeping right-hander, it cuts left. That moment there, so easy to get squeezed off to that inside line.
Yeah, it's probably the highest risk area of the circuit at any time, mostly at a race start, but yeah, it just tightens at the end, as you say there, Anthony, and then sometimes drivers are already thinking about turn 3, and that's where you can see some mistakes. But no, that run from Daniel Miron, another driver who's been coming through the ranks for quite a while, and I think another one of the great bits about Daniel's development is his family took him round Europe. So he's in terms of nationality, half Dutch, half Spanish, but I know he came and raced a little bit in the UK during his younger careers. So he's got that mix that I don't think many drivers necessarily have of when he's raced in Spain, glorious, lovely. This is why we come here in October, because it's not raining. But he then has raced in the Benelux region. He has raced in England as well, when you're going to get those inevitably rainy days to give him that breadth, which is good for a long competition like this.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it'll help out in the morning as well with the slippery circuit, with that rain coming down also. Right, we've got a little bit of a wait now until the next race. Don't worry, though, the seniors will be coming out in a few moments' time. We will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a couple of minutes' time.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Warriors Final 2025 here on the live stage here in Valencia. Chiva, myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland and Andrew Mather on the box. We're joined by race winner from that previous race in Junior X30, Daniel Lorente. Daniel, great race for you there, but it's been a challenging weekend, I would say, so far. How would you say it's been?
Very good so far. Winning consistently, having consistent space, and just driving around.
It's quite a tricky circuit here. It's fast, it's got some tight corners as well, and all of this, but what do you make of the circuit here in Chiva, Valencia?
Yeah, it's a tricky track, but obviously I've done more than 1 million laps here, so I think I understand the layout now.
1 million laps, that's quite a lot. Andrew, what do you think of that?
It shows, again, the point that we were making earlier about, Daniel, your development. For those watching at home and around the world who, you know, because we're not just a Euro Series event this week, we're a full global event. Tell the folks at home a little bit about how you got into karting, where you started, where you raced, and how it's brought you to now.
So my grandpa used to race stock cars. I loved racing from then. Went to Spain to live there. One day I come back from school and my granddad said, "You want to go to England to race?" And I said, "Obviously." So that brought me into karting.
And going on forward, obviously you've had a very good start for this competition. How, out of 10, how do you rate your chances of winning here this week?
I cannot say anything gives bad luck, but I think we have high chances.
And Daniel, you know, every single weekend that you race, you're going to have the same goal in mind. You're going to be wanting to go for those race wins. But tell us a little bit more about your long-term goals. You're a young driver. You've got plenty more time left to go in your race career. What's the ultimate plan A? Where do you want to be in a few years' time?
Plan A is obviously Formula 1, but Plan B is sprint cars in America.
Well, fantastic, Daniel. I think we'll try and get you to stay here because at some point, once we're going racing with this race, it would be great to hear from you, a local at this track, how you actually take to the track, how you master a lap. So we'll keep you up here for the time being, Daniel. But now on your screens, we can see that we have gone racing now. This time, it's our X30 Seniors.
It is indeed. So this is Groups A and C coming out onto track for their next race. Second race for Group A. Gus Lawrence will start this one from pole position. Toby Gale alongside on the front row. Max Radek will start on row 2 with Angelo Melli for company. Donovan Bonilla had problems this morning, so hopefully we'll see the 299 out on circuit alongside Hugo Marti on row 3. Daniel Brozovic starts on row 4. Aaron Garcia, definitely a driver to keep an eye on for this one on row 4. Oliver Stedler and Alois Girardet start on row 5. It's Kevin Bakker and Santiago Alves going from row 6. Cam Nelson and Otto Frikkonen on row 7. Brody Whitmore and Aaron Vader go from row 8. First half of the field is completed by Noel Sundberg and Adia Bistienes.
Row number 9 then, we have Alex Pinera with Gabriel Still. Watch out for Still because he had some technical issues yesterday. He'll be trying to push through the field within this race. Row number 11, Max Anderson with Lewis Bird. And then from 12, we have Zarif Farudin with Robin Happenine. 13, we have Alina Rolfson with Raul Martinez. And from 14, it's Lucas Hurika with Yves Riz. 15, Senior on ball with Rafael Rihanna. And from 16, Matthew Higgins alongside Andre De Beer. 17, Isaac Dale with Christian Funet, and Mayan Patel rounds out your 35-strong grid.
Oh, that is Aaron Vida just making his way out to the circuit a bit later than I think he would have liked on this one. So while we've got you here, Daniel, these race starts, we talk about them all the time from a commentary point of view and everything. It looks tricky, you know, you've got to get yourselves lined up, ready to go. You've got to stay in formation. You can't be ahead of the driver in front. What do you think of the starts? Do you find it challenging or do you find it easy now? You've done so many.
It's also very tricky because first lap everything is out of control and you have to stay on track and try to make your way through and try to not crash.
it's always a challenge, isn't it? But we'll watch the start of this race, and obviously with the seniors on this, much bigger karts, guys, on track for this, so a little bit less space that they've got around some of those chicanes and the hairpins out on that one. But what are we expecting from this? Because, of course, Gus Lawrence back out on track, Toby Gale, two very quick drivers out on circuit, and they've achieved quite a lot this weekend so far.
Yeah, I always enjoy these senior races because just you never quite know what's going to happen with these ones. We saw some tricky runs this morning for some of the drivers. I'm intrigued as well as in terms of how things are going to change now as we go through. For some races, this is their second race. For some, it's their third. Do we start to see maybe a little bit of difference in terms of materials?
Well, not too sure on this one. I mean, they're racing now. We hold our breath all the time when they go down towards turn number one. And, you know, Gus Lawrence again, he's got the inside line. He's got that pole spot. And he's all fine and clear. It's when you get to this point here, this is where it starts to get a little bit more dicey out on the circuit. It really gets narrow through there. A lot of drivers take to the runoff area. This time around, though, it looks pretty good. Daniel, you were watching the start of that race. What did you think of the start of that one?
Calm and no crashes, so good to everyone.
Yeah, but very interesting on that one. Well, Daniel, thank you so much. You know what? You've had a very busy race. We'll let you go off and get some rest now and, yeah, get yourself ready for your next race on that one. So thank you so much for that one, Daniel Miron, and we'll see you out on circuit very, very soon. Guys, this race here, though, on this one, you can see big lunges like that into the chicane. We always see that time in and time out.
Absolutely do. We just saw one of the energies absolutely go for it then for that P3. Toby Gale then just a moment ago did lose out on that second position, but quickly managed to snatch it back, and now is 4/10 behind Gus Lawrence there. This is a bit of a pinch point in the circuit then for these drivers. You just saw somebody further back in the mid-pack really get caught out over that curb. Andrew, you know, from what you've been watching with turns 3 and 4 between those two curbs, those drivers getting busy, but then having to sort themselves out in a straight line. How have you watched drivers manage that?
Yeah, oh dear. There's an incident between the 284 and the 211, so they're going to be out of this race. That's Oliver Stadler and Santiago Alves. They started pretty close to each other on the grid on the it was around 56th row, but they may get back into the race, but in terms of competitive side of things, they're going to be well out of it. Yeah, turn 3, turn 4, no, I tend to wince when the drivers take that little hop across the curb.
Yeah.
You've kind of just got to get your wheel straight and hold on and hope for the best in a way. The bigger concern, and this is one that I hope not, but based on races we've done here before, it may start to become more of a thing later in the weekend. Chains on that side of the end of the cart, hopping over that curb, particularly in finals. I remember back to Winter Cup 2024, how many chains did we see popping off over that curb because drivers just taking a few too many liberties.
There was a big drama then, I think, with Marcus Luzio a couple of years ago, where he had
exactly
that on the chain side, hopped over the curb, and you know it just goes through the chain comes off, and you know a big result for Luzio was ruined.
Yeah, indeed. And with this racing here, when they go into these corners side by side, there always is that concern of who's going to hit the curb first out of this. We have already seen some of those moments. I think Rian Damadasa, we saw him racing earlier on. Again, I'm not sure what happened to him, but he came out of the turn 15 or turn 14 onto that back straight, and then it just ground to a halt. It looked like a chain, but I don't think it was on that one.
Just keeping my eye on this battle now then, Anthony, just under 3/10 now split up Gus Lawrence and Toby Gale. Gale was on a charge there in P2. It was about half a second just a moment ago. Now he's really chasing up to the back bumper, so it's currently, you know, an OTK product compared to the Birrell. The Birrell looking exceptionally strong in the senior class. We've had not just Toby be quick on that, but also, you know, the other drivers around him, his teammates as well. Here he goes then out towards the chicane section, now glued to the back bumper of Gus, down in towards turn number 1. This is a hot spot for overtakes and does just that, down the inside, clean as you like with the run from the final corner. Toby Gale now in the race lead.
And Andrew, we love those overtakes there, turn 1. They're fast, they're clean, and they're pretty well delivered from all the drivers, and that one there from Toby Gale, no different.
And it's another one of those aspects that'll get more and more fierce as the weekend goes on. I can fully understand why Gus didn't fight that one too hard. He's raced long enough to know, okay, it's a loss of a lead, it's a loss of, 6 intermediate points, but he doesn't want to lose any more than that, so he's quite happy to just, take the position, go, Toby Gale, go on, you have a go at leading out in this race. As the weekend goes on, you'll start to see the window getting tighter and tighter and tighter as drivers drift to that right-hand side, so you're absolutely right, it's a great sequence of corners. I've got to say I'm impressed with Bonilla in this race as well. Still not quite sure what happened to Bonilla before the first race this morning. The card was there, the driver was not.
Yeah.
But this is a really, really good bounce back from the driver of the 299 running there in third.
Yeah, and that is just a case of maybe the cart got through, the driver didn't get through the gates on time. That is not a common thing. We've not seen that too many times. But we still see those times it happens where, yeah, it could be, I was just late, I forgot my rib protector. I ran back to go get it. The time you come back, the gate's closed and you miss your race.
I won't say which driver it was, because then they will never tell me anything ever again. You have these things happen in karting sometimes. It's sport. We had a driver in one of the races whilst I was down in the pits who just made the mistake of thinking, oh, my number's on the digi-flag for a mechanical, came in, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
And that's just this quick instant like that. And the drivers, the teams, obviously you see them running so close, so fast out on circuit. And this is one of our jobs to try and give that insight, which are in this session, is that race is still going on when the drivers and the teams are in the paddock. It's still carrying on when they're getting into the weighbridge, through scrutineering, back to the awning, get the cart reworked, get the setup change done, back into the dummy area. It's a constant race across the whole of the weekend, down to the second at times. And when it's that high pressure, that's when sometimes you see mistakes.
Yeah, you really do. And again, even at this stage where now you're seeing one of these sort of battles where you're seeing Gale and Lawrence, they've broken away. You've got Bonilla still there in third, and he's all on his own at the moment. And then you've got the huge train of karts that unfortunately end up tangling up with each other like this. And this is not what you want to see. Now, this is Alex Pineda, who unfortunately has had a bit of a drama. And, yeah, that's a bit of damage to his front NASA panel, not where he wants to be. And that's the wheel coming off a Toby Gale from the lead. And that is very suboptimal. And that's at the fastest part of the circuit as well.
Yeah. That's a really scary incident. I'm very glad that Toby is okay. That is the second fastest part of the circuit. That was clearly just sheer mechanical failure. Toby's probably wondering what happened there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a dramatic moment, and Gus Lawrence now takes the lead of this race.
Gifted that one in a way. This is it again. Just coming into it, right-hand side of your screen, and just comes off. Literally just shears off. Very lucky, actually, that Gus didn't collect that, actually.
Gus really, really aware there. I think there'll be a big tyre mark straight down the NASA panel of Gus Lawrence's bodywork. Pod will need to clean that later. But thankfully, it's hit that front part of the kart and not anywhere else.
Just been keeping an eye on the battles between the top 10. Two energies just inside the top 10 then. They've looked incredibly strong so far within this weekend. Matthew Higgins, who a moment ago we saw flash on the screen, has absolutely driven through this field. 24 places gained in total. In his previous heat, it was 25. Incredibly strong there in that energy kart. There is also Brozovic, who is in the same chassis as him for different teams, of course, this weekend. But another manufacturer who are right up in the sharp end of this order. I think Higgins in his qualifying had his best lap deleted. So a driver that you would typically expect to qualify at the front, who qualified at the front last year in Zuera, did not have that TQ result, but now has really had to push through the field. But maybe it's the case, what happens with the tyres when you're having to do that much work on a track that's now going to be getting hotter and hotter, grippier and grippier?
Yeah, it certainly is. And they were quite on it, weren't they, the officials this weekend on track limits? I looked at the notice board. I could see so many laps deleted from time qualifying, which sees a lot of drivers actually fall down the order more than what we would expect to see them. So Higgins obviously being one of those, yeah, you're absolutely right. What is it going to do to his tyres? They only get the 2 sets. He's absolutely cooking them now in these races to try and claim something back for the races later on, and there always is a high risk with that.
There is. I think the thing we shouldn't forget, particularly in Higgins' case, is how experienced he is with that chassis, and particularly when there's competitions with even tighter tyre restrictions. You know, this is a driver who's finished third in the World Championships. I think if it had not been for a bit of really, really bad luck earlier on this year, he'd have been there again in the final at Kristianstad. There's a really good scrap going on here. Good to see Lewis Bird coming through as well. Lewis has had a funny kind of 12 months, but he keeps battling back, and particularly around here at this track, he likes this track. I think he's still got a really good chance of a good finish here.
Yeah, indeed. But again, like you say, that qualifying wasn't there, and he's got to work through the field. Again, it was one of those, another example of it. We just saw there the Achilles heel of, I think, many a driver here this weekend. That final chicane, Gabe still missing out on that one again, just missing the braking zone, going over the runoff there. And again, super difficult turn. It has been relayed as well. There's new tarmac there. I think previous weekends there was a bit of drama with some really good sticky tyres, and they're like, we're going to have to relay this, and they did a brilliant job. They did relay it in time for this. It brings out a new run for it. Gus Lawrence, though, taking the win. Big gap there, Andrew. Nearly 4 seconds. This is what you expect to see from Gus.
We said earlier, Gus out of the kart is a very well-mannered chap. But reading his body language, he really wants this this week. And one of the reasons I think that may be, you know, he doesn't have to tell us whether this is true or not, him losing his British national title for the first time in 3 years to Freddie Lloyd. He fought tooth and nail to keep it. But a racer of Gus's level, a racer of Gus's experience, that will have hurt. That will have really, really hurt, the fact that next year when he goes back to Britain, that he's not going to have that number 1 plate. But if he can go back and say, OK, I didn't win my national championship this year, but I won IAME Warrior final, and I'm the planet's best X30 Senior driver. I've raced at home, I've raced in America, I've raced now in Europe as well. That would be a real feather in his cap, and I think would probably more than make up for the loss that he had back in the autumn.
No, indeed. And the chances of us seeing Gus Lawrence, Freddie Lloyd, row 1 lockout for a final,
that would be great.
You know, would be one of those great things. But like you say, we've got to wait and see, because there's so many talented drivers from all over the world here.
Absolutely is, but it's quite interesting actually. You know, back home in the UK, they have fought, you know, so hard against each other all year, but they're also really good friends off of the circuit. So that's something, that's a story to absolutely keep an eye out for as this weekend progresses. That concludes then your provisional results for that Senior X30 qualifying heat A versus C. I'm sure I'm going to run off very shortly to try and catch up with Gus, get him over to the stage. It'll be really interesting to hear some more insight as well about that near miss with Toby Gale.
Absolutely. I just want to pick up on something, because I've just had a case of deja vu. Adria Mustiena's up 13 places in that race to 5th. Anthony, remember back to Winter Cup 2024, and Adria was kind of like in the background, you know, not really on our radar, and then suddenly, bam,
Final.
he appeared. Like day 2 and day 3. Is that the point where Adria Mustienes has just unlocked something and gone, right, let's get on with this, let's get up this standing?
Quite possibly so. We just don't know. We'll find out a little bit later on from those drivers when they go out once again in the races. Of course, many more races to go as well. But let's take a look at the highlights from that one. A very busy race there. And I think the biggest highlight from that, guys, is that dramatic moment with the wheel coming off. But Andrew, this start here, Gus Lawrence had that under control, that inside line. Toby Gale, despite that start from the front, did have to hang it round the outside here.
Toby did really well there. It's one of those classic karting circuits in Europe where starting P2, especially when the sun comes out like this, you'd actually rather start P3. So the fact that he only lost 1 position there was very good. And he got that position back from Bonilla pretty quickly indeed. This was some of the incidents earlier on in the race with drivers falling out of the running. This is the stage now where if you've had 3 bad races, you start to think, oh, I really need to pull it out here. This was the move from Toby Gale. Gus Lawrence didn't fight that one too hard. I think with good reason. They had a good gap to the drivers in third, fourth, fifth, and everybody else.
Yeah, indeed. No need to scrap, no need to lose that buffer that you've got from the rest of the drivers. And yeah, at that point, we thought it was just going to be 1-2, drive away. That was going to be the end before that dramatic moment on the start-finish straight. This is it again. Toby Gale into turn one. The wheel comes off. Again, super lucky for Gus Lawrence there not to get caught out in that one. In fact, the tyre had so much velocity there. Remember, they're going 135 kilometers an hour. That wheel was spinning at quite a rate of knots.
Yeah, glad to see that tyre didn't leave the confines of the circuit as well.
Yeah.
So testament to the safety here at this track that everybody is okay with that. This was the moves later on in the race, as ever here at Valencia. Lots of scraps in the midfield. That's the one with Lewis Bird right in the centre of it. Good drives through the field as well for the likes of Higgins. Higgins again moving up the order 20 places or so. But Gus Lawrence, another victory. And yes, he will have bigger challenges to come, Anthony. That's the nature of these qualifying heats, this round robin that goes through 6 rounds. But the fact that right now the Briton is on top, he's not unbeaten, but has been in the fight for every single of his heats so far. It looks like he's in good form.
Yeah, indeed. But as you mentioned, Edgar Martinez, very competitive and sneaking his way through that order just that little bit. Plenty more races to go, of course. It's kind of like a ping pong between the juniors and the seniors over the course of today. We're back with the Junior X30 this time, groups B and D. And again, this is going to be an exciting one as you launch your paperwork all over the place on the stage there, Andrew.
Sorry, Andrew.
Max Endicott, though, starting this one on pole position. Really good stuff for him. We'll be chatting with them in a moment. But in between now and then, we'll be chatting with our race winner from that previous one, Gus Lawrence, who is bracing the warm conditions on this stage. I can't stress how hot it was. Yeah, you can sit down. I think it's on. Yeah. Now it is. There you go.
Hello,
Gus.
hello.
Good race for you on that one. Tell us, an interesting start. You had the one in towards turn one. Then you had that very dramatic moment. Toby Gale's wheel coming off right in front of you. Tell us, what were you thinking at that point?
Yeah, so at that point, it was a sort of a two-man race, really. We was quite far ahead. Third place was at the end of the straight. And with the slipstream being so powerful, I was pushing him down the straight to be surprised by his wheel fell off right in front of me. So I had to quickly die out of the way. But it was almost like borderline hitting me or whatnot. So, and then obviously not to get collected on the exit of the corner. So, no, then from that point on, it was 3-4 laps to go, and it was just had to bring it home. So, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it was a good little race on that one. But Andrew, the start, you would think for this one, really solid on that inside road, didn't you?
Yeah, talk us, Gus, through those starts on the inside. How do you prepare for them? What's the plan? You know, how do you deal with the second half of the corner as well? Because I imagine you still have to keep it quite tight just in case second place is trying to go around the outside.
Yeah, it was tricky this morning with it being wet on the inside. That was quite tough to. Obviously, that part of the track was damp, so you had to not slide off the track. But now it's fully dry. It's pretty straightforward. You just need to get a clean pull away and just guide it around the corner, really.
Mm.
Well, Gus, we're going to keep you up here, but we are also going to go racing with our next race, which is X30 Junior qualifying B versus D. So Max Endicott and Jarlath Sayer go from row number 1, and row number 2 looks like Charlene Cordier with Aaron Richardson.
This way.
From 3, we have Jess Mulder alongside Alfonso Lopez, and then row number 4, it's Freddie Wood alongside Kian Bernard. Your top 10 is completed on row number 5 by George Clark and Alejandro Campos, and row number 6 is Veer Chopra with Theo Polikand. 7, then Franco Escoto with Joey Musfard, and row number 8 from Great Britain we have Finley Lyons, and from Spain we have Alexia Diaz.
Second half of the grid, Lorenzo de Kock and Sukwani Kira on row number 9. Christian Fay London, Archie Rogers-Tyler completes the top 10 for the start of this race. Jamie Mulvey and Charlie Blair on row 11, Jenny Babacek and Fabio Pelleriti on row 12, Romeo Mello and Ray Healy of the Republic of Ireland start on row 13. Sophie Campbell is alongside Emilio Byrne on row 14. Emilio really does need a good race in this one, had a retirement in the previous round this morning. Derek Rivera and Ella Jonsson start on row 15. 32 drivers in the field, completed by Emma Roschetto and Leo Aina.
Well, I've just found out that we might be out of the job here, guys, because Gus just told me he's commentated from a camper van in the US. Is that right?
No, they dragged me into a race. Yeah, it was quite tricky to think on your feet and find things to say, but especially when I didn't know any of the names, so it was a different experience.
it's always kind of challenging. Names are our biggest Achilles heel as well, I think, sometimes on these ones. But Junior's out now on the circuit. Junior's, of course, very feisty, a learning age. Obviously, Gus, you've been in the seniors now for a while, but your junior days as well. Obviously, very dramatic races back then.
Yeah, I feel like it's changed a little bit since I did it. Obviously, the introduction of the nose cone and the front fairing with that penalty. So the racing's changed, different style, but yeah, it's tough. That's definitely where you learn your craft.
Yeah, indeed. But Nicole, you've obviously raced in those sorts of classes as well, and tell us, he says it's changed a lot. What would you say to that?
I think juniors is one of those classes you can always expect it to be very, very busy. These drivers, you know, give each other no room. But, you know, Gus, as a more experienced driver who actually coaches a lot of juniors, you know, at your home circuit at PFI, you drive around with these drivers, you tell them, you know, where they're going wrong, you teach them that racecraft aspect of things as well. For you, what's that like, and what's it like actually helping drivers to get to the level you're at?
No, you sort of seek enjoyment in other things, like as you get older, like to see the drivers that you teach qualify at the front and race at the front, it's just as rewarding as doing it yourself, because you feel like what you're teaching them is the right thing. So it's a benefit in that respect, yeah.
And Gus, just wondering then, as somebody who's so quick, so experienced, over the course of the next couple of laps, could you maybe give us some insight of what you would be telling some of those younger drivers to do corner by corner without maybe giving away too much, because, you know, you are still racing out there yourself?
Well, I've seen quite a few times today where the leader breaks away, like it happened to me in my race. So if you're battling for second and the leader gets too far ahead, the slipstream is void, and then you just need to catch them up on outright pace. And on a track like this, it's quite hard where everyone's so close. So they just need to race smart sometimes, which sometimes doesn't happen.
And we've just seen at the last corner then some overtakes go on. You know, that's
Like
a point in the circuit where drivers really get caught out. They end up actually, you know, cutting a part of the circuit, jumping over that curb. Is it, you know, pretty easy to get that wrong?
I'd say it's pretty straightforward to get right when you're driving, but obviously when two karts go into one corner that tight, someone's got to give, and that's an easy way out. If there was a wall there, that wouldn't happen. So I can see why you have to have it for the safety aspect, but sometimes it's can unsettle the race when a kart cuts the track and then rejoins, and it ruins the rhythm of the race. But that's just how it is on a layout like this.
Absolutely. Just update on this race then. So Max Endicott leading it from Jarlath Say. Josh Mulder's had another good start. Good to see Charlene Cordier. She had a bit of a problem in the previous round, so currently running in fourth place. Aaron Richardson fifth, and Finley Lyons moving up again, up 9 spots to P6. Gus, I wanted to ask, because there's pretty much nowhere in the world where you haven't raced now. How does the racing differ, say, here, when you've got a majority European drivers? We have got some American drivers as well, compared to when you've headed out to the States, raced with all of those guys over there. What are the similarities? What are the differences?
For sure, when we race here, the grids are big, like 100 odd seniors qualified, so you have to be consistent. There's no room for error. Outright speed, everywhere I race, everyone has their top drivers, which maximise it. But I find racing back at home in England and then applying that same logic here definitely helps. It's because our tracks are quite small back at home, like tight and twisty, so you have to drive it and race it really quite clever. So if you can apply that on these larger tracks, it definitely helps you out.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, Gus, thank you so much. We'll let you go now. You've been fantastic for us on the stage, and best of luck with the rest of your racing. Gus, thank you so much there. But great insights there from Gus, because, you know, a real insight of the course of the racing on the circuit, because, of course, you've got that dynamic of drivers from all over the world here who race on different circuits. You go to the US, you get your, you go to a massive stadium and you're in a car park, a load of barriers. And so you've got things like that. Yes, they have their custom-built circuits as well. But it's such a different dynamic from all over the world racing here. And then when they come to Valencia, where obviously the Spanish guys here get a huge home field advantage, you get the guys from the UK, you get guys from Asia, from the Middle East, from Africa as well. It's such a difficult thing to really see the comparity of all the racing. And I think Gus explained it there beautifully there, Andy.
It's one of the things that, as a community, I think we need to keep pushing karting as a little bit different.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, Formula One drivers are amazing, but, you know, Max Verstappen's probably the outlier with this at the moment. But they do their races. I mean, they're very busy. How many races have they got now? 24 races a year. But the kind of era of drivers in Formula One going and doing Le Mans, you know, other things, that's gone. That's sadly gone. But in karting, we've still got that alive. We've got all of our different formulas, all of our different championships, all of our different races, and drivers like Gus, they will go to the race because they are racers through and through, and they want to test themselves against the best. And I think that's a really, really cool thing about karting that perhaps has gone away a little bit in other areas of motorsport in the last 20 years. We're still holding on to that, so let's shout it from the rooftops.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent way of putting it. And, you know, even in this side of things, Nicole, when we watch these sort of races, we've got a replay here as well of just, again, how feisty it can still be out there into that chicane, and how the smallest of misjudgment on a break of where you are can end in something like that and you losing several seconds in a race.
Yeah, absolutely. And the newest driver to actually do that is one of the favourites, I would say, within this one. Aaron Richardson has just become the newest driver to cut that curb at the chicane. Gus explained it perfectly. It's not a hard corner to get right. You know, it's pretty simple. It's a chicane. It's the same setup as any other chicane, but side-by-side moments in the racing aspect is why you see those drivers get caught out, why you see them clip that curb, take the air, and then pretty much 9 times out of 10 end up with a penalty because of that. Eyes back on the fight at the front though. Max Endicott looking like he's under a bit of pressure now down towards turn number 1. Just Mulder, there you can see time after time, textbook overtake into turn number 1. They master that final corner, they get the slipstream down the start-finish straight, and then they just pop a nice little move down the inside.
Just obviously had that drama earlier on this morning, didn't he? He wasn't able to get into his grid slot. He had to work a little bit harder through the race. He still managed to get up into P2. Now that he's obviously started this race where he originally started, is this a good insight that the fact that Just actually might be a real contender this weekend?
I think he's more than a real contender. I'm going to make my first prediction for the weekend. I think he's my favourite. I think, honestly, for Saturday afternoon, you know, the Brits have had this very rich streak of winning an X30 Junior IWF for the last 10 years. I might be completely wrong, but I think Just has got a very good chance of breaking that streak. I think the Spanish drivers have got a very good chance. Alex Martinez is another one of breaking that streak. But the reason why I think Just has an edge over everybody else right now, it's the materials he's got. Who won this race last year? Kenzo Craigie. Which team was he racing with? I think one of the PBs has just retired there. It's Cordier. Oh, that's a real shame for Caroline that she's had a problem there. She's got going again, but that's a good result gone. Victory Lane, you know, they come into this race as the reigning team's champions for X30 Junior. The material that they put together for Kenzo last year, I would argue Kenzo Craigie's best race was wherever last year. It wasn't the World Championship that he won. It was the way he took that one away from everybody else. And it was the team behind him that gave him the platform to build that on. Just's got that this week, and at the moment he's delivering on the performance.
Indeed. Yeah, go on, Nicole.
I think not only but just Victory Lane as a team. They've also got Teo Policano, they've got Manny Nuvolini in this fight as well. I think the team as a whole are a favourite, you know, not maybe just to take a win, but they're more than capable of taking a podium in its entirety. 3 incredibly quick drivers, and now another heat win under their belt, this time with Just Mulder there on your screens, sees the checkered flag. Job well done, ticks off the box.
And we shouldn't underestimate as well, you know, Victory Lane karting have really emerged in international karting over the last, 24 months or so as a very quick team. Success breeds success. When they got those first results last year, those breakthrough results, I was thinking of some of the drives that Rocco Coronel had, for example, in other formulas. You as a team, you get that little taste, and you think, well, that's quite nice. I think we'd like to win some more big races if we can, and it just drives them on even further. And then you combine it with a driver who's got the experience level. Manny Nuvolini is definitely going to be a factor, but I think, again, for just having that little bit more experience than some of the others could be the key factor when we get to Saturday.
You were talking about that British dominance, of course, in previous final wins. And again, in this race, it kind of shows, yes, you have Jos Mulder taking the win, a very good win, but then you've got 6 Brits right behind him and all fighting for that position as well.
They're still there.
They're still there, yeah.
Still there, the Brits, and it's why you never write them off. There's a reason why there's been no driver in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
It's remarkable to think of that. There's not been a driver outside of the UK since David Malukas in 2014 who has won X30 Junior. It's gonna take a momentous effort to do it, to break that streak, and I believe it can be done. But yeah, they're not going to give it up without a fight.
Maybe a question there for you, Andrew. You know, this year we've both worked in the UK at the X30 races. In your opinion, why do you think that is that they're so strong?
I think it's obviously the support of the teams is a big thing. You look at some of the teams at the top end of this championship, your Fusions, your Jamie Greens, your Premiums now this year as well. They, similarly from a business side of thing, they want to keep that rotation of the drivers going and going and going. So it's the professionalism, I think, that brings them through. And I'm not saying that this doesn't happen in other national championships. You know, like your Victory Lanes, your PB Sports are still very strong. It can be ruthless, as we all know, all 3 of us in the British Championships. There's been drivers that have come back from the world level because they want to sharpen their elbows out. They go and do a couple of rounds in the British Championships. And it's that ruthlessness at that level that then means when they get to this level at an international, they're ready for it. And they don't have that little delay of getting up to speed, I think.
No, indeed. Well, again, another very frantic little race on that one. And while we're here on the stage, let's take you through the highlights from that race, guys, because, again, a very interesting start to the race. But, again, Max Endicott here, Andrew, able with that inside line. He's got the power down. He's able to get into the corner. But again, Charles Sayer unable to squeeze that cut to the inside. And that's what we talk about over and over the course of this weekend. Here at Valencia, it's so difficult to get the whole shot in towards turn 1 from that outside row.
It is indeed, but I'd say of those Brits that are still there, still fighting for it, Max Endicott's a very good shout for this race this weekend. He had a very good run at Winter Cup, and okay, we're going through all of the heats now, but we know from having done this job for enough years, Anthony, when you get to those finals later on in the weekend, that's where you start to see a driver who's kind of kept their mettle together really come to the fore, and Max is looking pretty good this weekend. Really impressed with Cordier in that race. I'm impressed with Finlay Lyons as well. Obviously, Finlay's done a good amount of European racing this year, raced in the FIA Academy Trophy this year as well. I think he's probably going a little bit around as a dark horse at the moment, maybe off the back of his qualifying, but he's another driver who we've both seen before. When it gets to that big race at the end of the weekend, he quite often does the business, and he'll know right now that those efficient moves through the field, not driving too hard, is something that Finlay's really worked at in the last few years, and it's proven well here. He's constantly gaining about 10 positions.
Yeah, indeed. The race at this end point, this was the move from Jos Mulder to get that lead. Again, not dramatic, not too feisty, just down the inside in towards turn 1. Clean as you like, as always. For other drivers, not going their way. And, of course, for Charlene Kunde here, again, just another one of those results where it's just not gone her way, which is a big shame, especially after such a great qualifying.
But this is the good news, that we've got more heats. There's more chances for Cordier to come back through. You don't finish in the top 5 of the French National Championship in X30 racing without being a good driver.
No.
So she's still going to be pushing on now, but the pressure just goes up a little bit now. 2 races where it's not gone her way, she really does now have to have, not necessarily a perfect run all the way to the end of Friday evening, but it's got to be pretty good.
It's certainly going to have to be an interesting one. Next race coming up very, very soon. Back over to the seniors once again. B and D that'll be heading out onto the track. And there you can see they're all lined up. They're under the shade there. I wish we were there, but we're not. But yeah, indeed, getting a bit warm on this stage now. But oh, look at this. Double O Jos Mulder here coming in. Right, ahead of this race. Yes, what I'll do, firstly, is I'll unmute your microphone, because I think that is muted. So there we go, and you hold that nice and close to your mouth. Yes, a great race for you on that one. That's exactly what you wanted, and the results and the pace is clearly there.
Yeah, it is. I'm really happy with the results, and we know the speed is really good. So yeah, we're gonna hope that the other heats are gonna go really well.
Indeed. For you guys, obviously, the driving here is quite challenging. Nicole, you keep smiling. I think it's at your suit. It is a fabulous race suit that he's
Suited
got
and
here.
booted, quite
Suited
literally.
and booted for this racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just great pace out there for you. You know, you're swapping between classes this year, direct drive and Junior X30. That race, then, for you out there in the front, what's it like, especially in heat like this, where we've maybe not had for a couple of weeks, a couple of months?
Yeah, it's really fun to come back in the X30, and yeah, I really like it. So yeah, and the pace is really good, so I'm really happy.
And, you know, just so many drivers in the field, some of the quickest also being your teammates, Manny Nuvellini being one of those, the package that you've been given this weekend by your team, who actually took the win last year with Kenzo Craigie. Has that boosted your confidence this weekend?
Yeah, it is. The package is really good. The kart feels really good. And yeah, the team is just doing a really good job. And yeah, so that makes me able to go really fast. So yeah.
How's the track changed just from this morning? Everyone looked quite nervous at the start of the day with no warm-up and straight into races. How's it changed over the day so far?
Yeah, the track is now a lot more grip. It's completely dry now. So yeah, the sun is, of course, shining a lot on the track. So it's beginning to become a bit worse now because it's so hot on track. But yeah, it changes a lot, so that makes it difficult.
I might be talking complete rubbish here, just. Does actually the thunderstorm we had overnight help? Because I imagine a lot of the rubber that was laid down yesterday, the day before through testing, that's all gone away. You're probably now more back to like a day one and a half track again instead of a day 3 where, you know, you almost get to that stage with too much grip. Am I right in that assumption?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go. You're not
I'd
always
said
saying
right
stupid
for
things, Andrew. You sometimes say something clever. Yes, though, at this stage of the weekend, obviously, we've been talking about it all the way throughout. The tension is still there, but you've got a lot of races to get through. Is it still important now at this stage to still get those good results, or is there a part of the weekend here, because there is so many racing, that you can just maybe feel you can relax a little bit in this race?
Of course, we still need to get good results, but I know because I've already got 3 good results that it's not like you need to finish first. So, yeah.
You can take a few races here and there, just a bit more calm, which is always a nice thing, because as this one gets away, yes, we'll keep you here for a moment. We'll talk about some of the racing out there. But guys, do you want to take us through this grid?
Yeah, this is going to be a really good one, folks. You'll find out in a second why. Matthias van der Kerkhoff has pole position for it. Freddie Lloyd is alongside on the front row. Jack Buckley and Mark Granada on row 2. Not seen too much of Mark towards the front. Maybe this is another race where one of the home favourites strikes through. Sebastian Mins, he starts on the inside of row number 3 alongside Vivienne Guillonnet, who was very quick in the previous round of heats. Here's why I think this is going to be a good one, folks. Danny Karanini's on row 4 on the inside with Patrick Ogrodovchik. Can Karanini carry the speed through as he has done? And if he does so, what's he going to do when he meets Freddie Lloyd and Matthias van der Kerkhoff up the road? That's going to be spicy. Kai Burke and Dylan Patel start on row 5. Louis Comat and Florent Panet go from row 6. Joaquin Pinto and Hugh Capot on row 7. Mathis Michaud and Marius Barryberg on row 8. Marius pulled out of the previous heat to save some tyres, so might have a bit of performance in the first half of this race. Row 9, Marlon Bayer and Sam van der Heyden.
Row number 10, then we have from France both Clement Outron and Romain Thiel. Row number 11, Yuno Kalari with Leo Robinson, and shortly behind on 12 we have a Croc Promotion and a CRG. It's Lucan Mann alongside Antonio Machado. 13, Philippe Carras alongside Kamal Raphael, and from 14 it's Daniel Schreier-Isa with Kyle Mikolev. 15 then it's Dennis Björk alongside Meryl Peldes of Estonia, and shortly behind 16 houses Arav Dewan with Joachim Mattisson. 17 then, rounding out your 34 kart strong field, is Daniel Kavanagh with Guillaume Rocker. Guillaume Rocker, great race from him yesterday, picked off almost half of the field, didn't have the qualified, you know, really far down the order, but he's a name starting from 34th to keep your eyes peeled for.
Thank you to the team down on the pre-grid. We're starting to see new tyres come out. You've got new tyres on board of Gradovchik, you've got new tyres on board of Pranez, and then that's full sets as well. Half sets on one side for Bjerke, Miklev and Matteson. So in terms of the tactics, in terms of the materials, this is when it starts getting interesting.
Yeah, indeed. And now I'm going to bring you in on this one. Yes, tyres. That's a big talking point, of course, over this weekend. You get the 2 full sets for everything, the 2 wets and the 2 slicks. Tell us, one, how are yours feeling right now, without giving too much away? And, you know, what is kind of like that plan you want to go for?
My tires are still feeling pretty great. So, yeah, we, of course, want to extend the gap between putting new tires. So when we put new tires, we're going to have an advantage on the other drivers. But, yeah, it's like a case of saving your tires. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, let's have a look quickly at the start of this race. We always love to see it. Look at this. 3 wide into turn 1. Hold your breath. And every time we see turn 1, Andrew, you wince as they go through. It is one of the fastest corners out there, isn't it?
Yeah, that was really brave from Sebastian Mins. That was Sebastian going on full attack. He's kind of made a name for himself in that style of driving. But, you know, they made it work. These are the seniors. These are arguably the fastest drivers in the paddock this weekend. You know, this is why we love this sport. That was a mega start.
Yeah, yes. Sebastian is obviously one of your teammates. You're there in the tent. What is he like off the track compared to what he's on the track? And you can be completely 100% honest with us.
Keep it broadcastable.
He's really nice, but also really crazy sometimes. But yeah, he's a great driver. So yeah.
Yeah, and he's had some, obviously he's had those ups and down moments here on this one, but at the moment he's looking like it's all going well. The same, of course, you've got Van der Kerkhoff out there, Matis Van der Kerkhoff, and he's doing a really good job as well, I would say.
Keeping the train running, isn't he? Really good performance in time qualifying yesterday, and when I've spoken to Matthias, he seemed really, really relaxed. He's had a bit of a tough season. You know, I think back to some of the races elsewhere in Europe, it's sometimes just not quite fallen for Matthias. Just I'd be interested in that from your perspective. Not saying that you have had a bad season, you've had a very good season. But say last year when there were some difficulties, when you've had a difficult season, does that kind of relax you a bit coming into a big race like this? Because you know you can go all out, you either go win or bin.
Yeah, it's like you just go for all it. For like, go for the win and that's it.
Yeah,
so
there's not necessarily as much expectations based on the previous races, so you can be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
So this race continuing. Van der Kerkhoff having the lead at the moment from Lloyd. Mins has got through actually. Yeah, Mins has got through into second place. But keep an eye on the red helmet, the red stallion. Danny Caronini. He's already up to 4th. Now who's that? We can't quite see that in the sun. That looks to be on the pit straight. But a driver out of the race. This is going to be good.
Pinto.
We've got 7-8 laps of this race to go. Van der Kerkhoff's had wins so far this weekend. Mins is always going to be quick. Lloyd's had wins this weekend. And then you've got a former Euro Series champion in Danny Caronini snapping at their heels.
So we've just been talking about, the victory lane camp set up. Just obviously, you wouldn't be directly compared to your 2 teammates at the front of Van der Kerkhoff and Mins, but back in the tent on, the telemetry, on the data, you would be compared against the likes of Manny Nuvelin. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that works, when you go back to the awning, like you probably will in a couple of moments' time? What are you looking for on the data with the coaches, with the engineers?
Yeah, we're just looking for the different lines we take in the team. And yeah, we're just trying to learn a lot from each other. And by that, going faster.
Well, just I'm sure we're going to let you run off and go and do that now, because I'm sure there's lots of data to go and be compared. Thank you very much, and congratulations on another great result as well.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Jus. What we'll do, you mute that. Professional, as always, perfect. You can leave that on that seat. Thank you very much, Jus, and enjoy the rest of your racing. Still can't get over the race suit.
It's great.
Love it.
Brilliant.
Fantastic race suit. But this race underway. You were talking about Danny Caronini.
Yeah.
He's doing it again. He's pushing his way through the field. Caronini now into second place. And, that's a big gap now that he's got between himself and Van der Kerkhoff, 1.3 seconds. But the dry pace of what he's had so far this weekend, I suspect that gap will close in again.
I just love to watch this guy race. I'm just going to be perfectly honest. No matter where I see Danny take part, he always brings action. Patrick Ogrodovchik, by the way, is having a good race on these new tyres, we should note. Straight through past Mins there for P4. I think the biggest testament to that, when we spoke to Zach Drummond earlier, Zach's had one heck of a year. Is another one of the favourites in this X30 Senior. And when I asked him, who are you worried about? He said, Carinini. And he is going to be there. And as it gets hotter and hotter and hotter across the course of the week, I think he's only going to get stronger. When I spoke to him just very quietly, very kind to give me a bit of time off track earlier, I asked him like, what happened in qualifying? So I had a bit of a traffic, but he was still just relaxed. And I could tell, it's like, you're feeling good in the dry, aren't you? And he just nodded. I went, yes, we feel very good in the dry. It's like, okay, we'll watch out for that.
He is good at those sort of things, though, isn't he? And, you know, looking at him here, when we mentioned as soon as he got up into second place, he showed that sort of thing. He's already got the gap down to 9/10 of a second, Nicole. This is exactly what he did earlier on. The pace is there, clearly. The Zanki team know what they're doing around this track. Danny knows what he's doing as well. And he's showcasing that right now. Lloyd is, of course, another one of those drivers we were talking about. He's one of those contenders. We're seeing him with Gus Lawrence. But again, you can't rule out Carinini as well. And he is showcasing that right here, pushing as hard as he can. And he's not only catching, but clearly breaking away from Lloyd, who just can't match the pace.
Yeah, I was just looking at Carinini and Lloyd a couple of laps ago. Big send down the inside there for that mid-pack section. But Lloyd and Carinini, you know, my question just a moment ago, is Lloyd maybe fading away now on the tyre, where he's a little bit taller, a little bit stronger now on the wheel compared to maybe what he was last year or the year before? I questioned, you know, was it the case, is he chewing through that rubber now? I don't think it is. I genuinely just think it's the case that Danny Carinini has got something extra this weekend. He's come in to this weekend fresh and, you know, just with some great pace. I don't think it's the case that Freddie is falling short. This is a big send down the inside at that final corner. Absolutely trusting the grip that's out there now. You know, just said it, it's gripping up more and more because of the temperature, because of the amount of karts driving round now as well. You're going to see several shades of it really develop over the track, and I think drivers becoming braver and braver because they can use it now.
And the other big thing you say about the track changing, Ogrodovchik now up to P3, so people are going to look at this result and go, put the tyres on. If you need a big result in the next hour or so of the heats, here's your data. Here's your data point that Ogrodovchik, we know he's quick because he's been doing this game for a long time, but the fact that he's just breezed past Freddie Lloyd, a driver who's in a lot of good form, not just a national champion, but won at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago in the Euro Cup. And Patrick's just driven past Freddie as if he's not even there. That's impressive, but also shows there's a definite tyre delta now.
Yeah, I think so as well. And when you watch it, you were speaking about those tyres that were deployed. Quite a few drivers deploying those now at this stage, even though they've got a full day of racing again tomorrow. And now I know, again, we spoke to Danny Carinini and he said he deployed his tyres very early on one time, and that was purely to test which ones he felt better on, and he was saving those for the finals. Obviously, we've not seen him change anything with his tyres. He's still on the same ones. But like you say, some of the drivers deploying them super early into the weekend.
Well, there's a point with that in terms of why would a driver maybe put them on a little bit earlier, because it's 2 sets for the whole weekend. The likelihood of it's very, very unlikely that a driver will get all the way to the final without having broken the second set out. Maybe you play those second set of tyres a little bit earlier than tactically spot on to do, but you just get that reference, don't you, of like, oh, as a driver, I feel set A might be a little bit better than set B, or maybe the fronts of set A and the rears of set B. Right, get that data together. That's going to be my set of tyres for the final, and I'm going to take care of the other 4 through all of these heats and through the super heats. It's a good bit of data that you can give yourself before you get to the big race on Saturday.
And there is a lot of that, isn't there? And that's why we do see, like, there's so much build-up to an event like this, so much testing that goes out, where, again, we spoke a little bit about that earlier on as well, with, obviously, the rain that came down, the rubber that got washed away. But when it comes to, you know, testing those sort of tyres, as quite a significant little train battle happening here out on the circuit, guys. Yeah, you do see that difference in the delta. This point now of a race, getting into that final stage, with Carinini now closing into 0.3 of a second, the chance of seeing a good scrap here at the front, very, very likely.
Yeah, absolutely. That, you know, this is getting busy now, fighting it out for those remaining spots inside of the top 10. Drivers getting more aggressive, drivers taking bigger risks, but also hugging that defensive line. Final couple of laps now for your field, still led by Van der Kerkhoff, who will be the first driver to receive that last lap notification. But the pressure doesn't stop for him, because there he is, Danny Carinini, still chasing, still trying to reduce that gap, corner after corner. He isn't all alone, because Ogrodovchik is still right there with that fresher tyre because of those poor results earlier on. So these three still going for it. Van der Kerkhoff still out there in the front, hasn't made any mistakes to reduce that gap, as there's a bit of a driver mistake by one of the Tim Wilsons. Just jumps over the back bumper of the driver behind, and it's just one of those things that, you know, you become a passenger in an incident like that.
Yeah, possibly Leo Robertson on that one. Final lap board out in this one. Carinini did a great job, but so has Mattis Van der Kerkhoff. That front-running spot, we just saw one of the victory lane Seika win in the juniors. We're now seeing it in the seniors. Clearly, the VL package is strong here this weekend in Valencia.
Yeah, they've done a good amount of testing heading into this IWF 2025. So that result puts Van der Kerkhoff not to the top of the order, but I think he's top of the order of those who've done 2 or 3 races, who have basically got a race in hand. So he moves up to 144 points from a possible 150. I just wonder for Carinini in that particular race, Anthony and Nicole, whether he thought, well, I've done the business of getting past everyone on the other side. I've taken points off Lloyd, I've taken points off Mins. I can deal with Van der Kerkhoff potentially later, because they're going to be in the same group. They're going to keep racing each other all the way through. So yeah, Carinini only 6 points back in that one now. It's starting to get a little bit tasty.
Absolutely is. But, you know, you're watching how Danny is achieving all of this. You're watching those overtakes that he's achieving, and you're watching the way he's driving that kart as well. He's not got loads of lateral movement on the wheel. He's not, you know, sliding across that tyre. He's preserving it, and that's what's helping him to pick off these positions. That's what's just helped him to get to those 5 places gained. Finishes strongly in P2. You know, Danny, I think you need to put a star next to his name this weekend.
Clement Neutron I'm going to give a star to in that race as well. Up 9, another victory lane driver who has got a decent record round this circuit in the past as well. So, yeah, that's obviously not a deciding heat, but that could be one that when we get to the end of Friday turned out to be a very key one for 5-6 points here or there.
Yeah, once again. Right, we're going to have a look at those highlights again on the circuit, because cool, calm and collected race for Van der Kerkhoff. Danny Carinini able to close in on that one. But again, the starts here, always exciting. This one even more so. Andrew, 3 wide, you winced at the start of this race. You didn't like it, did you?
No, I just thought, oh, how's this going to go? But they managed to get through the corner unscathed. Van der Kerkhoff had a very good start to this one. Lloyd second place, Mins in third. Carinini made a good couple of positions at the early stages and kept himself in the game. That's probably his Achilles heel at the moment because of that bad qualifying earlier on by his standards, I should say. He's having to do this work each time. That was a nice move from Louis Comin down the inside. This was the Mins versus Lloyd battle. 2 Brits who are always willing to give it a go. That's a nice move down the inside from Lloyd to take second place. Carinini then caught up to them. Carinini, I think, just gave Lloyd a little bit of an assist there to get back ahead of Mins, and then did the job himself down the inside into the chicane. That's one of the things I love about watching Danny Carinini as a racing driver, is his attention to detail and attention to his belief in the data of knowing tactically where to do it, using all the experience that he's built up over the years. This was the run down into turn 11. We obviously saw the incident for Leo Robinson in that race, but another strong run from the X30 Seniors, more from them to come.
Yeah, indeed. Mark Granada having those moments as well, going very defensive in those early stages. Of course, Mark, who's been starting this race, is on the second row of the grid, seemingly not having the that gusto to get that car to the front of these races, just finding himself not rapidly falling back in the field. He's fighting for position, but he's holding position, and it's not fully going his way. There, again, the end of the race, bit of the dramatic moments again for some, and all the way throughout this one, we just see those results. For Van der Kerkhoff, that's a good result again for him, exactly what he needed. Good points on the board, I would say, Andrew, and another strong result for the Victory Lane team.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be interested to see how they get on in their next race. Next up, we go back to X30 Junior. It's going to be groups E and F heading out onto circuits. And this should be another good one in terms of names who have done pretty well so far. You've got Mintuna in this one, Nuvolini, Purcell. A little bit further back, you've got the likes of Théo Guillotot, the French driver who's been having a very good week so far. And a good representative of the Irish contingent here as well. Jack McLaughlin's in this one, starting the outside of row 4. But we've got another driver, haven't we?
We do indeed. It's another race winner, Matis Van der Kerkhoff, joining us on the stage. Great little race for you there, calm and controlled. Were you checking behind you, though, throughout that race? You could see Caronini closing in. Were you worried, or did you think, no, we've got this one under control?
Yeah, I saw him closing in. I was watching the live board on the straight. I saw he was catching with the draft and stuff, but nothing to be worried, isn't it?
You had it all under control. And I think the control has been there throughout this weekend so far, actually, because the Victory Lane package is looking like a strong one. Of course, you had your smolder in the juniors just before your race, and then you now in this race. Do you feel like this consistency can be kept throughout the rest of the week?
Yeah, I think the team built on a solid package. In the juniors and the seniors working quite well anyway. But yeah, calm and controlled. I think we second win of the weekend, and yeah, not too much stress. Yeah, we're going to second with Danny overtaking me in the last one, but yeah, he's quick. We're quick. The whole VL team is quick, so I think nothing to be worried about for now.
Indeed. Andrew, Nicole, we'll bring you in on this point. Any questions for Matthias?
How's that qualifying setting you up for these races? Is it just keeping you in a nice, calm frame of mind, knowing that you've got the easiest run into turn one? When it's such a tight circuit as well, lap ones can be very hit or miss when you're in the midfield.
Yeah, I mean, starting on pole is a big advantage on around here. So I think if you can get a good start and survive the first 4 turns from pole, I think it's all right.
And Mattis, talk us through those starts then, because we're shortly going to be seeing another one from another group of drivers. You know, when you're out there in the front and you're heading down towards one of the fastest points in the circuit, turn number 1, you're hugging that white line. What are the main things that you're actually trying to do? Because it's not easy on the grip when you're that tight to the white line as well.
Yeah, I think turn 1 is not that much of a struggle. I think it's more the last chicane, to be honest. I think that's the trickiest part of the circuit, because you're coming in quite fast as well, and obviously you have to slow much more down than in the first corner, because it's a long flowy corner, so you can't carry the speed through there. And obviously in the chicane it's quite tight, so you have to really slow down and can't really brake hard because tire wear around here is quite high. So
excellent. Well, Mattis, we'll keep you here for the moment. Guys, race is heading out to the circuit. Why don't you take us through that lineup?
Yes, indeed. Pole position for this one. France's Manny Nuvolini, the number 94, alongside on the front row, David Mintuna. Evan Purcell and Gautier San Juan starts on row 2. Stigler Rademacher is definitely a driver to keep an eye on in this race. Starts on the inside of row number 3, alongside Edgar Rodriguez. Just hearing there might have been a problem for Chris Kassam at some that we'll get into in a moment. Row 4, Alex Point alongside Jack McLaughlin, Sarah Kajima. She goes from the inside of row number 5 alongside Theo Guillotot. Aryan Singh and Charlie Jonathan start on row 6. Noah Grenier on row 7 is alongside Igor Ivanchenko. Row 8, first half of the grid completed by Luxembourg's Matis Mouche and Morocco's Neil Nekmouche.
Second part of your field, starting from row number 9, it's Bautista Dilic alongside Zach Skiluna. From 10, we have Portugal's Leonor Roca alongside Jana Agiman, and from row number 11, it's Rosalind Schreier-Eiser alongside Silas Alfilson. 12, Theo Cavalcon with Tony Cacciaferro of Andorra. 13 looks like Chris Kazamup with Chad Leman. 14, Conrad Garrow alongside Greece's Christos Vastarousis, and your 15th and penultimate row is David D'Agosto with Leone Martinez. Rounding out your field then for the UAE on that 16th row, it's the 77 of Savali Kugay, as I think out there already on the formation lap. We've got early drama. That's the number 9 that was in the barrier just a moment ago. That's going to be some drama before we've even gone.
Yeah, Chris Kasemtsup there, unfortunately, in the number 9 machine, having a bit of a drama there. But Matt, as well, we still have you here on the stage. Valencia, big circuit this one. It's got its wide parts, its fast parts, its sweeping and its tight sections. How would you say this circuit compares to other circuits that we've raced on around, of course, like the World of Genk, Marienburg, we've been to, of course, Wackersdorf, Franciacorta. There are so many kart tracks around Europe. How did this compare?
I think it's more likely to be like a track like Zurera, the Spanish again, right? Because the draft is a lot here, so you can't really go away. And even if you start quite far back, if you keep overtaking, you still have that draft to go through the field. And yeah, I think it's a unique track, but it's more you could compare it to Zurera with a big straight again and with a big draft.
So the draft, like you're saying, always the important thing here. And you've got two very key moments there, obviously down the start-finish straight and down the back straight. The race is about to start, so guys, we always like to pay attention to the start of the racing here. Matis, we'll ask you some more questions as it goes on. We saw 3 wide in the last one. This time around, it's a false start. So there you go, a very exciting start to that one. Matis, when you see a false start come out, what's going through your mind? Is it just, carry on and just go again? Or is it, a bit of, oh, I wasn't expecting that, and now I've got another lap to wait?
Oh, it's just carry on, right? I think Manny here thinks the same.
There you go, everyone thinks the same. Do you think the same, Andrew?
I didn't want to say it beforehand because I didn't want to curse it, but if anyone in the bingo game had 1:30 on, what day are we on now? Wednesday, Thursday, day 2. It's been a long season. Was that our first false start of the whole
Second, only
meeting?
2.
Is it only 2?
Yeah.
We've had over the course of the whole weekend. We had one yesterday and we had this one today, didn't we? And it's 2:30, by the way, not 1:30.
Keep them good, please, drivers. Don't make me look like a complete fool now in the next hour. Yeah, no, I just wanted to know that, because this can be a tricky circuit for getting the starts right, because it's such a quick run down towards turn 1.
Yeah, would you agree with that one?
Yeah, I mean, you have to slow down the field, because we're a lot, right? We're 36, I think, in every heat, so that's a big big heat. So with a lot of drivers, you have to really slow the pack down and don't accelerate too early. Even if the drivers behind try to push you to go, you really have to stand on the brake to accelerate as late as possible, right?
Well, drama out there. This time it's for Edgar Rodriguez, who's supposed to be starting quite far up the order.
Row of the grid. Yeah, that is a big disaster there, and he's still seated in it. And I think he was trying to press the button there to get it started. I just don't think it was coughing into life. So that is a big shame there. So a couple of pulling off. Manny Nuvolini pulling straight off the circuit, and we're going green. Mattis, your reaction said it all there. A teammate out of the race right at the start. And that is a disaster there, pulling straight off the circuit. What on earth has caused that? What do you think?
I wouldn't even want to guess. I'm assuming it's mechanical in nature. He just pulled off straight onto the curb there and jumped up out of the kart. Is it the case that the throttle stuck on and he quickly pulled it off and flicked the switch to kill the engine? I'm not quite sure. As again, more mechanical issues out there. This time it's for the number 70. This race is going from bad to worse for some of these drivers.
There's more guys. Conrad Garrow and Ruslan Sarah Issa. I wonder if just that extra formation up, I wonder if a couple of drivers have just oiled up. That's Chad Lamon now fully out of the race for the Daily Motorsport team. We can see it happen around here. Remember it happening to a couple of our minis in the Winter Cup, and as I say, there's not been many second or extra formation laps in this one. I'm purely speculating on that basis, of course, but yeah, a bit strange that you've had to see 4 or 5 drivers have some form of technical gambling in the early stage of this race. Evan Purcell back at the front of this one again, but we're sticking around and making not far behind. Alexandra Points had a good start there, so yes, we've lost one victory lane from the front of the field, but the man from Luxembourg doing pretty well.
Yeah, Matthias, your reaction there when Manny pulled off the circuit kind of said a lot. I'm guessing there's a lot of camaraderie within the team. You guys are very close to each other out there. Would you agree with that one as teammates?
Yeah, every teammate wants the other teammate to be quite up front at the final, right? But he was on a strong weekend so far, and yeah, a mechanical issue is not what you want when you want to win the world championship, right?
Yeah. One bad race though isn't the end of the world. Would you agree in a weekend like this?
I mean, you have like I think in the juniors you have 6 heats as well, so. I mean, one mechanical failure, one bad result is not the end of the world, but obviously you want to start as much up the front as you can and for the final to make your race as easy as possible, right?
Well, we said keep an eye on the driver of Fusion, Stig de Redemakers. He has now taken the race lead away from Evan Purcell. Nice little move down the inside and bunches this trio up into each other, which is rounded out by Alexandra Points there in P3. Purcell has not fallen off the back of de Redemakers. He's right there. He's still looking hungry, still looking like he's trying to put the nose back down the inside of that Fusion driver. But it was a nice little move by Stig to promote himself up the order. You know, Anthony, yourself, you said keep an eye out for Stig as this weekend progresses.
Sorry, Nicole. Tactically, that could be quite a good move by Stig because the number 6 has come up on the board as under investigation. To be clear, that is just under investigation. That is not a penalty, but very likely now that Evan's mind will go into, a penalty might be coming. I'm not going to attack. I'm going to push. I'm going to help Stig to get away just in case there's something coming up. Or he's going to overtake.
Or
He'll do that instead.
He'll
just completely say that I'm talking rubbish again, and through to the lead goes Evan Purcell.
Mattis, that move that we just saw from Evan Purcell, you know, using the curb to jump up on the driver ahead, can you tell us, you know, is it as easy as it looks? Because we've seen it a number of times this weekend.
Yeah, I'd say it's quite easy, but it can go wrong quite easily because if you don't take the curb well, you just like lose the place, right? Yeah, I think if you misdo it, it's shit, but if you do it well, then it's really good, right?
And, you know, through the curbs, we see drivers, you know, vary in whether or not they're going to actually touch those curbs, especially through the last chicane and at turns 3 and 4. Those drivers that maybe decide not to clip those curbs, why do they make those decisions? Is it sometimes, you know, drivers that maybe have a little bit more lead bolted to the cart? What do you think?
Yeah, I didn't take the curb, even though I think it's a little bit faster, but because you can take the chain off, bend the axle on it, so that's not great if you want to do it. But yeah, I think you can really be fast without taking it, but to overtake, it's a good spot.
Excellent. Well, Matthias, thank you so much. We'll let you get off. I'm sure you want to have a look at some data after that racing. So thank you so much and congratulations with your racing so far. Don't forget your water bottle. There we go. We don't want you jumps on that one. Thank you, Matthias, on this one. Andrew, again, we're at a midway point of this race. We're seeing how close it is at that front end, 0.2 of a second. But like you say, Purcell's under investigation. You're kind of looking more into that, I believe.
Yeah, there's another one as well for Jack McLaughlin. Those were both quite early in the race, so probably start infringements. Apologies if I'm incorrect in that statement. But yeah, I think that's what we would be looking at. That's normally what the case is when it's seen that early in the race. But credit to Evan Purcell. I love how he's come on. If we go back to, the start of 2024, Evan was there and he was one of those drivers where you could see him trying so hard, but it just wasn't quite working. You sometimes see this with drivers. They have to go through the pain to make the gains, and the change was Genk last year, and all it took was one qualifying session where Evan read the conditions correct, got the time in, and got himself at the front of the order, and it's like someone just flipped a switch with him and said, yes, you can do this, Evan. you can race at the front and be competitive, and he's just got stronger and stronger and stronger across the course of the last 18 months or so. It's really, really promising to see.
Yeah, it is. And again, with these guys, I think I would say the juniors is kind of like the prime of their racing careers. They're getting to that age now where, you know, the hint of Formula racing comes into play. Of course, I think that the age of Formula 4 dropped a year as well over the course of last season and over into this season. So, you know, for that now, it's more of an incentive for these younger drivers to really develop early in their junior racing, not think about, yes, they are young, they are still kids at this day and age, but the importance of getting started early in your racing career is very prevalent now, more than what it was so in the past. You've got spotters coming to the circuits, you've got drivers who are part of young driver programs, and Manny Nuvolini here is a perfect example of that one, Mercedes young junior driver. And in his junior racing, they're already looking at getting him into a Formula car in really close months, I can imagine, going into next year, before even going into a senior.
I'll bring the case of Kenzo Craigie back to the courts. You know, I think there's been a driver that's had a bit of a problem there earlier on in the race. I think it might have been, well, Combat Khan's fallen away down the order. But no, Kenzo, you know, was in this race last year. He's had a year in the seniors in international karting, and now it looks very much like he's going on to faster machinery. I won't say bigger and better, because we love the sport of karting, and it's just as great as any other form of motorsport. So we'll just go with bigger cars, more power. So yeah, it shows again the platform that IWF and IAME X30 Racing as a whole can give to a driver, that you know, you do well in this, you're set up pretty well to go and have a really good career. Checker flag out, Evan Purcell takes another victory, Stigler Redemaker takes P2, Point Singh, Michuna, San Juan and Delic all in the top 7. And another good result for Evan Purcell. He seems to have found his home as well. He's bounced around a couple of teams, tried a couple of teams out, but the backing that he's got now is he's running within the BMR setup, but still very much backed by Ricky Flynn Motorsport, of course, as he's been doing a lot of his OK racing this year. But that's another thing as well. Getting a driver into a place where they feel comfortable with the team, comfortable with the data, comfortable with the process is such an important part of delivering performance on the big stage.
Indeed, there's nothing worse than you know, switching around too much, new mechanics, new karts, new.
Yeah, he'd obviously like to take the 50 points, but either way, that's another good haul for Evan Purcell.
Indeed, but Nicole, again, for you on that one, good race for Purcell, good race for everyone else on that one, but again, we're starting to see some names really start to be the bigger picture here.
We absolutely are, and we're starting to see some of those names that, despite having pace, despite having the backing from the teams, they've now got to put in that extra work. Manny Nuvolini being one of those. We saw him out at that final corner before we even got to go racing, started pole and quickly, you know, pulled the carts off of the circuit onto the curb. Now we're going to have to see a big Naim, you know, really fight hard for the remainder of today's racing, as now the crowds do start to gather around us on this stage. Anthony, you know, we're going to continuously be pulling up some drivers up here onto the stage, questioning them about the racing, and of course the next one that we will be grabbing is Evan Purcell, and I'm intrigued to see Evan's response to that under investigation particularly.
Yeah, indeed. Well, while you go and grab Evan Purcell, we will take this moment now to go over some of the highlights from that race, because again, very exciting little race on that one. And already, Andrew, from the word go, drama started, and unfortunately for Chris Kasemtup, having the dramas out there, mechanical problems right at the word go. He did manage to get going, but I think it was a spin right on that inside. This was the very dramatic moment. Manny Nuvolini pulling off the circuit, and a retirement before the race even started.
Yeah, and alongside as well, Garo, Laman and Sire Issa and Rodriguez all having problems before the race got going. Yeah, hearing on my ear that it was a spin and a bump and a crash in the pit lane for Kasemtup. I'm actually surprised in a way, seeing how aggressively the drivers take those first shoots out of the pre-grid and down towards pit exit. I'm surprised it sometimes doesn't happen more than that, but it is easily done, as demonstrated there. That was Chad Laman trying to get going again, but unfortunately for the Daily Motorsport team, It's going to be a bit of work to do on that number 70 machine before it next goes out for another one of these heats. Lots going on in the midfield. Too many moments to mention in detail for every single one. This was the move from Evan Purcell. He knew he was under investigation at this point, but also could feel that he had better pace than Stig de Rademacher. So went for the move there to take that position back. More scraps in the lower reaches of the top 10. David Minchuna in the middle of that in the number 41. A few drivers taking over the chicane, just making sure that they don't gain any lasting advantage through that part of the course. David Minchuna still counts as one of the drivers in there as having a really good chance this week, but he'll need to get back to the winning side of things later on today. The rest of the drivers filing their way through the infield. Plenty of overtakes once again in the juniors.
Yeah, indeed. And as that race went on, it was a close fight all the way to the very end. And when it gets to those final laps, Andrew, you do see those last desperate dives. I would say desperate is the wrong word for it, but you see moments like this into the chicane really late on the brake and going through, and sometimes it doesn't end the way you want it to.
Yeah, Ellison and Combacon, the other two drivers who retired from that race. Hope everybody is okay. It's almost one of those things that when you're in a big pack like that, the best form of defence is attack. If you're seen by the other drivers to just be timid, sat in there, not going for the move, in juniors, you're going to find yourself overtaken pretty quickly. So that's kind of the mantra. That's why we see those kind of things happen. Next race out on circuit is going to be back to the seniors. This will be groups E and F, another 11 laps, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. And another fantastic front row on this one. Daniel Britson, Roxanne Lantinga on the front row of the grid on this one. And we have seen the good results from these drivers. But again, we saw the starts earlier on, and a perfect example of the start. You were talking about you wincing at the 3 wide scenarios. We had a 3 wide moment for the likes of groups F in their race earlier on. Of course, Roxanne was starting on the front row for that one. Caspian Hagman just behind. It was Hagman who went to the inside, kind of made a bit of a 3 wide sandwich, and that's what put a couple of drivers backwards in the order, a bit more so than what they wanted in their previous race.
Yeah, I go back to that previous thought of attack is the best form of defence. It doesn't matter what category it is, but when you're going into that turn 1, and it's more that you know it's going to tighten on the exit of turn 2, you have to get on the front foot first, so you don't end up getting shuffled back out of momentum, or before you know it, you've lost 4 or 5 places. And then, if you think there's an even more attacking corner coming up at turn number 3, where again, you've got to get yourself positioned nicely, ideally to the left-hand side, so you don't get washed out and onto what I call tabletop mountain curb.
Indeed. Well, those races coming up very, very soon for X30 Senior. Of course, in a few moments' time, we'll be joined by Evan Purcell, hopefully on the stage after that victory. We'll be chatting to him over some form of his racing, where I think he's on his way. But as you see, field has made its way out onto the circuit for this one, Andrew. So why don't we quickly fire through the lineup on this one. It is Daniel Britson, Roxanne Lantinga on the front row of this grid. Andy Rattel, double duties for Andy Rattel this weekend, racing, of course, in the S125 class as well. On the second row, he's got Cassian Hagman for company alongside Alexis Janale and Ruben Moya going from row number 3. George Edgar and Thomas Hansen go from row number 4. They'll see Arthur Huang and Morgan Moore on row number 5. Xavi Suarez and Daniel Mota go from row number 6 with Bertram Saka and Oscar Goodshow on row number 7. Kian Gauci of Malta and Guy Zwerkel back of the Netherlands go from row number 8, and they lock out the first half of the field.
Second half of the field, Kevin Lantinga goes from 17th on the grid. He's joined by Sam Branston on row 9. Elias Lehman and Noah Mengel go from row 10. That's your top 20. Sam Lewis, Sean Hogan, they're on row 11. They're ahead of Bernardo Pinto and Oliver Meek. Harrison Whittecomb's had a tough week so far, but has the ability to come forward from row 13. He's joined by Sweden's Jonathan Landström. Yannick Mike Gabrick goes from row number 14. He's joined by Peter Malmsted. William Lundberg goes alongside Lewis Aguiar on row number 15. It's then Maxime Dörfler and Martin Foley on row 16. Tixon and starts alongside Emmanuel Leodikis on row 17.
Well, that rounds out your grid for the next heat that is about to go racing. And the driver that we have now got to join us on the stage is Mercedes young junior driver Mani Nuvolini of France and of the Victory Lane camp. Mani, we've just seen you exit the circuit pretty prematurely. You pulled over at the race start. I think we were all quite interested to know, what happened then. Was it technical? Tell us more.
In the formation lap, I don't know what happened, but the engine do it cut I don't know. But we see when we go back in the tent.
So Mani, back to the tent, those technical checks will be made by the mechanic, and you guys will try and fix things going into the remaining heats that you have left today. Mani, on a more positive note, you come into this weekend as a junior off of the back of a 2024 Mini win. What's that been like? Because you're now in a bigger kart, but that must still give you some great confidence.
For sure, I want to win like the last year, but now I'm big kart, and now he raced like 3 heats, so I keep pushing and I try to win the final.
Mani, obviously, for you, not the result you would have wanted on that one, but you still got the pace, I think, over the course of this weekend. While you were racing and while that was happening, you had Van der Kerkhoff here. Matthias Van der Kerkhoff was watching, and his reaction said it all. And I asked him the same question. The team there, it's a good atmosphere. Everyone's friends in the paddock, and I think everyone is hoping everyone to have those good results. And his reaction, he was very disappointed when he saw that happen. Would you say that it's a good atmosphere in the tent?
Yeah, it's a very good team. They helped me to data, to the camera for watching the video. And yeah, setup is good, engine also. So I'm happy for that.
Well, Manu, we'll keep you on the stage for a moment. The race has started, guys, and a relatively decent start there, I would say, for the front row. And again, Daniel Britt's one of those drivers who has continued that strong performance, I think, at the start of these.
Not a surprise. Very strong winner in the Spanish X30 Championships this year. So, considering that, of course, we are in Spain, he's going to be one of the drivers to beat. All of the Spanish drivers know this one very, very well. Good start as well from the 218 of Andy Rattel. I wonder how much Andy Rattel has a little bit of a unique perspective on this in terms of how the track's feeling, because, of course, as you mentioned, Anthony, he's doing that double duty. George Edgar is one we need to keep an eye on. I was watching George from trackside during his last race, and of course we should not forget that this is his first really, really big race at a senior level. Now, he's had a very good junior season, ran Riley Cranham very, very closely throughout the course of his national championship this year. But the confidence of a driver, just watching his body language and the way he was turning that Mick Barrett racing prepared machine into corners, it was like, George has got this. He's in the zone that sometimes he can just flourish in. Won a gold medal 12 months ago at the FIA Motorsport Games, not far from here, just down the road, of course. So a driver, yes, new to the senior game, but a proven winner already in the juniors.
Manny, when you, of course, on a race weekend, you're racing in the juniors, do you watch the senior races as well? Do you try and pick anything up from how they race to think what you can use in the junior racing, or do you kind of ignore them and think, oh, I know better, I'm a younger junior driver?
Yeah.
You watch their racing?
Yeah.
What do you pick up from what they do out there? Is it like the way they corner, the way they fight, or do you just kind of just watch it in general?
Matthias Van der Kerkhoff, don't look behind. This is good, because me, I look behind a lot of time in the race, and I try to don't look behind. And I watch dive also, is good. Let's see what...
Manny, I've got a question that's probably been on quite a few people's minds. You're in the Mercedes Junior team now. We've known this programme for a very, very long time and how it's prepared people with karting to go all the way up to Formula One, but particularly this year, because it's not that long ago that a certain man by the name of Kimi Antonelli was in that same suit, and he's now, of course, in Formula One. There's many people in this paddock who know Kimi personally because it's happened so quickly. Is that on your mind, that if you do everything correctly and you impress your team, that you, like Kimi, in 5, 6 years, 7 years' time, could be in Formula One?
Yeah. I hope I go in Formula One. I try everything for going Formula One. And for now, I keep pushing for the IWF. And
just keeping an eye on this race and how it's progressing then, guys. George Edgar, a debut senior weekend at international level for him there. He's now just taken a race lead. George there is still being challenged by Andy Rattel for the lead of this one, but for the first time he leads a senior X30 race. Good result so far for Edgar, but it's still under threat by Rattel, Lantinga, who just a moment ago went fastest, and Daniel Britz as well. For now, Manny, we want to say thank you very much. Thank you for joining us on the stage. We'll let you go back to the awning because we know that you've got plenty of work to go and do. But, Messi, thank you very much.
I'll steal that microphone off him. Side pods, they're an important part of racing. They're an important safety function. Missing one is not a good thing. And unfortunately, one driver out there has got one facing the wrong direction.
I just had to slightly turn my head there to work out, confirm who it was. It's Morgan Moore in the 217 who's had that problem. So, yeah, technical flag is out. Morgan should be able to note that. Oh, change the lead here, down the inside. Andy Rattel goes through on George Edgar. Roxanne Lantinga not too far behind. Daniel Britz and Ruben Moyer as well. We've not talked much about Moyer so far this week, but we had Gus Lawrence on the stage earlier. I think Ruben Moyer goes again in my category of drivers who, if there's a race out there to be won, Ruben Moyer is going to go and enter into it. So, yeah, he had another bit of a difficult qualifying, not his own fault. He was kind of clear out the front because he's so good around this circuit. Nobody wants to work with him. Nobody wants to give him a toe. It's, further problems. That is one of the Brennan texts. That's Sean Hogan in a spot of bother. Yes, it is. And Javier Suarez as well in the 216. They both get going again, but a lot further down the field.
We see that a lot, don't we, in the IAME racing, where you have that accident, you're a bit stuck, and the drivers generally tend to jump out and all of a sudden find this superhuman strength as this battle going on for the race lead. And yeah, all kicking off again. Daniel Britz now back in the lead.
There were 2 moves in one there for Britz at turn number 1. It was the drivers behind him now that were trying to get it going, but he read that situation like an absolute book, as is now Roxanne Lantinga, who is all over the back of the trio in front of her. She did start quite high up the order then. She started on that front row, fell down the order in the early stages and is now trying to pick things off, but is now under pressure around the outside moments trying to be achieved, and that's the 255 of Arthur Huang now going down the inside. Huang really has got himself up the order in the past couple of laps. 5 places gained so far for him, and I think maybe Roxanne holding up a couple of people just there really helped Arthur to weave his way through as they continuously clatter those curbs through the chicane. You know, your ribs at this stage of the weekend are really going to start taking a beating.
I was going to mention that. It makes my ribs hurt. I'm not even in a kart seat right now. You know, I'm on a comfy stage, but you know, it just shows how much pressure they put through, not only the karts, but themselves as well. This is an endurance not only for the kart, but for the driver, and they've got to look after themselves over the course of this weekend as well.
I think there's a phrase, you know, a bit known, there's no such thing as kart fit. You know, you need completely different muscle strength to any other sport. Your neck, your torso, you really have to be able to hold yourself strong, and the pressure, you know, also put on your arms through pushing on the wheel is really unique in the way these drivers have to train to protect themselves, to hold themselves in the seat as well, to not experience those bashes on the ribs.
I've just been watching the body language, guys, of the drivers in this race. This is one of those heats that feels almost like a superheat or a pre-final at other events, and I think the reason why, you've got a lot of drivers who I think at the start of the week would back themselves to at least podium in this event. This is the kind of race where if you are not on it, that could be the difference between first, second, or, I'm going to be honest, outside the top 10. And that's a big chunk of points that if you don't turn that over at this stage, you could be ruining that come the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there, Andrew. If you're not wide awake, absolutely as alert as you can be, you're going to be eaten alive. There's so many names in the field, so much competitiveness, drivers that have won all sorts of titles, Roxanne Lantinger being one of those just a couple of weeks ago. George Edgar back in the UK. Everybody is unique in this field. Everybody is, I would say, this weekend, pretty feisty.
So you just look through it. You've got Spanish champion Andy Rattel now going back down the inside for the race lead. Rattel's won enough things over the years. He actually ran in the Spanish Championship this year as well. George Edgar, FIA titles, national titles. Ruben Moya. I haven't got enough time to read out the rest of things that Ruben Moya's won over the years. Arthur Huang. These are all drivers who are born winners in this race, but the nature of the sport, they can't all win this single heat.
Maybe this is a bit of a lucky day for George Edgar, because it would have been exactly a year ago that he took that FIA Games gold medal home, and he's come here this weekend. Maybe he likes this last week in October, but for now, he's right up there in the sharp end of the order for a first senior weekend. He could be a contender here. Busy as you like for the final couple of laps. This is Roxanne Lantinger trying to make her way past as George Edgar is now knocking on the door of Rattel and Brits as they go down towards the first corner. Don't count out Moya there, because he's starting to close up pretty quickly in that P4. Down and towards the second sector they will go. Clatter those curbs through 3 and 4. This quad on your screen, there's nothing in it as we head through this final lap.
No, indeed. Nice and close between these top 4 on this final lap, but times of getting these overtakes in quickly running out. We do get obviously the opportunity here in towards turn 11. That's why Brits has gone defensive there. That kind of releases Rattel just that little bit at the front now. That's going to mean he's got the clean air 3 wide here onto the back straight. That's always a risky move. We saw obviously that fabulous round the outside 2-in-1 for Gus Lawrence and the seniors earlier on today. We're going to try and see it again here from George Edgar. Ever the opportunistic move there round the outside, but it's not going to work out. Rattel takes that win. Moya second, Edgar, Brits, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the sort of racing that we love in the IAME class.
That was brilliant. Just that last lap was fantastic. Ruben Moya doing Ruben Moya things. George Edgar, he's just stepped up to seniors, and we know him very well from commentating on races back in England, but he's just tried to stick it there on. It didn't work, but it still came out with a P3. That shows guts and determinations from George Edgar. But I suppose that is to be expected when you're the youngest brother in a family like the Edgars. You've got to learn to scrap, haven't you? You've got to be able to fight against the bigger siblings, and I think that kind of spirit will serve George well this week.
Yeah, certainly so, and that's a nice result for all of them. But Andy Rattel coming away with that one, Nicole. Good drive there, and at the end was ahead by a second. It didn't feel like it going into the lap. There was 1 second, less than a second, separating all 4 of them.
Andy Rattel as well, let's not forget, doing the double this weekend. He's got 2 challenges on his hand, and this is the point, I would say, in this weekend where his driver fitness is really starting to be shown. Really, we are seeing the best of Andy Rattel, I would say, this weekend, and not just the senior class, but the S125 as well. That concludes your remaining results for that senior X30 heat, rounded out by Morgan Moore, who we saw some unfortunate technical gremlins swallow him up in that race, and we will watch the replays, the highlights of how all of that one unfolded.
Yes, indeed. Was a very interesting start here, and again, once more that inside line, the favourable line here, and you can see how Roxanne Lantinger just right at the start there was able to just fall back a little bit there. She did fight back in those early stages. It was a relatively calm moment until they got into that chicane, but then the later stage of that race, it's where it really started to heat up just that little bit more, and there you can see again the overtakes that are happening thick and fast in those early stages, drivers wanting to close in. But while we see these highlights, we'll talk about the racing a little bit more over the course of this one. mistakes that happened just in this section. Daniel Britt's falling backwards down in the order. Then we saw the dramatic moments here. Sean Hogan there, unfortunately, in the 210, just superhuman strength there, picking up a kart, pushing it off another, and then able to drive away at the end of that one. And again, we see the rest of these highlights here, Nicole. The very last lap, very dramatic, and open for, I think, 4 of those drivers.
Absolutely was, but it was Ruben Moya that I would say it was most open for. We really saw him light things up at this stage of the race, where he got 2 for the price of 1, got himself into that P2 and really managed to hold on to it, managed to wrestle out George Edgar, who did a good job not to actually go over the curb and cut the track. But Moya showing us there absolutely what he was made of. So that rounds out your last Senior X30 race of that rotation. Next up, we will have our X30 Minis for their next rotation. And down here on the stage, we of course have another new guest before we go racing, and we will introduce who we have very shortly. For now though, on our grid, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Qualifying Heat B versus F. We'll see Kalia Spiruzzi on pole position. Charles Clough joining him on the front row of the grid. Miguel Martins and Colby Patterson going from row 2, from Julian Cortelet and Hugo Fuentes on row number 3. Mathis Brageau and Mirko Chavez go from row number 4, ahead of Johnston Stewart, who'll be starting on row number 5, alongside Wyn Godschalk. Luca Pavel and Nahil El Gahudi go from row number 6, with Danny Dempsey and Posh Control on row number 7.
Row number 8, part 2 of your field. It's Ava Lawrence alongside Atika Mir. Going from row number 9, we have Lumi Putzino with Alessandro Salas. And rounding out your top 20, row number 10, it's Charlie Page alongside Gonzalo Galeo. From 11, Oscar Boronsky with Louis.
One, isn't it? It's a big event, lots of drivers from all over the world. And tell us, how's it going for you so far?
Yeah, it's going great. Our heats didn't go too well, but we had a mega qualifying. Yeah, all I can say is it's been a great experience, and this entire weekend's going quite well, actually.
And Andy, maybe let's mention that last year you would have competed here as a Mini. This year you've jumped over to Junior X30, and it's not been long since you made that step as well. Qualifying, really, really great result. You were over halfway. That must feel great. And it must also feel great watching your brother Johnston, who is in the same grid as what you would have been in last year. You know, what's that been like so far this weekend?
It has definitely been nerve-wracking. Watching my brother race it's really nice that I get to see what he can do, but I definitely do have nerves watching him as a sister.
Well, let's see what he's doing at this race. Restart then alongside some of his XL Motorsport teammates. Round the outside, it looks like to me Charles Clough was going as drama in the background unfolds. So one of the Birrells getting spun round the 549 Santiago Barros, who would have been starting 29th on your field, just losing that rear end and ending up in the middle of turn number 1. Other than that, quite a settled start for the other drivers within our field, as we can already see some signals going out there by drivers who are trying to push through the field. Anthony, you know, last year you would have been at Zuera when we watched Andy in the Mini category. Your view on the Mini so far, what have you thought?
Well, the Minis are always a frantic class to go racing on. So much is happening. And the question is, Andy, when we see it, a Mini X30 race from the outside, does it look as frantic from where you're sitting in the race, or does it feel a bit calmer where you are?
It depends on what happens. It usually does feel a bit frantic with carts left, right and centre. But sometimes, most of the times, it's quite calm once you get into your flow.
And Andy, we've been talking time and time again this weekend about the change from, you know, the smaller chassis over to a junior and senior sized chassis. What's that been like for you? Because it's a big change for drivers, you know, the adaptations. What do you feel is different, and how have you adapted?
I think I've adapted quite well, and I've definitely loved Junior X30. I did love Mini, but this feels like it's my thing, and I love how it feels, and I love adrenaline and how fast it is.
Andy, sorry, I've just come back. How is it racing with your brother? Obviously, you're a little bit older and a little bit higher up the order. Does he come to you and ask you many questions about how he should deal with a race like this?
Sort of. It depends on what he actually does most of the times he'll come up to me and be like, what would you do?
Yeah.
And how would you have dealt with it? But yeah.
And how special is it to race as a family as well? I think the first time I saw you two racing on an entry list was probably at an Irish Kart GP back in the day at Nuts Corner. How special is it to have stayed together as a close-knit unit? You've moved around teams again. You think you've settled really now this year with Excel Motorsport. But how special is it? Does it give you almost like a bit of a boost that you've got your family around you?
Yeah, I love having my family around me, especially we have created such a good bond because every race, everywhere I've went to, I've always had somebody in my family.
It's always nice, isn't it? But I think my sister's really annoying at some points. But there you go. Luckily, I don't think she's watching this, so I think we'll be all fine. But watching these races now, you're seeing that classic Mini X30 style of racing, the long trains of karts all pushing for that slipstream. And Andy, again, for you, when you watch the sort of racing and you watch the juniors and you watch the seniors, do you notice the different style of racing, of course, that we see out there? Because here, it's all about the train. It's all about getting the slipstream. Then you go to a junior or a senior, and then it's every driver for themselves, and you can break away by yourselves. But in here, it always helps to be working as a team out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does, especially in Mini X30. With a tow, you can do anything, really. Once you have a tow, you're gone.
Andrew, at this point of the weekend, sorry, I know you were playing around with your microphone there. No, I caught you at a wrong time. But for this one here, we're seeing these moves again, and you're seeing, of course, Peruzzi and Martins, 1/10 between them, and, of course, they're 1.4 seconds clear from the rest of the field. As we were just talking about there, working with a teammate, but then also working with someone who isn't a teammate, as well as I like to call it, becoming the best of frenemies.
Frenemies is exactly the phrase I was going to use, especially at this stage of the race, because, you know, to the untrained ear and eye, a 7-lap race doesn't sound very long, but this is a very long circuit, so. Tactically, this is the right way for Peruzzi and Martins to play this, because Charles Clough, we're in Europe, aren't we? 1.8 seconds behind. That's not a lot of time. That can be lost easily around here, around this place, in a lap and a half. So, yeah, I suspect that they will, whilst this is going well, they're not being caught by Clough, by Patterson, by Gottschalk. They'll keep it like this and probably take it to the last lap.
Would you agree with that, Andy, what Andrew said? 1.8 second gap isn't a lot in Mini X30 racing, and it could be closed up quickly, or do you think he's talking rubbish?
I think he's not talking rubbish. It can be closed up very fast, especially in Mini X30. 1 second, you've got a second gap, and in the next, they're caught right up to you and they're passing you.
It's exactly right, isn't it? It is always like that in the Mini X30 racing, and it could be one overtake, can't it, that can cause the whole field to come together. Before you know it, you've gone from a group of 2 to a group of 20 out there. And you know what, actually, I'm going to classify back to my favourite event. It was cadet racing. It wasn't IAME cadet racing, so I won't mention that. But I think there was 22 karts fighting for first place, and it was like one of those. Drama, though, happening out on the circuit as quickly as it can go well for Bronikovsky. It's not gone well.
It's not gone well, and that's the third DNF for Bronikovsky. I'm afraid this is the first time I say these words this week. I think that might be game over in terms of going all the way to Saturday for a driver, because, yeah, 3 bad... We always say 1 bad result you can get away with. 2 bad results, if you get the other races in, you're fine. 3 bad results, now you're pushing your luck, and you really need to be able to win the other 2 races just to stand a chance of ultimately getting on the grid for Saturday's final.
Andy, I've just seen your arms firmly peeled on your brother, who's currently inside the top 10 in P9 in a nice little battle further back with some of his teammates, the likes of Charles Clough and Colby Patterson, also in a train of karts who are trying to battle it out. And tell us, Andy, you know, you've just been teammates in the exact same class as some of these drivers. Back in Camp XL, what goes on in there to push you guys forward? You know, what are the names in there? The likes of Callum Walsh telling you to try and push yourself forward?
Yeah, they will always give us team talks, always push us as far as we can go tell us what we're doing wrong, and they won't leave us without any attention, and will always push us forward as much as we can.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Andy. We're just going to focus on this battle then as we head through the second half of the final lap. Achilles Peruzzi there really having to hold a defensive posture to Martins there, who takes that racing line on the exits of the last couple of corners. Down the back straight they will go and down towards the chicane section. Achilles Peruzzi still holding that white line. It will be a run, but Peruzzi there out in the front, head ducked down, and we'll see that checkered flag first. Peruzzi incredibly strong this weekend, crosses the line ahead of Martins, who gave it a good go, but Peruzzi looking strong and adds once more to his tally.
Yeah, keeps himself very much in the game for being on pole position in one of the superheats later on in the week. That puts him back 138 points from a possible 150, currently a 14 points advantage over Fuentes, but of course we've still got more races to come in this round of X30 Minis, but keeping the train rolling on. Peruzzi, very experienced team behind Achilles Peruzzi, of course, delivering the goods right now in X30 Mini.
Definitely so. Well, another mini X30 race done and dusted. And Andy Stewart, thank you so much for joining us on the stage. And hopefully the rest of your IWF goes very, very well for you. And of course, your brother as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, as you see the results there popping up on the screen, we'll go and grab other drivers on this one. But Andrew, solid race on this one. Plenty of work to be done for some drivers, but again, really solid results all the way to the end. Achilles Peruzzi back on top.
Yeah, puts it back to the top of the order. The other driver that I just want to bring attention to in that race before we go to the highlights is Bodie Batch. Quite a few drivers in this category properly going in at the deep end, going from restricted categories straight into IWF. And Bodie Batch gained 10 places in that race. A really, really good effort from the British-Austrian 50-50 driver. Peruzzi got a very good start to this race. There was a bit of a mix-up in the middle of the pack at the start. Often can happen down at turn one, of course. A couple of the MDCs tight on the outside of the second corner. Colby Patterson coming through the field, Charles Clough as well, up to P4 in the early stages of this race. Peruzzi out front at the end of the first lap here at Valencia. This was a move again from Patterson, a little bit of a jostle in the middle there for another of the drivers. Bronikowski, as I say, that's 3 retirements now for the 502. Even with 2 very strong results through the remaining rounds, I fear that may be the end of the game, realistically, for Bronikowski. This was the battle back at the front of the field in what was another entertaining race.
Indeed, and it's always a shame to say something like that, you know, especially after only 3 races that a driver's done, to already think that this might be the end of the weekend. But yeah, it is one of those, isn't it? When you don't get the results, it does fall to pieces a little bit. More mini X30 racing coming out onto the track. This one, groups at C versus E. Andrew, we'll quickly fire through that starting lineup while we wait for some drivers to pop up and see us. This one, we'll see a Hong Kong row number 1 here in the form of John Han and Mason Kwong. Looking forward to seeing what they can do here. Aaron Bordenova and Alfie Davidson taking row number 2 for this one, ahead of Leo Garcia and Albert J. Stubbs. Aran Qureshi and Milan Baku go from row number 4. They'll see Max Lufa and Sasha Miras on row number 5. Max Cruz and Aurelio Longatano will take row number 6, ahead of Abraham Shelvis and Nicholas Inglemo on row number 7.
Second half of the field then, Kiko Correa goes from row 8 alongside Gus Oliveira. Row number 9, Artur Konovalov and Oliver Meredith, who had a very quick start to the previous race but then faded in the second half. Hopefully some good luck for the driver of the 566. Corey Lyons is another one of those drivers who's literally just stepped up to this level and gone at the deep end. Starts on row 10 for this one alongside Ruben Sagu. Jim Wolf, Shelly Sander, they're on row 11. Adam Pervu could do with the good results here alongside Artur Luriero on row number 12. Jack Harney and Paul-Andre Alanya go from row 13. Danny Murphy and Mason Hibbert start on 14. Would not be a surprise to see Hibbert once again driving through the field. And the final spot on the grid is completed by Burke
Bendixvold, the Norwegian, starts 29th in this one.
Excellent. So again, another packed-out grid for this one. And welcome to Gilles Peruzzi on the stage. Gilles, a great race again for you. Good result. We spoke a little earlier on today as well after another good result for you out on track. This time on that top spot, exactly what you wanted. Tell us, how is your IWF going?
It's going quite well. Obviously, what I want is top 3, so I can be up there in the semi and hope. But obviously first is like the best bet, so I'm quite happy with this result, and I am looking to have more first place.
Indeed. We said earlier on as well, you said you're a bit cooler as well as we go racing out on the track. You said you're a bit cold this morning. Have you warmed up now, and have you woken up now as well?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, guys, that race underway already. A little bit of drama on that one, but still a relatively decent start for the field in Mini X30. What have you made of it so far, guys, over there?
It's standard X30 Mini fare. At the moment, you've got a bit of a breakaway. Oh, Coy Lyons is out of the race. I love how that Daily Motorsport machine is prepared, but it's not good to be seeing at the side of the road. There may be some other dramas in this one as well. But you've got a bit of a breakaway at the front of the field as well. As I say, it's very standard X30 Mini fare with a breakaway this is good. This is a good number to have in a breakaway 3, because that's enough, I would say, to stay away from the rest of the pack, Nicole. I don't know what you think of that, but those drivers behind, Beku, Shelvis, they are very good drivers. Is that Aurelio Longitano in the spot of bother on the final chicane? But yeah, 2 seconds. Now you've got something in terms of a battle buffer that you can work with for the rest of this race. Probably got to do a little bit more work because we're still only on lap 2. But Beku and Shelvis, the odds are stacked against them right now, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely are. Like you just said then, Andrew, a bit of a battle buffer for these top 3. But if the move if the move is on between Kwong and Han, they're going to quite quickly fall into the hands of the drivers behind, the likes of Beku, Shelvis and Hive as well. In Minis, it's one of those themes. They start battling and pretty quickly those gaps that they give themselves are reduced and they turn into a long train of carts trying to fight it out for the race lead. Is out there. That's a Nasso panel completely in the view of one of the drivers who has quite quickly decided to come into the pit lane and retire. I think that could be Oliveira there down P22, who will now go no further.
Karting's version of losing your bonnet there, effectively, on that one. Now, Achilles, how important are the starts of these races here in IWF? Of course, very important to get to the front as quickly as you can, but how important are those race starts?
They're definitely very important because, it's the start. You have to, it's the bit where it's hard, but you have to stay in front for it to be easier after the race.
Indeed, I think you took the words out of my mouth there. It's important because it is the start. It's probably the most important part of the race, isn't it? But then keeping that consistency, when you get to this sort of stage of the race, you're at the midway point of the race, you've broken away with 2 or 3 other drivers, so there's 4 of you that are fighting all for first place. How is important is it there to keep your cool, knowing that, they could all go for the move down the inside and you can go from first to fourth instantly? How important is it to keep a cool mind, a cool head?
Very important, I think, because you want to keep your cool. You want to keep them sort of at bay, they're pushing you, but got to think a little bit. Oh, when are these guys going to make the move on me?
Indeed. And when we always watch that, go on, Nicole, you had a question?
Achilles, you know, about 10 minutes ago, you were in a pretty similar position to the likes of John Hahn, who is out there leading. When you're out there in your own air, you've got nobody to gauge maybe where you're losing out on a corner, where you're braking a bit too early or late or sliding around. What are you looking out for? Are you looking for a mechanic to tell you where you're going wrong? Are you looking at the dash on the steering wheel? What are you actually trying to gauge?
Well, I mostly listen to my coach and my team manager. So they make me calm down and like realize there's no reason to panic.
Big sends alert. The Irish are really performing well in this one. Jack Harney for Team Ireland up 11 spots to 14th. Danny Murphy's on the move as well. Again, 11 places up to 16th. Not on Team Ireland, but actually beating them in the highest movers ranks at the moment. Up 12 positions. Burke Bendiksvold of Team Norway. So that's really good stuff. Meanwhile, in this one, Han, Kwong and Bordenova, I've continued to be impressed by Bordenova. I feared that the French driver was going to get dropped from this top two and have a really difficult second half of this race. 2 engines versus 1, not only in front of him but behind. But Bordenova's dug deep really well over the past few moments as there's a little bit of work going on there. Now I think Corey Lyons has caught up with a cable there.
I think that's a cable, out on circuit. Of course, there's a lot of security cameras out there over the circuit. There's a lot of our broadcast cameras out there. I think there's a lot of fiber cables, network cables that are out there, and hopefully what we consider safe spots. But apparently we've been told in my ear it's not ours, so we don't care about it.
That's fine. Diego working hard though to alleviate that situation. May not be our kit, but it's still our team on hand to get it sorted out. It's good work there. But no, this has been a good race from these three. There's not really been much that Baku, Shelvis and Devahive have been able to do here, and that's what I was meaning earlier by a breakaway of 3 is a really good number in X30 Mini. That tends to stay away from the rest of the pack. And for our young man here, Achilles Peruzzi, Achilles, you're still going to be top of the table at this point on 138 points. How does that feel at this stage to be seeing your name in first position?
Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Nothing is finished yet. 0 celebration.
Spoken like a
that told you, Andrew. Yeah. That told you. Well, Achilles, thank you so much for joining us on the stage. We'll let you get off and get ready for your next races. But congratulations. See you a bit later on. Excellent stuff there for Achilles Peruzzi. A final lap board is out on this one, Nicole. Pretty close fight here for the top 3. Han, Kwong and Bordenova. Absolute line of turn here.
Absolutely, side by side on the exit of some of these corners for these 3 drivers, and it looks like the challenge for P2 has been pulled off there by Bordenova. Gets past Mason Kwong on the late stages of this one. John Hahn still holding on for it. That wider line being decided by some of these drivers. 2 for the price of 1. Boys, if you saw that one, right round the outside, as clean as you like. That's got to be one of my moves from this weekend on a final lap. That was incredibly impressive. I think, Andrew, you just missed it there. I think you were looking at the camera. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that in the highlights as now still gets busy. Over the curb, we've got John Hahn. That's going to be a bit of drama, I would say, in the office. Does take the win, but we just saw him straight over the curb on that final lap, final corner. John Hahn does cross the line then, does see that checkered as your race winner ahead of Mason Kwong and Bordenova, but I'd say maybe the winner is not technically decided with that one.
I think what we'll say for that one is any time a kart leaves the circuit, it gets looked at as to whether a lasting advantage.
Pay attention here, Andrew. You missed this one earlier on. Look at this, around the outside. Beautifully done. 2 for 1, and then the chicane here. Yeah, 2 for 1 doesn't really work out there into that final corner, was it?
No, it's just mid-corner where you quite often see that through the final chicane here at Valencia, where a driver tries to sling it in from the outside and they just ask a little bit too much of the front tyres and it pushes on, and before you know it, you're hopping over the curb. So, yeah, that one will get looked at. So this is a provisional result
with a capital P. John Hahn takes the win by half a second on the road ahead of Mason Kwong. Aaron Bordenova P3, Milan Beku and Abraham Shelvis, yes, weren't able to catch, but it's still good points for those two. Up 4 for Beku, up 8 for Shelvis. Alfred Davidson continues to score well with 6th place. Not good results though. Something happened to Leo Devahive on the last lap there, because Devahive was up in the top 6, so dropped down to P26 in the end. Oliver Meredith, that's a real shame for the Brennan Tech team out of this one, because Oliveira as well, and let's not forget Corey Lyons, tangled up in a bit of a heap there, did not get through the first lap.
No, indeed, a bit of a shaky one on that race, but good to see again, still some good results, and like you say, well, we're not too sure who's going to take the race win on that one, of course. On the track there, John Hahn taking the win. With that, of course, he now bumps himself up to joint points with Achilles Peruzzi, so very close still there in the actual intermediate classification, but as we heard from Achilles Peruzzi just a moment ago, it's not important at all. It doesn't even mean anything until we get to the end of tomorrow, really.
He's right. He's absolutely right. Because, you know, you've still got to go through the business of getting through another day, as you say, and you could argue none of it matters until the final. That's the race that matters. But no, keeping that consistency is definitely the key at this stage. A few of the drivers having problems in that race. Longitano, Oliveira, they're out with a quite clear problem at the front end of the cart. Corey Lyons is 570, needed to be freed from some cables at the side, deep in the weeds there, in the grass beyond the confines of the circuit. Other bits of action going on through the final chicane. Kiko Correa involved in that. Bordenova going wheel to wheel, but it would be Kwong going around the outside there, taking advantage then. This is the moment that we've got a question mark over. Hahn going over the chicane there, going over the line P1, but a very close finish there with Kwong and Bordenova flying formation over the line.
Our very own Mexican Grand Prix scandal there at turn 1, but this time at the final chicane here in Valencia. But no, great work from the Mini X30s in that race, and more Mini X30s coming up next as well. The final group heading out for today's racing, and then of course we're back with the Masters and the S125s. But Mini X30 qualifying heat A versus D. The fastest driver from qualifying, Charles Ural, will be on the pole position spot for that one.
Oh yeah, the Mini qualifying, if you were here at the circuit yesterday, you will have enjoyed it. If you weren't, and particularly if you're just joining us, 0.002 of a second decided the pole position in X30 Mini. It was Charles Ural who took it in the very first group of the day, so of course he'll have pole position for this one. But again, he's going to have some tough opposition in this next race, Anthony. Daniel Ferguson is the first name that jumps out at me. The likes of Nico Lopez, Mattis Paisons. But then you've got some real surprises in this category so far in this group. The biggest of them being Sami Sami, you know, sensational improvement. And I think that's the most pleasing thing for me, of watching a driver who has had his struggles in the last 18 months, but persevere, believe in himself, has got some really, really good training in the form of former world champion Danny Curl, and he's showing it here. He'll start this race from P5. Let's actually go a full run-through of the grid for this one. So Charles Ural and Daniel Ferguson, as mentioned, row 1. Efan Owen and Nico Lopez, row 2. Elias Sami and Mattis Paisons, row 3. Mike Maynard is another driver to keep an eye on. Very strong driver from France, starts on row 4 alongside Pablo Segura. Hopefully we see Segura, because Segura had that role, didn't he, in the previous race. Ben Eiton and Riley Morrow on row number 5. Chester Fawkes is another one, really good to see on row 6 ahead of Valentin Lefebvre. Ollie Simstad, row 7 alongside Vicente Capella. Second half of the grid looks a little bit like this.
Yeah, a little further back in the grid, of course, common fan of China, Mila Cornel, of course, on row number 8, Francisco Rojas and Dimitar Uzanov going from row number 9. Paul Toussaint and Marcus Enganassan going from row number 10. They lock out the top 20. Marvin Bai and Baptiste Augustine going from row number 11. Mattis Nobbs and Harry Chapman are on row 12. They'll see Guillaume Algar and Isco Alonso on row number 13. Ollie Telsted and Oscar Amo go from row number 14 with Agnes Olana and Ian Timotin there as well. But joining us on the stage, Nicole Sutherland, you're back. You brought guests.
Absolutely have. We have John Hahn with us then. John, busy race there for you from what we just saw, and a busy last corner as well. It was quite spectacular in the final stages for you. Can you tell us, you know, so far what you've experienced this weekend and what that race was just like for you?
Yeah, this week I got a really good qualifier for like the pole position. Really happy about that, and we fight for the champion this race. And last race was really hard, a tough race, and leading the race for the whole laps, then being pushed out a bit on the last lap, and then went to P3. Then round the outside on the last corner, I think it was risky move, and then they pushed me wide, and then I did a cut on the last one. Don't know if I get a penalty or what.
Always great to see new drivers coming through. John, for those watching around the world, tell us a little bit about your karting career so far. What brings you here to IWF?
From the IAME, I did a lot of IAME races, like Macau. I was racing with the IAME Asia, and then did also IAME Asia in Shanghai, and then won the ticket to the IWF, and did some races of the IAME in IAME China.
Yeah, indeed. Very good stuff racing from around the world. And, of course, so many drivers coming from all over around the world. And yourself racing there in the front of the grid so far. A great weekend for you. Start of the race, but a bit interesting in this one, guys. Very dramatic first one on that one. And a bit more drama here. Ollie Simsad there. Up on the rear bumper of another, and this is not the way you want to start your race. I think that's Ben Itten caught out in that incident as well.
Yeah, it was also out in the early stages of this one. There's another driver, I think it was Pablo Segura, as was not showing us through the first sector. Did go out on circuit, so that's a real shame for Segura again, falling down the order. But this is what can happen sometimes in X30 Mini. At the front of the field, though, it's still Charles Ural in that beautifully prepared red, white and blue PB Karts machine. It's got a bit of a lead at the moment, but is on his own right now. So Mednard there in the 2N racing machine. The same kind of performance that we saw from that team last year with Manny Nuvolini. And he's got Elias Sami for a bit of company, and now Daniel Ferguson. So if these three work together, as Ferguson's going to go down the inside and take that position away from Sami, if these three work together, they should catch the race leader.
Yeah, indeed. And John, just to bring you in a little bit more in this one, of course, IWF, it's a big event. It's an international event, drivers from all over the world. And for you, racing this weekend, how has it been so far? Not the racing, but in the paddock. How has it been in the awning, the tent, the build-up? Has it been exciting? Has it been calm, or has it been a bit frantic?
Yeah, the IWF is a really great race, like the IAME finals. Really happy to be in the IAME finals, and yeah, really good with the track, and really like the track in Valencia. And really many like big team from all the world, around the world, and really good drivers in all the IWF. Really happy to be in here.
Is there anyone that you're kind of working with over the course of this weekend to get through the heats, or are you working with yourself on this one, just hoping to see what you can do?
Yeah, I worked with myself, and then to get best of my results. Then the best thing is to get P1 for all the heats.
Now then, just going back to the live feed on the screen then, boys, we've got Daniel Ferguson, who's jumped up now into P2, has managed to weave his way past Elias Sami and Maynard as well. There he is on your screen in the BMR restart a branded kart, heading down that back straight through the chicane and trying to reduce that gap, reduce that 8.5 tenths that Charles Ural has given himself. But he's under threat here. Ilyas Sami, we've mentioned his name time and time again, us two specifically, then Andrew, has come into this weekend here at Valencia and has been on top form. I've never seen Sami perform like this. You know, I think testing is really helping him, but I also think him being part of the Danny Curl Academy camp has also really pushed his, you know, confidence as we head through this one. And Ferguson there, you know, isn't shaking him off whatsoever.
No, not at all. I think for now, right now, that's the most impressive thing about Sami's performance, is that it's consistent. You know, we sometimes see a driver have a shine out heat and then they fade back into the midfield. That is not the case here. Oh, now, is that a battery on a Blaze? We did see one in qualifying earlier on in the week, so that, I suspect that's what might have happened there. In the same regard, Chester Fawkes, this is a driver who I've had the pleasure of calling races on since he was 6 years old. And he's developed a style over the last few years. We talked earlier about the juniors and how the national racing scene can prepare a driver for this level. This is a great example of it as well in X30 Mini, that Chester always has this, well, I say most of the time, you know, it's racing. Sometimes drivers have a not so good day or something befalls them. But when things are going well for Chester, this is how he races through, for those who've not seen him race before. But just being able to pull his weight, chip away, be consistent. You see, he's in the top 5 in the points now. So this is really, really good stuff. Lopez going with him right now. They might stand a chance here on lap number 5 or 7. There's some other drivers down the field who are having really good runs. As you can expect, that jumbled start has moved some drivers up, some drivers the other way. Baptiste Augustin, best of them though, the French driver, up 13 spots. Paul Dussart as well. Dimi Uzanov up 8 spots. Good to see Marvin Bai up 9 places. Needed that, had a not so good result in the previous round as Maynard gets a little bit deep there. Fawkes is going to try and cut to the inside here, get a bit of a push. Meanwhile, the driving fight for the lead. Ural and Ferguson going wheel to wheel. Fawkes has got through there into P4, and Lopez following on. Ilyas Sami now a little bit on his own in 3rd.
Indeed. Bit of drama there off the circuit, but thankfully all good and able to just get going there once again. That's a lucky escape for our drivers in this field, and thankfully for Marvin Bai, he gets going again. John, one final question for you, of course. This track is very challenging here. We have seen many moments in that final chicane, yourself included on that one, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for you on that result. But tell us, what is your favourite part of this circuit, and you know, what is the trickiest part of this circuit, would you say?
I would say I really like the turn 1, really big corner. And across the double left-hand chicane, a bit tricky over there because you need to hold the track over there.
Oh dear, and as you were talking there, a bit of a moment on the start-finish straight, and that shows how quickly racing goes on, and especially in Mini X30 racing, doesn't it? Well, John, thank you so much for joining us on the stage, and wish you best of luck with the rest of your IWF adventure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for John Han. I'll take that one away from you, perfect. And Andrew, on the track there, getting a bit feisty on this final lap.
Yeah, sorry for cutting across you there, mate. That was the teammates. That was Ilyas Sami and Chester Fawkes, not intentionally, just finding themselves on the same piece of Spanish real estate at the same time, and all kind of concertinaed out of turn 19. It was a great move, though, from Daniel Ferguson to take the lead of this race from Charles Ural. He's not got the job done yet, though, and Charles Ural's going to get underneath here. And have a bit of a push with Menard, Sami, Fawkes. I tell you what, this is going to be a good one. All 5 of these drivers have a chance of winning this race.
Here we go then into the final corner. Side by side though go Daniel Ferguson and Charles Ural have to cut the track over the curb. Checkered flag will be going out, and it's Charles Ural and Daniel Ferguson, both drivers who just cut that corner in 1 and 2, but same thing again, replicated like a mirror race from the previous one. Oof. I'm not sure if they will be holding on to those ones, but Charles Ural on the road provisionally takes that race win after what was a dramatic last corner indeed. Sammy and Chester Fawkes trying to get involved as well, but that could have ended in disaster, and I'd say that one is probably going to end up in the office.
Indeed, and that is a bit of a chicane gate once again here in Valencia. Go on, Andrew.
I'm blaming
pointing at
you.
me.
I'm blaming you for that,
You're blaming
Jordan.
me?
You mentioned the Mexican Grand Prix, and then it inspired the drivers to take a bit of a page out of the Formula One drivers' book. Yeah, that's going to be another one that will be provisional. We'll update you when we get news later on.
Yeah, don't idolise all your heroes in racing on that one if they go off tracks. But there we go. There is your results. Provisional, of course, in Mini X30 that sees Charles Ewell take the win ahead of Daniel Ferguson, Mike Bernard, Ilya Sammy as well, Chester Fawkes. Very good results. And once again, two of those DK Academy drivers up at that sharp end. Andrew, good results from them over the course of this season, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see the X30 Minis, of course, again tomorrow. And, well, it'll be a big day for the drivers to move their way through into the superheats tomorrow. And more racing to come, though, here at Valencia. We've seen our juniors, we've seen our seniors, and we've still got our Masters and our S125s to come in this part of the day. And then more racing from the junior and senior categories to take us through to the end of race day 2. As I say, it will be X30 Master up next, the single grid for them. The good news, of course, with a single grid, Anthony, is that there's no threat of elimination. We'll get to that later. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last heat of the day in X30 Mini.
And there was quite a few highlights in this one, the start being one of them. Very dramatic here at the start. Van Owen there having a very scary sideways moment there. And luckily was able to just get away with it. More dramas ensued earlier on in that race as well. This being one of them, unfortunately, seeing two drivers off the track, and a big shame there for Ben Itten, who was, of course, he was out of the race, joined by another as well. The rest of the fighting, though, then this moment here, I think maybe you called it out, possibly a battery from one of the carts, maybe catching fire, and yeah, not good.
It might have been from one of the two carts involved in the first lap incident, one of them running into the battery of the other. I'm slightly speculating there. Good scrap at the front of the field between Ural, Ferguson and Sammy. This was the run into the chicane. That was a great move from Ferguson down the inside, got the braking right. That was the moment there. That's a really scary moment between Chester Fawkes and Ilya Sammy. But credit to both drivers that they managed to keep on. Yeah, Chester's trying to get down underneath there to the right-hand side, but just runs out of room, and then physics takes over and runs over the rear axle of Ilya Sammy. This is the bit that's got double question mark over it. We had one question mark from the previous race. That's 2 counts. As I say, this is, of course, a provisional result.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's you need to be going into a corner in control there, and that looked just that little bit too frantic, I think, from that point of view. Well, that is the Mini X30s done for the moment. We're going to be turning our attention over from the youngest drivers over to some of the eldest drivers here this weekend with the X30 Masters. They'll be heading out onto the circuit next, and it's all been down to one man in the Masters, Andrew. But we'll talk about that a bit later on. What we're going to do now is we take a short break. Do not go anywhere, because those Masters are coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Warriors Final 2025 here in Valencia. The sun is still shining on us, thank goodness, because it was lightning and rain last night, and thankfully that is not on us right now.
Yeah, no, it's great conditions here in Valencia. This is what we've come to expect when we come to this part of the world for a big race. X30 Master up next for us. And as you mentioned before we went to break, Anthony, Pedro Rivas has been untouchable so far this week. We saw a little bit of a return from Tommy Nordvang. I think they'll maybe have changed the setup a little bit to extend that pace into the second half of the race. So this could be the first time that we see a bit of a challenge coming towards Pedro Rivas, but he's still going to be, I think, a heavy favourite for this race.
Yeah, 100%. He's a man who knows this track like the back of his hand. He's been part of the Lucas Guerrero circuit for many years. He teaches the younger generations how to be quick around this track, and so far he's certainly demonstrating he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, absolutely does. You know, like you just mentioned then, Anthony, that coaching is being displayed, why he is so good around this circuit. And I think maybe some of the younger drivers would actually be watching Ivars, seeing how he's taking to this circuit and picking up some tips, you know, especially yesterday in those adverse weather conditions. Other drivers within this field then that have also been quick, have also been up at the front. John Norris, driver who, of course, had great success last year and has come into this 2025 IWF with the same pace, the same racecraft, and the same competitive edge.
I think the difference, though, is everyone's going to have their eye on John Norris. That comes with the territory of being the reigning champion. The drivers head out on circuit. Ooh, now John Norris has not left the grid yet, so we'll keep an eye on
this happened earlier on. He just couldn't get it initially started, and then it does fire into life. Well, it has got going now, so guys, why don't you take us through the starting lineup for this one?
With pleasure. Pedro Rivas starts on pole position. Eric Chapon starts alongside for France on the front row. Tommy Nordvang, very glad to see that Tommy is in full fighting order after yesterday's crash. Starts on the inside of row number 2, will be joined by John Norris. Francois Xavi Renault starts alongside Mathieu Delboeuf on row 3. Gary Edwards and Jack Dex, the recently married Jack Dex. Congratulations to Jack on row 4. Alexandre Benoit Bessac and Edmundo Loya on row 5. Ludovic Francois and Thierry Delray, the legend that is Thierry Delray, starts on row 6. Matthew Swanston and Jari Malila start on row 7.
Row number 8 is rounded out by Tero Sari and Antti Okalainen, and then from row number 9, shortly behind, we have Shane Crosby with Jerome Rousseau. 10, your top 20 looks like Antti Kataja with Sylvain Lom, and from row number 11, it's Manuel Cordrelo alongside Tony Violander. 12, your top 24 is Miko Saxman with Louis Diamond, and then row number 13, it's Francois Coulet alongside Harith O. 28 Masters in your field all weekend, and setting off from that 14th row of things is Ji Zhao with Federico Solano. Going from that back row of the grid then, lots of progress to be made by these drivers to try and fight up to the front, and also drivers who had bad luck yesterday. You know, we had some big incidents when that rain started coming down, and, you know, some names in our field now having to pick off some positions.
Yeah, we did indeed, but the experience that this field have got, they know how to deal with it. Quick run through the provisional points as things stand. Ivars, of course, on top of the league table on 100 points. Norris, 82. René on 72. Dex, 70. Edwards, 69. Chapon, 67. Delboeuf, 65. And Del Rey completes the top 8 at the moment on 60.
Did you just say 6-7?
No,
right.
I didn't. That's a different number.
There we go. Right, Masters making their way round into that final sector now. And again, I don't want to say I'm expecting it, but I feel like this is going to go Pedro's way again on this one. I feel like he's just going to go and do what he did in that last one. Now, you have to remember that last one was a little bit closer, actually, between the two. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'd say just keep an eye on Nordvang. And obviously, the last race was the first time that Nordvang had run into the second half of the race. So I wonder what has he learned on tyre pressures, perhaps, because Nordvang matched Ivars in the first half, of the previous race. So if they can get the setup right, they could potentially go with the standings leader going into this one. Drivers under starters' orders then, Nicole, all ready to go here once again at Valencia.
Absolutely, Aaron. All ready to go as well on a circuit that is now starting to get a little bit windy. I've just noticed that there's a bit of a breeze now. The wind is starting to pick up. These drivers down those start-finish straights are going to experience a bit of head and tail wind. That's going to come into play for some of these drivers. Expect to see that unfold as we now go green and we now go racing down in towards turn number 1. Nice and steady start from our field. Completely different from what we saw earlier on this morning in their first qualifying heat of the day, where we saw so much drama further back in the background. Down at the start, we've got a really good jump by Pedro Ivars, who continues on that dominant form, on that strong suits in that number 1 spot. No major dramas, no major moves either in our mid-pack section, but drivers like John Norris there, who just flashed across your screen, doing a good job to stay glued right on the back bumpers. Pedro Ivars down into the hairpin, just got slightly unnervy under the braking. You saw the rear end just flick out slightly, but holds it well, corrects it, and continues in that P1 spot down the back straight to complete almost a first lap.
I do love the Masters, Andrew, and you know this class is certainly one of those as Dex sends it down the inside there into the final chicane. You know, the Masters always makes them feel younger, as they've always said, but then for some of them, it's always like, why am I doing this? Because I spoke to Louis Diamond going into this. I saw him come around the corner with his cart in hand, and then I said, Louis, what are you doing here? He said, I've got absolutely no idea. But he's still enjoying it, I think.
They do it because they love it.
Yeah,
Simple as that. And it's why, for me, this X30 Master category, Master categories in general, we need to preserve them. We need to continue building them up. We need to keep talking about them because they produce not only great racing, but great opportunities for drivers who stay in karting, are hugely talented drivers in their own right. It gives them a platform on which to race.
Well, because a lot of these drivers are, or a lot of these, drivers here in this Masters class, they are tutors. They teach the young drivers. They show them the data. They say, listen to me, I know what I'm talking about. And then they go and do it. And that's exactly how you do it. Nordvang now back into the lead and showcasing exactly why he knows what he's talking about when he talks about racing.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Anthony. I think these drivers in this field who are coaches, mechanics, team owners as well, like Jack Dex, them keeping their foot in the door, them staying competitive as still this battle at the front rages on between your top 3 of Nordvang, Ivars and John Norris there. You know, these drivers in this field can continue to stay, you know, relatable for the young drivers that they teach. They can, you know, adapt to things and also learn the machinery which continuously evolves. They then know that what they're telling their drivers is exactly correct when it comes to setup changes and the way they approach the circuits as well. And talking of approaching the circuits, out there on the front, John Norris almost all over the curb there on the exit of the chicane. Still leads the way down in towards turn number 1, but Ivars looking hungry there, side by side, wheel to wheel on the entrance. How they got away from that one.
I've got to say, what did they put in the water over lunch for the Masters? Because they've certainly dialed it up to 11 here out on the track. Ivars now back into the lead, but John Norris certainly not making it easy for them. And I think Nordvang now just taking a little bit of a backseat role in this fight, just to kind of see what happens. He doesn't want to be too laxed on this one. Gary Edwards is closing in just behind them as well, and that Eichmann's Grand Prix card, and I think he wants to have a go with this fight as well.
It absolutely does. I do like how the drivers are challenging here. They've had to do something different. They've had to take the fight to Ivars and try and get that track position. So yeah, it may seem a bit counterintuitive because they've let Edwards back in as Ivars goes back down the inside again on Nordvang for second place. But they've got to test Ivars here to see what he can do. We know he can run out front clean and almost do quali lap after quali lap after quali lap. But it's interesting here to see how they can get that overtaking spice out of Ivars in these next few moments. That was a big curb hop from Edwards over turn number 4 there in 4th place. Can he find a way through past Nordvang? And again, don't count out Jack Dex here. Very experienced driver, another driver who does a lot of coaching of young
new drivers, particularly to owner karting, running that MS kart machine up in the top 5. He's only 1.2 seconds off the lead here.
And Jack Dex is a driver that I feel every time I look out or look at my phone, he's racing something new every weekend. I think one time I opened up my phone and I saw Jack Dex driving an LMP2 car around Donington Park. I thought, how on earth did that happen? But showcasing that, yeah, he can really take anything and make it go quick, and showcasing that one right here. Nice train of karts there out to that final chicane. The fight still on here at the front, though. This is an incredible fight here. Ivaz is not giving up on this one. Back down the inside. Lovely little move there into the chicane. But as quickly as they gained it, they're going to lose out on it. And that's Nordvang back into the lead.
Gary Edwards looking racy in this pack as well. Currently sat inside of the top 5, just ahead of Jack Dex. Edwards, another driver who races, you know, time after time over in the UK, really competitive, and is doing just that here out in Spain. Your top 5 then, there's absolutely nothing in it. Only half a second splits up Nordvang from Dex there in P5, as now actually the gap goes up to just under a second. This race will progress. We hit that halfway mark, and I think the dial is continuously being turned up there. You can see John Norris there sat in P4, just, you know, pushing into the back of Ivaz, who now looks hungry, now looks down the inside, has to think against it. Back off there actually on the entrance towards turn number 1. Smart racing from our Masters. They're aware of this domino effect as well that goes on into fast corners, where you've got to think about that front fairing.
Indeed, that front fairing is the most important thing, I think, on karts these days. You don't want to end up with a drop nose, a 5-second time penalty. One thing you definitely don't want to do is try and put that nose cone back in place. That's a big no-no. That will take you out of a weekend if you're seen doing that. So, you know, you've got to be super, super careful on this one. But for these drivers, I don't think you could tell them to be careful in the Masters. The Masters are usually like, oh, no, we're just going to go for it and see what happens. And they're doing that right now. And Nordvang here looking just that little bit more comfortable at the front, I would say now.
And this is what I was meaning, that little bit of data that he didn't have in the race early on today was, how does the car perform on this track, on this week, in the second half of the race? He's got that data now. I suspect that they have changed the tyre pressures slightly. And they're showing a good turn of pace, the team, in this one. I just want to mention as well, we've talked about Nordvang. Great to see him on the grid. Great to see him at the front. There was, of course, another driver involved in that crash yesterday. Tero Sari is up 7 places in this race, which is fantastic to see.
It shows how the Masters can bounce back in these races, and already we're seeing those again. Another lead change here. That's back in the front now. He's really showcasing that he wants a perfect streak of races over the course of this one, but in doing so, he's keeping that pack all nice and bunched up. Now Edwards might have a chance here into the chicane, but not close enough this time around. And this is how it all transpired. Again, defensive posture there into turn 11. Feisty, firm, but fair, I would say.
Single move. Block the line. Yeah, I've personally got a problem with that. Just to note as well, down the inside there from Norris back up to P3 ahead of Edwards. Biggest mover in this race, Louis Diamond. He's put the tools down, he's got the wheel in his hand, and now he's starting to get back into that good old rhythm.
I bet Riley Cranham's probably sat somewhere watching the live stream, seeing where Louis can progress up to, you know, those two drivers. Mechanic and driver, great relationship, and I'm sure Louis probably out there thinking, you know, the couple of years that he spent with Riley, maybe telling him where he's going right, where he's going wrong on circuit. Now that he's actually doing it himself again, could actually be out there thinking, actually, this is not as easy as I make it sound sometimes when I try and help that driver coaching aspect of things. But for now, he's demonstrating some good overtakes, some good lunges as well. So Pedro Ivaz out there at the front, P1 ahead of Nordvang, John Norris P3, and Gary Edwards as 4th, as Jack Dex is still trying to get into that 4th. There he is on your screen, heading through the curbs of 3 and 4, hunting down away past Vinay, who has got past him, but he's still right there. He's still glued to that back bumper. Another name maybe to mention within this race then, boys, Thierry Del Rey, who actually did not test before we came into this weekend. It was a bit of a last-minute moment for him to come and race in this. He's making some good progress up there now, you know, on a charge from somebody who is pretty much a legend in this sport.
I mean, when you're on that roll of honour for IWFs over the years, I don't think you truly ever lose it. But there's a problem there for Matthew Swanston in the Tim Wilson Motorsport Prepared 400 machine. Matthew qualified for this race as a prize from winning some races back in the UK. So a shame for him there that he's going backwards a little bit in this race now, down to 25th position. We are on the final lap of this one. At the moment, looks like Evars is going to take another victory. Nordvang and Norris might fight here over second place. Norris, fastest lap last time around, a 57.407. Just feels like this one might set up for a last dash into the final chicane.
Always. We do love a mad dash into that final chicane, and I'm sure the Masters will deliver something for us over the course of this remaining last lap as they head on to the back straight. They wind it up now. Fastest parts of the circuit here in towards 15 and 16, the double right-hand apex there into the braking zone. I don't think anyone's close enough to really take an advantage there through the chicane. 3 out of 3 then for Pedro Evars, an absolutely deserved win there across the line. Still great result for Nordvang, Norris and Edwards. I think the 4 main protagonists so far this weekend.
But they're getting closer. That was a much harder job for Pedro Evars that time around. So yes, he continues his unbeaten streak. That's now a 27-point lead in the intermediate standings. That will, of course, his attention. Because Nordvang, Norris, Edwards, they know now the changes that they've made over the last, couple of hours. They've worked, they've just not quite worked enough. So they'll think about that ahead of tomorrow's races and go, right, where do we need to change setup? We know we can get ahead of Evars. We know we can get that track position. It's now just about sustaining it through those 11 laps.
No, exactly that. There's your full classification at the end of that one. Some very exciting racing on the board, which sees, of course, Evars taking that win ahead of Nordvang, Norris, Edwards, and Zario as well. Very strong results. So the rest of your field there, Tony Vilander running at the top 19 ahead of Manila, Crosby, Saxman, Calais, Swanson, Howe and Lahome as well. And for a lot of those drivers, not getting the results I think they would have wanted on the board, but still, though, Andrew, good close racing, and I think a lot of experience out there to provide such good close racing like that.
Yeah, and they know that obviously there's no elimination when they get to Saturday, so they can keep pushing on. They can try different things out. They've not got that risk that, say, some of the other categories have got of, if you go a little bit too brave on a setup change, you could end up flying out the back of the grid. Oh, and that being the 2 points that you needed to get through to the final on Saturday. So, yeah, they'll take what they've learned there into the next set of sessions. The wind continuing to gust.
You know what? I'm not opposed to it. I've got a nice breeze here now on the stage.
Nice.
It was really hot earlier on this stage, but no, it seems to have calmed itself down just a little bit. But like I say, good racing there for the Masters. But let's have a look at those highlights because, Andrew, well, there were many of them right from the word go. You could see how quickly there Eric Chapon tried to get down the inside. Just a bit squirrely, ended up losing out on a fair few places from the front row.
Yeah, if we had a Pictionary of what a start from Grid 2 at Valencia looks like and why people tend to not like it, I think we'll use those shots just there. This was the battle for the lead early on. Nordvang taking the fight to Evars, getting track position. Norris would also get down the inside, get both of them. The reigning champion in X30 Master looked really, really strong at this stage. But this was the good thing for me in terms of those following Pedro Evars. So he kept fighting back, knowing that he had the speed to hold at the front. But I still think a lot of encouragement, though, for the likes of Nordvang and Norris that they've improved in terms of their speed.
Yeah, indeed. And all the way to the end of this one, that midway point of the race was that really exciting spot, I think, in the Masters. You saw the constant fighting it was trying to push its way through. This was a brilliant move here from Nordvang, just able to find that gap, push his way through the field. And I think that's a real good showcase of what he could achieve out on the circuit, Andrew, because again, even with the Masters, still some excellent running throughout this. And I think all the way to the end, really showcasing the years of experience that they've had in the world of karting.
Yeah, it's a different style of race to what we've perhaps seen in Senior. The drivers going back and forth, thinking a little bit further down the line, keeping themselves in the game across the course of those 11 laps. But in the end, it's the same result. Pedro Ivas takes 3 wins from 3. He will sit on a 27-point lead in the provisional standings overnight. He's starting to get to that stage where he doesn't even need to win necessarily the races tomorrow. Just keep himself up there in that top 3. And he'll have pole on Saturday morning for the Super Heat.
Yep, cool, calm and collected, I'm sure, for Pedro Ivas. One more race to go for us here on the stage before me and Andrew head back to the commentary box. It is the IAME S125 category that is heading out onto the track next. And joining us on the stage as well, a very important man, the UK importer of the IAME engines, Ron Meadows, joining us here. Ron, great to have you here. Tell us, the weekend going, yeah, if you lift that switch up there, perfect. Great to see you here in Valencia, the IAME Warriors Finals. Big event for IAME, of course, and you are a UK importer of those engines, I'm sure. You can tell us a little bit more about the S125s, because, of course, a little bit of a new concept. It's like an OK and a X30 Senior that have had a baby and popped out this engine.
Yeah, it's a motor that we don't only race in the UK.
I think we're struggling with your microphone there, but... Oh, I'll give you my microphone, Ron, so if I pass you this one.
Yeah, the S125 is a motor we currently don't race in the UK, but it's been developed on lots of testing and raced in the UAE, and it's a beautiful piece of engineering. It's very close to the OK type of engine, and for sure, longer term, that will be the future of junior and senior racing. It's probably around 6/10, 7/10 quicker than the X30 currently. But I would say that, the problem we have is the X30 is such a good motor, the drivers love it, and it's going to be tricky to beat that in probably in a short period.
I guess that was one of my first questions, Ron, that you've touched on there of what does the future for IAME racing look like? Is it a replacement of the X30, or do you see it almost forming alongside the X30 and continuing that product line?
Certainly in the short to mid-term, it's going to run alongside, you would have said. But that's a IAME Italy decision. Currently, we're just testing and making sure that we're doing a good job for our customers in the UK with the X30.
And what feedback from the drivers have you heard? We've got a very experienced field here for almost like the exhibition at IWF of the S125. You've got drivers with plenty of experience in the X30 categories. You've got drivers with experience in OKs. As you mentioned, the pace that we're saying is about the same as an OKJ when the FIA were here a year ago. What's kind of the feedback you're hearing on the street?
Well, drivers love to go faster, and it's slightly faster. Is the X30 currently, but because that engine's been around for a long time, lots of development, but it's getting there, and the racing looks fantastic at the moment.
Let's take you very quickly through the grid for this third heat in S125. So Gabin Adam starts on pole position. Maxence Bouvier starts alongside on the front row. Luna Claret and Ryan Damadasso on row 2. Andy Rattel and Jamie English on row 3. Jamie English really needs a good result. He's had a torrid week so far. Sebastian Vera and Nat Johnston starts on row 4. It's then Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Mirko Wouters on row 5. Ewan Harrow and Francois Delati go from row 6. It's then Australia's Jackson Suslin Harlow on row 7 alongside the Republic of Ireland's Robbie Buckley. Mohamed Menemni and Keanu Wellens, exactly the kind of driver we mean in terms of lots of experience there on row number 8. Francois David Fontaine and Mick Blankenspoor form row number 9.
Your top 20 starting from row number 10 looks like Owen Meyer alongside Knud Nielsen, and then shortly behind from 11 houses Charlotte Till and Anton Batu. From 12 it's Joel Murphy with Emmanuel Corona, and then from 13 Kimi Alanko will start alongside Emilian Koister. 14, Manolo Sendin with Emmanuel Kamata, and then shortly behind on 15 we have Ema Carey with Jagrat Troija. 16, Manuel Itzkovic with Omar Jorge, and from 17, Viti Vaninen with Tudor Osechunu. Rounding out your grid then, 18 rows in total, 35 drivers. We have Paco Miguel Sarmiento going from that final spot in the grid. All drivers then, all 35 lined up and ready. Lights are red, lights are green, and we are racing for the second time today. The S125s head down into that first corner. Side-by-side moment, 2-3 wide as drivers in that mid-pack section getting absolutely caught out, absolutely spun round. One of the Zankis further back down in the order has absolutely lost the rear end and was actually pointing directly facing some of the traffic out there as these drivers once more hop over those curbs through that first sector to trial and file themselves away for the first half of this lap, as somebody has absolutely had a spill out there. That's one of the Paralins, the 705 of Tudor Oshanu, who was involved in what I expect quite a dramatic one. You know, going back to you then, Ron, whilst the first couple of laps just progress, you've got experience in the IAME paddock. You've probably seen it grow time and time again, and to be here at an event with 380 plus drivers, that's impressive, is it not?
It's amazing. You know, trying to find some of your customers is nigh and impossible here. It's like a needle in a haystack because it's such a big paddock. And I've been searching for people all day and still haven't found them. But no, the racing's incredible. The standard of the kart, the standard of the drivers, it's world class. You know, like we said previously when Kenzo won this last year, I think this was probably bigger than his world champs at PF.
And Ron, you're not just a stranger to karting. You're not a stranger to motorsports at all. You've got so much experience also in the world of Formula racing. You know, the way karting is grown and the way it is now, how can it compare? What are some similarities and differences? And can you tell us a bit more about your career specifically?
Well, my day job is I'm the sporting director for Mercedes F1. And I got involved in the karting because it's a passion of mine and I like the grassroots. So we set up Argenti as a kart team. And we've helped the drivers, your Morgan Porters, your Kimi Antonellis, Kenzo and people. And it's just great to watch these people grow and achieve their dreams. And that's why we do it, really. Okay, we import the IAME motors, we import Kart Republic to the UK. And so far, it's been really enjoyable. It's really taken off. It's been over 2 or 3 years.
Just touching on the driver's side there, Ron, to talk the UK at the moment and the work that your organisation does in the background. Your 4 drivers who are on the grid for the British Kart Championships this year in each of the categories are all here this weekend. For the likes of Harrison Whittaker, we've obviously seen him race internationally already this year. But what's really impressed me is the likes of Bodie Batch, Chester Forks, the work that they're doing. They've not raced at this level before, but if you look at their results, you'd have thought, oh, they've been here for 2 or 3 years.
No, it's incredible. You know, he's been doing restricted all year. Bodie, he's 8 years of age. It's super impressive how he's adapted to this higher quality of racing. He struggled in qualifying, and he'll readily admit that he's learned so much this week. But I've just watched him in a heat, and he looked like a veteran. It was incredible.
And yourself, Ron, then, you know, you have a great relationship with lots of drivers in the paddock, one of those being Kenzo Craigie. He's a driver that won this event in the Junior in 2024. So for you, you know, knowing that, what do you think it is about IAME that helps drivers push through their careers and actually end up in those single-seater seats?
Well, I believe IAME is the closest series to the FIA OK series. So, and I think that you've seen people bounce across. Kenzo last year, Finn last year, and most drivers. I think Kimi bounced across as well a few years earlier. So I think the quality of the drivers, the quality of the teams is right up there with the FIA World teams.
And with the differences, of course, in engines, new engines coming out all the time, and this one, the S125 that we're seeing out on track now, a lot of reports from the drivers that's saying this is a really nice engine. It's got everything that you want from a kart engine. It's got that low to mid-range. It's got that high range as well that can be delivered from it. And how much work has it Gino has gone into this sort of engine in the background to really bring a solid all-rounder, I think, engine to the world of karting.
Yeah, IAME have been working on this for some time. This is not the work of minutes. You know, they want when you've got a winning engine like an X30, you've got to make sure that you introduce something better. And people are used to the quality of IAME, so it's a softly approach. And this is probably the first big race in Europe for it. So I think it'd be interesting to see how it grows and see what the drivers think after the weekend.
Speaking engineering-wise for a moment, if that's okay, Ron, I had a look at the X30 side by side with the S125 as we've got sadly retirement for one of the Haas racing team out on track. The first thing I noticed, well, two things I noticed with the new engine. One, commonality, starter motors, ignition, some of those things very much looking like this carried over from the X30. But the new engine's lighter, so from an efficiency point of view and a sustainability point of view, that can only be good news, that we get the weight down of the karts and get them racing as fast as possible.
No, absolutely, and also the modern engineering and different castings and things. That's what, it's all about sustainability now. I believe, motorsport needs to be very careful and ensure that we're doing the right thing for the planet, and this is another step towards that.
Very good. The race continuing on out there. Gavi and Adam had a tough time in the slightly slippery conditions yesterday. In the first heat that wrapped us up for day one. Got to say, Anthony, in these warmer conditions, he's looking a good degree stronger. He's also got this battle at the moment with Andy Rattel and Max Bouvier. They've been fast, irrespective of what the conditions are. But for our pole sitter, this is looking promising.
Yeah, indeed. A much better, I think, performance from himself out there on the circuit. It is a challenging circuit here, Valencia. It's got everything you want, those fast straights, those tight, twisty sections. These drivers certainly delivering those. I am super impressed, though, with, of course, Bouvier and the likes of Andy Rattel, who have now both got themselves past. Rattel obviously doing double duties. Not only is he switching over from the X30 Senior, he's switching over to the S125. There are differences with how that engine operates, and of course he's able to adjust from one to the other. And with his races not actually being that far apart from each other, he's got a really tight turnaround, and the fact that he's able to keep consistency between the two classes and keep it at the front, I think he's actually been one of the most popular drivers here this weekend.
I think, if you have the ability to switch between classes and really quickly adapt, it shows how good of a driver you truly are. Both of the systems are touch and go systems, so they're not too different in the way that they operate, but Rattel is doing a good job to continuously adapt quickly to the S125 and then back to the Senior X30. Down in towards the chicane section, your top three go. Rattel, Adam and Bouvier not giving anything to each other as we go on to what will be the last couple of laps. Down in towards turn number one, Rattel is your new race leader. 4 places gained to his name and hops over these curbs at 2 and 3 with great control, absolutely bunny hops in the air, lands back down on the tarmac with that straight wheel and will continue to push ahead, will continue to try and give himself some Spanish real estate to the two of Bouvier and Adam chasing down shortly behind, but those two looking like they're going to go for it. Adam thinks to go down the inside of Bouvier, but Bouvier has that high minimum speed and it's just not possible.
And it's quite a unique way of watching a race on this one, John. I'm going to bring you in on this one, sitting on a chair watching a massive screen. But what are you thinking of this racing so far? It's quite feisty in this front section, but close racing still, and that's what we love to see in karting.
The racing's been amazing. I only arrived late morning, but you can see it's starting to get the pressure heats now where you've got to make up for some bad ones and not give away many places. But this is a fantastic venue and a really good racetrack where you can actually move forward. So it's the quality of the racing has been super.
Yeah, I think so. Quite super racing as well. But Andrew, you're watching that there. Just quickly, those flashback overtakes there let you through, and then all of a sudden I take it back on the exit of the corner. It's like, is he throwing the dummy there, or is he just trying to communicate, saying, just go forward and try and fight? I don't want to be losing time here to the leader.
It's been quite an interesting way this race has gone back and forth. I think the most important thing it's been clean throughout. So this is a really good demonstration and an exhibition of what is possible for the future of the S125 engine. Just coming down in towards the chicane here. This is looking close again. They're going to see the last lap board in a moment. Andy Rattel still at the front of this order. He's going to move over to the middle of the road. Is Gavin Adams going to try and throw one around the outside? No, that's well covered off by Andy Rattel. With Bouvier in the middle there on the Formula K through turns 3 and 4. Good turn in there for Andy Rattel. It's looking good. Again, we've seen this a few times so far this week of how important sector number 2 is. In terms of if you can get the turn in, you can get the cornering speed right, you can almost use that as the defence for when you get to the longer straights, although Bouvier's going to throw that one down the inside. As he made it work, Rattel's going to try and go around the outside here. Great racing again. Adam's going to go with a little assist there. This is still going to be side by side. Round turn 14. Bouvier's got the move done, but there's still that last chicane to go.
Indeed, the last chicane always proves vital here in Valencia. Bouvier again down the inside. Amazingly makes the apexes there. That's a superb drive from Bouvier, and I think, you know what, that's a well-deserved win on track.
Best last lap of the week so far. That was immense. Rattel round the outside, doubled back into the chicane. That was 3 drivers on top of their game, and yeah, it's not got the length and the history of the X30 classes, but on the basis of what we've seen just there, S125, the final on Saturday afternoon, is going to be a cracker.
Indeed, certainly looking forward to that one. Well, John, thank you so much for joining us here on the stage. And sorry, Ron. And we'll see what you can do with the rest of the racing. I'm sure there's plenty more racing to watch here this weekend.
Yeah, my pleasure.
No, thank you so much on this one. Well, Andrew, we'll send you the commentary box because we'll be scurrying away without me and Nicole. We'll stay here for the moment, and that will see some racing on that one. But Nicole, that is exactly what we wanted to see there from S125. Really close racing all the way to the end.
Exactly, it just shows, you know, they can race tough but also fair. All 3 drivers inside your top 3 at that last corner, at that last chicane, gave each other that room, and we had all 3, you know, finish without cutting that curb. Completely different from what we saw from our groups of minis. We did have some drivers make up some good progress as well. Omar Jorge being one of those, up by 11 positions. But we also had other drivers getting caught out. Again, Jamie English being one of those 21 positions in total being lost, and English actually had a similar race earlier on where he just tumbled down the order after getting involved in some bad luck, getting involved in some dramas out there on the track. But that does conclude our results from our S125 racing for today. We do have another rotation of X30 heats coming up next, and Anthony will shortly be going back up into the commentary box. But for now, we'll look at our highlights. We'll look at the best bits of that final S125 heat of the day. So down into the first corner, we had those drivers textbook doing what they do at these race starts, hugging that white line. One of the Zankies got caught out in the background, and actually another driver further back in the field had probably a little bit of a nervous moment looking directly at oncoming traffic, completely facing the wrong part of the circuit, as we had early retirements from Tudor Osejanu being checked out by our team of marshals. I do think Tudor is out there and is okay. Early doors moves into turn number 1, consistently going on, and that was the 721 of Luna Claire, really trying to get involved again this weekend. Claire had a top 3 yesterday. She's a French driver, has competed in this class before over in France and has come here to Spain with some great pace, some great racecraft as well.
Yeah, indeed. France, one of the nations that has rolled out the S125, so you would think they've had a bit more experience to getting used to the engine, getting it dialed into where they want it. Other drivers who had those tricky getaways as well. The Haas team, unfortunately, there seeing one of their drivers not taking to the end of the race. This fight here, though, absolutely superb between our top 3. Andy Rattel battling with Bouvier as well, right at that sharp end of the field. All 3 here involved in such a close fight. Adam Gabby, one of those, the pole sitter. Much stronger performance, I think, from Adam on this one after those moments on these. So great racing for him, and that final lap as well, really, really close. But again, as Andrew said it, very, very competitive, and I think the best final lap that we've seen over the course of this one. All the way to that chicane, super close, super tight, great control, and I think clean racing as well from the S125, showcasing a great scene that what we're going to see later on in the weekend when it comes to those superheats and finals. Well, that is us done and dusted here on the stage. We'll head back over to Andrew, but before that, we'll take a short break. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at the Cartodromo Internacional. Lucas Guerrero, it is the final part of day 2 of proper competition here for IWF 2025. Andrew Mather in the commentary box for you. He'll be joined by Nicole Sutherland in a moment's time. Sorry, no, Anthony's going to join me for this next part of the day, but I will be joined. It will be back to 2 of us in the box in a moment for this next race, X30 Junior, qualifying heat A versus G. Drivers looking to have a strong finish to the day. Conditions still absolutely glorious here. Just in the hills above the city, the great city of Valencia. Pretty much clear skies. There's some clouds in the distance, but a long, long distance. Brilliant conditions for the drivers. Bit of a headwind now down the pit straight. We've been talking about that wind being a bit stronger than it was earlier in the day and earlier in the competition. It was absolutely dead still yesterday at this stage of proceedings, but a bit of a headwind now into turn 1. That could change things for the juniors in comparison to the last time they were out on the circuit. Good to see the tribunes filling as well for this one. It'll be 31 drivers again heading out on circuit for X30 Junior. This is where it's not absolutely critical to win these races, but again, last races of the day for all of our competitors here. They don't want to finish on a bad note as we go towards the next day, Friday. That's when it will really start to get serious, and we'll start talking about top 72 cutoffs and who's in danger and who's potentially not going to make it. Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the box. This should be another good one. Who have we got on this grid?
Oh, we've got George House and Dan Aleman on row number 1, Daniel Miron and Priam Bruno going from row number 2. Aurelio Gustinelli had a good old race with George House earlier on. Are we going to see a similar story again in this one? He's got Jörg Rana for company alongside Jay Kostecki and Max Lequago from row number 4 with Jelena Dental and Andre Galamberti on row number 5. Sam Mott and Rasmus Koskinen going from row number 6. They'll see Andy Stewart and Zach Burke on row number 7. Flavio Cara and Ludwig Granqvist locking out the first half of the field on row number 8.
Zoltan Koini and Nilas Malik go from row 9. Max Becker and Luca Naraway complete the top 20 on row 10. Christian Gunderson and Beatrice Costa, they go from row number 11. It's then Bruno Grieling needing to continue driving through the field as he has done so far this week. Starts on row 12, the Winter Cup winner alongside Nino Moulin. John Foley Jr. starts on row 13 alongside Unto Alavi Larkinen. Danish Owen Rui Chen starts on row 14 alongside Elias Ebersdobler, Benji Westwood, Sebastian Delgado and Oliver Moxon complete the 31-strong field. So the drivers continuing round on their formation laps. They know this circuit well by now. For some of them, I think for everyone, this is their third one. A have already had their sit-out round, and I think Group G have as well. Apologies if I'm mistaken on that one. But either way, they know which way the circuit goes. They know the conditions. This should be another competitive race.
Yeah, indeed. I think Group A missed out on day one. The very first one. So that's why we saw quite a while to see the likes of George House Racing in the junior category. But the points are still as follows. Richardson still leading the way in that intermediate classification with 164 points out of Saya, Lopez, Mulder and Purcell. But like we say, at this moment, doesn't really mean too much for the drivers. They've still got a lot of racing to go. Effectively, what we've had today, all these races, we've got again tomorrow. Yeah. It's a long process of qualifying. To really whittle it down to the top drivers who get through to the superheats, and then, of course, those finals. That shot there really gives a great indication of the headwind they've got down the start-finish straight. The smoke immediately billowing off to one side means that you can get a good tow down that start-finish straight if you really tuck in. As we go into the tram lines, are we racing? It is lights out, fights on in Junior X30, down in towards turn number 1. It is a good start for that inside row. House, Miron and Gustinelli all fine and dry. Little bit of shaky moments there in the background, but I think everyone has got their way through, bar one going very slowly at the back of the field, but the rest of the field fine and dry. That's a good start for the front runners there, and George House holding on to the lead for the moment.
It's Sam Mott who was in a bit of bother off of turn number 2. Unfortunately, I don't think Andrea Galimberti has started this race either. Is not showing us out on circuit. Oh, it's a big move down the inside as well. Miron trying to find a way through there past the number 18 of George House. Wrapping now onto the back straight. It's been a good start from the juniors once again. Down the back straight, House looking to defend. Miron had a think about throwing it down the inside there into 14 and 15. Waits for the final 3 corners. End of the first lap then. George House leads once again here at Valencia, but here comes Daniel Miron down the inside. It's going to be the sweep through into the race lead, and Dan Alamand's on the scene. So we've not seen Dan racing too much today, but Dan Alamand has been in very good form in 2025. He's become a fighter in 2025. He's always been quick, the Swiss driver, but he's really improved on his racecraft so far this year.
No, he certainly has, and the racecraft is something that does come with a driver's maturity as they grow. They do more racing, they realise that, yes, if I do this, this will happen. If I do this, this will happen. And that's exactly what we're seeing here right now from these drivers. And again, really good performances here as Priam Renault continues here to just break his way through. This is a nice drive now back to where he originally started. There is big movers still there in the background. Benjamin Westwood on a good charge at the moment. A 10th-place gain there in the back of the field, the same as Neil Asmalik. Also 9 places gained ahead of Ludwig Crankest as well. Look at that down the inside. Outrageous there. Dan Alamand trying it on George House. House wise to it though, and keeps that card on the straight and narrow.
This is going to be a real test for George House, having just stepped up to the junior category after becoming Euro Series champion in X30 Mini. He's not got that many hours. He's done a good amount of testing ahead of this IWF, but not as many as Dan Alamand, who's been racing in this category for the last year and a half or so. Down towards turn number 10 and 11 once again. There's Jolina Denzel having a good run in the number 2, just behind Bruno at the moment. Priam Bruno, another driver, very experienced. And look at that, coming through Ludwig Blomqvist. The Falcons need a good result here. They had a bit of a clash in their previous race, Ludwig Blomqvist and Luca Naraway. Either way, it did not go well. They need good results. They need to turn things around. And Blomqvist, who was on the podium in X30 Mini in Toyota last year. This is a good drive as Alamand down the inside. House round the outside, holds in. That's brave stuff from George House. He gave Dan Alamand just enough room to get round the corner, but crucially, not take second place.
No, indeed. Brilliant stuff here from the drivers. And House is really showing that maturity here. Positioning the car beautifully here to not really lose the time to to Daniel Miron. They might a little bit now. He has just gone purple on that last lap, 57.940. It's a 57.993 for George House. So we're talking about minimal there, despite the fact that, yes, he's having to defend from Alaman, who, like we say, continues to attack but not find that way past. Back on the back straight, this is where they get the push from the wind in the background. And there, Granqvist with Kostecki, very close there, but still a great drive from him in this one. And like you mentioned, really, really needed. Once again, Alaman to the inside. This time, nothing that George House can do. He got the overtake done before they hit the apex.
Yeah, and this will be a new stage of learning now for George House, tucked under the rear axle of Dan Alaman. Can Dan Alaman start to kick now and close a gap that's at the moment about 2/3 of a second? And it's growing because Daniel Miron has just set the fastest lap of this race, 57.788. Little bit of an update further down the field. Problem for Max Leclerc. Just saw it outside of our commentary box window. It's out of turn 7. So Leclerc has fallen down the order to 28th position. Also, Moulin moving up 9. Greeling again up 7 spots. That's a good move. And Beatrice Costa as well, moving up 5 spots, all solidly into the top 20. Coming around to complete lap number 5, then it's going to be very telling what the lap times and sector times are looking like at this stage. Miron Lorente over the line is a 57.6. Alaman is a 57.9. Now that was with some overtaking last time around. So this next lap will tell us, Anthony, whether Alaman and House have a reasonable chance of closing in on the race leader.
No, exactly that. And here all the way throughout, the sun shining on the drivers. And still, the pressure starting to build. This is a good charge here from Denzel in the background. Also on a 4-place gain, but he's having to deal with someone who's on a 10-place gain right now. Granqvist down the inside immediately says, let's go, and that's smart from Granqvist there. He knows he's got the pace. He knows he's been able to push forward. While that's happened, Kostecki now has found his way past as well. So for Denzel here, we'll have to go back to the drawing board. Another driver on a 10-place gain. There's Malik just behind as well, starting to push through the field. You were saying about the new lesson that House needs to learn here. He's learnt it already. Yeah. He's a quick learner. He has super glued himself to that back bumper of Dan Alaman. He has not allowed him to break away. This is really good stuff from these two drivers, and crucially, not going for the attack immediately. That's an important thing as well. Usually when drivers feel like they've got the chance to go for it straight away, they will. But I think he's thinking about, I think we can catch up to Daniel Miron here.
Well, that's where a good bit of learning crosses over from X30 Mini, because Mini and Cadet classes, they're all about momentum. You haven't got as many CC to power you along. You can't drive through a time gap as much. So it's all about keeping that consistency and keeping that speed up and not losing out. So it's good work here from George House and Dan Alaman. The trouble is that Daniel Miron's driving absolutely brilliantly here today. This has been a very, very strong day for the driver flying the flag for the Netherlands, but has a lot of family from Spain as well. If it was to be a Daniel Miron victory on Saturday evening, it would at least be a half host nation victory in that regard. Final lap board is out. Dan Alaman, 57.604, is a new fastest lap of the race, Anthony. But this is the thing, all of the top 3 in the 57.6s. By and large, Daniel Miron looking good for this win.
Yeah, indeed, 100%. The gap's held steady at around 0.6 of a second. It doesn't feel that much, but certainly in this era of karting, it is quite still a significant amount. However, the fight here between Alaman and House not over yet, as Alaman is taking the defensive lines now. House needs to think what he wants to do here. He's going to sweep to the outside. There is risk with that. He slots back in. It's a good run still. Daniel Miron across the line. It's another win for Daniel Miron. 150 points. That is 3 wins on the board now for Miron, and that is exactly what he wants there.
And that's with some drivers by the end of this grouping doing 4 races. So the fact that we're already seeing Miron Lorente high up the point standings is very, very impressive. This is a potential winner in 48 hours' time. Daniel Miron takes it by 0.6 of a second. Biggest mover in that race was Nino Moulin, started 24th, finished in 12th. Good drive there from the French pilot, and we'll look to take that speed into tomorrow.
No, indeed. Fabulous run there for Daniel Miron. Heads back to Parc Ferme, knowing he is effectively points leader at this stage. And that is still an incredible achievement here. Alaman from House, Bruno from Kostecki, Grand Chris from Malik, Denzel from Carrier, Rana from Gustinelli, Moulin from Koskinen, then it is Greeling from Narroway, Costa from Burke, Coyne rounding out the top 18.
Second page of the results then. Andy Stewart, P19 ahead of Unto Olavi Larkinen. Chen in 21st ahead of Westwood, Foley, Urbers-Dobler, Mott after that problem on lap number 1. Then the rest of the field, Becker, Gunderson, Lacroix, Delgado, Moxon, Galimberti did not take the start of the race. But there we go. I think we're going to see quite a few of these drivers in that heat at the sharp end on the Saturday afternoon. Miron will take not just the 50 points, but I think a little bit of a psychological boost as well, that he's had some tough opposition today and still been unbeaten, particularly in that one with the likes of Dan Alaman, who's done many a great thing over the last 2 years or so. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. This was the race start. George House led, of course, from pole position. Dan Alaman had to be patient on the outside, elected to just shuffle himself back early so as not to lose more positions as they reached and went through turn 1. So it's a good start for House, good start for Miron, good start for Justinelli as well. Just there, Sam Mott got spat out of the pack and fell to the back of the order, but at least was able to keep running.
No, indeed, and very, very close fight right at the start of it. This was the moment for George House to think what he wanted to do. Daniel Miron down the inside was great there to slot straight back in to stop Alaman immediately going on the attack. Was that maybe, at the moment, a smart move, but then you've got to think hindsight on this one for him, because later, when he did get past, it looked like they could have potentially closed in. If he'd let him get past straight away, it might have been a case of they could have stick with him. Again, that's just that's a long throw there in terms of a guess, but I still think that they dealt with that really, really well.
One of the things that George will have to learn over the course of this week, but also, his future racing at this level, is how the different drivers who have been doing this for a while and are slightly different ages, how they race. I think for George House there, he doesn't know necessarily wheel to wheel how Dan Alaman competes yet. We know because we've watched Dan for many, many years, but it's very different saying that here in the box and being out on track. So yeah, I see what you're saying, but I think for George House, just going, right, let's take P2, let's build from there. Another promising result for all three, as I say, in the final result of that one. Miron, Alaman and House will go into tomorrow with a good amount of form. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, who you have for us?
Well, I have none other than Dan Alaman, who just rounded out that race inside of the top 3. Dan, good results for you so far within the racing here. The heats have been good, and you're a driver in our junior grid that has lots of experience, a P2 championship-wise in the IAME Euro Series, and as well, you've got good track knowledge. Tell us, Dan, that race this weekend, how are you feeling?
So far, I feel good, very good with the engines. Feeling confident for tomorrow and on Saturday, so looking forward.
And Dan, of course, compared to one of your heats earlier on, the temperature has dropped a little bit. We've got a bit of wind now out there on the circuit. How do you manage that when you're out at the front? What specifically do you have to do to make sure that it doesn't put you off performance-wise?
Nothing, because when we are on track, we don't feel this wind there. Even when it's cold, we don't feel it, so it doesn't change a lot.
Well, Dan, great to hear from you as always, and looking forward to seeing the rest of your progress this weekend. We'll go back up into our commentary box. Andrew, over to you.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a karter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MVA athlete.
What's the number one thing you like about MVA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MVA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Warriors Final 2025. We're down to the last 3 races of the first full day of qualifying heats. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the box, joined by Nicole Sutherland. And this time, it is time to see the seniors out on circuit. Groups A versus G. Gus Lawrence back on circuit after a great race earlier on. We were chatting to him on the stage. Got a real good insight, actually, to a little bit of the scenes of course racing in America. And
yeah, there's not much that's in karting that's worth talking about that Gus Lawrence hasn't competed in. This is going to be another really tasty one, though, because Zach Drummond is on the opposite side of row number 1. You can just see Zach Drummond there looking across to his rival and eyeing up what's going to happen here in this one. You look a little bit further down the order as well. Zach Green's definitely a driver to keep an eye on. Has had some very good form in international karting through the second half of the year. Had a bit of bad luck earlier on today, so he'll be looking to strike back. Max Radek as well, another of the strongest for victory lane in the 289. Could be a factor here. Eloy Gonzalez is another driver that leaps out at me on this entry list for this particular heat, Anthony. It starts on the outside of row number 6, but one of the home favourites could be a driver to keep an eye on. And also keep an eye on Isaac Sayer, perhaps, from the driver from Singapore. Has not featured too much so far this week, but is always one lap away from spicing things up.
There's a lot of drivers who you've got to keep your eyes on in this one, because of course all these drivers have won a ticket from an event that they have won or have been quick at. It's one of those things where, when they all come together, when you say, well, here's your grid, they're all fantastic because they've all earned their right to be on this grid. And when they're fighting at this level, it is so competitive. So you can't rule out any one of these drivers. And that makes sense from the results that we've seen with drivers gaining 25 places, 14 places, 10 places in qualifying heats. Usually it's a case of only seeing 1 or 2. Max Radek struggling to get started there on the grid. He has had several attempts now trying to get it started. It has now fired into life, albeit now a lot further down in the order, but I'm sure he'll have time to get that car back into his position. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. The near penultimate race of the day, Gus Lawrence and Zach Drummond out on the front row of the grid. Max Radek and Tyke Buckley going from row number 2. Donovan Bonilla and Zach Green round out row number 3 and the top 6. Daniel Brazovic and Tobias Norman go from row number 4. They'll have Oliver Stedler and Xavi Ureves on row number 5. Kevin Backer and Eloy Gonzalez go from row 6. Cameron Nelson and Isaac Sayer on row 7, with Brody Whitmore and Sam Woolley on row number 8. The first half of the field being Nolsenberg and Armin Kadia-Osman.
Alex Pinheiro and Jean-Paul Carras, they go from the 10th row of the grid. It's then Max Anderson and Adam Elbassoni on row 11. Zarif Fahrudin starts on row 12 alongside Mark Lupiccolo. Alina Lydrolfsson starts on row 13 with Charlie Gardner for company. Lucas Horchichka starts on row 14. Is joined by last year's IAME Euro Series winner in the junior category, Harrison Mackey. Row 15, Senior Owen Muller starts alongside Luke Agnew to complete the top 30. Matthew Higgins goes from row 16, has looked fiery so far in race trim. Can he move through the field from row 16? He's joined by Martin Wallström on that part of the grid. Isaac Dahler needs a good result here. He's joined by Sophia Sage on row 17. Mayan Patel, a driver who's had a lot of good form at a national level, definitely is one of those drivers who's earned his place through those racing plaudits so far in 2025. Does start, though, at the back of this grid after a tough qualifying. 35th and last, 35 drivers in the field. This is going to be another busy one for Groups A and G. Gus Lawrence, Zach Drummond on the front row, and do I see the gamesmanship already beginning? Gus Lawrence being left out on his own at the front of the field. Zach Drummond will be looking to leave this as late as possible to draw alongside. It does feel like the psychology games have started.
It feels strange when I see that, because the first time I remember commentating on Gus, he was in the seniors.
Yes.
The first time I remember commentating on Zach, he was a cadet. And now they're both in seniors. And now it's like two very different drivers here who've not really had many years racing against each other.
No.
But now here at the front row of an IAME Warriors final in 2025. This is quite something, and certainly looking forward to seeing what will happen over the course of this one. Of course, Max Raddick and Tyke Buckley joining them just behind on that second row of the grid. But we'll head into those tram lines, and I'm sure we will see some action in this race. Into the sunset now in Senior X30. Into the tram lines, it's lights out, fights on in Senior X30 down in towards turn 1. Great reaction from Gus Lawrence. Drummond slotting down into third place. He will get that run. Drummer in the background, multiple karts involved. They all get going, but that's a lot of damage there to a handful of karts, Andrew, that did not make it through turn 1 cleanly.
Yeah, that was all around the 11th, 12th, 13th rows of the grid. Ralston was definitely involved in the mix-up through turn number 1. Has not made it through the first sector yet, maybe out of this race. The rest of them filing through and out of turn 9 and 10 now, down towards the hairpin of 11. Some really, really gutsy racing going on in that midfield, with the race leaders rounding turn 14 already. I think Gus Lawrence is trying to break away here early on here, almost throw Zach Drummond back into the pack, break the toe. It's a hard thing to do, but if there's a driver capable of doing it, it's the experience of the 3-time British champion Gus Lawrence. Meanwhile behind, a mighty scrap going on with Brozovic in there, Bonilla in there. I also thought I saw Stadler have a brilliant start, and indeed up 6 places to 3rd. Get a replay of the start. Just watch the driver from the 5th row of the grid. Holds it to the inside. Brilliant work. Meanwhile, Drummond back on the case. Has caught up to Lawrence here. Round through turns 8, 9, then 10. So that trying to break away strategy hasn't worked, Anthony, but Zach Drummond is going to go for the attack down the inside. The Scotsman takes the lead.
Yeah, didn't waste any time there whatsoever. That's a really smart overtake there from Drummond. Attack straight away. Don't allow Lawrence to get comfortable at the front there and allow him to break away. This will keep them into step, and this will bring in who you were mentioning earlier on, Stedler. That 6th place gain now is really going to help him out. He is closing on this fight, and his body language says it all.
Yeah, he's really up for this, is Stadler. He's racing across the gap. Brozovic in the energy course machine there is up to 4th place. He played a key role off the start as well. Kevin Baku has had a good start to this race. Everybody was on the pole side of the grid, apart from Zach Drummond, who've had positive starts in this one. Stadler, the fastest driver out there on circuit, 57.052. Matthew Higgins is on the move again as well, up 18 places, already up to P13. He's going to need to keep doing this. Of course, he is going to take a lot out of himself and his materials, but keep an eye on the Welshman there, the 257 of Tyke. Buckley trying to go around the outside. This is close stuff with the likes of Brozovic in there. This is all over around 4th, 5th place. Backer's got through in all of this. Bonilla shuffled to the back of the pack. Zach Green off of this group. Zach Green going backwards. That's a bit of a surprise to me, Anthony. End of another lap. Drummond still leads from Lawrence. Stadler has caught up to them. It is all going on here.
Look at this fight. This is 4th place onwards all the way down, and Brozovic getting those moves and moving up in that order. Kevin Backer still there as well, leading that train. A lot of use of the curbs there through the field, and everyone pushing through. Brody Whitmore in that fight as well. Higgins, though, continuing to push through now on a 20 place gain. He's just outside that top 10. There he is going through, and really great run. Buckley back down the inside of Brozovic, and that is pushing him back up into 5th place now. albeit may look fantastic, but they are losing a lot of time to the front runners.
But Buckley needed to make that move. Brozovic has not got good pace at the moment because Bakker has just disappeared off the front of this group. By all intents and purposes, he should not be able to do that as well. Gonzalez all over the curb there. That's an interesting one as here comes Zach Green down the inside. He's going to get an assist from Matthew Higgins behind. That's good work between the two Brits, not on the same team, of course. But another bit of frenemies there, perhaps, to work up past Bonilla into 8th and 9th places.
Sadler's closed in on Lawrence and Drummond, the three at the front. Very, very close for the moment out there with the midway point of this race currently circulating. But we'll keep our eyes peeled on this fight a little further down in the order. Green again on the charge. You're saying he was going backwards. He heard you. He's fighting back now as there, just behind is Higgins now. That's 23 places gained now into P8. He is continuing this fight. There was drama on that last lap. I think John Cash may have had a moment out there, maybe Luke Agnew as well, but Donovan Bonilla has had the worst of it. He's down 24 places in this race.
Yeah, that just shows you how intense it can be. I spotted Bonilla was out of rhythm and offline out of the commentary box window, and they've just pounced on him. They've swamped him out of this race completely. Zach Green here ahead of Matthew Higgins. Well, I think it's the first shush to the box moment of the weekend that indeed Zach Green has started to turn the pace up. It's down the inside. That's Alex Pinheira. That's a nice move from Alex Pinheira. Matthew Higgins is going to throw it back down the inside there through turn 10. You can tell it's starting to get a little bit more tense now. We're at the end of day number 2 as Brozovic, Higgins, Pinheira all still fighting in there. One of the Excels is trying to force their way through. Zach Whitmore on the move. And it is at the back of this group. This is fantastic stuff. Side by side, down the straight, Higgins round the outside, holds position. Oh, this is super racing. End of lap number 6. Drummond still leads from Lawrence.
You know, I always like to say the elastic band is stretching, but it is stretched and pinged already in this class. Absolutely astronomical fighting here as Alex Pinheira again continues to push forward now. Eloy Gonzalez is the fastest driver out there. He is trying to get involved in this fight. Once again, he's there in P5. He did have that moment over the chicane, but no investigation flags out at this moment, as again, they continue to send it down the inside, out of corners that you just don't see drivers sending it down the inside. It's absolutely amazing here at this midway point of the race, and Kevin Bakker here all over that fight, and this is a little further down as well. Norman, Higgins, Whitmore, Whittingham there as well, all fighting for positions, but Higgins continuing that trend, but now I think he's bit off more than he can chew. He tried to push forward up at that sharp end, and I think they've got fed up with him in doing so.
Yeah, I just wonder if this is the point at which Higgins is starting to lose a little bit on the materials, because he's done a lot of overtaking so far today, and through these heats. 5-second penalty for Ahmed Kara Osman. That's a in-race time penalty. Back further up the order, this is the fight for 4th place. Bakker, Gonzalez, Buckley, 3 super talented drivers in this field. Bakker starting to kick again because he's been caught by these two, and Zach Green trying to cross the gap as well there. He's on his own at the moment, hasn't really got any help from the likes of Alex Pinheira behind. There's a good 3-second gap. Meanwhile, further down in the order, here's Harrison Mackie in new colours, of course, has switched to the Eichmann's GP team in this next phase of his career. Back at the front of the order, end of another lap, 3 to go. Drummond leads still from Lawrence from Stadler. It's been a very mature drive from Drummond. Here comes Eloy Gonzalez down the inside, sweeps through past Bakker. Buckley gets him as well.
Indeed, beautiful kart control here at that front end, and Gonzalez now really showcasing the talent that we were expecting to see from him in this early stage of the race. And like you say, he's had those trepidations over the course of this weekend. He's had those ups and downs, but now seemingly seems to have got it dialed in. Here at the front, this is the one that I think is not over yet in this one. Gus Lawrence may have lost out on this lead to Drummond. I think he's still going to want to take this one back, and looking at the points on this one, it makes sense. Lawrence 8 in the points, 126. Drummond looking at a 3rd win here out on track. can Lawrence take away that dominant streak from the Scotsman?
Well, this is where we may see what I personally feel is one of Gus Lawrence's most understated skills. His ability to manage tyre pressures late into the race, keep himself in play. You often see this from Gus Lawrence, that he'll lose a lead and he'll think, oh no, he's going to fall back, he's going to end up third, fourth, fifth. And it doesn't happen through the middle stage of the race. Why? Because he knows, he feels what's happening with the kart underneath him. He has this great relationship with his mechanic, Pod, and the PF International karting team. Don't be surprised if you start to see Lawrence start to turn it up literally over the next few corners to try and have an attack on the last lap. The difference this time, though, he's taking on one of the most informed drivers in senior international karting. Zach Drummond has had a tremendous year. He's built this great relationship with Fusion Motorsport. He's come here to IWF. He's not done that much X30 racing, but you wouldn't know it from the way that he's been driving so far today. We're on to the last lap. They've dropped Stadler. The pace has gone up. Drummond and Lawrence have both kicked here. This is 4D chess on a kart track right now. At the moment, Drummond's winning out this fight.
Both of them smacking the curve there at the exit of 3 and 4, really pushing it now, as you mentioned there, Andrew. But again, because they're both doing the same, they're both showing very similar characteristics with what they're doing with the karts out there. There was the first little maybe look from Lawrence, not close enough. But again, Drummond now starting to position the kart in more of a defensive posture. Here we go. Now we're starting to dial it up. Is there going to be something? Surely not into the fast right-handers here. No, stays behind. Anything into the chicane. Drummond goes to the inside. Lawrence is forced to the outside. It'll be a run to the line. Lawrence, can he do it? The answer's no. But the gap is 0.051. That is a close fight there, and that could be the makings of what we could expect to see later on this week.
That was a good race. I think from Gus Lawrence that he probably thought in his mind, it's a heat.
It's a heat.
It's a heat. He may go a little bit harder when we get to the final on Saturday afternoon. But what a win from Zach Drummond. That is a real test of the young Scotsman's mettle to take on a driver that he knows well, of course, having raced up through the British karting scene, and he's beaten him in a 1v1 here at the end of Thursday. Credit to Oliver Stadler as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing the replay of the start and seeing how Stadler just holds to the inside and gains quite a few positions through the first couple of corners, and he kept going home in third place. Tyke Buckley a solid fourth there for Mick Barrett Racing. Eloy Gonzalez up 7 places to 5th from Monlau Motorsport. Kevin Backer, Zach Green, Alex Pinheiro, Noel Sundberg, and the fighter Matthew Higgins. Another 20-plus position gained for the Welshman up to 10th place. Harrison Mackie starting to come into play as well, up 17 in that one to 11th. There is the rest of your order. That is a provisional result, of course. That result pushes Drummond up to 2nd place in the provisional points right now, 32 behind Freddie Lloyd, but Lloyd has done more races.
Yes, indeed. And again, when you see Drummond there, only a handful of points behind Lloyd, with one less race done, really showcasing how strong this driver is so far this weekend in their last races of the day. Here is that highlights, and you want to see Stadler, and again, keep an eye on this. What a start this will be. The 5th car back in this one. He's got the inside line, and he just pushes his way through there, and it's that moment there where he hooks it round straight away into 4th while it's all happening on the outside there.
Yeah, indeed. Quite a few drivers involved in that one, but sadly, Rolfson was the one who would not go any further than the first lap. Gus Lawrence tried to break away in the early stages. Stadler, they got up to 4th off the first turn, and then went on the attack on Radek to take 3rd place away, and then set off in pursuit of the 2 leaders. Brozovic was very quick in the early stages, but quite soon was then under pressure from others immediately behind. Bonilla in there, Backer in there as well. Zach Green had a slower start to this race, but then would come back. This was the key move in the end, down the inside from Zach Drummond. Zach Drummond had crossed the gap to Gus Lawrence, and as he said, Anthony went straight on the attack, to take the race lead.
Yeah, indeed. And this was superb driving all the way throughout the field. Not only were we seeing that close racing at the front, but we were also seeing it in that mid-pack as well. So many big movers in that order, with Alex Pineda gaining the 11, Sundberg gaining the 8 places, Higgins, Mackie, 21 and 17 places apiece. Tobias Norman, in the midst of that fight, did have those ups and downs. He did drop down 4 places during that race, but still showed some great characteristics during that fight, really pushing his way forward. This was, again, that fight a little further up in the order. Everyone pushing forward still here, but a lot of drivers in that race did lose out quite a few positions, but all the way throughout this one, still, they continued to battle, showcasing that, well, Senior X30 certainly is alive this week in the IWF. Certainly showcasing it's the class to watch this weekend. We'll leave you with these highlights, but let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, this event has some newcomers just with its entry number, one of which is Oliver. Oliver, great racing from you so far. You've not competed in IWF before. You haven't done the IAME Euro Series either. You've competed in the IAME German Championship. And just then we saw you inside the top 3 against some very competitive drivers. What was that like? That must be a good result for you.
Yeah, it was a pretty good feeling, because in the heat before I got a DNF, and in the heat before I got a P17, so it was really a high this day, so I think it was really good.
And when you were trying to chase up to Lawrence and Drummond, what was that like? What were you telling yourself when you were completing these corners to try and get up to the back bumpers? You didn't quite manage it, but pace-wise you were pushing hard.
Yeah, I was just trying to get up with them. In the middle part of the race it was really good, but in the end I think the pressure was a bit too high, so I lost a bit.
And so talking of tyre pressures and kart setup, are you confident in the karts that you have been given this weekend? What's been going on in the team for you?
Yeah, so we tested very many chassis and very many axles, but I think we found the right setup, so I think it's good.
Good indeed, Oliver. Great result there for you, and very much looking forward to keeping your name high up on the timing screen. We'll head back up then into our commentary box. The whistle has blown. More races coming up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there. It's looking like it's getting pretty breezy now out there, Andrew. We did say as the temperatures slowly start to creep downwards, it feels colder, but it isn't apparently on our screen. It's the warmest it's been, 22 degrees currently. Junior X30 qualifying heat B versus E, the penultimate race of the day. Quite the day we have had as well. I think, what was it, 28 races over the course of the day. That is the most races I think we've ever commentated on in one single stretch in one day before. But Andrew, by Jove, we've nearly done it, and so have the drivers. Max Endicott and Manu Nuvolini on the front row of the grid. Manu Nuvolini's not got started. He has now. And there as well is that Charlotte Connor also not getting started, but I think has done so now as well. And yes, the good news is that we've got to do it all again tomorrow. 28 races.
We have indeed.
Yeah.
It's all right. We're all in this together.
Credit
to the marshals today as well. It's not
media,
the officials all out there.
Mechanics.
Mechanics. Yeah, well, I suppose they matter.
They matter somewhat.
Let's go through the grid for this one. This is groups B and E in X30 Junior heading out on track. Quite a few tyres in this one being deployed. Max Endicott will start on pole position. Manu Nuvolini alongside on the front row. Charlene Cordier, she starts from row number 2, is alongside Evan Purcell. Just Mulder, my favourite for X30 Junior this year, starts on row 3 alongside Stigler Rademacher. Freddie Wood and Alexandra Point go from row number 4. It's then George Clark and Sarah Kajima starting on row 5. Veer Chopra and Aryan Singh, they're on row number 6. Franco Escotto and Noah Grenier go from row 7. And then Finley Lines, can he do more overtaking heroics from row 8? We'll find out in a moment. He's joined at the end of the first half of the grid by Mathis Mouche.
This is where you start to see those tyres come into play in this one. Lorenzo Cock, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Will be joined by Bautista Delic on that row. Row 10 sees Christian Fay Lund, also brand new set of tyres, with Lenore Rocha as well, also brand new tyres. Jamie Mulvey and Rosalind Schreier-Isa go from row number 11. They'll see Denny Babacek and Nathera Bacon on row number 12. Romeo Mello and Chris Kasensup on row number 13. Chris had a bit of a disaster at the start of the race earlier on. Hopefully can get it dialed in this one. Sophie Campbell going from row number 14, joined by Conrad Garrow of Singapore. Derek Rivera and David De Augusto go from row 15 with Emma Bruschetto and Savale Kage on row number 16. They round out the 32 drivers. Other drivers out there, the 14th and 15th row, seeing brand new tyres. Garrow with a full set and Rivera also with a full set from the back of the grid there.
Yeah, a bit of a roll of the dice for those two drivers, but now could be a good time to do it. Stable conditions. They know what the track is doing, and well, we'll see if they make any progress from the back of the field. Last preparations underway here. Max Endicott and Mani Nuvolini. You can see from the exhaust smoke there, just again how strong the wind is. All of the nation's flags on display, and they'll be on display tonight as well if you're at the paddock for the drivers' parade. Really looking forward to that one.
Yeah, indeed. Come one, come all for that one here at the circuit. Here we go. We're racing. Lights out, fights on. Junior X30. 3 wide. Andrew, hold your breath as they go in towards turn number 1. Gus Mulder on the inside line there. You can see him in that green helmet. He's still 3 wide going into the apex. And as they exit round, it's still a good start. Max Endicott, though, holding on to the lead of this one as they exit through. A little bit shaky there in the chicane. 1 or 2 carts getting caught out and a bit of damage there to one and the other. And unfortunately, one driver has not got going again. It looks like to me it's one of the things. I think Matis Mushy out on a Cosmic that's not come round. Other drivers that got caught out. Christian Frey Lund on that one. Jamie Mulvey went off the track. Denny Babacek went off the circuit as well. Kasemsov as well in this one. De Augusto in the Pro Card, I think, is the one driver who's out of the race and has not got going again. Maybe Jamie Mulvey, actually.
There we go then. So end of the first lap. Juniors coming through then to get things going for groups B and E. It is a good start for Max Endicott. Great start as well for Charlene Cordier there in 2nd place. Finished 4th, if my memory serves me correctly, in the French Championships this year. Just Mulder, though, on the attack, takes her 2nd place away. Good overtaking from the Dutch driver. We spoke to him earlier on the stage and looked pretty happy with his work earlier on. Another one of the Victory Lane teammates there, Mani Nuvolini, P4 at the moment, and Evan Purcell, quite a few race winners in this one, but right now Max Endicott is beating all of them out of turn number 13 through that long right-hander through 14. Purcell's got down underneath Nuvolini, and that's a nice move from Evan Purcell up to P4.
Indeed, and really pushing that fight to the front. Of course, Purcell very quick earlier on in this fighting as well, but as I say that, misses out on that chicane. And here we go, change to the lead here. Just Mulder down the inside. That top end really is there. Escotto has just tumbled down to 23rd as well.
Crucial thing for Purcell there, though. Pretty sure he entered the corner 4th and came out 7th. So
yes,
definitely hasn't had any what you would call lasting advantage in that exchange. Freddie Woods in the scrap as well. Just saw him there for the Jamie Green Racing team in P8. Further down the order, Rocker's had a good start, up 7 places to 13th. Conrad Garrow as well, one of our drivers on the new tyres, up 8 and into the top 20.
Indeed, and again, you're seeing these fights happening at this stage of the weekend here, Andrew. It feels like this is the sort of stage where it's like, maybe let's calm it down and just get through these heats and then maybe pick it up later on, try and go for the good results. But no, we see these frantic fights that are happening, and we're seeing them even more here. Rocker down the inside of Singh. Lines right there just behind as well, trying to get involved. Look at this. We're going 3-4 wide into turn 1 on lap number 4. My goodness me. Are they all going to get through? The answer is yes. But my goodness, the dial has turned up to 11 right now, Andrew, and your face says it all.
I'm not quite sure how to describe all of that, but okay, they made it work.
And it's not worked out for 2 of them. They've gone off at turn 3 and 4 there, and have got going again. And that, I think, is Chris Kasemba and De Augusto again having a moment together like they did on lap 1.
Yeah, and that again might be a moment where 2 drivers are seeing the end of their realistic hopes of going further in this weekend. This further down the order, that was the number 8. Oh, that was Stigler Rademacher in a bit of bother then. Combacan, the French driver, out of this one also in the 103, has had a tough day. So where's Stig the Rademacher fallen down to? Yeah, down to 29th place. That's not good at all. Manny Nuvolini under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Here comes Findlay Lines down the inside as it is Matisse Mouche out, and understandably not too happy with what's happened there. New fastest lap from the race leader. Roca continuing to progress up the order, now up 13 places, working well with Findlay Lines to dispatch of some of the competitors. Singh still there in the number 68, is drawing alongside. That's one of the fusions on the move. Is that the number 56, George Clark? Yes, it is. Good race number and a good move from a driver who made some breakthrough results in his national championship early this year.
Yeah, certainly so. And there has been some great successes from drivers over the course of this season. Brand new names finding themselves at the sharp end of the field, and this is just two more of those drivers. A bit of a moment there over that second apex curve for Just Mulder as he went through that chicane. The back end really stepped out on him, and that's why Endicott's right on that rear bumper again. That gap had opened up, but you just see that Mulder seems to have that pace through turn number one. Turn one is a tricky corner here. So fast on the entry. It's a late apex. It then sweeps left on the exit of it. It's so easy to push too hard, run out wide, and then you find yourself on that gravel. A great corner, though, for racing, and Just Mulder just seemingly having the better line there through turn one, because he's opened the gap back up now to just under 0.3 of a second.
Very quickly, tyre watch. Rivera's having a good one, up 12 spots now to 17th. Garrow holding 9 places up, and there's a lot of congestion ahead of them that could really, really change things. I think Max Endicott is driving a really smart race here. He's getting Just Mulder to do all of the hard work. Mulder's having to drive, you know, firmer into the corners, maybe use his tyres a little bit more at this stage. The result is that they're still pulling away from third and fourth behind. So props to Max Endicott, showing maturity once again.
Yep, indeed, and keeping that strength up all the way throughout this. Here, though, we're nearing the end of this race, Andrew, lap 7 of 8, and again, I see these two fighting here. I'm getting Drummond-Lawrence vibes from these two. Again, controlled drives from the both of them. And again, I just got a feeling when we get to that last lap, something happens, something changes, something gets turned up. And we see that drive from these two once again into that final chicane. They will see the last lap board this time around. The sun's setting behind the mountains here as the fight goes on. It's Mulder, Endicott, Nuvolini in corner 1, 2, 3, 4. The fight is Mulder and Endicott here on your screen.
Just Mulder has dug really deep through the last lap. Max Endicott is not within striking distance right now. There you can see on your screens a 57.846 from the race leader last time around is a new fastest lap of this heat. This result right now would put him back up the table, would put him to the top of the table. 194 points in the last race of the day for the juniors. That would be a feather in the cap of the Dutchman to have a 17-point lead over Evan Purcell, who's only in 5th place in this race. So this could be another one. It's not the deciding race, of course, of who starts on pole position on Saturday morning for the superheats. But could this be a race we look back on in 24 hours' time as the one that made Just Mulder break through? Just Mulder wins again here at Valencia, holds off a very brave run from Max Endicott as George Clark's down the inside, taking a position there from Noah Grenier. Through in 3rd place has come Manny Nuvolini, but Manny Nuvolini is under investigation. Great run from Charlene Cordair. She deserves that. 4th place, the pace has been there throughout the course of the week, and finally we see a good result for the driver in the PB cart there. A good result as well for Evan Purcell. Yes, it's not a win, but still solid points in the top 5.
No, that's a really strong drive, I think, from all the drivers in this one. Yes, you still had your shaky moments there. We lost some good names in that racing. Mulvey come back on as well. Mouche out of the race. We saw the spin from the Rademacher as well. A lot of drivers falling down that order. But again, they came through at the front of the field there. Leonor Roca, good race. Lines, good race. Aryan Singh, good race. But as you pointed out, Charlene Cordner, with those results earlier on, that's exactly what she will want, and that is put some nice points on the board there.
Yeah, hopefully gets a bit of momentum going for Charlene going into the next race day. Aryan Singh, Finley Lyons, Leo Roca, Freddie Wood and Alexander Point, they were all in the top 10. The rest of those results are, of course, provisional. Going the other way, unfortunately, Stigler Edemaker down 21 places. That's a bit of a setback for the Belgian. Likewise, Mathis Mouche down 14 and a retirement from that one. But there, suited and booted, Joost Mulder will be on top of the league table at the end of Thursday. 194 points from a possible 200. 4 races down. Mulder looking very good indeed. Here are your highlights.
Indeed, and what a race that was. Straight away, you were seeing there Evan Purcell trying to look down the inside. You wince it 3 wide. Andrew, they kept that 3 wideness all the way throughout. You know what? Yeah, that's fair, because I didn't like the overtakes down the inside at Franciacorta turn 1.
I love those.
Yeah, indeed. So, you know, we each have our own. But these ones, really great driving from them. This point here, though, turn 3, did end in a little bit of drama there. You can see lines going off the track. There was quite a few drivers that had the spills in that one, and unfortunately James Mulvey was the first one of those drivers who unfortunately didn't see the end of that race. There, Evan Purcell off the track, like you mentioned, though, should be fine. Went into that corner 4th, came out 7th. That was the overtake for the lead. Joost Mulder able to hold on to that one for the rest of that, as the rest of the racing all scrapped off in the background, because remember that one point where I felt like we had the entire grid fighting for about 10th place.
Yeah, it's one of those races you really don't want to have picked up a front fairing, because it'll convert into a large number of points. Combattant left the race there, headed to the weighbridge early. These were more fights going on in the infield, all 4 positions inside the top 20. Mathis Mouche left the race, kicked to the ground. That was not a good end to Mathis's day. This was a nice move from George Clark for Fusion Motorsport, getting ahead of a few of the other competitors out there. But just Mulder held on. Max Endicott was always there in that heat, but Mulder takes another 50 points and adds it to his total.
Indeed. Points then accumulating nicely at the end of the first full day of qualifying heats, which does see Joost Mulder at the top of it going into Friday's racing. But of course, it all falls down to the importance of Saturday. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Down with Max Endicott then in Parc Ferme. Max, good racing from you so far this weekend. Within the junior class, it's not easy, and there's a lot of grip out there now on the track. How does that come into play when you're racing?
I think, you know, my tyres get quite warm towards the end, so with a lot of grip, yeah, it's quite difficult. So, I was sliding a lot at the end. But, I mean, with a lot of grip, you bounce, and I was bouncing a little bit, so it kind of affects me through the final corner.
And when you're experiencing that hopping on the grip from that rear end, how do you manage it? How do you make sure in the next couple of corners you don't fall short to the drivers behind, and that, you know, you stay smooth and you stay consistent?
You just have to power a little bit later. You know, when you bounce, it's more likely that you're just on the accelerator a little bit too early. So, yeah.
And Max, ever since qualifying as well, you've stayed really far up in the sharp end of the order. Specific names for you that you're looking at throughout the racing, you know, who do you think is some big competition for you?
Martinez, Joost Mulder, obviously, he's been really fast. Miron, and also Evan Purcell.
Well, Max, great to hear from you. Thank you very much for your insights. Not too much more to go for today's racing. We'll go back up into our commentary box. Anthony and Andrew will talk you through what we can expect.
We can expect many things. One more race to go, which is the Senior X30. But before that, we're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. One more race to go here today.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a karter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MBA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MBA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MVA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. IWF 2025. Andrew, one race left.
We've got this.
We've done it.
We've got it.
We've done it. Here we go. It's Senior X30. It's qualifying Heat B versus E. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Matis van der Kerkhoff, great race earlier on. Let's see if he can repeat that in this one. Daniel Britz company alongside Jack Buckley and Andy Rattel back out on track after that dramatic race in the S125s earlier on. He's here now in the Senior X30 class. Sebastian Mins and Alessia Girone going from row number 3. They'll have Danny Carinini and George Edgar on row number 4. New tyres on this one, quite a few of them. Kai Burks, the first of those, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Arthur Huang on row number 5 alongside. Louis Camin and Xavi Suarez go from row 6. They'll have Joaquin Pinto and Bertram Saxa on row number 7. Row number 8 is brand new tyres for both drivers on the left-hand side. Matis Marchal and Keegan Gauchi both on the left-hand side.
Second half of the field for the last race of the day. Marlon Bayer and Kevin Lantinga, Clement Lutron and Elias Lehman go from row 10. Uno Collari and Sam Lewis start this race on row number 11. It's Luca Mann and Bernardo Pinto on row number 12. Philip Armand Carras starts alongside Harrison Whittaker of Wales on row 13. Daniel Sierraisa and Yannick Mike Gabrick go from row number 14. It's then Dennis Bjerke and William Lundberg on an all-Norwegian row 15. Arav Dewan and Maxim Derfler go on the 16th row of the grid for this one. Daniel Kavanagh and Tixon complete the 34-strong field here as the shadows have more than lengthened now. The sun is not too long away from disappearing behind the hills above us here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. About 25 minutes drive.
That's a wheel. That's a wheel that's come off a cart, and that's the 307 of Daniel Britz. And that has parked itself right on the racing line on the other side of the circuit. Daniel, don't go running after it and try and put it back on. But that is such a shame there for him. Right, starting on the front row of the grid, the Spaniard will not have the chance to race in this one. Marshall's quickly there to pick up the debris, but that means Van der Kerkhoff all on his own. This is it again. Marshall's there telling him to slow it down, and as they're weaving, the wheel just comes up, and I don't think Daniel Britz can believe it. He's in shock at that point to think, well, that clearly just was not attached. The speed levels were so low at that point, and it's that again, it just pings off going into the corner. That is so unfortunate for your last race of the day.
As I say, it's not unheard of for wheels to fall off carts, but that's bizarre. That is for it to happen on a formation lap, and it puts Daniel Britz out of this race. We're green on our screen and racing here for the last time today. Matthias van der Kerkhoff takes the lead into the first couple of corners. Sebastian Mintz has had a decent start there in the second of the victory lanes. As through towards turn 3 they go. Danny Carinini already up, I think, 2 positions in that one already.
Dear.
One of them will be because of Brits, and it's all getting a little bit rough in the second half of the field, and 2 drivers out of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Multiple drivers got caught out in that one. Uno Kalari was one of them. The other was the crop promotion of Luca Mann, unfortunately. Dylan Sierraisa also involved in that one, and Dennis Bjerke also getting caught out there, and 2 of those drivers, unfortunately, not seeing the end of this race. Danny Karanini there, 4th place already, pushing through, but Van der Kerkhoff with a clean run at the front, looking much more comfortable. There is that clean-up operation there at the chicane, and a very unfortunate run there.
Big move there from Danny Karanini. Robbie Buckley Jack Buckley, I've done that again, has not looked that comfortable here on this first lap. Karanini has cleared Buckley through into the chicane, so he's up to P3. Why is it important? Well, the 2 victory lanes at the front of this field, Van der Kerkhoff and Mins, are looking very, very racy in the early stages. There's George Edgar in the 296, having a good day, going wheel to wheel with Arthur Huang. Kai Burke of Australia just ahead in the fight for 6th place. Andy Rattel, we should note, is also out in this one. Huang defends to the inside as Genelot tries to get involved. Started this race from 6th place on the grid. Off the road there. That's a little bit uncomfortable for Genelot. So Genelot down around 5 or 6 positions in that exchange.
Yeah, indeed. Not what you want to see at this point of the weekend, but again, not the end of the world. Still a full day of racing tomorrow. We've seen one of these battling away. Mattis Mashout here leading this fight, and right now, still got a good train of drivers. Arthur Huang there just behind. Had a really good race earlier on, Arthur Huang, and pushed through. So again, could we see another one of those in this one? Well, Mattis Mashout's going to make it difficult. Still a 7th place gain right now.
Louis Comin on the move. Another move for the driver of the 301, and improving up through the top 10. Saxa there as well, not in the 315, working with Ustron. Kian Gauchi has had a very arm-wavy day.
Yeah.
I saw Kian having some problems in the previous race just before the lunch break. Looking a little bit frustrated out there. It's got back to a net no loss, no gain position of 16th. This is a bit further up the road. This is Coman in 9th place ahead of Huang, and Clement Ustron with all of his experience down the inside. He breaks now into the top 10 as Karanini attacks down the inside of Mins. Classic Karanini through into 2nd place.
Yeah, nicely done again. Carbon copy overtake that what we've seen time in and time out there at turn at number 1. And again, not only that, but it's fastest laps of the race here, Andrew. Again, 56.583 on that last one. Is able already to close into Van der Kerkhoff. The gap, 0.3 of a second. Once more, it's the fight that we've been seeing all week long.
And in terms of the points, that's a big... Oh, dear, as one of the VDKs is off with a Spirit karting runner out of the competition. Go both drivers there.
That's Elias Leman, I think, on the 288 one that's gone a bit awry. That's the 281 now. So Arthur Huang is one of those as well. Elias Leman, out there. Bertram Saxa also out of the race, and Dennis Bjerke. So that we saw them fighting away, unfortunately, ended in tears.
Sebastian Mins has, I think, got a bit of a problem here. The pace has gone, the setup's gone, because I don't think I've ever seen Sebastian Mins point a driver through before. He didn't want any fight there with Andy Rattel. Didn't want to lose extra time. Knew he couldn't really defend the position. Down in towards... that's what happened to Bjerke. Oh, this is going to be uncomfortable. Oh, wow. The drivers are very lucky there that that's not a more serious incident than it already was. Saxa trying to get back into the race, but that could have been a lot worse.
Very lucky with the hands there, I think, on that one. When it hit the curb, it went upwards, landed on top of his steering wheel and into the driver's face, effectively, at that point. Very, very risky one, and unfortunately you do see that into hairpins, especially when you get that. It's a very unique accident there, because that doesn't usually happen. This is something we have seen time in and time out. Danny Karanini down the inside of someone at turn 1. This time, it's on Van der Kerkhoff for the race lead.
A brilliant move there from Danny Karanini, and that's going to draw Karanini level with Van der Kerkhoff. That's why, for me, the move on Mins was big, because it's almost like Karanini's playing with the victory lanes at the moment. He's just toying with them. He knows that his straight fight in terms of points is going to be with Van der Kerkhoff because they're in the same group. At the moment, it's 2-1 to the Belgian. This would make it 2-2 if Karanini can bring this one to the end. But I tell you what, Andy Rattel's not too far behind here in this race. There he is, just sitting in 3rd place as the sun almost setting here in Valencia. End of another lap, end of lap 6, 5 to go. Carinini leads from Van der Kerkhoff. Mint seems to have got back in a bit of a rhythm, so if it was a bit of a temporary issue, maybe just not feeling the tyres underneath him, he's sorted it out as Sebastian Mint, and he's still going nicely there in P4.
No, he certainly is, and still keeping that pace at bay. He's got a big gap now to the drivers behind of Burke, so I think he's all good in that front. Carinini again now at the front, continuing that trend, fastest lap of the race, now extending the gap to 0.3 of a second. Can Rattel do something here on Van der Kerkhoff? That's the next question. Andy Rattel has looked quick, not only in the Senior X30, but also in the S125s categories. He's been looking like a real dominant force here. And
this is where setup's going to be important, as there is a continue to go around with that.
I'm amazed about that.
It's not flapping around.
No.
The
fact that he had a car on top of himself and he's got going again.
Yeah, well, he's a determined driver, is the Dane. They build them tough in Denmark. That's a nice move. Down the inside, Meerschout gets through past George Edgar. And up to P7. This is the fight over 5th place, headed up at the moment by Kai Burke. Big hop across the curb from Buckley. Trying to, oh, that's not a normal place that you see an overtake. Turn 6, but well done there. Jack Buckley up to P5.
Indeed, nice overtake there through turn number 6. Really controlled into 11 now. And looking to the inside, contact is made. Drama for Mattis Meerschout, Tyke Buckley as well, and that's drama there for Jack Buckley, but he's got it still on the road. Kai Burke as well, but still not what you want to see there through turn number 11. We're under the shadow of the mountains here in Valencia. It gets dark pretty rapid here right now. We're pushing 5:45, but we're nearing the end of this race. Andrew, the timetable was actually changed last moment for this one to start us much earlier than we originally planned. If we hadn't, we could have been in the dark there down the inside. Lewis pushing through. It's a good driving here all the way throughout.
Yes, I'll tell you what, whoever's on the mechanicking for the Mick Barrett Racing boys today, check your lottery ticket, because how on earth did both of their drivers get through that incident unscathed with Meerschout and Burke? I think that was just one send too many from Mattis Meerschout, but continues on in this race. Only a few laps of this one to go then. We're on lap 9 of 11 in this heat between groups B and E. Now here's a big change. Rattel has got through past Van der Kerkhoff. That drops 3 points off of Van der Kerkhoff's score. Carinini now has a complete lead of the provisional points, 188 to 185. Should stress that overnight we will have a mix of some drivers have done 4 races, some drivers I think are still on 2 races. So the picture will really start to come into full flourish tomorrow. But either way, so out there, is that Genelay off the road again? Yes, it is, in the 277. So Genelay having a second unplanned exterior run through the grass there. That's not how Genelay would have wanted this race to go. Either way, Carinini, if you'd offered him this at the start of the races yesterday, he would have probably taken this. It's been a solid run, 188 points on the board.
Yeah, indeed. Big check over the shoulder there as well for Danny Carinini, but still sees the huge gap there. But look at his body language. He's still tucking in down that start-finish straight. That's not the look of a driver who is thinking, right, I'm calm, I'm happy. It feels like he's still wanting to push away at this stage. It feels strange.
Yeah, I think he's just keeping in a rhythm. If this style of driving is working for him, why change it?
Why change it? Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct there, Andrew. Final lap board out there then for Danny Carinini. Rattel not able to close in on Carinini there. It's 0.9 of a second. Van der Kerkhoff has stepped up to Rattel though. Mins has closed back in as well. The fight there could be on, but I think they're all holding a good 2 and a bit cart lengths between the lot of them. Again, everyone checking over the shoulder. Calm, collected. Danny Carinini takes it to Van der Kerkhoff, takes it to victory lane. Zanki Motorsport lead the intermediate classification at the end of the first full day of qualifying heats, and it's Danny Carinini with 188 points But like we said, it's a long way to go, Andrew, in these qualifying heats. It is still all unwritten.
This is why I rate Danny Caronini as one of the greats of this style of karting in the modern age. How many titles in Italy has he won? How many titles across Europe has he won? How many international titles as well have come his way through sheer persistence? I'll remind you, folks, Danny Caronini was 1 lap away in timed qualifying yesterday from utter disaster. He was like P27, P28 within his group, going onto those last laps. He pulled it out of the bag. Yes, he didn't pole it, but he put himself in a position where he could attack these heats. He wins his second one of the weekend, of the whole race week, we should say, and will be on top of the X30 Senior points tally at the end of today. 188 points, a 3-point lead over Matthias van der Kerkhoff. The job is not done, of course. Tomorrow is another long day of qualifying heats, but Danny Caronini and the Zanchi Motorsport team will be very, very pleased with their work here today.
Oh, they certainly will, as the rest of those results there pass over on your screen. Big movers up and down the order there, but still fabulous at work there. Danny Caronini, job done for now. The work starts again tomorrow. That's another full day that he's got ahead of him. But the one thing you can take away from this, the consistency of being able to push through not only like from row 2, but from 7th place, row 4 for Danny Caronini, pushes his way through it. It's the highlights. Devastation for Daniel Britz on that one. I feel like we really missed out on a good race there from him in that.
Yeah, I would have been really intrigued to see how Daniel could have, or the two Daniels would have fought each other there. There was the wheel off the wagon for Daniel Britz. Well picked up on by the drivers to not have any further ramifications from that. Matthias van der Kerkhoff had a good start towards the corner. And just watch Caronini here. Watch how calmly he just keeps it down the inside. He had Mins already by the time they got through turn 1, all the way up to P4 through that one. A little bit of dust being kicked up in the background. Not quite often the case through turn 4 here at Valencia. Out of the race would go the likes of Daniel Isa. Not a good start as well for Bruno Calari. Both out on lap 1.
Indeed. Racing continuing up at that sharp end. Like you were saying, Mick Barrett Racing, best take a lottery ticket at this point of the weekend, because, those boys got really lucky at the end of that race with that incident. We saw other incidents happening, especially at turn number 11. We saw the close fighting with the likes of Bertram Saxa with Moore as well in that very same incident, which unfortunately did result in a technical flag in the end, an unfortunate retirement. There was the overtakes. Danny Caronini pushing through. This was, again, a heartbreaking moment for these two drivers. They got going again, but Arthur Huang battling away, unfortunately, got caught out with the likes of Elias Lamont. That was that moment there. So I was so impressed with Bertram Saxa. Car parked on top of him, pushed it off, got going again. Incredible commitment.
And knowing that every position could count come the 24 hours time point where we'll know who goes through to the Super Heats. That was the move for Caronini down the inside to take the race lead. Saxa continuing round out there. And as the sun sets on the second full competitive day here at IWF 2025, we'll do it all again tomorrow, of course. This was the scrap. This was the moment. The MBRs just about managed. One goes left, one goes right, and they both get through and gain 2 positions out of it all.
They were very, very lucky there. That was the last moment. Once again, Janade going off the circuit and unfortunately just bringing it back on. That's around turns 3 and 4 out there. Danny Caronini, though, crossed the line, as you love to see it. The Italian fine form here in Spain, the Valencia circuit, putting himself right where he wants to be at that sharp end. And that is the racing done and dusted for today. But don't worry, it is back again tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Andrew, I am falling asleep here in this vlog. We've done it. It's been a long day.
It's not over today as well. No. If you're at the circuit, do stick around, because we've got the drivers' parade Over 380 drivers have all worked incredibly hard to be here. They've done a good amount of the business out on track, and we'll have a big celebration of their efforts here tonight.
So we certainly will do, and you can watch that as well live here in around about 45 minutes, an hour's time or so from now. We'll have that driver's presentation on the start-finish straight. Make sure you join us for it. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, Nicole Sutherland out there on track. It's been a fantastic day, and a big thanks to all the staff here at the circuit, including the very people behind the very camera you're watching from as well. But from now, we'll say goodnight. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
10, 10, 1.
So much for your patience at home and here at the circuit. IAME Warriors Final 2025 Drivers Parade here in the darkness in Valencia. We've waited all day for this. We started racing at, believe it or not, 8 in the morning. I was still asleep then. Guess what? I'm asleep again now. Andrew Mather, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland here with me on the track. What a day it's been, and we've got another one tomorrow.
And it's not over yet, as of course, with this drivers' parade. 28 heats of entertainers from the very early part of the morning through to the evening. As you say, we've got to do all again tomorrow, but that can wait, because we've got a celebration of over 380 drivers who are with us in Valencia for IWF 2025, and I can't wait to get this party started.
Try and organise 5 people to go on a night out in the UK. Try organising 389 people to stand in one straight line on a racetrack. Near on impossible. Nicole, though, this has been quite a weekend of racing, as I can see off in the distance the drivers making their way onto the track now.
We absolutely do. We have an army of drivers out here this weekend, like Anthony just called it, 380 in total. So many big names, all who have raced throughout the rotations of heats today, and all who have given us a great show of things. We've seen big moments. We've seen drivers unexpectedly retire, get penalties, go on big charges through the field. We've seen drivers start at the back and get into the top 5. We've seen drivers in the top 5 dropped to the back of the field. Spectacular, exciting, but it doesn't stop there, because we have our parade, we have our drivers joining us, and then we have 2 more days left of racing as well.
We certainly do. Now, the main thing we wanted on this one is them to be in alphabetical order out to the grid. Something tells me here, Andrew, that's not been the case, because, well, one, for everything, I can't hear a thing right now. I've got drums in front of me, drums to the right of me as well, and a bunch of nations all making their way down. It's quite the sight, isn't it?
It's absolutely brilliant here for IWF 2025. I think down the left-hand side, we might have some alphabetical order, so let's go through it. Algeria is our first nation. On driver's right-hand side, 2 drivers, Roslan and Daniel Shire Isa, representing their nation. Andorra also up with Tony Cachafiero back once again. Seen absolutely brilliant here. Argentina, 2 drivers for them, Bautista Delict and Federico Salerno. Australia as well. Good team, small team, but a strong one for Australia.
Yeah, a fantastic weekend they've had so far as well. Team Belgium, big nation here, Team Belgium. Lots of drivers being entered in from all over the nation itself. China out there as well, great running for them. Also some good results.
Yeah, 2 drivers from China here this year. Watch out for Karen Fan in the minis category. Czechia as well. Danny Babicek's definitely going to be a driver to look out for. France on their way. France, the second biggest team, equal with Spain. A lot of experience. Look out for their drivers in the S125 category, Anthony. They've got good experience there.
Indeed. Honestly, Andrew, I said I couldn't hear anything earlier on. I really can't hear anything now. I can barely even hear you, and you're 2 inches away from my face. But this is incredible, isn't it? Like we say, over 380 drivers registered into this event. All these nations. It is so fantastic. Where did we get to in the nations? I can't even forget.
I think we've just got about to France. I could see Germany coming in as well. Germany, of course, the hosts of one of the rounds of the IAME Euro Series this year. They've got some decent drivers. Ireland as well. Always look out for the Irish, particularly their drivers in the X30 Mini and X30 Junior categories. They've got a really good young squad.
They certainly do as well. But we've got nations on both sides of the track as well. Not only that, we've got the Netherlands right next to us here. Malaysia up at this top end. Obviously, we've got we've got the Lantingas here as well. Yeah, all right, Dave. Morning, Dave. Yeah, and Yanis. That's not their actual name, but it's Kevin and Roxanne, but they know that nickname. Well, the atmosphere, absolutely incredible, Andrew. But honestly, I haven't got a clue what's going on.
I'd say the drummers getting a big round of applause for their performance. Brilliant energy here at the circuit, and we've only just got started.
Exactly. We were talking about those nations earlier on. Now we get to talk about them, I think, properly for this one, because, of course, they're all lined up. Now, they should have been in 2 lovely controlled lines on the circuit, but that's not happened. It's just a melee of drivers, I think, at this point. The medals are coming out as well now. This is what it's all about. IWF, all the drivers who have made it from around the world, they're here now fighting for that. Effectively, it's an international title for the IAME classes, and we have got the representatives from the Italian-American Motorsport Engineering company, the IAME company, here to present those medals and going to every single nation here.
Yeah, the drivers from Belgium just receiving their medals. Particularly keep an eye on the likes of Matthias van der Kerkhoff, a very good start to his campaign in Senior. Mirko Wouters as well in the SL125 category. Big nation, of course, Belgium, host of the last round of the IAME Euro Series this year at Marienburg. Working our way down the line. As I say, I think things have got a little bit mixed up in terms of the order, but that's okay. It's a huge, big celebration. Norway receiving their medals now. Norway, a lot of younger drivers, a lot of representation in the mini category this year.
Yeah, indeed. Not only Norway, but you've got the likes of countries like Czechia here. Denny Babacek, one of those drivers here as well, racing, as well as Denmark. Senior Ornball, part of that team as well. They've had some really good showings with the IAME team heading down with those medals. My goodness me, why have we put ourselves right in front of the drums? Because I cannot hear anything. I've got Nicole Sutherland over there looking at me saying, I can't hear anything either. Please don't pass to me.
She's doing the best. Denmark just in front of us here. Denmark have 5 drivers here this year, including the likes of Nud Nielsen having a good run in S125. Bertram Saxter as well, and Nilas Malik, a very experienced driver there in X30 Junior. Finland as well. Great turnout from the Finns, particularly in X30 Master this year. Big welcome to all of the Finns. You know what they always say, if you want someone quick, hire a Finn.
Exactly.
And yeah, they should have a good week.
Yeah, indeed. They've got drivers in the junior class, the senior class, Masters, Mini and S125. All 5 classes have got an entry in for Finland. There's a very happy country. France, another nation that's got multiple drivers in part of their nation, and of course all the way for them in the juniors, the minis as well. You've got them in the seniors, S125 and the Masters as well. A grand total of 39 drivers for France.
Yeah, I think France's biggest hopes this year are going to come in the mini category again. Of course, they won X30 Mini last year in the hands of Mani Nuvolini. Nuvolini's moved up to the junior category this year, but they've still got some very strong drivers, such as Eric Schaff, Baptiste Brachot in the mini category. Keep an eye out for Marc Menard as well, the French champion this year in IAME Series France for X30 Mini. They should be very, very strong indeed. As I say, it's the second largest team this year, equal largest with the host nation, Spain. Good to see Uruguay here as well, of course, Anthony.
Uruguay and Manuel Itzkovic here, of course. Great to see him here at the circuit, of course. Tragedy came from the nation, but great work from them to get Manuel here, and a huge congratulations to him racing over the course of this weekend. Not only that, Thailand is here in the form of Toby Gale and more as well.
Yeah, Toby Gale having a really speedy week so far. Had a bit of bad luck, a mechanical failure in one of his heats earlier on today, but Toby Gale, with the length of this competition in the X30 Senior category, I still reckon we're going to see Toby Gale in the top 10 on the grid on Saturday afternoon for the final. He'll have a chance.
100%. Keep an eye on Thailand. They could be on that podium at the end of the weekend. Then we go a little further down. We see the nation UK that have entered into this weekend. And in total, Andrew, if I try to find them on my piece of paper,
64 drivers. 64. The biggest team once again at IAME Warrior Finals is the United Kingdom. They've got many chances, of course. The run in X30 Junior that has carried on for the last decade. Can they continue it on? They've got some good chances in X30 Junior. The likes of Evan Purcell, Max Endicott, they both stand in the top 5 overnight. Aaron Richardson also, and the newcomer, George House, your winner in the IAME Euro Series X30 Mini competition, has stepped up to the juniors and has looked very quick so far this week. Also in the British team, as I say, it's a big one. The seniors, they've got a number of opportunities to win in seniors. Gus Lawrence, Freddie Lloyd, the new British champion and winner of IAME Euro Cup a couple of weeks ago. Zach Drummond, Harrison Mackie, just some of the names we could see at the front as well. And of course their minis, quite a fresh mini squad. for United Kingdom. Chester Fawkes and Ilya Sami have shone so far.
Yeah, indeed. Not only the United Kingdom, which we're still walking past, by the way, so many of the drivers from here. You then come down the way, you see the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, great showing for them, the likes of Mohammed Menemni and many, many more drivers racing for the country.
And I'm going to point out a driver in really good form at the moment, Anthony. I've seen her race for a good couple of years. Great to see a number of drivers improving across the course of the year, but particularly Ava Lawrence. Ava Lawrence could provide a bit of a surprise when we get to Saturday. She's got the speed, she's got the confidence to have a strong run into the final.
Just after that, the proud nation of Sri Lanka as well. Rian Damadasa, their pride of place here in the lineup against many nations. Certainly, again, another driver who's had some good results this weekend.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of bad luck as Rian, but the speed is there in the S125 category. So, again, would be a really, really good result to see Sri Lanka on the podium on Saturday evening.
You want to know another proud nation? The Republic of Ireland. This country here, what a country. Beautiful place. I've been there. I'm down in Cork, right in the south of the country. Fabulous, beautiful part of the world.
And with some real chances of success this week. Let's point out, of course, X30 Master. Their team is the reigning champion, drivers' champion in this category. John Norris has got a great shot again. Gary Edwards is going to be in the mix as well. A lot of young drivers as well from the Norris Kerry Motorsport effort. They're going to be strong. But then the Buckleys as well. You've got the likes of Robbie, you've got the likes of Jack, you've got Ty Buckley in there as well. They're going to be really strong this week.
Not only that, but then you've got right down the end. There may be not many of them, but they're a proud nation indeed. Italy are here, and with some of their best hopes. Danny Caronini in the senior class, certainly going to be one to watch.
I say it's not the biggest team in the competition this year, but it's full of strength. Danny Caronini second in the IAME Euro Series this year. It's champion last year, leading in the points over United X30 Senior. He's one to watch.
And believe it or not, that's only one line. Andrew, we've got to walk all the way down the start-finish straight. We're going to do it all the way again with the rest of the nations. But that's just one line of carts, of drivers, absolutely fantastic. But so many nations being represented here, and each and every one of them seeing those medals for making it into the IAME Warriors final, and then, of course, making into it.
So carrying on, we'll actually stay up this top end with the drivers. You've got Ukraine up here with Artur Konovalov. You've got Hong Kong as well. Hong Kong having a really good start to their competition. They've received their medals already, and they're going to be showing what they could do later on in the week.
I think we walk up this way, Andrew, because the flags are facing one side and the other. I'm going to walk in front of multiple cameras here. Peru, what a country Peru's been. Again, tough results for Peru so far this weekend, but still a proud nation to come racing here.
Yeah, 3 drivers for Peru this year. Sebastian Delgado in X30 Junior, Joaquin Pinto in X30 Senior, and Edmundo Loya in the X30 Mini category. Hong Kong, we mentioned them a moment ago.
Yeah, Hong Kong, a fabulous showing for them over the course of this weekend. A proud nation who had 2 drivers on the front row during their mini starts.
Yeah, John Hahn and Mason Kwong, probably their best hopes for success here this week. India in front of us now as well, of course, developing nation in terms of world karting. They get stronger and stronger every year. 3 drivers for them here this week. Yugrana, Arab Duan, and the very experienced Jagrat Datroja.
Sweden, big nation here for this one. A proud nation as well for karting. Multiple drivers, 10 in total for Sweden.
And with some good hopes as well. Ludwig Blomqvist in particular, looking to go back-to-back. He's moved up to the junior category, was on the podium in Mini last year.
Yeah, indeed. Indonesia as well. Another fabulous run they've had in these qualifying. It's not a big country. We do indeed. Then we come to the nation of Greece here that has got drivers not only in karting, but in the world of Formula 4 racing as well.
Absolutely. You've got both John-Paul Carras and Philippe Armand Carras here. Once again, Emmanuel Leodakis brings a lot of experience in the X30 Senior category. One driver in X30 Junior as well, Christos Vassourouas.
Indeed, another nation that is well known in the world of motorsport and could have a real shot of standing on the top step of the podium. Germany here this weekend as the fireworks gets underway here.
So all the medals are out now, the fireworks in the air. Brilliant scenes here at Valencia. Well done to all of our drivers. They're already winners just being here.
Exactly, but of course other nations, we've not even gone down the entire line here yet, Andrew. We've got Switzerland, we've got the home nation, Spain, España. How many drivers have España got here this weekend? Multiple.
Just running through Germany, as I say, really good hopes in X30 Senior. Great drive as well from Oliver Stadler so far today. Switzerland as well. They've got a strong team once again, particularly their drivers from Spirit Karting. Dan Alleman probably their biggest hope this week.
Indeed, many other nations here as well this weekend, including Chile, who are racing over the course of this one, and they've got a handful of drivers who can certainly put their name on the top step of the podium also.
They can indeed. They've got 4 drivers here across X30 Senior, X30 Mini, and the S125 category. Keep an eye on Xavier Suarez, very experienced driver in these international events.
Another nation you can't forget, Singapore, here this weekend. An absolutely fantastic showing for them, but again, small numbers for Singapore coming from all the way from across the world from Asia.
Yeah, 3 drivers for Singapore this year, 2 in the juniors in Dennis and Dewey Chen and Conrad Garrow. Isaac Sayer, probably their best shot, has had a very good 2025 karting season. He races an X30 Senior.
Don't miss out on Portugal. What a country this is. The neighbour of Spain here with a great showing of drivers also.
17 drivers in total for Portugal this year. Particularly keep an eye on the likes of Romeo Melo. He's had a good set of seasons in IAME competition before.
Indeed, and just next to Portugal, not only in the countries as well, but here on the track, it's Team Spain, the home nation here. Multiple drivers, as we spoke about it briefly earlier on.
39 drivers in total for the host nation. The host nation for the second year in a row, of course. And once again, like in Zuera 2024, they've got some big hopes this year. Aaron Garcia comes into this IWF 2025 edition as this year's IAME Euro Series champion in X30 Mini. Ruben Moya is going to be another one to watch out for. He knows this track very, very well. They've also got big hopes in X30 Master. Pedro Evers knows this circuit very well, has been unbeaten so far this particular week. And let's not forget the minis as well. Hugo Fuentes very nicely positioned. Max Cruz there, domestic champion, looking good. They've got chances everywhere, Spain, to get a big result this week.
Indeed, other nations to rattle off quickly. Poland here this weekend. Great showing for Poland, Japan, the Philippines, and Malaysia as well. All being represented this weekend. The numbers may not be the biggest for the nations, but still, they've got the heart, they've got the drive, and they certainly could be contenders. I'm a bit starstruck by the fireworks here, Andrew. I don't know what to say.
It's brilliant scenes here. As I say, they always put on a great show. We've been very, very blessed to come here many times for many big races, Anthony, at the Cartodromo International Lucas Guerrero. If there's one thing that this circuit does really, really well, there's many things that it does well. They like making a big noise with some pyrotechnics.
Indeed, another country making a big noise. Mozambique this weekend with plenty of drivers racing in. But not only that, we've also got the fabulous nation of the Netherlands who are here. Multiple drivers in with a good fighting chance.
13 drivers here for the Netherlands this year. This is another country that have got stacks of talent. Let's start with their X30 Junior team. Just Mulder leads in the point standings overnight. Daniel Miron Lorente in 5th place as well. Their seniors team, you've of course got the brother and sister duo of Kevin and Roxanne Lantinga. Roxanne fresh off the IAME Ladies Cup victory 2 weeks ago at Le Mans. Julian Van Kooslijn as well in Mini, and Mick Blankenspur in S125.
Indeed, but not forgetting the final nations here. You've got the country of Morocco, you've got Mexico, you've got Malta, you've got Luxembourg, and you've got Saudi Arabia as well. And a great showing for all of these nations.
Yeah, Neil Nekmoot and Nahil El Gahoudi is a pretty strong two-person team. Nekmoot in the juniors, El Gahoudi in the minis. Malaysia, Zarif Fakhruddin and Harith O go for them in the senior and the master categories. In Mexico's team, 7 drivers. Donovan Bonilla has looked very, very good so far this week in X30 Senior. And don't count out the likes of Pato Medina. Had a difficult time in qualifying earlier on this week, but is fighting back in X30 Junior.
Yes, indeed. But like we say, So many drivers, so many nations. The atmosphere here is absolutely electric, Andrew. I can't believe I've got this much energy after today. I don't know about you.
It re-energises this drivers parade. Malta are here as well. 5 drivers for them. Benji Westwood back once again for another big international karting competition. Dario Mifsud, Carl Mikulev, they're all in there. Let's not forget as well Saudi Arabia. Jana Andaman, the sole driver representing Saudi Arabia.
Indeed, what a showing it is from them. But not only that, the fabulous drum noise here is, well, it's fiesta time here, I think, Andrew. The drums here, what a noise from the drums. Nicole's stood right next to it. I don't even think she knows what's going on right now.
She doesn't indeed, as the drivers make their way back to the paddock. If you're standing around the circuit, do give them a big round of applause. 380 plus drivers. Goodness knows how many countries that was the drivers parade.
It certainly was. Ladies and gents, the evening's not over though, of course. It's only just beginning as all these drivers now head, I'm sure, some to bed. Maybe some of the mechanics earn a drink after today, but what a race it has been so far. But it's not finished yet. We've got a full day of racing tomorrow, Andrew.
We have indeed another near 30 heats. We will, though, in 24 hours' time, Anthony, know which drivers go through to Saturday. For the Masters, for the S125s, they know they're through. But for Mini, for Junior, for Senior, nobody wants to go home from this party, Anthony, at the end of tomorrow. They want to make it to finals day.
Indeed. It's going to be an amazing weekend. Stay tuned, because tomorrow it's a full day and the finals on Saturday. It's good night for now. It's definitely party time, guys.
Let's get it going.